you should bring the compost as an example. And you know why? To say that those are according to the truth. What do you see? How many times is Jesus says the word cause. Come say it inside. Every single word in the word. But the remainder, the one in the world, highlight infrastructure. So you know what the first mission of the section is about to be ready to start cooking this. Don't worry. The first mission says that if you bring a minify, you can become called the wrong God. It's not a thing that the minify is not perfect. It's not the minify is not fast, or whatever. The only that brought the president to be in line, two minify is not. So the thing that the second mission has something to let you do that part. Because the first one doesn't go there. The nice one doesn't go there. The nice one doesn't go there. I'm reading more tomorrow's resources. So the men who donated $500,000, something about so you got it, no? That also gave me your present. I should say more than 500 guys. And the guy, I said it, I'll say, I don't know if I told you this year. There's a guy, a young looking guy. Let's call him his plumber. See, next time I know it's $500. And then it's going over to one of his apartments. And go around. I give him another $500. I give him $500 and give it over a year. That's how the $500 been so much there. We need to lift it up and go. That's unbelievable. He's on me. You might walk me. I didn't see it. Sorry. On the round. You unlocked it. Very good to you. Individuals is slow. Because the soul is only 5 seconds. 19. Tell me all, please. Those who come down. It's a slow book. But it's no good. Put it back into the pot. It's the problem. As of tomorrow, you know what the problem is. I'm not about now. Also, this makes possible. You want to know you misunderstood. My puzzle about the opposite. Yeah, it's possible. I put it back in the pot. It doesn't make it back. You have to know the say that. So what in the world is the to say right now? You know the question is not how you say the same exact same thing. Put it back in the pot. You invite you. That's what you say. Put it in the pot. Just put it back in the pot. You the plans. I'm not even a Kobe. I'm a dog. If a jar is a pizza, he just puts the comments back into the queue where the newspaper is. Well, I get it. Okay. Dog like the pizza. What am I going to do now? Huh? Okay. Now we've got a problem. I know what I'll do. I'll go home. You got to remember. No, that's a good idea. That's the according to the Chachamim, your minifas got made to cool. Let's say we go to commercials. What are the commercials in population? I'm going to go there. This is silent. The what? Rabbi Tana the young ones are basically Melana. Rabbi Holder, you need to do something clean and make it a minifas. You can't just go home and dress and travel in house. You say, oh, I got it basically Melana. So it is a McCoy. You have to look at the first thing down. It's very simple to do. He showed that law. The dog gave it. The pain is still a clean. As the Gemara, but the rules and Muslims don't seem like this. Why? Because it should say, go to your house. What do you say? Go home and bring them flowers. Let me say that. The only one zero in the house, the only one zero. Then what it should say is, zero in the house, the oven to face. So go home. You might let the house, you can be the oven. That's what it should say. So the Gemara keep on Rav. We're going to say, Rav was not talking in Chacham Rav. Rav was only talking about the shita from the city.
He's that kid in the east side. Yeah.
That's
what we say. So what Rabbi say? He's going with the Siri that he didn't have. But they might come to they can not strip from the Siri out of the smoke. Rabbi didn't have a whole list of the onion. And because when you are learning these things, we said that apostle, that also goes back in the bowl and to be started. I would think of them, so he's talking about the left hand versus the other stuff.
Gee.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's podcast?
Let's see what we do with that. Mike's a small wine, the left hand. Not even like cherry before. When the Kohen can hold all the stuff together, he has to also hold on to the players on his shoulder. There's a lot of users. There's left hand. So you see, there's an exception to the rule on the left.
Hotel Wall Street.
So you scroll, you see the exception that he could do. You want to speak about it. So yesterday, he was not considered one of the four. Hello, I'm a zero, I'm around, and now the more going to debate. Here we are with the
Nice pipe.
I tried today, and I know that's really always exciting for everyone. So that's good news. But it said, everybody knows. This is exactly the way it is. We don't understand it. So the Torah said it should be like that. That's it. You can't do it any differently. He's sweating. We got the big workout. We got big round take. I'm going to tell you that how is the tummy? How is the water retention? What's going on? Something called touching the which is a very high level of. I can tell right now he's looking down. Like when I take an animal, I say this should be a man. So that has the high level of touching the ground. Pretty low level. I deliver an animal to the base of me. The upkeep of the base of me. You can sell it and do whatever you want. A part of Duma is in the lower category. I did that, what they call the oil change. You did a cut in the lower category. In the higher category, when you tell me even in the lower category, I'm certainly in the higher category. Is that thing that you hold up there? So what's crazy is there is 3 full bags of plasmas there for 3 hours. You just keep bags of orange juice. So I did that. So I did it for 3 hours. What is that? That's all like the fatty lipids in your blood. So that thing, I thought they said to fast this out way. That's the defense. You're not supposed to have done something. So they had to give me food because I thought I was going to so I did it. So then they fed me. So 3 hours. You're pretty lethargic. So you did big questions for me. Right now, they know like my eyes are like red. I feel stoned. How do you know that certain things that meant to go into the hospitals, they don't have to come off, even though it's up to put on the and we learned from the Obama, we were buying a bit of a time when I let some other years. There you go, no. And I was listening to Arizona. We learned from a apostle. Just the farmer has a softer on one side, have a peptides, stem cells, steroids, TRT. The next thing I've never felt it is their energy filled placebo. I always feel good. I always feel good. Because my fucking energy through the goddamn roof. So in hospitals, apparently they put people in quarantine when they do that though. Because you can get, also not true. So this has been around for a hot second. Under some specific circumstances. Right. So did you have the... So you fasted for no reason. Yeah. I fasted anyway. I fasted anyway. Man, this was at like. Oh, morning up, boys. That's easy when they told me to do it. And then they were like, right now, I took the UAE, right? No. I thought I was supposed to fast like we told you. From Park City, Utah. This is where I'm sitting right now. This is the beautiful table. My daughter does Jewish. Is Jewish. There's a lot of people that Park City. This is created a long time. This is the start. This is a table of chocolate different things, pastries, chocolate pastries. That's for me. And so I had a little bit of delay. So anybody that was waiting online or something, I apologize. More than a little bit, it's almost an hour delay. So, Rabbi Sai, it's a very exciting day today. We'll show you a video taken by some random stranger. We have no idea what it is. So, wait a minute. Is there a no? You can tell just from morning tomorrow, right? Morning tomorrow. It's authentic. It's like a fire. Learning fire and enjoying together. It's unbelievable. There's a beautiful, beautiful film in London. That's literally only that day. Your immune system for the next 6 months is on steroids. The surface, look what he brought as a prop. A real head of a sheep. He's showing that it has only one set of teeth, doesn't have upper teeth. Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to turn this around for a second. There's 2 new locations that we're trying to get going over here in Queens. The satellite is in Orakara. And in Cedarhurst, I did Hava over there, where I went, I was doing call. We had a little bit of a shear there the other day. Remember, I went to the thing and then the power my software on my computer. We thought it was not. We thought it was internet to one for adults and some issues. So, Mahila, but he's doing a lot. A bunch of guys that together. I don't want 1,000 people from nothing. And the reason is because people like Dave Salmon and the phone man and Ethan Drew and Jacob, CBN, all our colleagues, David Salmon's new underwater interview, their podcast for instance, group is growing by the hours. 35 new members in the first 4 hours. That's what makes it 35 new people, and including the accountabilities and being confident, and not in a annoying way. No, just not always make sure that everybody's. Very nice email here. Before the Delhi, if you all see no maybe Shabbat possible, I want to share a brief but heartfelt expression of our partial pleasure for the free calculators when the calculator is powerful and authentic way that actually why it's very best. The reality is clear that it's not simply a well-organized region, but a hopefully private experience. That the audience itself remained steady, the steady interest throughout, grounding inspiration, consistency, and data commitment, while allowing studies to express life and deeply relevant. The pair shared over the course of subtones, meaningful and uplifting. The message is delivered by Rabbi Yoel Gold, Rabbi Ivan Shushan, Rabbi David Golaz, Rabbi Golaz, Rabbi Aaron Weinberg, Rabbi Epstein, Rabbi Nachman Seltzer, and Avi Kamiansky. Each contributed depth, clarity, and meaning of things. A particularly impactful highlight of Rabbi Yoel Gold's continuing declares discovery all the goldfishes in the Tsunami. I want to talk about it a little bit today because today on our doc we talk about today. The way we brought out having constant consistent perseverance and innovative both fascinating weekly movies. This is the session titled Behind the Scenes Presenter itself footage. This real life story shared honestly, and sensitively, open heart, and created powerful sense of connection. The Ruach Shabbos created every moment. The miracle at the street is singing the choir, the overall atmosphere of warmth. From every Shabbos, too much love created a sense of Kedusha and unity with Kriyat. Shabbos also brought creativity to life through carefully prepared visual elements, including the melody of music and scale. So, he sends a few pictures here. Let me just jump forward because some over here you can see the picture, you can see the size of this. You all think the banks, those ropes look like it's like 2 ropes long, and it's very, very large. But brought some real animals as models for runners. Here we go. So this is what really blew me away. This thing is like literally, I would say, 40 feet tall. You can see people standing in the background just to show you the height. He pulls out of wood and foam. It's huge. There's so much wood goes into it. And what is this? This is the entrance to the top of the thing over there. Just the detail here. I'm zooming a little bit. See over there, the thing how it goes. And it's 40 feet tall. Look at that. Great. This is one of his men that did all for free. He didn't charge any more money. This was the seal in the white and change your photos around to make it more effective, more seamless. And this was I was on Zoom, I visited it. On the website, I timed it to take 18 seconds a day. This is our new sponsor because the officials, my officials, donated a lot of money for the shop, and the Ryan Lee family donated. And every day, I want to say the person who donated back to his dots. We did spend $1,000 on the dot, and I started to pay them. We didn't say we were going to do it, but we'll do it. And just talk them also. So, we need to start. Timing. The official edition of the White Sox was settled by the Ryan Lee family. Paris, Tiny Looking Bucks, the family, Williams, Classic, the Bell, Governor, the Japan Government, and most of the day. Lord Rachel, the Galleons, and Honor, Zayla, Bella, Kaya, Willis, Natalia, and Laura. Let's have the sponsor data out. We're going to get a memory of your mother's small balls and tiny players. All these sponsors should be 2 minutes. Let's do this. Let's have the sponsor $30, please. Less than $5,000, and I'm going to put working with college and families of nations, business class, rather than full power than next. The next is English, and tell the first achieve in America. Somebody felt, I wonder if it was like a candle or something. This Anonymous, which was on the Moisture and Nizar, Anonymous, for beautiful Emma, and everything for Larry Pasa. Show Malki, two place sitting out before Tessa. We're so proud of you that work like super excited. There's been 7 sponsors from the York family. And the island, UK, and I was always thinking, my meaning was like, Holy Almighty, Yossi, Smart, then all the police consultant in the white, the public health spot. All these boxes I signed with 15 all the money broke in the area. Then as you like, it's just a tax luna. That's what you like to talk about every time, walking in, 40th birthday. Oh, you're right. The most become business is sponsored for 1 day. This one is sponsored the whole month. And she tells you, that when you become 100, she's going to fly me in. She's not saying she has a past for 50 years. I don't think so. Anonymous, we're not really fine for the species of son of player. Using the older father. And Connor's the first thing in the full age in any layer. Then it's having another generation. Now it's a memory of Mazel Pastor, the Sonata of Messiah. Anonymous is supposed to bring this good and open and revealed way to more coming back to it. I like this. But it's not I want to prove that I get off the sky or whatever it is. I don't know. But shows that this goes through those years. We just conscious. Let's say September. No, the other money back from the telling us they tell us on the secure like Yoshi Rice. Yoshi Rice. Let me tell you what happened over there. I know Bobby's he's doing in honor of Monkey Belsky for the Human Swap on the great teams to the idea. Monkey Belsky went over to Yoshi Rice and gave him money at the tournament. Yoshi Rice said he has a policy of one big money, which I'm upset at him. I gotta talk to him about it. He's fucking messy. So I don't want money from people. I donated it back from him. So that's not good. I want to change it. Someone wants to give a tip to Yoshi. I think that's okay. So anyway, our people should not be advocating that we're not a problem. But if somebody in the village can have given you a gift, then I'm not take it. Ladies, sponsors, Lazy Rosky, do the response to Yemen, Real, then Yoshi and Shire. Come take it. Elvis, Gensburg, thanks for everything. We miss you. I love you, Elvis. Shut up. Anonymous, Nizmas, Zay Dory, Ben Elias, Rafmil Supplement, Nizmas, Kim Rossi, Nancy Rosel, and Yoshi. And who I are, Anonymous, Business High Surf, and Azurada, and we only connect to the world. And I'm working on it.
Some lettuce is a
Miami, I want to tell you, about
this is the worst podcast.
a great story that happened to me on the
They're not that expensive. Cruises are not. No, but this is a different company. You saw the price range.
I noticed yesterday, and this could answer your question, how come in Bucking in the Mecca,
is like, so the best
you
cruise line, the
you're
Explorer,
asking me how come there's so many words in the
close
field,
to that
and,
per person, not close.
you know, sometimes some stuff is just, you don't understand the word, you go to the art store, and it doesn't do words over here, there's like a whole,
But there's no way influencer.
there's an agenda for everything. So, there's a lot of concepts, and I'm making you in charge, man. Count the concepts. Let's see. Let's count concepts.
Like, I talk about reading into this stuff and cracks.
Here's a new one. We spoke yesterday about the Oimer. We're going to talk about it a lot today. There's a whole paragraph about it. The Oimer is a mincha being a vocal gift made at a party and a sheep, and that allows you to eat the new crop. Because any new crop, wheat, barley that grows, you cannot eat it until the second day of Pesach. When you bring the Oimer in, it's either some stuff in March, perhaps it's that day that's positive, or it's from yourself. Here's a question that maybe you didn't know.
Legionnaires vaccines the issue. The problem is that any big company has a portfolio and they have investments across. That feels like an expensive cruise.
The Oimer that comes on the second day of Pesach allows everybody to eat Cheerios, all the wheat products that grew before Pesach. And I bring wheat products, a mincha, so there's some English on the food now Pesach. Now, but on the phone, and I bring that's my point. Man's who know, man's who is with the word of Joe, they let them use not your wheat product in the community. So that's Muslim number one, right? Big. The whole thing's a favorite outcome. The shaman service in this class. So, let's go back to the set. We had the Shita of Rab, but they were not two that argue at night. Rab says that if a carbon comes to allow you to do something, for instance, if you are a Messiah or a Nazir and you bring a carbon and allow you to go into this and English allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman, you give birth and drink carbon allows you, the woman, to eat carbon. Such a carbon, or the Oimer, right? It starts with the Oimer. You bring the Oimer. Why do you bring the Oimer? So you could eat the produce of last year. Or you bring this Oimer and you have the wrong intent. Because it's not a carbon Oimer, it's not a Mithas Oimer, it's a Mithas Nidava. So says Rab, since the purpose of this carbon is to allow you to do something, and you mess up, so take whatever you're doing, throw it in the bag. I didn't want to ask questions, so I was like, I'm not going to know what you think. Keep that to me because we're going to go. The third one, okay. Mason, also with service and speculation. Did you pay attention to Paladin that the first word on the Paladin is okay. It's one of the examples of Rob draw as a carbon that it's a carbon that deals as a not a part of, but as a mach. It's something that allows you to do something. Also with soda is one of the examples. Next calculation. He checked it in. You can tell that it's not also with soda. What's it in my life? Also, you don't know so.
It was basically, what you what? Put a piece of rubber in your mouth, chew that, and see how you do. I couldn't get through it.
I would say though, go through a very lengthy stop. Probably one of the longest ones, not the longest. Different things you have to do in order to be inspired. One of the things is, because it's blood, that's the process, and put the zero in. Are you watching it on YouTube? What are you doing?
It's called stress. Stress.
Oh, wow.
Really? That's my joke. My wife.
Anyway, he puts blood on his right ear, on his right toe, and then
late 50s medium wrinkle comedian
it's on the I'm looking at it right here. Yeah, you did. Sorry. Yeah. Wait, now he takes oil. After he puts the blood, first his blood, then his oil. Remember that.
And something about the cheese just wasn't sitting right with me.
He puts 7 drops in the blood, and then he takes oil and he puts it on top of the blood that's on the ear and on the thumb and on the toe. So this is what when you meet them, he's going, I got to put the blood on the. By the way, I love the pause. Every time I say this, once in a while. I don't know if you have the privilege of raising your phone.
And there was one water on it. It was dirty water.
Jamming something back over it. They scored the play last time. So if you didn't play basketball for a few months and then you go play basketball, you jam your fingers sometimes. And you can't use your thumb for like a week. Well, you can't use your thumb, so you can't tie your door. You can't open up a door. You can't open up a bottle. You can't button your thumb. It's like, and then you appreciate the thumb. And then you look at a photo. And you're like, I'm a finger. Monkeys have a thumb, so they're very capable. They're like way advanced in all other animals. But the thumb is super important. And imagine without a thumb, try the thumb would be very, very hard. You gotta appreciate it. So I read the other organization. It says over here that the ashram continued. According to Rabbi, what we do this ashram on each other, since it's there to allow the Torah to do stuff, and you messed up, so throw it out. You know what it says? I read the other organization, so that is there. It's a problem. So you need to put on the blood, throw it out. On the supplement, you get the wine. It's a fucking Makalachira, now you have to be a second. So you figure out, because there's a massive content. Okay. So now we have an opposing sheet of the rock. So we love this one. This is not sorry. There's also another Muslim that rather than one idea that we're learning from, another idea. Going her.
Then he was the silverback was next. Yeah, when you're next to the silverback,
exactly.
The bonobo was quite tough guy.
It's this famous athletic man, one of those guys that compete. Constantly. There's something about it. So he asked somebody, one of those from the show, and the first day of school, someone says, you can make to me today for your girlfriend. He actually, much his first day, so look at it now, from now on, I'm going to be making you. So you got your
He has a face tattoo.
Yeah. Okay. So, Minchas Ha'omer, what is really small Torah? Says the Torah, they are doing that. Rav says it's private, it's possible to go in. But I say, not only is it not possible, it's cautious. And you put on his back, it's like, just what? You're well, ain't it probably, probably Minchas Ha'omer, The leftover of this liver you can't eat because you need another ointment. Because the second ointment is going to make all the food mucker, so including the first ointment. So those also clean up big yourself. The third chicken we're going to see is this exact thing, minus the authority of the second ointment. It's kosher, the yosher, you could eat it, do whatever you want with it, even the shirai you could eat it. The chicken was really enough on like the ask the Gemara, Mikra next week, how you put the first mitzvah on the Mizbeah. Why? The Mashki Yisrael, here's another concept called the Mashki Yisrael. The Mashki Yisrael means that in order for something to go to the Mizbeah, that has to be edible for Klal Yisrael. That has to be something juicy. The Mashki is juicy, schmack. But we can also learn it in terms of a drink for Klal Yisrael. It's edible, it's drinkable for Klal Yisrael. Since the first ordinary is not edible. Why is it not edible? Because it's other. It's from the root crop. You can't eat from the root crop until you bring a mince. So you can't eat it. How do you put it on the Mizbeah? That's the remark, yeah? You can't put a chazer on the Mizbeah. Why can't you put a chazer on the Mizbeah? For a number of reasons. One of them is because you can't eat it. Yeah? Any food that you can't eat, you can't put on the Mizbeah. How do you put this ointment? No, so what's a good shot? What do you want? What's a shot now? You got a guess? So what I'm going to say, because you can put it like that, it's dead. So it's all within that day. So it's like, it's missing a few hours, but you got to take care of some business, and then you'll be, it's not like it's great, you can never eat it. It's just not edible right now. Okay.
Of a guy that was like a 6'4", like trust fund looking dude. And as well, I have priors from domestic violence. So many matches. So many matches.
And that is, there's no such thing as, it's not, it's you have to wait when the waiting is that day. You just have to wait that day, it's not considered waiting. It's not about it. It's a good Muslim that maybe that's what the Cholim and the Torah and all this stuff show. They don't like this idea. It's not considered waiting. It was that day. It's not waiting.
They want to be the one to tame him.
Okay.
Like, you understand.
And the inside. And the Muslim's mind, the way by it's not considered that you're at its 12 minutes. It's not
sports betting part of the NBA brings in
exactly that day you're going to be able to get it. So right now it's considered
live and only on DraftKings Sports.
There are a lot of the action all the way through. There are a bunch of things that prove that being this amigos, yeah, some of us that's a mix of that, and yeah, you can know some of the resources. Also, we got to have for further. This way, it's always fun to know. Two people could be a partner and a bird, but not by them. Look this week apart. The person who dissolves the other, they, when the day they want to become part of the other, come out of the cross, where they fall, where they are. Then, we're still not completely part. They must wear the following. To bring the part, what kind of part? When they bring a part, but they don't bring the move. There are a lot of shipping around there. There's a lot of extra work and stuff done to see what practices. I wonder if the actual reason. You're working with how we see about another concept, another hard thing that you need a bunch of lines to explain it. Working with long consumer prices 4 words, which has at least 4 lines of explanation, maybe 14, I don't know. But basically, very simple. Meaning that although it's also to do this, yeah, look at this, what's this?
This kid was a monster. This was Dad said.
This is what we call. This is the take your thumb and cut the back of the neck of the bird. You do that in Park City, Utah. The bird is it's a bird. Yeah, the tiger allowed this to make something.
You get these monsters.
So birds
taxes.
kill them. The Malika is mutter Look like this. In the vision. Mashiach ain't even nothing. There's nothing wrong with the mitzvah that he made it Muslim. The mitzvah is always okay, these are the pros that don't have that mean nothing. This mean nothing. What's so good about it? Look at the good about it. Coming up with this food. You must put the flour in the special golden dish. Put milk and then you shuckle it like you shuckle a little back and forth up down. You're going to go and you bring it to the what corner of the side? Southwest corner. The Yeshua Mashiach, I'm very excited when we hit the southwest corner from the Republican Sunday store.
Like I would date you the heart.
No.
And then she got him to
believe
she was in. That's right. And then she said to him, I will help you. Get girl that admit there, I guess. She's like,
that's not you don't have a car report. What kind of business? You have to get a $4,000 tomorrow. Doesn't even sound like a reverse like this. Saturday could have flown back on your flight to flights to be able to survive share. And that means that if we're going to 4 in the morning, that's what for? You know, you're not waiting for the morning. You could. It takes half an hour to get there. Yeah, okay. And you should go to sleep. That's what I'm saying. The Nisa, the Menachas. Oh, I want to tell you the story. Don't forget. The Nisa, the Menachas, I'm in the Chancellor, but if you want to ride, this flower of the Menachas, which is also the first one, what are you waiting for? For the second one. And you put the first one on this back, even though you cannot eat any of it. And we have to question that's what it's the Mashki Yisrael. It's something that's also for you to show you put on this back.
So when I first went to LA, I was broke, and I didn't know grades for it, and I didn't know anything.
It's like a bird. It's a bird, you're not allowed to do Malika, but I made a special dispensation
where I was going, which
word that I'm allowed to
I knew it was a bad omen because
this.
at first
I
I
have food that I can't eat. It's not edible. And I made a special dispensation that I'm allowed to.
Never, unless it's a fake joke. And then we'll be chasing it with a machete. And I'm like, this is a problem. This is a row.
I'm drunk. Me and
yeah, so fuck. And he said, you know, it's not a beginning of a bit. It's never a good sign. So you know, why the Jake Carlos song so because I go with machete. Yeah, so I didn't know what it was at first because I've never been to Skid Row, so I'm driving through this and I'm like, I need to get the fuck back. So you look like the Purge. So I get off the street and it takes me a different way to get to, and it doesn't say Caesar Hotel, it said something sweet. Yes, because that's all I'm going to take it in Caesar Hotel. I pull up to the front space, there's a homeless guy shitting in his hand, and just staring at it like, and I'm like, oh, this is fucking, I have a bag of McDonald's, and I'm taking them. I forgot what it gets scary. So, they tell me not to take us to certain floors, they let me in, and this place it seems like it used to be really nice. It looks like you could tell it used to have something nice.
They stopped recess when I was there for 2 weeks because we were playing Hafgana.
Cold, eerie,
And Hafgana is that some kids beat up the Nazis. They told me I was the beater upper. That was a big mistake. You called me a Nazi, and then I beat you up. Nazi! They said, oh, you're beating people up, we're stopping this. And now you have to go from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. No need to. Anyway, we're talking about Nazis. I'm in line. It's a great speech today. I'm coming back 40 years, little more important. Love you, Mara. It's crazy. We're seeing two of us. So, I'm not sure you're going to be so. I was looking at a situation where there's a housing problem. So I understand. You want to put the first button on his back, even though it's very thoughtful. You know, you can't even. Oh, there, it's a little problem.
Drug addicts. They don't want to be.
Oh, no. I never told you that. But anything that has to do about things, it's going to become bookish that day at the end of the week. When it rains, the second night. So, even though right now you can't eat it, it's kind of a big deal. Also, what she says, we're talking about a guy has a restriction on his skin with some white spots. Goes to the client and says, no, he has no real problem. What did he say? He actually checked the checks the Asham, he gives 3 bottles. One of the large stuff. So put it on his palm, on his first of his ear, right thumb, right thumb. So what happens if he did it in the wrong order? Matan Shemen, the Matan Dog. Put the oil on before
from something. You can say
blood.
And it could be a schizophrenic thing.
You know what we have to be pushing out on Matan Dog? You should do it over. You should do the oil again. After you put the blood off, you put the oil on. And then, Matan Boy is the Matan Sola. Oh, yeah, the rest of the oil, you put it on the side. So, what if he messed up and put the oil on the field before they did the stuff? The sprays for the oh, you know what I'm saying? You should redo the whole thing. You should fill up more oil and do it. Yeah, you usually tell me no such thing as waiting and being late or being early. That day, I might have to read it. Most days you do it out of order. I love it all. Let him just do it out of order. We do. No, you can't do it out of order. Since it says the word Havaya, it means it has to be exactly so. It's a certain order. What my person says, Tia, person of Torah, Tia means as it. I told you to put the blood first, boil second, don't go out of order.
This woman
Most of our
was there and she said,
now, in the order of the Korbanos,
and I can't help it because he was schizophrenic.
let's see the Korbanos.
And he would just disappear. And she was like, and it was so heartbreaking because there's no medication. It was just crazy.
Oh, yeah,
He
yeah.
would just be on the street. He would disappear. They tried
The
to
first
find
one
him.
is the chef is the Asham.
Dude, when I went to go film that last
Then
episode,
comes the
honestly,
What if you did it out of
not
order?
only is it just
It's
insane, it kind of feels like a museum of a cool town. You can fix it.
One out of order, you do it
It's just like
first instead of second.
when I first
Well,
moved,
yeah,
it was
I'm
cool.
emotional, don't know.
The first time I
What
saw your
says,
stand was back in
throw it
like
out into the
2018.
garbage.
And I
Don't
was just
sit
visiting.
there
It was
with,
cool.
you
It was
know,
definitely cool.
shaking the blood so that it
After like
doesn't congeal.
probably
El
2019 is
Uber
where I
to
started
Russia,
really getting sick. And then
Uber to
during the
Russia
pandemic, it
is
just
another
became like,
concept of
this is
like,
no
all
longer.
it means is Nina. It means that you leave it overnight. Leave it overnight there. You know, you want to leave it to a good place.
You can just hang.
Then you check the animal, you can go over down.
Drive across country there and get high and just. When did you first get to 1995. That must have been the coolest fucking hike in the world. That is super.
That's the meat from the muscle also is left overnight on the ground. So the blood, the kids are overnight.
And the cop, I
Move it to us, I mean, that you make something happen to the actual animal that it changes.
I said,
How would you describe it in English?
see that fire hydrant? Yeah, he goes.
Change the way
He
it
said
is.
a fortnight ago.
But all the things that stay overnight.
It was
So,
so weird. A
once
fortnight
it
ago.
stays overnight, it takes a little bit to You don't want to take a
Somebody got
complete
shot
animal
right there, shot
that the
killed
meat
right
is
there.
shot
He goes,
and
you'll
burn.
have people
It's
run
not
through your
a
yard.
public foot carver. You let it stay overnight. Oh, now it's possible. Now you can burn.
They take a constant fun. It's still good.
Now,
You know what they did? They made a
the
deal.
question
They
is,
said you can sell your rock.
so what if you went first, if the hot dog before the Asham, at the end of the
If
day,
one house
there's no difference
if one person
in the same
who's
day,
not
even
in
if
your
it's
shop
time, by your deciding
or
to
robbed,
open everything.
we are going to bring the hammer down. And that's then when I got there.
It's nice to
They were
start.
fine.
There's no
I had my phone stolen.
time limit
I
in
called
that
my
same thing.
phone. My phone guy answered
As
it.
to tomorrow,
I
I
went right to the
there's no
park.
time limit.
He said, let me take a look
We're
at
a papa who's all my shiny doesn't say this to Rabbi. We already answered that. There is a problem with the title. Because if the Torah says here, that means it has to be exactly so. You can't go out of order. Asham is first, if you see this chart right over here, Asham is first. So it's first. You can't do Asham second. So you do Asham second. It's throwing in garbage. It says here. Right, this is speaking in Moses Manu by Bayoy.
This is so crazy.
It's the same day, it's no first second. But not now.
It was so intriguing. But what brilliant.
So
So then
hold
the
on,
Mexican mafia said,
No,
you cannot just drive by and spray because you're killing bystanders.
you know when you have to be very mindful, 1, 2, 3, when you do performing in a
So you come out and
She's a
you
lot
in
of
your
labor.
car.
But shifting the happens before that is not a problem, right? Because even when you struggle to keep
Because
that
that means you have to stop and you have to take aim.
here,
Because otherwise they
when you
were
struggle
taking
to
too
keep
much
it,
heat.
I mean, it's not in a place. It's not an
Get this.
important,
So what brought them to their
how do you say about
That's
English?
tag, like when you're kidding. What
One
brought
of
them to their
the-
six elbows.
One of the,
Literally, because it was bad for his wife.
one of the
That's in the picture.
I don't see them.
I just want to for some.
Okay, so I got to tell you this story.
Let's take a little break here because you
So,
know I can't just use any toothpaste because the questions on the sheet 3 times a day, that's 3 chapters a day. That's why I
since it's not an essential advice, because you didn't start to do it, what should we do? 6 stacks a day, we did that water.
Man's tooth powder uses
Hello,
real
Mark.
grass
Also,
and
let me just finish this.
bone
I'm kind of stuck. You're asking me, why does Rothschild say
hydroxyapatite? Yes, sir. The same mineral structures as your
that
actual teeth.
you put the
So it
oil
builds your
on
enamel
this
naturally. That's what I need.
you got to put always out first question.
Strength
The
is so
master
good, man.
Yisrael. Remember the Yisrael? The master Yisrael, what the master Yisrael say? It has to be edible, but it's not edible. It's like you put it on the Mizbeach, that the first timer. What it says, okay, you are. Now we tell you, so that you got master. It's not the carbon that allows you to crop. It's the sun that comes out. The sun comes out. Now I have food that's edible. The first one is edible. You have both questions. The cooking was not edible. And now it's not edible. It's not Mashki Yisrael. That it is Mashki Yisrael. You could eat it. Why did you eat it? And when the sun comes out on the second day of Pesach, that's when the new crop is I'm the value. It's not to some of this value. Wow. Hey, hey, you're not the about the don't just do the thing. I'm gonna say minus I'll go out here and speak to most family of the focus line with stuff and co-fight. And I the mayor of the hey, something like that. You were down. Thank you again. The mayor of the doing the job. What's the easy story? It might be so hard for this.
And pretty soon, all we're like, I can't
lift.
I can't even fucking lift up. Guess what?
And it's me and one of my sons. My other son,
but he's having
right in front of us by mistake. Usually we go 3 of us, and we take the whole list. But we went 2, so we're 2 on the list. Choose like, come sit down next to us. Okay, gone. Halfway up, I just have to choose with them. You go. Where we hopefully got this. I was like, you like your own food? Like, yeah, well. And I see you pay for it mostly, but one is blue, one is red. The different grasses, the different weather. So yeah, mine is all red. This is whatever. Where from you, I see? From Israel, Chicago. Where are you from? New York.
Behind the scenes, was building this whole police infrastructure and
Long Island.
but he knew he had to
Where
get
Long
judges. That was okay, his thing. So he got fucking judges.
Seven children live there, like, that must be Jewish.
Could you imagine if they tried to do that here? That would
So,
never work. Well,
you ever heard of the dot? You ever heard of that?
Is like comparative crime
You do the dot?
like New York City.
And then he says, how about you? You do that? I said, yeah. He goes, you know what else is the bad skin? So he said, yeah. You know what else is Michael Shaya. I thought you guys were Shaya. The current thing of those bad
This is what
you look like, just like
justice science.
and then he looks at me, wait a minute.
It's like at most in all 5 boroughs, 600 criminals. 600.
So I gave him the answer to something I didn't show up.
We know exactly where they are. So in one day, they will go and arrest
500 base with my brother-in-law.
and they're all in jail. And they just take all the troublemakers off the street.
You don't know. You don't know. I know I did stupid. I really got no clue.
Back in the day, in the old days,
Oh, first time somebody asked me, I think that was on 2 minutes.
every criminal in the jails. Kill them all.
Let me know.
They kill
I
everybody.
wanted to talk so you could say over the store because it's like, it doesn't make sense.
The jail's going to open, they're going to come out, and they're going to
really
make havoc among our own people. So one of the things the way to control is they would just kill them.
I'm so
Could you understand what I'm saying? When during
Something Mashma guy said that he doesn't lie. Mashma that I do. I don't lie either. But
came out, they were the ones doing a lot of
so could you?
Could you imagine if
Oh,
I'm trying to do
well, other
it
stuff
and have the military orders to the street?
So So this thing that Joe just said that when you try to be Muslim when something comes out, he didn't say before. We could understand from this way. It's not. And maybe in the past, you have to stop at a pause. And maybe in the past, you smoking a new conversation. Or because look how it says so there's a little difference in Bikurim. You don't bring Bikurim, you don't bring it before the Omer, before you bring it. You bring pauses, but it's not. Here's that I said before. I said before you bring the presence voice. That's pretty a lot of fun. What's not good is any new song has a new crowd. So what I think should bring anything. In my opinion, like if you don't think she's attractive, you don't person. Like she's not this. She saw second face out. Maybe she's not an only fan. She's material. But some of it is your mouth. Why the fuck are we on the second name? Because right in the morning when it comes to the why is that look at he's just like everybody else is over there. What's the right? I get it. It's all good. I don't think that's what's wrong with society. That great. That's gorgeous. This is why you gravitate. But homie, you know this is why 18-year-olds just because they're on camera all the time. They're getting something wrong. It's like, oh, mommy gets turned out, like, you know, fuck off. Like, everything's being left. It's like, okay, she was cool. But she was trying to say, like, you're alive right now. But you gotta love her. You should check her out. She's like, no. Yeah. So, you don't know. I shot her shots to do that. I don't know. It's not the real thing. I like your Rob also. I think she was great because she's in that way to bring stuff up. You're on camera. You're a NFL quarterback. That's not a big deal. Quarterback. He's as much as an NFL quarterback as I'm an NFL tight end. Okay, has he made the teams? It's all drafted free agents, not tall. No, that's a problem. And he's super intense problem. And so you're arrogant to make it. Like it's a short football. You're going to since the All-American is so special, it's the only time of the year's 8 years following for every other newcomer with you. This is such a thing because it's something that's not available in Maylaw. I don't think. Well, how tall is Mahomes? 6 feet. No, 6'3". So, that's why you start what it says. The reason why you don't need a second argument is because the person, forget the person, it has to be Mokim Aroy and Misha Aroy. Yeah, at least obvious. I want to make sure you guys know I encourage people to make a move if you think someone's can't do it. So that's not important to us. The middle thing that's important to us, and that's why Rabbi says you don't need a second one. I'm just making sure to be part of the microphone is like, okay, I'm going to hit on you, but she moved, and it was just like, the biggest about to real ball. If you have a mistake over the microphone, and also the biggest, he's on camera with the word, but you're not shoot because it looks bad if you go, I'm going to hit on you, and then just go. That's crazy. You're not bucking from the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to minute.
Listen, man.
The question is, why in Pakistan
Finding
was
a
it
dog you
words
actually
when I
like feels like discovering a diamond. I'm sure you want someone
you know, see, it's a staple. You cannot use it faithful. You have an animal which has a nail
someone who likes to
when
listen,
it's wrong,
make you feel
whatever,
comfortable,
it's not going
calm
to live a
your
whole year.
nerves. I get
You
super
cannot
explains things
bring it
clearly.
as
How
a
about
part.
they remember your kid's freaking name?
Think about it.
It's from the same
Could
sports
you
team.
eat an animal that has a moon?
You're a diamond in the rough,
Yes.
Dr.
Could you eat an animal that has a face?
Gotcha, and find
No.
it super easy with
Right?
ZocDoc.
That's what they do.
ZocDoc
They
is a
open up
free
all
app
the animals that we
and
check for. They
website
open
that
it up,
helps you find
and they check the
high
heart, the
quality
lungs, the whole thing.
doctors
They check
so
all
you
these
can find
things. And
someone
if
who
they
actually
find
loves.
something that looks
I
like
got you guys. So
some
when you're
sort of
ready,
defect,
you can
it's
see the
always
real-time
it's something
availability.
that does we don't need.
Instantly, no phone tag, no waiting around.
So too, you can't do the animal on these days. So you want to wire on the process, you're not bumper, that's the word. That's basically I put a bottom down. Why do these do these tools? I have a couple. All they do is, what's my couple? The mom should be able to have these very, very simple couple. About them, an animal with a plastic broken leg. This is shafted and it bring it to Romanian meat. They'll sell it, no problem. So we'll put it at broken leg. Good meat. Nevertheless, also the one that we can bring it to his death and bring it to his dog. Right back. That's what I do. You cannot sell a trade for Romanian meat. And it is, that's what it is. So they can't bring it on to his dog. Here, for whatever reason, you decide to make it a plainer, beautiful sound of a plainer in a visual. It's very hard to do a plainer.
He probably exploded.
That's a trend. And that's Balmon. Balmon, no, taking no good. Balmon, yes, good. So, this is try to put up with trade on. Yeah, I don't know what's going to be good. Balmon is not going to be that. It's really not that. Okay, now we understood it. I think we understood it before it. Great.
Yeah, sometimes apparently it's really hard to get to that area. It's just you have to drive a long way. Run down the runway.
Yeah.
It might be a suicide or something. Yeah,
It's a
that's a lot to go through. What's the game plan? Also, that's a lot to go through. I'm going to drive. Job.
It's not a great company, right? Because they're fat and the blood is that's the level. A private person in Romania meets.
It's got to be suicide, though. I imagine. Did he get struck or did he get hit by the wheel?
Can't sell a vial of blood. Okay. So I'm going to buy it.
It was during takeoff. I didn't hear that.
But you could put it on his back. In his back.
It's bad, but I
Eat blood. So once you can't bring it right if it's other people. So
everybody else do it, so I can't.
She's more than a bit.
I think he was trying to.
Kill the dam. He's born in the town head. Yeah, but the kill the dam, maybe because of the.
It's weird too, like people would see his parts of his body.
That's why
pictures and selfies with him.
they are moving that. Or the traders plus the trader the entire thing comes out. You know what I'm right? Believe it. Right now,
Everybody's stuck on a tarmac.
holding your thumbs through the back of the neck of the bird. The cool thing is,
This is more and more.
it's one and then also outside of the I saw that. With that,
People leaving
so
aircraft.
here's it rules you got to fight. You can't prove everything from a private person, but still, this bird is also private. It's one you didn't believe it, but it's more for the best amigo.
Yeah.
Now, the league goes from
The pilot's like, please stop taking pictures.
this was inside.
Also,
Wait a minute.
also, what are you
It's
guys
different because it's actually literal inside of the amigo. That is the mitzvah. The mitzvah is to be holy. That's its not.
Guess why I'm late? That's gonna get banned on TikTok.
Bottom line is,
Post that shit.
now you do have a complaint from Lumber. Why did you have to say, then Buffett told me that you can't have a paper when they have a complaint from the Lumber? That's the fear.
So much.
Tomorrow,
Just been two.
he likes to keep these parentheses. Apparently, the way I understand it is someone along the line, some double or somebody, put him like his own shot into the Gemara. So the printer thought it's part of the Gemara, but it's not from the actual text. The one text later on, the original text is not there. It might be just shot, but it's not part of the text. So there's no way in the Shasta, which is also a very strange. I don't even know if it's ever in Shasta word. limits after. And if you want to give a carrot, Shwaimer Minabosel Lamato, St. Amalona. This is a favor. If you have a great answer to the Kavahimer, so I want to have a Kavahimer, so now I need to know why the people are so different.
So wait, this Rothschild is different from Zealand?
It should be said. There's a full round of what's the weird answer to my Kavahimer? What's my Kavahimer? No, just Kavahimer. What?
That's his girl.
A Talmud is not a private person. It's also done as bad. So a trefa, which is also a private person, which is also done as bad. Why do I need the word Simon? Rukia, Marado.
So good. Yeah, just that one image.
Or Rabbi should make a name because you have a kind of flame from a private person that can't be exposed. Where it's also to a private person, but it's not the amigos. So just because something's also the right person doesn't mean there's also good listening. How does this Oimer to make out a public? What could you have in mind? Oimer is very special because it's really powerful. It allows you to use the Mitzvah. You want to know for Shmita. And Shmita doesn't allow you to do Mitzvah. There is no Mitzvah. But you know it is a Mitzvah. It's not that you can afford Shmita. Things that go by themselves don't Shmita. But things, that's what Oimer comes to Maki, even on the same year. So you want to know, people are going to speak about Shmita. Behold, that the Mitzvah is referring to says after the time of the deer, deer on because that is when the animals stop eating that particular crop. What's the deer? So yesterday, by the way, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. Today we saw moose. Again, moose, you saw? We saw moose yesterday. The guys over here, they're so wild. So moose, really. So the pictures you saw deer and moose on the trail, on the speedway. So once they hear you whatever they're eating over there, then you have to ensure that particular product out of your house. So we have apples, and there's no longer eating apples off the tree, as an example. I don't know if that's a. So then you have to get rid of the. It's not good to get rid of the apples from your house. So Rashi says he's talking about speaking apples not good. Oh, they're about apples. Rashi. They're a Kiva not good for it, but I still have a Kiva from the Kiva. Mama Nefasayim, which became a first place to put one. You can't bring any right from the Oimer because it's so powerful. It allows you to use the new produce in America and England, Australia. That's okay. But then man, all my cousins are so not good. Really, Talmud is telling them that it's so powerful that it's not yourself. You have a whole bowl of barley, you take the barley, but when you take the barley, and you put it on the scale, that barley, you put it on the scale, allows it to use itself. You can never eat the rest of the barley in that barley.
I need to make sure
that I'm eating this one, really lucky, because another part of it is talking about you take off. So far, you have a little bit of hole in the heart, you have a nail that went through stomach, which is little. You're not yourself. El protocol. Not the middle time is going to be what Rabbi doing from the Oimer when the Torah tells you use the barley that's also and use that's how you do this. That's the only way to do it. It's not something that usually you have to do like a trade. You have an animal that's not trade. You have animals that are trade. So you can't be mad for a trade. Great. But over here, by the Oimer, the only way to do the mission is to use produce that's also that's the mission. So you can be manufacturing.
Let's talk a little bit about Progressive Insurance. You ever think about switching insurance companies? See if you can save some cash. Well, guess what? Progressive makes it easy. Just drop in some details on your stuff to see if you're eligible to save money.
It seems like you're working tomorrow.
The process only takes minutes. It could be
But it's what they're talking about.
Visit Progressive.com after the episode to see if you can save. Progressive Cash Insurance Company and affiliates potential sales will vary. Not available on all states.
So let me just show you this real quick.
You see this video? No.
These are the different, the 11 different summer months that we mix right, right? See, I can't see. Fire is Rabbi, Rabbi is pregnant with Mars, Tobin, Harper, Charlie, Hoish, she was nerd, Kinnaman, Lucifer, Zia, Open. This is how they make the
Oh,
target.
he sucks. Let me see the chance to pass down. Yeah, look, actually, she went like this, but then he also went high, the whole thing's. Salt kick. That was a good kick. That was a really good kick. My friend was holding half of the crowd. Did that and literally dropped him. And that's her? Fuck. That's her, Jim? Oh, that's AI. Is that her? That's not me. She's got a thing. That's not she. What's about this shit? This is happening everywhere now. What? There's a pretty girl sitting in a baseball stadium right now. What? She's a comedian from Los Angeles. No, she's actually in Korea. What? That's not she's official. It's a rapper. Yeah, that's nice. Is that nice? No, I think that's right. This is what she is. No, she's a comedian. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, you're right. So it must be just a trend where they just like put themselves into these baseball scenarios, right? Like, I don't know. Because I've seen there's like people like her. This girl. I like her.
Well,
she's good people.
okay.
She's cool. Yeah, I like
so,
her a lot.
to repeat the story that I said already, maybe I'll add something I don't know. But one of the most emotional things for me on Shabbos was the Rothschild in his speech. And he spoke at length about this scientist, this archaeologist that came from the United States. And he got a license to dig in the Qumran. And he dug 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, placing it on some sort of safer that says if they hit the vessel, and it was in the Qumran somewhere. And he's digging in the, he dug for 15 years, and then he dug more, 20 years, and then he dug more, 25 years, and then he dug another 5 years, and after 30 years. After 30 years, he found something. He found something very strange. It was ground up spices. He took it, and he sent it to a lab in America, the top lab here. And the guy checked it under a microscope, and he found that it had 11 spices. And the 11 spices matched exactly, and he brought with him to the Shabbos, he brought a purple stick, the report on the spices, and he matched these 11 spices exactly. And it says that he looked in the microscope, typically speaking, when you grind something, let's say you grind cinnamon, you look into the microscope, you see one piece is larger, one piece is smaller. This is perfectly ground. It's like covered piece of paper. Very, very funny. He goes on to say this whole long story, how he wanted to get the spice, he wanted to know why they closed down the dig, the whole thing. He got his hands on a vial of this stuff, which they believe to be original prepared from time of this image. Now, they went through with Rabbi secretary, and Rabbi said, bring that pizza. It was the snow. Rabbi said, sunset, some music, new tires, some new tires. But then Rabbi said that there's no producer to it, because it wasn't put into the shards. And since it wasn't in the shards, it's not big. Yeah, and the guy first did, it smelled like a crazy smell, there's no flour, all nice. And then he pulled it out, it's in a little thing. He says somebody offered $250,000. You know, he's so. And as he's talking, I'm thinking, like, oh, wow, this would be such a good top for NBY. I could use something like this for NBY. You know, he bought me a spinner thing, what do you call it? Like, okay, so let's just do this one. Such a shot of these real shots. Somebody even bought me one of these. It's good. Bought me a mortar and what do you call it? A mortar and chicken. Although, I bring up, pull it out, wow, this is really good. And then it's a $2,000 like today. I'm never going to get a pack of mortar. So, but the mindset, it's pretty slow. Now I want to do this as a gift for a I'm not getting into it about it. It's the quality stuff. You get the quality stuff. The whole place was wild. I started experiencing it. It was very much one of the highlights.
same time,
and then so I don't have it here. I was with perfect now. Pull it out, you know. Not all that too. You can like. Yes. And some guy gave me real golden coins with over $1,000. Because when I took it out to gold, the silver and not the special. I know. I didn't want to select it out. I'm well aware of everything. I didn't feel where people call that. Another person that will come out alive. Hello, Thomas.
They just want to see people fall.
It doesn't sound like you're going to like the fiat. It doesn't like you're going to like the average. Pretty much those are fiat. So I'm glad you can live by it. The magic player is also for of the kind of individual in the house. It's what they need to do. Finally, you know, it's like, especially with that funding in the right from player, that's the way you're mixing or something like this. You play for, you get a whole animal, the both sides have a wonderful day, plus a much improvement to coming, keeping the company, have a safe perpetual.
That's just like this, just from nature's normal. This giant hog there. That's a water tips Wednesday. No leg day. Boys are going to take over Fire the Kid. No leg days. You guys got the Phil Hughes episode dropping. You boys are taking over. Ryan's leaving town. Yep. Where you going, buddy? San Francisco, Idaho. You got some spots in Idaho? Yeah. Just work shift. Where you at next? I will be in San Diego. That's not on there yet. It's on the 21st and 22nd. And I need to. Yeah, I got Alberta. And then I'm in Chicago, June 4 and 5 at Chopper Improv. If they ask you to hit me up and ask me, I'll come up with you on that one. Yeah, you go. All right, kids, that's it. What's up, Iron Kid? We're out.
So over here, they said we missed a few lines. So we got out. There's the sheer. The slopes, and really trying to do it for the English also, even without missing. This I didn't want to shift for the whole thing. Let me see if I put You guys snowboard or ski? Anyway, it's snowboard? No,
Yes, sir.
So you won't know.
Morning, man. 11th. We are so back, fam.
Okay.
The UFC
Yes.
is back into UFC summer. It's a white boy summer. It's a white boy American summer. Strickland got it done. Strickland freaking got it done. Doesn't it feel like the old days right now? We have something to be excited about. We got great fights coming up. It's just a good time to be a UFC fan, man. It's a good time.
I was in Toronto yesterday.
Because it translated from hardcore and online stuff. It translated to casual. I can't tell you. I know every fight's going to be from the baseball field. Before the fights, guys are going to be out tonight. And we'll be featuring you done. How about to check out,
It's another.
1 out of 10
It's a dot thing.
cards are talking about, like, this is going to be big.
Oh, I want to show you a song that is not the song you made for the seal.
Because Sunday, right? It was a tournament card Saturday, Sunday. People on First Mom on Mother's Day. But the thing is I knew this was going to be a big thing. Because come Sunday, I got 5 people tell me it's not Strickland won. 5 people tell me they did their job. They did their job. I'm going to just sit up here and make up something horrible for me. I didn't go 5 for 5. I'm not some horrible. Listen, the fight game's tough. And you're damn right, I don't get a lot of them right. I get the majority of them right. That's why we're on the line. But with the Strickland fight, like as soon as that fight was announced, whenever there's a big fight announced, people will discuss it. So I go, as soon as the announcer, ooh, Cowboys, and I go, Strickland has a chance. He goes, 1,000%. That being said, I think Ryan's going, oh, he has a chance. He's going against the narrative, which just means something's going to blow the doors off. Because that's what the majority of the public or the fan base thinks. And stylistically, Strickland poses a lot of issues for Rothschild. And I think for a armchair quarterback Sunday viewpoint, people go, man, Rothschild kind of has some holes in his game. If you've been following Rothschild long enough, he deserves the hype. He deserves the hype. If you've been around the game as long as I have, along with a lot of other people, there are signs that he's not this indestructible, once-in-a-generation talent. As far as goes in the off the cover, there's been some question marks that you still need an answer before you go. He's that good. He's that dude who's going on a generational run that was competing. And those questions haven't been answered. So it's okay to have questions. It's also okay to believe the hype. I think I added to that hype. That you guys know, in training, Contakt's the most dominant fighter I've ever seen. To this day, I still stand by that most dominant fighter I've ever seen. That being said, that doesn't equal most dominant fighter I've ever seen in the octagon. Never said that. As far as training goes, so I think one of the issues Contakt's having is the domination and the risks that he takes in training and the confidence he has in training are not seen inside the octagon. So he's first team All-American in practice, and he's really good in the octagon, but it's not translating yet. How many fights have 15, 16? Which is, compared to a guy like Strickland, Strickland has a lot more experience than he does. So I think also Strickland has a lot more experience, has a lot more fights under his belt, he's been in bigger fights, he's been a champion. So I think for Strickland, when you see it in practice, is exactly what you're getting come fight. With Contact, he hasn't figured that out yet. And the other issue Contact has, and one of the reasons I was picking Strickland for this fight is because I know in Contakt's mind and his camp's mind, he was going to win the fight at 205. Just before he signed the Strickland fight, his goal was to jump to 205 and then the things he wanted for it. And the Strickland stuff happened, it's fluffy, hold up the brakes. We actually need to fight at 85. So that kind of changes things, especially when a guy has struggled in the past with endurance and cardio issues, add muscle that doesn't make for a better cardio performance. So when I know a guy's put on muscle mass, and then we got to strip that back down, he's going to make the big head extremely tough. Okay, that's a family chat for sure. Okay, this can be good for sure. And then obviously I have close friends in the UFC. And the text I get, dude, weight cut, night. That's all I got. Night. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, if I'm betting, put some more chips in Strickland's glory, because, again, my whole breakdown of this fight was if Strickland can survive that first round, he's going to take him down. I'm going to take me. He's going to take every single person he ever fights down. He's going to get Strickland down. Can Strickland survive? Okay. And when I tell you, I think I did 9, 7, 9. There's some shit like that first round. I tell you, second round, if that even cuts in half, or if he gets down by 2, he's going to tell you, it's going to make for how to go. How to go.
While you're sitting, like, actually, almost 80 lingo.
It was 9 total throughout the fight.
At the Miami State Show, right?
The first round,
it was 26
multiple takedowns.
26 people still in play, right? Yeah, for tomorrow, it's unbelievable. I put the videos to live.
He's an
So
amazing
Mr.
grappler.
Texas,
Amazing
got a
grappler.
good
Again,
watch.
I've seen him finish
Dallas,
guys
Seal,
with that tenacity.
Boston, Seal.
Hasn't translated
Looking
inside
at
that
this
for
Seal.
whatever
Oh,
reason.
exactly.
He's worried about goes for a finish.
This is a
Getting his
face card.
cardio.
And
It's just
this
that
is
one
really
in the
excellent
water is
scope.
not there.
I
It's
want
just
to
not
give
there.
a shout out to Rabbi and MDY and all the amazing work
Yeah,
that
so
is done behind the scenes. We're coming off of the Charlottesville where we had this
one of the
amazing
issues
Charlotte standing here in Auschwitz under the Albert Rothschild sign. We mentioned on Shabbos that everybody studied in Halloween to exit the Torah. The one who is the true free person is the one who's exit the Torah. When you hear the sound, when you hear that sound, you're truly free. You're feeling freedom into your house. You're living like a free, true, out of that time, somebody who's learning and growing and dominating. Thank you very much for all your amazing work. Thank you very much. And one reminder I want to learn, this is brand new. We're going to do lots of learning and learning time. Check it out. I'm really fine. I'm slave. Good night. Official edition of Heavyweight Shots is accepted by the Ronnie and Rudy family, Eric, Connie Nobelski family, the memory of your brother, Susan Belsky, Joel and Rachel DeValius, in memory of David, Davis, over the different Pearl Rock, the seven spouse of Solomon, in memory of Robbie Murray, for Boston and Steve Burns, Pearl Rock. The seven spouses over Dallas, and Father Jeffrey Garner, and Anna Wilson, the Rapper, Benny Wilson, and the Island, UK, and honor the very receive my meaning of life. The seven spouses and others, you see the same thing, you can start hearing that changing your life to new, something new. You should not have taken a nice show, then we're so proud of you that the Mordecai keeps fighting. But I want to mention something amazing. Hopefully, I'm sure you guys are a lot of the guys are really just ready. They look at the corner. We're saying you like Green Park City. That's King 2. See, and they're really learning to play on that.
This is a fact.
Somebody's very excited
The
about
most significant punch in the round.
Riley got together on Shabbos and walked me and Aliyah. It was crazy. One of the crazy things with Shabbos is emotion after emotion. I was a wreck, but I feel a wreck. We spent $180,000 on Aliyah. They all got together. Out of $180,000, I think close to $100,000 was paid off the road. So to remind the people, if you want people, you didn't forget us, you did forget us to the time. Putting out money, it's a lot of money to collect. From 120 was already collected? Wow. Wow, I'm very, very impressed. That was very impressed. The collect. Out of 180.
There's no debate there. Second and fifth round for Strickland.
We don't know who they are. That's the thing. Everybody says that it's crazy.
There's no argument to be had.
Here's the guy who gave $4,000 in spell. $4,000.
If you don't give Sean 2
$2
and 5,
plenty of money and all the celebrities who famous. I didn't have time to think about it. He gave a Romanian young woman. Romanian is the Dutch top meat in America. And it's available now around America. You get it. They just got RomanianCulture.com. They are already FDA approved to send all over USDA. And every room got a Romanian salami. People that don't think what is it? You hang it in your kitchen for 2 weeks, and then you eat it. It's the schnock, it dries out, then you eat it. You have to know what to do. We are plenty of money.
So when you put all that together,
I believe
it's a
that
pretty
there's plenty
clear
of money
indicator
in
that
this
Sean
fund
won
sitting
this
in
fight.
the room.
Sean won this fight.
Plenty of money. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the issues associated with MDY. Talking something, I'm pretty sure it's
Division, especially the public, has this
because he's another Mr. Spencer. And some sponsors $9,000. That's $9,000.
But Sean has trained before.
Does it make sense? Does it
So
use
he
the money?
knows
It
how
does.
the magic is
Yeah.
done. He knows how the homework's made.
Before the
He's not buying into this. This guy's untouchable. This guy's the space. This guy's never lost the ground. Sean's like, not trainable.
The longest
Good. It's just another
of all time. And I'm
It's real
what has the
good.
type of business
He's human. So Sean has advantage. Everybody else that hops on fights, there's this unknown, mysterious, catch the air, fucking monster. Sean's been in this training. We've seen him probably some positions, probably can hold guard. Sean, he's just he's a one class guy, but he's just a guy. That's such an advantage. Such an advantage. If I'm Hamzat's camp today, and they're sitting around the table, and I'll talk about that. But we'll get to that.
I guess he's also understanding his fish standard,
Um,
and he
if
wants
I'm
to pay
Hamzat's
off
manager,
the money.
coaches, or
So
sitting around at this table,
he's
and
spending, people
we're
bought
like,
$100,000
man, what the hell? Where did we go wrong?
Yaakov Yegan, the non-obvious supply, thank you for all you do for NDY, right off Yaakov.
I would say
NDY is dead.
number one is just being a really good grapple wrestlers, not a balance for 26 moves. Guys are really, really good at getting back. Even if they don't have a wrestling background, they're really good at getting
and
back to
just
the
a quick repeat of what we learned yesterday.
we're getting guys down, but we're
We
not
have
winning fights by just taking people down.
sheep of the stream
For
by
Hamzat, we got that check. Getting guys down from the check. We can do
Here
that.
we go.
Clearly.
She started today. A lot of people started now.
My
You guys
emphasis,
here.
if I'm
A lot of people we
Hamzat,
have
is when we get them
close
down,
to
that's when
3,000 people that started putting
that's when the significant strikes should start to
So,
move.
definitely
We got to get better at ground and pound
but
and make
I'm
it
talking about
pay once we do get them down. And if it's not
So,
done
I'm
for
going
ground
to
and
call
pound,
it carbo,
we have
but it's
to
made out of
look for
flour.
the finish.
I'll make a carbo where
And then
it's
I'm
an
like,
animal
yeah,
or
I know, but my cardio.
touching and touching column.
Boom.
Very,
Now
very
we're talking
similar
about this
to a
therapy
carbo
session
we
with
have.
Hamzat.
I mean, somebody who either plays it because he's
So,
sin,
the reason why you're not spending energy down there and going for the finish, whether it's ground and pound, elbows, maybe 12-6 elbows. Now, buddy, what are we doing?
we
You're
think
doing
about
6 elbows
to
now.
have a mental special.
No elbows. The
Not
fuck you
that
doing?
are the same exact ingredients, just to make
So
it a
we got no
different
elbows.
So
You're
one is
inflicting no damage to him.
thinner and
And then you're also not going for finishes. Unless you get the back and we're kind of playing grab ass, trying to choke you down. It's not happening.
another one is larger and
Why?
it's the same enough
Because
to the
I
boil.
think if I do the first submission and I've overdone my cardio, and then, like in the second round,
Just like in something's bottom,
that second round, I was like, oh my, that was so embarrassing to me at that level. That's a rookie. You're back and you failed. Take that again. He just flopped on his back like, oh, he cooked. Let's go.
it is mine.
You know,
As it's
so
shocking as
I would say,
it's not an oil.
my
It's
method
himself
comes
blue,
off his
it's an
camp.
oil. It's himself farmer.
What are we
So you
doing?
wound it for
Where
the
you're
person
so
doing it, but he didn't wound that
hesitant to go for a finish. You're so hesitant to land
I
vicious
also
strikes in
think
the
a
ground.
lot. If
He's
you
going
take
like
some
cardio.
mind,
Okay. There's
I'm
the
not
ground
talking about
coach.
trust
One
instead
of
of
the
a
best. He
reflex.
trains out of his garage. You know, he's
Not
training
about
TJ Dillashaw and Pico and
But
the resume
the
of
only
studs.
thing about the only difference is that a flour milk costs $1
I see this
and
all
an animal
even at
costs
the youth
$100.
level. I see this all the time. Right? I coach football, baseball. I see this all the time. Because you're really
The same
good
size,
at
you're probably
throwing
slower
kettlebells,
I get it.
because you're good at the foot ladder drill,
The guy who
because
Toronto,
you
which
can,
is what we know, like
a tire and you keep your heart rate up for whatever it is, 15 minutes, however the fuck you're doing it, or you're doing these lunges or these wall squats. All that's good, and I'm sure everybody got those. And anybody else in that garage doing all the work.
Anyway,
I got news for you.
so
That's
that's
not
contradiction
fighting.
in the Shumba. Shumba
If you want to get
himself
good at fighting,
says,
you
on
get
one
at
hand,
fighting
if you bring
like fighting.
a middle fight,
If you
plain
wanna
piece says that it's a different
Build
type
your
of middle
cardio up in the
Cross
grappling
it out.
department. Do you know how to get better
throwing the garbage.
At
The other end
relentless
says,
takedowns,
the next one says
Rob,
it's perfect.
do
You
you know how you get to
don't
that
have to be
level?
another one.
And I know you guys know this.
So we
You know
have
how you get to that level?
shot.
I fucking
We want to do
wrestle.
like this. We'll set up
Not
shuttle
the
as we go
full
along.
ladder drill.
Because it's basically
Not
yesterday's
tossing
video.
fucking
And we're
medicine
going to go
balls.
through it.
Not doing the aerodyne. All that
We're going
stuff
to ravel it out.
is a supplement
The reason why I did the chart is because
to
you
what
can
you're
see
doing.
the cool.
And it's good to
See the
mix
cool.
in, especially at a high level.
Normally,
If
Rabbi
you
don't say
want
like
to get
that. What is Rabbi say? Rabbi says the difference between the prices
great
is
cardio
that
and you're a
the
grappler,
coin
the
in one
only
price is still
way
got
to
another
get
owner,
there
not another
is
limit.
by doing
He thought that
that.
this
Just
was
that.
brought by Shimon, not by
Fuck
me.
your ladder drill.
So that's a mess.
Fuck
That's
the medicine
toss out
balls.
of the garbage.
Fuck the
That's why it's
science.
brought
Fuck
up.
the cold
It
tubs.
says it's okay
It's
because you
meat
just mess
and
up with you the
potatoes.
owner. You
You
the
don't
owner.
need
You're
to hire
the
some
product.
specialists.
Type of
You're charging
mess.
fucking
Not my
$20 a
question.
camp.
It's not going
You
to
don't need
be
some
brought
special
by the
dietitian.
Rabbi.
You know what you gotta do?
Because
You
Rabbi
get
is
to fucking
actually saying that when a person
get the
messes
baddest
up,
wrestlers in the
actually saying
world
messes
you have
up,
access to.
then it's over.
And you grind my
Holding his hand in my
shot
precious. This
after
thing.
shot after shot.
That's it.
And then you have a
And
big
he's
guy there,
calling it a
holding
mafia.
mitts, shot,
Those of
big
you
guy,
who know,
shot,
sometimes you look
big
at
guy,
prices,
shot.
one
One
shimmy,
after the other.
whatever. Like, and then you go to the next thing, and then you finally get his name right.
Where
Right?
everyone's
And
trying to
after you
overthink everything and bring in the newest fad and the newest technology. And it's all bullshit.
So, he should be making a mistake. No, his mistake was so
Why
ferocious
is Strickland
that it's not even a
talking so
mistake.
good?
That's
Do you
Rabbi.
think it's
No,
because
when you make a
he
mistake,
gives himself up to all these digital
the fact that
devices?
it's so
He's
bad
at
is
the
they
fucking
Rabbi, it makes
PI,
it
he's
even worse.
running on there like pretty good, 2 more minutes.
Fully corroborate average Rabbi, sharper than me.
Do you think it's because he has someone
A
doing blood work
mistake is
and
so
checking
obvious,
his
that's where it
lactic
becomes
acid levels?
Next one, corroborate average.
That's all
Also
stupid.
easier to see. A lot of these things are very easy and
Sean has great cardio
stuff. But
because he
he
spars non-stop.
So,
His cardio comes from
love
doing what his job
when a
is.
person makes a mistake,
Your job is not CrossFit. Your job is not throwing fucking medicine balls. Your job is not to take a hammer and bang a fucking tire. And when you figure that out, that none of that is going to get you a UFC belt,
that's where it's
oh my God, we're going to be cooking.
And that's wrong with that. We make it
And I see this across the board.
and he also does the process rubber around.
His dad has this kid doing fucking foot ladder drill 6 days a week. And he fucking hates it.
A mistake will
He has him
screw
going
the
to private training, jump box, doing all this shit. Has him tossing medicine balls.
All the numbers are under one umbrella.
Because I don't get it.
The
I don't get it, man. He's dropping balls.
It's fine. It's within the umbrella
His
of the
outlook doesn't look great.
But basically, it is.
But
You
you're
go
doing
with the
full
process. There's another process. There's a process. The person messes up in the process.
playing
Should have to follow up.
football.
Person ate
So your son's the best at
he
exercising.
has to bring a tacos, but he
That
because he
doesn't
says
equal
he
results.
favors why do you have to toss that hot
To
shot?
the specific sport, he just does it.
Tacos, and therefore they don't
He
agree
does it.
to rob his
He
shot,
does not.
to rob his shot.
The guys think they
But
get this
the
false sense of confidence.
you don't agree to the middle
I'm
one.
sure Han's
No,
bust his ass in that
they
garage.
don't again.
And compare his numbers to TJ and Pico.
Two bright
And
sit
you're
out.
your size
Unless
though,
it's a
dude.
it's
You're
a
better.
unless it's
What
a
if we on levels than
so you
fucking
have
TJ Dillashaw? Yeah.
Right, when you mess up from a mentor, you can consider what the tonight. I'm bringing a machas. I'm bringing a machas.
How are your VO2 max levels when you're fucking
They
shooting
say the mentor's machas.
13 double ups in a row, have to chain wrestle this monster, and they're
So
fighting back,
yesterday,
and they're reversing you, and you gotta create scrambles. 60 shit.
I'm bringing
That's it.
mental
That's it. And Strickland,
Oh, the person is walking with a fucking chip, riding in some race car. What is
it's a fucking smart IQ.
the person in the center is coaching. But why?
He's not
So
doing
that's
anything
the problem. So
He's not in there.
especially when you see
Only spitting back
the
kids and
Robert
spitting
Rodgers,
elbows.
this one has a problem. Nothing is sour. Nothing. You know, there's a one answer
He's
that's
doing
really good
what
at.
his job is. There's
Look at
no
what.
nothing
Look at the
fancy.
people that are always
This day and age,
look at the
I've
people
seen
in the
drilled
level
out
of
for
height.
the fucking youth level up.
So,
This day and age, everyone's
the thing. The person
adding
makes
this
a
new
real
technology
mistake.
and man, have you heard of this peptide? And if you can this cool tub and shut up.
I would say, because you guys didn't hear it, Anybody with them, he was not like we can say at least one time. Like I said, I'm gonna say what is Rabbi?
Lots of fancy coaches,
And
garage,
a guy asked me a
like your fancy camp,
he looks at him and says,
fancy
that
camp,
person, it's so bad, it's not even true.
That's his
It's
number
not
one
even
spot.
true. 5 minutes later, a guy asked me after this. That's so bad. Well, she is. It's so bad. It's not even true. It's bad. He's holding it in his hand. This minute is fractured, and he calls it a soft movement. Forget it, son. It's a bad mess up. Everybody in the school will do it. Why caution? Why?
Sure as fuck not taking this serious.
So Rabbi says when it's so obvious and it's kosher. Rabbi says the exact opposite. Rabbi says it's so obvious. It's such a bad mistake. Why is stuff with the fuck? Okay. So yeah, he was Rabbi and Rabbi. But nevertheless,
You're a fucking minus 600 favorite.
the player will retire. That's the question. The player retires. That will retire the vast. Not only what's the opinion when a person messes up and he says, this is crazy. Oh, a minute of it's made out of flour and oil. And he says, oh, this is another. And the oil is in this carbon. What kind of carbon? The person knows kind of animal is up on the table. I know this stuff. Yes, the oil is always in rough. A hot dog is always in a cave. So, it's not a rough or not a cave, but it's a bread. So, what is it? What's that like? I mean, here's the fact that it was such a bad mistake. It's not possible. Well, somebody needed it. And this is a bad mistake. It's called bread. But the rubber being this was an info that all the rockets are under one umbrella. That's an info. They can see the info. But the info, then it's fine if you give me a pass. But when they can stick to it on the umbrella, right before he gets hurt, I had this idea. I know. So, I don't know. The idea was not to talk during coffee. How do you feel for that? It's one of the top questions I have. But it seems somebody fucking. I think once you talk about kids, once it's like people coming in doing something. Probably trying to come into the conversation. You get very, I'm not going to go. Maybe she's in grade. That's one of the top places that even I love that. You hear the conversation coming throughout the information. You stop. You listen to it. You come on. You're saying it's good stuff. And then I brought this thing that I've been already sick. I've made it sick. Many families were so good that you talk really confident. Then when you sit some time to do it, I know also, I think, you sound with it. You're talking, it makes sense, right? When I can play, it's not so time. I feel it's only what you don't take time to maybe school with other years and stuff. It's not 12. I mean, it's weird because it's something in the world. It's not the whole shot, it's not the whole people coming. A lot of people took it upon themselves in schools. We had a whole school in my childhood, which entire school set up there with another school. But one thing that I noticed is shot is going to be like that 900 people in town. That's it. I don't know. I looked around and people coming to that. Nobody's told me about it. I know that's not a fine narrative in the ones against picture. Sean Strickland should not be here. All these other Pakistani guys, Chechnya, all they do is wrestle. This is their plan. They have resources. They might not have a ton of money, but their culture is wrestling. Sean Strickland in fucking California is not, and he did it.
Not only did he do this is the magnitude of what John Strickland did. Not only did he beat fucking Izzy Adesanya, one of the highest, most elite strikers to ever fucking do it in all of the UFC, in the league history of strikers in the UFC. That motherfucker's creme de la creme. He beat him striking. Let that sink in. No wrestling. Zero wrestling went toe to toe.
In other words, he said,
World class. Izzy Adesanya.
we have three explanations how to explain the contradiction, and each one has a hole. Each one has a problem.
To DDP, which I thought he beat him in the first fight. Whatever. Did he get pretty the second one?
Rabbi has a question on Rabbi
And then they give him the top contender, Fluffy Hernandez, and he outclasses him, beats the shit out of him. Cool.
between the owner
And then he gets Hamza.
the guy that's not moving free and chilling,
Class
or
grapple.
mess up in the middle of
So
the mess up is not a problem.
Izzy
That's
all
a
straight.
nice one. Good Rabbi Levi Shana Levi
Beats him,
Shana
gets the belt.
before. By Chavez also gives us paragraph 54, she gives the word umbrella, she should get a free pass to the next time the Chavez, so you know.
They get Hamza.
The Rabbi Levi Shana
The
Levi
undefeated Chechen
Shana
who only grapples. So the way he won his belts were the toughest ways to do it. Izzy, world-class striker, outstruck. Hamza, world-class grappler, beat him. It's insane, and you gotta give it up to him. It's fucking mind-blowing. He beat the odds more so than any other champion we've ever seen. Like, you hear the story about Francis Ngannou, like fucking blood diamonds and walking across the desert. That's a crazy story. You hear about these kids in Chechnya, war torn country, came up for nothing. Those are fun stories. Heartbreaking stories. The Dagestan kids, man, was the only way to make it cool. John Strickland's that story. He's American.
Which is sad. If you mess up,
He's not privileged in any fucking
doesn't
facet.
mean
He
that
should
they
not
just
be
swore
here.
falsely and can't afford to do
And
it.
also, in both those fights, he was a massive underdog.
Flour.
He never gets the credit.
It messes up, let's say, goes in this ability
It's
to
crazy.
comment,
It's crazy.
three, a
Now we have
flour.
one note. In Newark,
Now,
New Jersey,
the way to
it's
remember
one of
it
the
is
only
like
places in the
the
country where
fight
12-6 elbows aren't about
fight
so
in this
it's also gone. I don't know why they still go play because they have unified rules. In Newark, New Jersey is one of the few places they're allowed, which is weird because you think that
But
it's
the
you
difference
would go,
was,
but I guess
is
their
the news
commission
of
has their own version
a
of it.
cycle. So
Wow,
I
they said
actually
that at the
speak
beginning
to
of
this level, so there's a bunch of
during
time
the
where
prelim,
we're
I heard them
just like
talking about it.
that technology today is
That's a
way
problem.
more advanced.
But besides that, I mean,
There's many steps in the cycle. So
you might have
originally
you
this
heard
is
this.
fast,
I've never been
fast
to
speed.
go, but he's
The
the
husband and wife
greatest
not
underdog of all time.
vehicle that never met.
Hands
So
down.
listen, Scott,
I'm not even supposed to.
yeah, there's a whole long process. That's
The level of difficulty, that's my thing. Like,
other clothing, they have the
GSP lost his belt to that set. There's a fluke, and then they rematch it the fuck up. For a guy to lose his belt and they get it back, he's too shitty. So it's not like he just beat Joe Blow, who just got the second greatest middleweight ever to do it. At his John, he beat him striking.
So the one that we have there is
That's
for
crazy.
fishes or
It loses the belt.
tomorrow.
And then you're fighting a specialist completely polar opposite.
It's not for
We'll see how it pans out, but one of the greatest grapplers we've ever seen with this guy. Beats him. It's bananas. Now, you might not agree with all the shit he says and all that stuff, but what did he sell a fight? That's the other thing. I'm on the pick. I can't say that's the other thing. Let me know if it bothered you.
Yeah,
This is also why I bet if you text my brother, put more money on Strickland. When I realized that he got pulverized and they don't actually, there's no real animosity. When you have more security guards I've ever seen, he had some ball games, they tapped right before I saw it. I said, you have all that security, and then when they bring him close, I'm like, oh, they're going to these dudes back. Oh, here we go. And so many people do this. It's real kids. They fucking hate each other. They'll do like the entire segment. Let's do it, brother. Oh, it's good to see you, brother. Oh, fuck, we got some. Yeah, that, it bothered me. Like, oh, this is, oh, it's making fat. Oh, that's weird. They agree to it. I'm like, oh, Definitely going to lose. Because first street clean is another sparring session. It's another day in the office.
In the car, in the way.
So now Hamza doesn't have that blood, red anger to go for the kill the fed house. Let's go. Let's take a little break here, fam. Listen, you ever actually read what's in your toothpaste? Your boy here has to, because I have crazy sensitive teeth. I have so many teeth issues. So I gotta be careful with what toothpaste I use. So I'm still hurt my teeth. Or they make them too sensitive, so it's a nightmare for me to look at. And then there's also a ton of chemicals. Putting all those chemicals in your mouth twice a day, unless you're super crazy and do it 3 times a day. Big Toothpaste has been selling you the same toxic formula for decades. Doesn't work for me. I look for an alternative. That's where Van Company is changing the game with their miracle tooth powder. That's right. If you want to ditch your traditional toothpaste, buy the thousands. Van Man's tooth powder uses real grass-fed cow bone hydro concentrate. The same mineral structure as your actual teeth to remineralize the strength enamel naturally. That's what your body needs. My enamel's all messed up, so I need zero fluoride, zero SLS, zero foaming agents. It's completely edible because anything you put in your mouth should be. You don't want all those chemicals wake up without that gross film in your mouth because there are no foaming agents destroying your natural saliva production. Make the switch to real oral care your boy has. Go to vanman.shop/shop, SHAB. Use the code SHOP for 50% off your order. That's vanman.shop/shop. Use the code SHOP for 50% off your first order. Van Man. Real ingredients, expectations. So I wonder, does Hamza still have that? When he was younger, he had that rage in him, like, I'm going to kill everybody. I think as he was going on, his heart is less in it. Like, there's more like when Sean says, like, you're doing this because the hero wants you to do this, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't, he's been a lot more chill over the past, I don't know if it's age or just his level of competition too, that's the other thing. Whenever, like, you meet Jason Michael Leach, you took out Kevin Holland, good fighters. But elite, has he ever blown the doors off against the lead of the league? I guess Robert Whittaker. You remember Robert? I'm not taking anything away, but that's great. Whittaker came up with a pre-existing injury to his jaw. He's using his jaw and broke his knee. So probably the Whittaker would have been out of front of Brooklyn. But outside that, like, Grossman, Gilbert Burns, the DDP ones, you learn one blow the fucking doors off him, you know? So, side lover Whittaker, fucking is like elite finishing capabilities that make their up there right now. Not saying they can't come there, but your point, it's like they can't lose that kind of savagery, you know? I remember I texted you before the fight too, where I said someone told me to put the house on Strickland because Hamza might have an injury. I don't know if I believe that, but I do think that in that fight, he's never been so concussed before. Because going into the 5th round, he actually asked his corner, and he said, well, hungry, and he's got clipped. So it's not that clip, I'm telling you, I'm truly funny. It's fucking clipped, dude, and it goes.
And that money goes
He didn't know where he was. It was like this, and he didn't know where he is. I just did. I told him to his corner. Listen, I said, you're lucky. You're okay. You're okay, man. You're okay. It's 1-1. You know, and then they're just, it was all about striking. Sean broke his spirit because that spirit of I'm going to keep on taking down no matter what Rob fights, or he's like, I'm just going to keep on spamming takedowns until I get you. I think he won because there's a certain point as a wrestler where, like, if you know you start taking, he was taking terrible shots. He was taking shots on halfway across the mat, and, like, that's when he got stuffed and pulled apart. Was when he just took no setup, no nothing, thought he could just spring across the mat. And I don't think he even had the confidence in his guys to take it. It's just for 25 minutes. He shoots doubles like Sean jabs. Because he just knows. I've been working. I know I can shoot 20 times.
Now, anytime you want to jump that, almost every time, you are right.
I think he lost a lot of confidence in the first round. Yeah, he got him down pretty fast. But when you realize, I can't do anything to this guy.
See, I mean,
But that's all
what?
him.
It's 11 fighting
But
shots.
then the other,
What?
again, if you're betting,
Mark
the other
is-
reason you go all in the street
Make it
too.
look like
She was never going to finish
it's
it.
only 11 times.
It was never a threat. Like, even when Sean, they were screaming, oh, he's got his back, he's got his back.
So,
Sean
what's
looked
the
like
point?
he
The
was
point is about that.
to the office.
More than said, it doesn't have to be just, not only does it doesn't have to have the same spelling, it has an extra butter, but even if it's a completely different word, it's still good to show that one of the words doing the same thing.
See that?
What's inside? You don't even know what's happening.
Yes.
So what then? Although you're also they got me, but you know you also it's a different word. You don't know what's about it, it's still the extra butter. You are not you. The only way you small, the shots are
In the
about
end, he got him real good. I think it
when
was the
it's
fifth round where he
Slash
had Sean like,
or Mega
don't give
or
this
the
up.
Mega on a wall of the house. Yeah.
There's a lot of conspiracy theories out there too, which is it's so ridiculous because they're like, oh, they didn't want him to win, and he wanted to go up 2-5, so he just threw this.
So what? Because of it, sorry,
He's also on a goal. He's on a
kind of
goal.
all the studio, just to show the
Kind of scary, unknown boogeyman.
I couldn't find. I don't know. I'm not
And
good
now
at
he tells Dana
it. And
to
Mega, because you come home and you see some sort of drop, instead of on your hand, you see the white thing in your hand, and you back, you see that on your wall. It's a rookies thing. That's all kind of.
I want
And
to see
2 weeks, you come back to check
Paul
something like
because
this.
there's already
If you
broken
guys
the
are
damn
coming
actual
back,
beef.
this is the shark,
Because
the
he
shirt,
slid
this is
into
the
Paul
bar.
Cox's wife's DMs and said something about
Because this is
you with the real
you
man
can't
type
do
of thing. So Paul Cox, they hate
What
him,
was
and
the
he was
other side?
celebrating
The
with
first is the second.
after the fight too.
Why it's not even
That's
the
a
same
fight
word?
at 205.
Different
I
word.
want to see.
The shark,
It's a good fight.
no.
It's a good fight.
Zoom sheet or Zoom here? Same thing.
I'd rather see him play like a true.
Oh, hold on.
205.
Shark on the bottom. I
I
didn't know that. Did something. Wow, Shark on the bottom.
think he beats Ankalaev when he's healthy.
My silly
I
thing
think
that
he's
you
just a
joke.
better grappler, and I don't think that he's going to stop. I said this about Sean. I'm
So
going to get
you got very
shared.
fun.
I'm going to get
Wow.
shared.
You got very fun. You got a whole headset. You're not machine.
He's a great
Wow.
grappler.
Not to get old furniture.
Andrew's fights are it's like DB gets up, his face is fine. It's like at some point, it's like, can he get Ankalaev down? Absolutely.
Come
I
second
just
week.
don't know, especially with a bigger guy, Ankalaev can wrestle. It's kind of like, oh man, this could pose a problem.
Big
Because he
down
keeps
the
fully trained, though. He's
stones.
so trained that when he's lost now, that when he does 205, it's awesome.
You know, very fun. That's literally a very fun. Oh,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah.
I was like, oh, fuck it, I know for sure now.
You know what tomorrow also said?
I go
If
for
you
the
know,
205,
if you get a
I'm
shovel,
going
then
to
if you want to get a shovel, then you have 2 options.
now
Go
that I
with the one that's more similar.
that
Okay, I
there's
don't know. It doesn't
no
really work
actual
out.
bad luck to him,
I'll go for it.
if there was horrible bad blood, let's say
Yeah.
I'm talking shit,
You're not
like
right now,
slap
right?
or
Modern
something,
skills
there was
support.
like, but the Bellator is
Oh,
shit, but the
more.
brothers and what's
So
like,
they're also the city
oh,
wagon and
I
stuff.
don't want to see that again.
Yeah. They learn okay, so learn options from the
Coach
child.
doesn't want to see that again.
I don't know. Guys didn't show me most of the building gun. More of the weapons.
Technical standpoint,
I'm looking for a source that tells me what the messes up.
like I love
The
to
new
see
site,
that chess match.
the second
As
floor.
far as like
I want to
pure
learn the top
entertainment,
versus no. I'm not going to learn the top. Oh, yeah, learn the top
one thing I wish I
versus
saw
the
more of
things like the
was
expert goes, the stuff that goes to the top,
everyone's like, oh, I just fought him for
special
jamming,
fun,
and he's
the fun with his
jamming
best.
the But I would have liked to see, because Hamza was so tired, I don't know if it was because Sean was a little more winded than he usually is, but he wasn't throwing body shots. The same way that Van ended that fight by just throwing the body shots was when he was a little winded.
But the person knows
Sean's best performance as far
no,
as
no testimony, but I don't like. You lied.
he was a little winded, I think,
Yeah,
compared to
you probably know.
Sean. Yeah, I agree.
So
I don't know if his corner was saying it or not, but
he
I
said
felt like,
he was
you got
saying
him
he's a
like
resident
a
for
lot
sure.
more winded than he's not a Kamzat's not a fourth and fifth round guy that you
Americans learn to
doesn't
do
want
fights,
to be
like
those
not
things up your head or
really
in the body. That's
There's
gonna
something wrong.
really
Something
punish you
wrong.
more than just
You
jab,
know,
jab.
like fights for our ratings over.
Yeah, I don't.
Something
I don't think it's a
wrong.
close fight. I don't think he also wanted to know because I think Sean said he knew he won that fight, so he kind of wanted to play it a little safe in those late rounds.
If you know the
Because
fact
he
is that you
he wasn't going to need any barely any IQ, so you know, he told me he only take it down, so I think that would be later in the month. But I just think, at the end of the day,
I just,
showing you
because
more
it's still
body
enough
shots,
dollars.
but I just feel like I would have loved to
I think
see
it's super important.
because I think you would have put
So I
trying
don't
to
worry about like
yeah,
2,000
because
people to
you're
join me
not
up.
jabbing him in the
This is
head
a
over
lot.
and over again.
But
Yeah, it's
think
getting
about it, it's a
through
little fast.
all
A
the
lot of people
time.
say, wait, I'm going to get up to black next to me towards the end, and then start the knuckles on
Which
those
is the
touching.
safest that I've seen
And
him
the
really
answer
fight.
to that is
Because he
you
was
look
just like,
extremely
I'm going to
counts.
like do
For you,
onto you what I
counts
want.
begins in the knuckles. For you,
That was
when you
yeah.
think you look
Palms are
extremely
pointed
counts,
down and then
you
he's
think it's wrong.
things about showing
You
down.
know, Rabbi didn't start off with rough. For sure, I don't think he started rough. I'm pretty sure when you see it's not. But the thing is, that's the first one, for whatever reason, start money at this guy starts rough.
I don't
That's
want to
not,
see him at that weight
people
five.
don't know, like saying it, that's not the same shot. Same shots to be. We made 10 guys make some shots. That was our left foot. That was our dream job. It's the first shit. It's the first. Wherever you get on, that's where you get off. That's why most fights focus on block. So they get on with block. You hear me like, that's a fireworks show.
Because you know they're not going to shoot you.
So,
you know they're just going to stand and bang and it's going to be.
the point is, my point is that you need to play the manuva. Meaning, if you such a pistol, this is somebody, I don't know, he doesn't really do that. He's supposed to walk over the way, you really know what you're doing is wrong, so he's
Oh, you saw the looking for
So,
he was in the background because you can see
if you see a
Guerrero
guy,
and his coach
I really believe
like
it.
celebrating and
You
you
know,
see
if he's doing it, like,
in the
he's doing
background.
stuff, but a lot of dreams, he's not for it. You're really focused. But it's thousands of
ATDPCs that has
free guys. Once you get your own way to work, you're in healthcare, you're in real estate, whatever you're in, you're working 24/7. You know what? It's not going to work. And that's what you're doing. It's funny to learn. Like, for me, those are the guys that, you have a kid, go to the guys who's working that video. I'm a funny on the kid, go to the guys and say, hey, this thing's your life. You can learn to play that, you know, do a program, get a big mark, try it out, push stuff. And that's why a lot of kids, these guys say, these guys, I know, as a company, the fencing and whatever, just that for the whole day. So we are the most, so why? You know, but it's so disciplined, but you want to use some of it. Love your mind. And you got to drink trouble. Where's your go to? You can drink for the next job, but once you do this trouble, you'll learn. From a house, you have to learn all about from a house. You can't just work half. It's only for that's the money that goes to buy for life. That is no money on the top of it. You have to meet it, right? Typically, you have to do the whole good stuff. Well, if somebody's so happy, it's to meet it. Unfortunately, material, relational school, you have to all that time to do, you can mess it up a little bit, and think about something else, and talk about our question, basic things. It's not change, but all of the questions, if you come to think about the wrong type of part, then you continue with that part. The bottom line is, I'm back to the original question. How in the world do I know that each student up the mental of the city and the mental of the center is the kind of thing about another time looking at how is that in line with the kid that
Okay, now I don't know if there's any truth to this rumor, but the rumor was that Hamza was gaining all that weight because he wanted to fight against Yuri. And because that didn't play out, he was like, oh, fuck, I gotta cut all this weight. That's why he young fight in town. Because he lost 43 pounds for this fight. So, just so much for a guy like that. It's not like that's what they tell me. And again, he's not a super active guy, so he likes a lot of here's the plan.
And so you should say that doesn't
so his whole thing, and they take forever.
Well, it messes it up.
Big and strong. Yeah, really big.
Last time I was
at 85. So then he's like, dude,
right, just remember, Michael Madison. Again, it's one of the
It seemed like he was over the fight even when he was fighting. To me, that's how he was just done with it. That's like when it was over, he's like, somehow giving the belt.
It's just what the fuck did that mean?
I love seeing him against the guy
I remember the little things.
I love seeing him against a guy like Yuri.
It just reminds me because the most
He does have problems with.
key and the group says who crosses his foot. Literally, the other says, what if the man gave the woman but she said, I read from the so what if she gave him the solution? So it says, no son who from her. What is specific? She goes, no son who from her. Okay, no son who from her.
I'll say this.
You guys, these girls, no son who. The one lady, the new son who over here, it's I'm all saying to me, I already told you that.
As the
Anyway. Also, now that she's getting cool, every animal has these three things on the fully moving. When you serve the public, and you know before, this is very different than the first step. It separates, divides between
listen, when I started this podcast, it seemed like I had to figure out all my usual scripts and family schedule, logos, merch, it was super overwhelming. Every day seemed weird, just a new decision I needed an answer. That goes up and down. It seems like your to-do list keeps growing every day with new tasks, and that list can easily be a part of your life. Finding the right tool not only helps you out, but simplifies it. It can be such a game changer. Millions of businesses, that tool is Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. It's 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. nowadays. Big brands, household names, and small brands just get started. They got you covered. Get started with your own designs. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. You get the best customer service on board with 24/7 customer support. Cut all those important tasks in one place. Inventory, the payments, analytics, and more. Need to save multiple websites or trying to figure out what the platform is hosting. The tool that you need. Everything is all in one place, making your life so much easier. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner at Shopify. You can start here, cha-ching. Set up free mobile payment at Shopify.com/shop-all-lowercase at Shopify.com/shop-all-lowercase. Shopify.com/shop-all-lowercase. Cha-ching.
One of my favorite videos of
I mean, that wasn't even my biggest.
There's not a lot car that if you.
In that car, that wasn't even the one that
drove me
as crazy.
I find on the car. So it's not just
Joshua.
it's one of the 5
So many
cars.
DMs.
But unfortunately, what do you do? After the other guy, you can't feed it and make it. Well, it was the same thing I did with the Austin cars is very expensive. They come for another. And now it's decided not. I mean, they don't have chances. Now what do you do about it? So, to do it, you let it grade. You actually start. So here's our version of you actually start. Let it grade, and you hope that it breaks the phone. It becomes about moment. Okay. So, let me show you this video. It's classic. He said,
oh, you guys aren't even the same ballpark. No, it's like pro damage. That's still not
I think
the one that drove me the most crazy.
guys, a heart
I
attack.
think you saw my story, and I think I texted it. Which one? The Volkov? No, I mean, yeah, I don't agree with that decision.
There's a contract. It was awesome, but its owner died. So we did send it to Kevin's line.
Come on, dude. Tatsuo, like, I've never seen someone wrestle. Because before that fight, I said, I was like, I don't know enough data on Joshua, man. The data that I had on Tatsuo is that I knew that he's a good wrestler. And
What?
we saw in that fight that Joshua is susceptible to the takedown.
You traded it, you picked the injury on the fire, and now he lost. And the other one
He's on
was
top of you.
his
It
zero
was the
on
most
his back.
romantic
It's
top
his
control
back.
I've ever seen in my life. You usually just hold him and just look at him directly.
When
And
there's
it's not the
a
same
down
issue.
on his back,
It was
he's
one of those fights
working
where,
on
like,
it. He's
you
driving
watch a
these
girl,
arrows,
they
he falls
see
for money.
wrestling,
He's
you go,
injured
oh,
one,
that's
and
kind of gay.
that's good.
Like, fair.
So,
Yeah.
where are we going to be now? Wow, 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, I'm
Joshua
just going
fan.
to base first. So I'm base for a time. You know, it's more, he's rolling up. Everything in the real color stuff. See, I have this premise, this awesome guy running around in Kazakhstan, trying to become a moment. And somebody walks over and grabs him and checks him. What is he? Is he an oil or an oil? He started out as an oil. But we're hoping he's going to get a moment. And once he gets a moment, we're going to sell him and take the money and buy him later. So obviously, when you found, how's this tonight?
over
It comes
to
in our
to find another day, and it's like,
you can't put it in the
now we got that.
that's after you forget. When you pick it up and give it to the pepper, the glaze over there inside, right? No. Why is it the glaze? So you didn't give it to the pepper when the remains is awesome. And this I learned, that's what it is the word who. I learned that a lot from the word who. I grew up who, but I also knew it should remain as is to learn it. All my life, you know, so Irish is much as the lady smart to see. What is Irish? I learned
The first one where he was
that's brand new.
He's doing a better job marketing. I know he's busy.
Hold on, let me just tell you. I know from the years. I had they're paying close to $20,000 a year for a bunch of security guys. And it's taking 4 days. 2 guys, 4 days. Come on, it wasn't as nice. It wasn't as just, it wasn't as sharp. Now, one guy come up with 1 or 2 of these videos a day. Now, these are very talented people, obviously. But they're giving it a this was no longer the history channel, and you are history.
And just dogged and
David,
asked
they said like that.
Before anyone could use the voiceover.
5.5 years ago, this motherfucker was not even training user friends. In 5 years, he went from
That night, people gathered fortunes.
to number
Three
one
messages
ranked
stand up.
fucking
They call out.
fighter on the planet.
As the sun set.
Yeah, how smart can do that? See, how smart can do that?
Yeah.
I told you, I haven't talked to Pantoja since
The men
he's
are
an ultimate fighter. He talked I know I like him a lot. I think that he's so much of a harder fight. Because like his grappling is so good. And he also has so much more power. And his striking is so much better. I mean, he's not a better boxer than Van. We also saw how easy it is tonight to get Van got taken down almost. I don't know how many attempts. Pressing back. Yeah, you'll have to chop him when you go against him.
That's part of it. 13-6. See the
His boxing is great, but he needs to work on his takedown defense because he was just getting taken down at will. And it was making me, it was driving me crazy because I do think Tetsuo, if he actually was able to strike on time, throw an elbow, throw a punch, snap over, that's not what these guys do. No, and it was driving me crazy because I'm like, this would have been a totally different. Joshua Van got more punches, shots landed from bottom, and so Tetsuo got it from top.
This is like multi-person trying to get the pizza. Okay, beautiful. Now, I have to mention, because I mentioned earlier, I have to say this because I have trauma from when I was a child. My father is not good.
First amateur fight was in December of 2020.
It's actually,
Sorry, the amateur, yeah.
it's a very right, so it's not a chumrah, it's a very right. Now, the reason why people are not so mad in America is it's a fact. It's so much about it's a massive cool up. It started in Europe because they couldn't eat everything. It's not like today when you get the flour, the old crop. So
how much longer it's going to take for Pantoja to come back from the surgery?
That made me funny.
I think Judge Van keeps
Once
the
the
belt
bacon
until
asked
Pantoja's
the
healed, and
woman,
then we're
we
get Pantoja back.
some guy in line.
I think Pantoja wins. Actually, like, Joshua Van had that fight, has that wild card
Yes,
where he was so fucking already so good.
So, when I hear the word, I want to explain to people in America. People don't know. Because they're right, sir. There's none of that. You eat Cheerios from the new crop, or whatever you're eating on pizza. Try to back it. Why not? It says a lot of stores say it's really much easier to do. A lot of stores, part of my thing, it's even hard to find. Back in the day, when I said, and I'm told a lot of products that are not 100% healthy. Remember, it's very and just the most like you find that's the less
but if he does land, it's a fucking problem. It's
no,
hard.
the people that you're not going to every country in the world,
the same problem that someone
but there's other guys like it's unfortunate fire.
Strickland
So again, what's in the is on the second day of Pesach, the big party that we saw, and by bringing the three numbers together with bringing the sheep, that'll get you all the crap that you have to do. If you don't do that, you can't eat the new crap. Okay. So it says the Gemara.
He's doing something right.
Not just crying.
He says something's going on there.
Both say
He's doing something right.
I'm a cowboy. All right, well, listen to this. You guys like that situation. So we're talking about a guy playing messes up his mind, saying himself, it's not a Oimer. Oh, I'm thinking now, and you just not touch. Nothing to do with that.
It's just
Where is the guy? Hey, what's the
realize
opportunity? Because of times, what is the end of thing? Food. And you didn't accomplish that. So what's the point of continuing being done? So they'll come out with a big house. And you should see the way things that you draw them back. It's really other things. The thing that I understand, I'm not you, and all that, how I'm very, I'm sorry, it's not so smart. The same thing would apply to the apartment of the Nazi. The Nazi, we don't really have it. We have Nazi, but we do different ones. We're not talking about this. We're talking about this in a second. I'm not going to person who satisfy himself not to drink wine, not to be mechanical makes, and he messes up. Yeah, let's see what I'm going to do for you. And in the middle of the year, he goes to a funeral and he's an
incredibly talented guy, but very, very skilled. He's been around. He's a vet.
He's only three going to get new screens on the guy level special execution on for healthcare.
I wouldn't just assume
it's supposed to be cool thing we already told me to I would say no. Remember, it's like, how you know, do the back, do it again,
so it's like he's to inside. I know on paper when he's looking like, man, this kid has a lot of holes in here. So I hear you. There's something that makes that motherfucker undeniable.
This Nazir has a great apartment. Also,
he's just a fucking dog.
Basham Tzara. So, person who's in Tzara who has Tzaraf, and if he gets done with his whole thing, on the street. Let's call it 10% down what's going on. Another is a machine. Machine means it allows you to do something. If you're not, it allows you to drink wine. If you're a woman who gave birth, it allows you to be touching.
I wouldn't bet against him. There's some X factor. Be really young, a little delusional.
So, I'm really sure since it didn't come with itself, now we have the same second test. Oh, nothing to do with the one chip. You have enough?
There's some X factor there that
a Mishnah
is on the side. I don't know what's going on.
A Mishnah that we didn't do anything with. It's tough. I was like, what is the two exceptions? One today. Okay, you have spicy, you have small. You don't have a soda and a safe. The reason if you're correct, using on two of us are in there, I don't know if you're down the third one, which is not there. So you're like, you're coming from the outside. Yeah, you're right. All you do is part of it, but it's not an mission because you're just talking about privateness. What's your religion? Another, funny, wrong, relax, and come on its own. Wrong, relax, you don't make it funny. Diamond comes together with the partner, with the animal. So it's not as nice. Another one, the funny animal changes a woman's mind. When is diamond come? Second day Pesach. Every year, same day. That's not interesting. That's not an anomaly. We're talking about something that is on any day. Oh, well, it's not like it's on some of the things. Special day. Oh, no. The thing I don't know about is Hashem knows it. Hashem says it's talking to us one too. By Hashem of the Nazir, Hashem of the Torah, they accepted the top of the it's possible for the God to tell by Hashem of the truth because it comes to a lot of people. Everything we all about is quite long. Outside is good. Nah, the scene is like something different. But in the first mission, something about which says the same thing as others. It says the list of the programs we make up in my shop get thrown out. Rabbi side, what are the two components of the mix? Achatos and Pesach. The question is that more, we just said, the Osham of the Mitzvah, the Osham of the Mitzvah, it's not really Shlosh, it's Mom, Sharon Osham, Zalmi Shapur, which we call it, Pesach, the reason, you're right, this is not the Pesach,
So much hard.
the whole after this,
They got
they
starched.
come to allow somebody to do something, they don't just do
His
one.
hands up.
They didn't accomplish that. This is more King Lika, Osham Zayla, on the within the category of Osham, he's doing that to us. He's also Zayla, and Zayla, a person like that he didn't steal. Shamila, the Horus, if you use something from the base of Israel, like you do, okay, you also have to pay. You guys know how much you have to pay? So, there's $1 million. You pay 25% fine. You look at it. Why it is? Well, when's the time is? What?
All this, that's like when you work at corporate K, the way we sell the share.
So now we're in England, it's 25%.
Okay, but I need the money. I was watching the fights with my
100%
dad's
you're
girl.
right. I love saying what it says, and everybody goes,
My dad's girl.
it's like that. It's 20%. The price is 20%. You're right. So the practical term is
When he did
25%.
that, I went,
So,
they're going to feed King Green to the sharks because he called them out on the
the
bonus thing.
Shamila is
And
the
he got
ultimate
Dana
together
was
to
like,
25%.
I'm
The
going to get
Kapara
you fucked up on the
it's
next
for
one.
Kapara
He's
not
like, oh,
to be
sick.
anxious.
Yeah, dude, I'm
Therefore,
going to give
it's
you a
similar. I
shark
can't
on the
just
next one.
toss out one word and say Russell because there's some Hashem that comes for Kapara, some comes for a Magna, and therefore, no one on Russell will. Right now, up in London, they're trying to play the ball after the shoot. And the Nani, it's also really in Israel, and Nani goes to Kapara very quickly. Oh, so, that means,
Listen, we talked about it in the back. It's kind of strength of schedule. Like, you thought Journey Stevens, he was like 30 and 27.
but to give somebody for if he did, and he didn't accomplish that, because the guy is the guy is got to be in another department. Just because he being the husband was good, doesn't mean that the owner, but if he wasn't like that, then he was hard. If he wasn't like that, why don't you just pass it? Tomorrow, or even if you should the president in the company, you're not familiar. The company is going to also like on these things. Two months ago, also like I have an example from tomorrow where the person died, you would the carbon is the same as a machine, not the same as a carbon. For instance, a woman in the it's not an industry, it's a customer, and so all of the girls is people. Hot personality. Now, she's sitting in the wall, everybody knows she sworn to her guys. For sure, that's the okay. Which one of the two comes for the pet? Which one of the two comes for the pet there? He punches.
It doesn't matter how old he is.
The hot personality. Which one is for what? So the hot person for the pet? No. The other is for the pet. The hot person is for a lot of people. So even if you get a hot person, they say, look, look at it. He died. You're being less than us. The young people could be bringing the oil. Why? Because the oil is for the pet. The rest of us, what do you do with it?
Just cats and fresh meat.
If you brought the oil on, if you brought on the side, then you don't bring honey seed, like you bring a kapara after you got milk, after you have to play. No one can get a kapara after you got. It's very important. People are, they live in a lot of land. I met a guy on Shabbos, I couldn't believe it. He's not watching the He's something really going to spend his and he wasn't going to spend today. 62 years old and spending his how much time is spending the news? A year? He's spending half hour in the news and 10 minutes of prayer. And I asked him, I said, how do you think you're going to wait? I got 40 years from me. Yes, as a so, where did he get 40 years? They think he's going to 100.
He fought the Mexican guy for the Fast and the Furious.
The rest of it is nothing. People, they really call him. Look, that guy decided was 48. It's his neighbor. It's not him. He's not. It's a different. He's part of a different group of, the
They're doing great.
That guy had
So
10.
what is he?
Hey,
He's
you do that.
gonna give it to
No,
the
it's
guy.
to everybody.
They're trying to treat him like a can, and he
We
was
had a
like,
guy,
"You're not gonna
we
treat
can
him
have
like
it
that."
all from number one.
Well,
We
the
don't
fight
do
before
anything
this
to
with
say.
Dana has
We
this
work
issue
with
with
the
Father
Rabbi,
Ricky.
the factory, things like Kurdish and all those fancy countries
The
and all the
fight
cool.
that went past
He's
the
one of
first
the
round.
workers there was
He
walking
gets
and
pulls
the
out
team
again.
spread out down and
This
stuff.
last one went to the second
For
round.
2 hours taking that. You don't know when you're doing come. So you got a couple rounds, couple fun and just my point is that two days in your life. You can use as much money as you want to go to the beach for fun and sugars or in a space and go into water. It's not going to be for fun. You might have a stroke or whatever. You get some, I don't know, your mate.
If you're eligible to save money when
I
you
don't know how it
your
works.
home and auto policies, the process
So
only
when
takes
someone
minutes
here,
and
you
can
can
mean
please
hundreds
bring
more
a
in your
car
pocket.
apartment. That's
Visit
because she's
progressive.com
going to
for
get
this
a
episode to
apartment.
see if you could save. Progressive Country
Yeah,
Insurance Company
can't get
for
an
this
apartment.
potential savings will vary not available in all states. Progressive. That's my call. Overall, good night of fights, my man. Good night of fights. Thursday show, we'll get into the Netflix and AMC card, which is this Saturday.
I can't find an example of somebody who really a person that allows you to do something after the person dies. I'm not for you everything after his death. I'm not employed to do it. Just finish this. Oh, you just watch a video also. I'm not another one. You video. Not as much as somebody's in another. So I did this whole interview right the day before we learned concept. I interviewed on the top of his name is Rabbi. He's a Nazir. Who is right in this video?
Excitement.
So throughout Nazir, we used him as our prototype for Nazir. Our video today also. It's not his face. His eyes. Beautiful. So he's a Nazir. He knows he's going to have to make I bought a card once. I did not try. I bought it for like the show. To get a sticker and then the wires. It cost $1,000. You're not cheap, right? So I appreciate it. I don't think it's starting to run for somebody who wrote saving money comes to the song. Really can learn money else. Not everybody has to get in the box. Just go out and make money. You took money aside. So in the head of the money. You're not going to benefit from this money, but guess what? If you do, you're not over you don't have to pay the 25% of the why? Because another how many alarms do we look at? Really tough. The email is only a country card. Not a country card. Yeah, you do that a lot? Probably not.
So this,
Sounds familiar. If a person puts aside a shlomin and you benefit from something you don't have to pay, that's what you get. You don't pay, so when they like these people buttons, what is people buttons are going to do? Check this out. So
I will guarantee
touchy
it
touchy.
doesn't get
Half an hour like touchy touchy.
engagement
From
or
the
traction.
severe category. Then you have one for the fun and one all the way on the left. I can say I put all my money, what is it for that fun money? If you need money, do fun. And then fun is money, like, well, you don't get the fun. No, it's what you die, but you might still need more money. But I don't do it. People don't know about it. So the other thing making see now is the money goes to an adult. The production, once you specify what the money goes for, what the money is. Maybe how does the other three, I don't know. If how much money is, how much money is allowed? How much money is allowed? We go, it's $10, I'm going to go into it, because it's it's $5, another one. How much money is allowed? It happens that the owner died, nothing to do. So we have money. Or for $4,000 owner died, we love the money. What do you do? Also, you know, since it's chosen, the round on this side, the Poliziano, no, that's because now you can never get it out of here. So then anyway, money. But benefit from the money, you don't have to pay it for why? Because it's designated for you to swap. Since it's designated, you can swap. You're not over anything. You may know, what about the money that was set aside for? Remember? You have to know right, it's not a factor. It's all right, so I just buy another way. For my own member, therefore, you owe a Mila, you make sure you can comment, and if you set aside money for comment, you buy comment, you never really have as a big thing. How many days did you use comment? We're dropping those now. Do this.
Only because Netflix
Is the most common day for loving of the day. As a mother, I was struggling with all the feeling and work for things like you respond to a lot of times you drink wine. You watch like on this,
not a chance. Not a chance.
check this out.
And
And so this,
I just don't think the fight's gonna be that good. That's the other thing.
video.
It's that too.
Because I lost out of another,
But the problem is
because
one. it shows the power of the UFC, because when the UFC really starts cooking, you lose all interest in all other platforms. Because there's been times where people are like, oh, I can't wait to see Francis and PFO. Couldn't believe he went over there. But then, like that, around that time of year, the fight started really cooking. And people went, when's Francis fighting again? Yeah, people have go, oh, your Francis fighting right now. Oh, shit, that's right. Yeah, it's one of those things that you see on Instagram. Yeah, after it happened, you're like, oh, shit, I totally forgot that was tonight.
Anyway,
you can't really do that with UFC when the UFC's good.
I
don't feel
that.
No one's talking about it. No one's asking about the matchup. There's no hype for this. No, when that was happening, I was like, I'm not booking any comedy shows for the same time that I was on. And sure enough, if someone asked me to do this Saturday, I'd pack a bunch.
But not something that's
what else you got, Jim?
you know that you
Yeah, so
can
as I mentioned, right after the fight,
this video
I said that I'm going to go up to 205. That's what I was doing next. And then randomly, this happened later that night.
You
I think his team was ready. We should probably say something.
and the man wanted to say
So I'm
that
not tweeting out.
what he meant to say is
Next
that
out,
it's
that's
a
struggling.
something
We'll see you again.
that's
So now that I know that it's fake, that's
that is something that doesn't come after me, so but a regular user actually comes after me. So the one side have a wonderful
that's not true. I don't believe that for a second. That's Strickland doing up 205. I don't think they have no one wants that. So it's kind of weird to see that. That's on his team. It's a pride thing. That's his team. Be like, listen, leave the door open. We don't know. Yeah, but I'm all set on that. So apparently they were the closest to the Conor. Their press conference was closest to the Conor McGregor, which is massive. Yeah. I mean, like, and I know it's cool to hate on the UFC, right? Remember in New Jersey, like, you'll see other outlets like, look at these ticket sales, sports so in the depth. The highest grossing game ever at the Prudential Center. They sold out. Crushed. And the tickets were so expensive. But again, it's cool. Like, UFC's going such in the depths. They've only got 25% of the tickets sold. Everybody did that. Like in 4 weeks ago. But then the only problem is too, like, when the UFC puts out, like, its peak product, people will come. It's like they build it how they work. If you build it, UFC makes an effort. They're gonna sell it. They know those fights that are kind of like, I guess, yeah. I mean, UFC knows that. UFC's like, yeah. So, yeah, I just think that it's kind of, and I think a lot of people already talked about this, but the fact that there's just such a high demand of events that needs to happen and not enough stars yet, because when those stars are aligned and they are fighting, they outdo themselves totally. Yeah, it's just they have too many cards to fill. It's just not enough. It's impossible.
I know I'm missing somebody.
The whole 9-fight win streak curse. So Hamza is on a 9-fight win streak. Lost. DDP win streak ended at 9. Israel ended at 9. Whitaker ended at 9. Ryan ended at 9. All as middleweight champions. That crazy. That is pretty damn like, yeah.
Toronto. Beautiful
That's interesting. Yeah, it's like the 27-year-old Curtis. Yeah, that's the champion.
Standing
It's
relation
cool.
to Toronto,
He's like,
starting
like Kurt Cobain and all that.
as well. I was
The 27
seeing
I don't know, but I know what you're talking about.
I remember it was
So Dan was saying he's in for the draft. Oh, this is all up to
and
the
beautiful,
it's not. They were at the press conference. See, that's on Friday, May. That's on multiple days. I know enough to be told. So at the press conference, they asked him about it, and they go, "So you're taking part in the Fury Joshua?" He goes, "We'll see." I think he was being vague on purpose because he's doing something behind the scenes right now. He's definitely pulling some funny business. He could be involved in it. I think he's more involved than we could think because and a huge guy like Smirk was just very vulgar. It's like, how involved he's just, yeah. He's just promoting the other guy Smirk on his face. Like, oh, we'll see. And I was like, what does that mean?
Boys, I don't forget. Just starting
So this is him, and you know, it's like not he's just gonna slow it. It's not like he's already full strength. But then also what he did is they asked about Conor at the press conference. And he was like, nothing's official yet, but, pretty confident. It's just I'm very confident it's going to happen. That's why I was like, see, I'm single with you. And this is how I think, I do think it's basically a dead deal. And they're waiting on the right time to do it. And I think if Rousey and Jared Crawford or I drop that true card Wednesday or Thursday, like, and they still might do that. But I think like as they take care of this year, let's not take away anything from White. Honestly, funny in the press conference, he was like, Gary said that about the Fury and all that. He goes, have I ever said something at a press conference and not hey man, you promised to ghost him personally. He was going to come fight the White House. He has considered a deal for Oregon having it. He's like, I never offered no promise. Like, also, with Joe Medina there, like, smoking cigars, a little whiskey. He's like, Josh, he's starting to come out. That's a weird relationship. It is weird.
Very, very strong satellite location going because of them.
Where's I'm promoting that? I don't think it's weird. When he was like, let me see your feet. That was weird. He said that. That was a couple of them. He was showing a big thing online about her feet, right? People are obsessed with their feet. He's a pretty talented girl. He's the face of the company. I don't think there's any funny business there. Let me see your feet. You guys nice toes. Yeah. I was like, yeah, it's a little weird. Yeah. Yeah, I was asking, did you see Dana on the Breakfast Club? Yeah, I didn't see it. I saved it so I could watch it later. I didn't get a chance to watch it. But, so, but that's what Sean May does, right? He just goes in. He goes in. It's the first time Dana, too, like, he's outside the bubble. Like, they took the guardrails off your face bubble, and they took the kitty bumpers off. Because usually he controls all the media, tossing cupcakes, like, slap fights, incredible. How do you do it? Hey, man. And so he knows the questions. Breakfast Club. And he's like, hey, we'll hold your feet to the fire. Oh, did you haven't seen it? No, it's awful. Yeah, they take it back to the day. You used to like these people to be ready to go. But they must have read to the questions before. And he's asking about, why don't you take accountability for him, your life? You took the fighters too. You're supposed to take 4 weeks off. You took 2 weeks. Like, he's you can answer a lot of questions. It was, and Dana just wasn't ready. He's never going back there again. He's like, what the fuck? I mean, Josh Almeid's pressing cameras. Dude, this one, you gotta watch it. It's worth a watch. I think Dana handled himself fairly well considering. He didn't answer the questions. He was like, no, you was like, a little over. Usually he was like, he's usually ready to go. But he's like, he's like, it's tough, you know. I take accountability, and it's just like, I know you were ready to go at all this for like, I need to see this because I don't know what you're talking about. No, it's great. It's awful. Since we did for a kid. This is something, you know, we didn't see the signs of the Freedom 250 bubble, so this is the size of it.
So nothing, the higher play is that itself is considered some sort of height, kind of as a writer. So it's one part shot, and that's something that you know, I'm not concentrating on promoting the relationship, not being a person, that struggle. Doesn't mean that you could be breaking shots, that's why it's as much as you keep, you get tired, whatever style that also being stopped about something. And then I began listening to Sheer, said the exact same thing. Wow, being the early fights for a few still tell you the hero thing. That's what
yeah, cool, man. So anyway,
I'm over in the California for a few days now, and I'm still riding the high with the most amazing experience. I was listening to all the stories, and I realized, okay, what I'm not going to do, I was talking about that opening tomorrow. Now here I am, 1,200 shots in this. I'm looking forward to 20 shots with you. What a sport. So this individual, Larry Jackson, is $511. Anyway, I've enriched my life in so many ways. Never stopped being, I guess,
just mentioned last mention.
Yeah, makes sense. 500 days, which is more than a year. Yeah.
So,
Anyways, I enriched my life in so many ways.
high
Please
out
never
these
stop me
albums,
now. My
but that's
cheers and
another
my
loss,
shoes
which is
less
not
than
a
all
huge
you.
one, but that's definitely a loss. Yeah,
But
like
that,
matchup wise,
unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with my
you
parents
can
today,
make it
but
over
I've
because
seen
of
other
these
pictures
issues.
and videos. I
These
can love
issues,
that. I'm
these are
already
small
feeling
things.
good.
Like you would imagine that they would have
I
that
was feeling
figured
like
out
the
by
clothes
now.
and underwear. Marketing lessons.
Small things.
Mark Ashkenazi
But then
on
he's
the
like,
computer
no,
right now.
he
I'm
needs
the
to
CEO
find
forward
someone
on
that
the road,
really logo is
and
top
this is
for
one
person
our
like
CEO.
Netflix of all
And
people
how
that
their
get.
partnership represents something so
I don't
real.
know. That's what I'm saying.
You don't even have to publish it. I actually saw a picture for this too. And I was
But
seeing the
still,
same
the power
thing.
that Netflix has.
Mark, which is at the Yarmulke,
But Netflix
that's
is
the account, his
worldwide.
Yarmulke, and this page you did.
But they're not dealing with commissions.
You don't even have to
Yeah,
play the
that's
shit
true.
that
On
they
a
got.
TV show, you could
Those are
fucking
some
make
stuff
a million.
appreciated.
Not if you try to get
It's a
the
fighter.
fighter.
I
It's
know.
still
I hope he's
weird.
not talking about Mark Ashkenazi. He's not starting. He's
Alright, this is Daniel Cormier
yeah.
kind of messing up on it.
And a part of it
That's
too,
your
working
entire
side by side with such harmony.
I
It's
was
really
listening to
unbelievable.
this and I was like,
If I may add one small,
it happened,
you
dude.
possibly start something up and shit like,
Yeah,
well, let's do some of that. I don't hear a lot of that. I don't reach me. Not everyone has WhatsApp. The more people connect to this, anybody can do chat, the GC live, saving lives, booking live, don't know what I would do without me. Thank you, nothing cats. But I love this picture, this kind of picture. Finish Perez the father is watching one of the lives of their own people climbing around them. Watch. And finally, push the lugs. The afternoon with the lead pass with the lugs. I don't know if you've seen him back in season last week, he was back. He said he does. Other learning points of the except for the responder. I also think yes, it's the time time.
Yeah, they're not being able to forget all
Because a lot of people
it's not the most serious division. Like you and I gotta look up some shit where I'm like, why are they motherfucking?
stuff like
Look at the division before you start. So if you're flying the Boys for the women's division, and flyweight, it's just, hey man, be cool. We're talking about heavyweight, light heavyweight, middleweight, welterweight, 155 over here. Yeah, outside like it's all nice.
You get more.
Guys, listen, I'm a Hogan fan.
Suddenly, talking about
And he's just a product of society and everything.
100%.
And I get what he's doing. Obviously, no one's talking about him. It's almost too much for him. Like, guys, he's gotta fucking up this good thing. And we all acknowledge Ilya's ability to find the chin no matter what he does. Right the fucking face. Yeah, right on the chin. It's just uncalled for. Like, I can understand, like, doing it to your opponent. He's going for a Ponton. He's going for aliens. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of cringy. But again, that's what he does, you know. Here's my question. I'm a Hogan fan. I love his football background. For those guys, right, who kept from St. Paul, I root for him. Is Hogan just is he one of those guys where in a year, let's say he loses, loses that one, in a year, you remember that hockey guy, really crazy shit he's doing? Because right now we're putting up with it because he had that insane performance. We're like, dude, this is okay, dude, this is what he does. He wins. As soon as he loses, but there's no more press conferences. There's no more interviews like this. They're not giving him the ability to do this wild shit. So his trains, as long as he's winning, as soon as he loses, this is we've seen it before. Conor McGregor, as soon as he got choked, he still can't live down no matter what. If he comes out, he can get a post about like little kids' health, and people will show McGregor McChicken, he got choked out by Khabib. Like when you do that much talking, you have to back it up because the minute that you lose, people can't wait to jump on you. Like Conor's really not going for other guys like outside the division or like why is Peloton catching trades? Why is fucking Ilya? Like there's a lot of people. There's just people who just like hate to see someone doing that well. Because they just want to see someone's downfall. Because seeing the downfall is almost as big as seeing them come up. Yeah, with Hogan though, just it's I don't know, man. I love Sean being so unbothered. This whole time, dude, I love Sugar Sean. They didn't ask him a single question. That's that. I forgot he was there. I know.
maybe pull up a little
Oh,
bit.
Nick
Yeah.
just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna do the blow up.
I've always
Oh,
had
there you go, this news
Hollywood
reporter here,
doing
right? He looks like that
shit
kid from that TV
live
show.
at 2 New York time, with Emmy time.
People hate on Bo Nickel
You're
too.
together at 8 o'clock at night.
So yeah, you guys basically pretty much summarized everything.
Shabbos at 1 o'clock. What's a Shabbos?
It's just
9
where,
o'clock.
Ilya kind of stands out. Watch how he gets it right on the chin too. This is what Hogan wants, right? It's a very WWE thing.
Cool. Very
Look how small he is, man.
cool. Like it.
Ilya's got that dog in
Oh,
him.
I just wrote
100% he was
two
fine.
notes. That wasn't really
And then Alex stands up and goes,
it's a good thing I wrote it.
Ilya's not scared of anybody.
I was interviewed by famous world famous Dr. Blanger.
Hear the comments, Nick wants to suck Ilya's dick. Ilya's a tough dude, but that'd be a tough one. No, he's not going to win that.
For a long time.
I'm kind of with fucking Strickland.
I liked it.
I'm all for wild shit. Get your name out there.
So I'm a little bit more.
This is wild come from me, but Josh goes way too far. Chandler's wife really delivered his eggs. I was WWE thinking it's too much. Oh, yeah. I'm kind of shocked. Like, yeah, that's a lot. There's fun. Warriors. Like, Josh is 20 versus himself. 16% said be himself. 32%. Oh, there's no going back now. He's just like, I'm on a shtick. Now that I'm at a high level, it's like it's like you after telling you've had too much sex. Yeah, it's wild, right? He's like, you need to show out. If Sean Strickland says it, you gotta calm down a little bit. Like, going after Chandler, it's like,
Rothschild, that's one problem I have. Rothschild, just Red Devils, Rothschild.
And I root for Hogan, I want to see him win, but it's just like this stuff's tough. I do think he's gonna win though. Especially this fight.
That's
how he fights. That being said, I don't know how Spence gets a little higher in the division. Because Derek is Derek gave up last week. Yeah, that's better announcement. That's no foul. I don't know. I like him. Oh yeah, that's the funniest I've seen. It was all the goats talking to each other. And you like this guy got impressed there, but he does like Chuck Liddell and it's so the GSP. And then the door opens and it's because it has like the label over it and it said Cody Garbrandt for 5 minutes back.
Jussie, Clark, Benny, and all the East.
Oh, is that it, Chick? I guess so, man. We've got so long today. We'll get to fan questions on Thursday's episode. Of course, Sunday is all fan questions. If you want to submit your fan question, go ahead and submit it in this episode right now. Leave your comments below. But fan question, Nick Jensen, I already know Dave answer. We do on Thursday show. Join Saturdays. Thursday we have the Netflix card. I'm sure there'll be some other news. Alright, love you guys. Yeah, see you around the field. Come say what's up. I'm all over the place. Until next time, I'm out.
His 2 sons, and he says next year's coming to his Spanish club and his wife, and I'll stay, in my mouth. I signed my first ever Army Marine program here. Jimmy Azulay, if you came up as the thank you, Jimmy. He posted us. He had a caterer to come to his house. Phenomenal caterer. Great food. In Toronto last night. Shkoya, I still walking for me. Now we put my husband coming to town and walking in his 40th birthday. And then I brought her to the guy who was in bed. Shishana Leah, we look at the government of Chad, and now it's pushing up the years. And 10 years later, the hidden side of the generation. And now it's a memory of Mazel Back, Leah, the Senada, and this year. Anonymous and specific verdict that is good and open and revealed way. There's a more kind of factual layer of May. Weekly sponsors was Heston and the federal memory of our beloved mother Asra. Rabbi Eagle Telemer, they take telegraph upon his 50th yard set. Anonymous has a special success in fertility treatment, among other things. A bunch of people came to me and asked me, and I feel very comfortable every single time. They ask me for a bracha to suicide prayer for fertility. And it's a thing that a lot of people struggle, and it's a very, very difficult struggle. You struggle from giving a bracha on my birthday. Why read the Rabbi? So we should give you prayer. And the Maya, continue with the Avodah Hashem. I'm still an emotional wreck. What he means is, emotions that we went through, the emotions that we went through in Shabbos were so overwhelming that it literally causes pain for your brain. It's like it drains your whole brain. That itself makes you weak. To see Israel Goldstein with his camera taking pictures, and all of a sudden the camera just drops, and he's crying, bawling from emotion. Anyway, our analysis can kind of high sort of prosper. The boy side, here we go. We are the second day of Menachos. Today we have an easy daf. Most of the daf is going to be discussing this idea that we learned yesterday, that according to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and Rabbi explains Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai goes with time of the crop. Let me look into the reasoning behind what the Torah says. And when you could tell that what a person is doing is false, it's shtusim, so when we ignore what he's saying and doing. When a person is saying that he's bringing a flat mincha, but in fact he's bringing a very thick, soft one, so just ignore it. And you say, okay, he said it, but he didn't mean it. And therefore it doesn't ruin it. Whereas when you're doing a carbon, you can't tell. Because every shkita looks the same, and every Kabbalah Saddam looks the same, every Zrika looks the same. So when a person tells you that I had a mind to bring in an oila instead of a shlamim, that ruins the carbon in a way. But by mincha it doesn't. So basically, what we're going to be doing today is going through a lot of different cases. Let me throw an example. The carbon basically knows a little sheep, less than a year old. So if a person shows up to this amigdash with a cow, and he brings a carbon pesach from it with a cow, he says, the guy is crazy. The guy, he didn't mean it to be a carbon pesach. So it's a joke. Ignore it. And I'm saying, so when it's very clear that what the person is saying and doing are so different and the opposite, then his actions speak louder than words, and therefore his actions are what count, not the words. That holds true to everything. That's why we're going to go through different cases. What if you bring an animal? Another example. What if I'm supposed to bring a 1-year-old animal? I want to bring a 2-year-old animal. Are those actions that speak louder than words? But perhaps people may know the difference between them. What if I was supposed to bring a male because all oilers are male and you brought a female? What if I was supposed to bring a female because all chatas are female, most, and I brought a male? Is that an action that speaks louder than words? And that's today's subject. Like I said, easier stuff today. And here's wow. All I can say is wow. Emotional shops on all levels. Great picture. Shkaya, Mark. Zocking Mark. We're only 10 lines from the bottom of phase on the base. Simon, great. Now some tears in the eyes. Simon, Oila, Malak, Ritza. These are all the different questions that we're going to bring on this idea of actions speaking louder than words. I'm sorry, question. Tell me how the S says the Gemara. Shemoka, Lamala. Okay, so for this we need to explain a little bit. And here it goes. There are two types of birds that we bring in the base of English. A pigeon and a dove. We bring a oilas ha'oif and chatas ha'oif. That's it. There's no shlamim oif, there's no oiva oif. There's only two. A chatas and oif. There's no shechita on a bird. Although today we get chickens with a knife. Not in the base of English. For that we do the lika. This is what the lika would look like. The nail of the thumb goes from the back of the neck, and that's how you kill the bird. It's not a stupid killing. Now what is it? There's something called Azar, and something called Mitsu. Azar is the bird, and we don't touch him back, we roll the bird sort of, throwing motion right hand towards his back, and the blood from his neck goes flying up to his back. That's Azar. Mitsu, you take the bird and catch it on the wall of his back. You squeeze it onto the wall. Let's see how that looks.
Drawing tonight's episode. He's right there. Lit up. He's drawing right now. He's already started. While all you lazy fucks sit there enjoying a comedy show, he's drawing tonight's episode. You're going to see that print at the end of the show.
Kayan is standing above the red line. There's a red line on the staff. It's called the
all those prints are available right
He's standing above the red line. That indicates to us that this is an idol because an idol goes above the red line. And then one other card line goes above the red line, that's a compass hammer. Everything else is below the red line.
There's a bunch of shit you always forget. It's
So,
great.
if it's a compass bird, it will go below the red line. An idol bird, all you do is use a compass bird, you do Hazar, and then you sprinkle it, and then you do this, let's see. And you'll notice here he's standing below the red line, and he tosses the bird forward against the back. The blood comes flying out and that's called Hazar. What Mark's going to do now is say, look, from the fact that he's doing it above the red line indicates to me that he's doing an oath. Or from the fact that he's doing Mitsu, or let's say Hazar, Hazar is only for a contest. Right? He's doing a contest. So for instance, the driving away, his action is showing us whether it's an oath or a contest. Depending on where he's standing for what he's doing for Hazar. I'll know whether it's an oath or a contest.
Holy shit!
Again,
This show's fucking crazy. We're gonna have so much fun tonight. Brian Redman's here to my left, ladies and gentlemen.
And then Mitsu, which is the squeak. Okay.
We have the great Brian J. Ebo drawing
Someone
tonight's
after
episode. He has a
the
flip
soul
show
now,
paper in front
tell
of him.
us
Brian
how
crazy
it's
has to sit there and enjoy the show.
not
He's
the
literally drawing a special drawing of
an
tonight's
bird,
episode. Why does he have it?
and
Those are
you
all
say
available at BrianJAbo.com.
it's a compass bird,
So
give
is
you
the
above the
official
red line.
Multi
The
poster.
fact that you
Shout
stand
out
in
to
the
the powerful
place that
Jamie Bird
Owen
on the HD
is
camera in the back.
reserved for an
And
idol.
the great
So that's
scene
telling
for
you that it's an
sure.
idol. The
Not
fact that
quite
you
spoken
said
enough.
that
We're
you're doing a
having
contest
some
means
amazing
nothing.
building experience there for the
You
comedy
haven't
store.
spoken, you misspoke.
Being our
Your
happy
action
home.
of being above the red line is
Shoot,
louder
it'll be
than
4
the words
years.
that you spoke.
It's 52 weeks a year. This is episode
Perhaps
200
once
Tony.
you could
This show
not
is also
why
going
not
to
some
be
people
in
in
Austin, Texas, on
fact
April
is standing above the
1st.
line. I mean, if you're being not good, all over the bird, not a connoisseur. You guys are crazy because people were all after the map out of all the to be standing as this picture below the red line.
Other than that, I'm touring.
No,
Check out our
that's not
website,
right.
blah, 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 blah.
But
Who's
the
ready to start tonight's
connoisseur,
motherfucking show?
that's what you
Let's
can
jump right into it.
perform.
I'm going to bring up your
That
two
works
guests for
in the
tonight. Your
line.
two secret, not so secret anymore,
Oh,
Tony
my.
guests. Every
Who
single
knows? The
episode,
luck
I always
of
have
some
two
other
of
than
the
that.
funniest people
If
from
you
my
perform the
funniest
movie,
friends in the world
come.
as guests on this show.
You kill the bird with your
Put your hands
tongue
together for the great
above
Dana Tell and Ron White.
the red line. You know, it's a contest. It's potion. So just the fact that it's standing above the red
Holy
line is
shit,
telling you that
holy
it's
shit,
not
holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
Poi non so, inizio
The great Ron White. The all-powerful Dana Tell.
dopo le mani sul fatto sei grazie. Se non avevo mai stato
Welcome,
qualche
my friend. We got some number
Sounds
one
perfect.
tequila, which we've already
You're doing
indulged in.
an
That's
overbird,
Ron's
but
amazing.
you didn't need to, which is squeezing above
Ron,
the
this
red
is your
line.
first time on the show.
And you said to
Welcome.
yourself that you're doing a contest.
I thought it was going to be a
It should be good. Why not some of people that your actions prove what you're doing? Go outside. I'm proving that you're doing all of it. You compensate for the this is a contest bird. Where do you do the meat to the contest? You below the red line. I'm not God over
First
there.
of all,
Gaza. So first of all, two problems. First of all, people deliver what they want. Second of all, you see the person throwing it, not just squeezing. What you do is throw it. So the more angry you can see what it says, it's going to see the both times, well, maybe you just noticed was the squeezing of the neck of the bird after you already performed Gaza. In other words, people, from your action is not conclusive. Yes, you squeeze the bird, but that's how you're supposed to squeeze. Action is possible. First you do Gaza, you do Nitsi. So now I call you doing Nitsi about the red lines. It doesn't mean it's another, it has to accomplish. I'm doing Nitsi after it's Gaza. Kamanar, you learn that you want to out the top. Nitsi don't look for mother than you but you do Nitsi. But anyway, about the red line as well, it's also why? Because the main part of the contest is the hazah, the sprinkling, not the Nitsi. So asking my third question, I was like, should you go to the Nako? What else do you take a practice for, and you say that it's an oil, and you do hazah. Now hazah is reserved only for not for oil. My son and kid from the compensate for you, like 50 years after the fact that you do hazah, that it's a contest and not an oil. The oil is because you're an oil. You're not allowed to you do a bunch of lines. That's number one. And number two, you need to have over there. You wouldn't do hazah. You don't do hazah for oil. You only do need to. Only do the street. Says the more now the more on this case. How can you rise? And if not, that case, it's the contest for he said it's an oil. He didn't need to. Sorry, the Hazah, the Hazah, which means that it's a contest.
So let's just get into tonight's show. Okay, this is the first time ever I've ever been comedians signed up for the show.
What we were saying is that the Mincha, you can see the actions evaluated by Mincha,
signed up for that. We only get there so many, but they signed up for the opportunity to do 60 seconds uninterrupted on this very stage, on this very show. You know your time is up. You know your 60 seconds is up, and you hear the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring us the Angry West Hollywood there. That's what it sounds like. You don't think you're that. Or else, that means the grand light.
There's welcome to the life. Now, another question.
Ron has listened to every episode.
Such a good action. Shocked on the chain.
So let's just get into it. You guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Anything can happen.
Let's see if we can zoom in on that. This guy right here, this is definitely. Now, where is the Mizbeach finishes? You can see the ramp of the Mizbeach. That's the southern part of the Mizbeach. And then you have this square on top. You see the Mizbeach. I don't know if this is going to work. This area, right over there, and above, this whole area is the northern part of the Gaza, alright? In other words, right over here, which is the end of the Mizbeach, and upward is north. From this area down over here, it's south. All touchy. Now let's go to the list of touchy.
There you go.
Touchy is a chatas, an ashram, shalom tzibur. What else? Oil. Oil. Touchy. They must be shakti above the red line, above the northern counter, not inside. All touching columns can be shakti even in the south. It's hard to understand Moore's question though. Moore's saying, well, the question is that in the south, allow that it's touching columns. But no, touching columns could be in the north as well. It's also be in the south. That's Moore's answer. Touching touch, the touching from touching column, you're actually if you pay
Here she comes. Surreal human being. This way. Come on, me.
So
Whitehead Senior thinks.
it is insane. The shepherd in the green box.
A new level of voter fraud.
It's not
But
a
you have in
competition.
mind that Shabin,
Eddie is a homeless guy.
Shlomim, this is
So,
picking over. Which belongs only in the green box.
I
And
guess
say
his
it's a
homelessness
Shlomim.
has nothing to do with him missing a spot. But I just wanted to let you know.
I wonder what
It's
Eddie
obvious from the
Whitehead
actions
Senior
that
thinks.
you shepherding to my young man Shlomim, not saying it's more than because the question you know why is because of talent, because it's such a talent, you don't have all the blue, you shepherd in the south. So it seems to entice us that
Surreal human being. This way, this way, this way.
typically speaking, there's always chefs in this
Come on,
provision.
make some noise for Kelsey Lane, everybody. Here we go.
Yes, they had an emergency. Not enough food, then they also shepherded in the north.
Thanks, guys.
So that was the most happening that you could see from his action that it's a kutch and not a kutch and talent. In fact, they shepherded in the north. So you want to go to Africa. You go to the First said you could check the shepherding talent also in the south, not only in the south. So you can check in the green box as well. So the fact that you check in the green box doesn't tell me it's such a question and not a question. Very important. This not an awkward. You can come up with that. You can check it anywhere like this. Because I'm coming to go and shoot the car. Now another question. What if I say, Shepherding talent?
You have 20 more seconds.
My voice is still shocking sound.
I smoke cigarettes because I'm an organ
What if you
donor.
take a schlub and you start a nicer and you chef it and you sell? Now it's impossible. Because sure, you cannot take an oil or obviously chef them inside. Those are reserved only for the north. So you said you chef it. You're saying you take the schlub and you say, but I'm chefing it for oil. Now we have a situation where Nelson makes it. His actions prove that it's not an oil because he wouldn't check an oil this time. But it's not just on the road, because the question you're absolutely right. It's in the people later, you can prove his actions because of how he must be that he's really checking the comment and misquote and said that it's oil because it's checking not only the oil, it was the oil, he only checked it in the north. More goes to something brand new. I mean, such a question. It's in fact, well, the happy with the over the top of the window. And it was over. Yes, you took him over. And it was over. So now this opens up a box of the why. And once we go that route and say, oh, this is the over. So actions don't speak loudly. So if you take an action and you think over in this one. So the same thing would apply to the mincha that we talked about yesterday. If he's trying to do a thick, soft mincha, so what if he said that it's a thin, hard mincha? Actually, it's better than wood. Or maybe not, maybe it's over. Yeah, and not necessarily my question.
Degrading the women that song, right, man? You insinuated that she's a stripper, and
So
all
the
of us
person
really don't appreciate it.
makes a machas. So here, let's see what a machas. Let's see what I can. This is machas precious. The top one is precious. The bottom one is machas. It's thin. But here, this is a little bit better. More precious on the right, thicker, a lot softer. Same amount of ingredient for the larger pot. This was the inner frying pan, so it comes thicker and hard.
Flappers has a Burbank comedy festival.
Not necessarily not that she's not even just say something high because coming from my friend shows the fact that he said in his mind that it's a thicker one. Come on, I will take this more time. But it might say not nice, so you're efficiency. And I'm going to go over. He's been over. That was not nice. And he put it in one street and he find it. So the more also, not even more down. Since he said his nether was going to bring him out precious, he might say the mafas out. Once he changes it and he brings it in a mafas, it turns into mafas. This time we learn, why am I really with mafas? Maybe my precious. He says, I want to bring him out. But he brought the precious. The precious is really mafas. He said, I want specifically. So now, it doesn't change. You don't want to zoom. You think of zoom, the hobby would not have. It's not. Zoom, the hobby would not have. It is not. He says, I want this flower to be a mouth. But at the end of the day, it's really not. The right time is the lady would not have. I raise it to you.
It's more like Howard
So that,
really this.
he said, zoom. So the murderer, born on a you're right according to Rabbi. However, the Shimon is Romer Shimon after the new Yard. The Shimon says, I'm the mother of the woman. When you say to me now, it's saying, oh, I want it to be something else. The fact that you're doing A, and you're saying you want it to be B, his mouth doesn't ring. So look, Loshna Amar Zoom, Loshna Amar Lai, it doesn't matter what he says, what word he uses, even if he uses the word Zoom, it doesn't change anything. Says in the Gemara, oh, so we continue, we're still probing, we're still pushing. And at the end of the day, when we see there are certain things that actually speak louder than words, even in the Quran. Eliminate the oil to shut out the same time. If you take an oil is supposed to be male, and you say that it's a chakos,
We don't want to hear your shine on crazy guy.
one. And it's all right to pay, but oil is always and chakos is supposed to be female. Says the Gemara, to do the sorry Nasi is since the chakos that the Nasi brings, but that particular chakos is a zachar. So it's not 100% that what you're bringing here, the zachar is oil. There is a chakos that is a zachar. Maybe whether or not the message is either not too there, it seems like from the Soviet, the fact that there is a possibility that somebody standing from the side would be confused, then it's not an action that speaks louder than words. I'm going to say chapters that now the Gemara said keeps on going, keeps on pushing. But there is a chapters that's guaranteed to be female, and you can say, not say that it's enough to apply, because I'm going to say chapters the opposite, the individual chapters, not the Nazis. Like Rabbi, you didn't say that. You see, what about the reverse? What do you think of fact, which is a female? He said it should be an oila. An oila is always a male. So it can't be an oila. It must be a prophecy, as you just bring out in the word. So you're going to tell me that, hey, it's a girl. But how do you get all the records? This is more than passive area. So that cheap. And sheep, traditionally, unless they change us, because in our generation, they cut it off, almost like a Doberman picture, but like true, an original sheep is something like this. They're very, very large toes, and you can't tell whether it's a male or female. And that's considered like the fattiest part of the sheep, very cautious to eat. Okay, now if you have that's great if you bring the sheep to have this kind of excuse or reason for it, and not know we did it to the rough on the table. I just see where making a name out of it. What is wrong? How would you know? You should know the difference. Hello, being funny, it is not like a petty, but to make the differentiate. When you see a dog in a park, and somebody asks you 2 days later, was it a male or a female? Usually you don't really pay attention. It's not something that's on your mind. If you want, you can do this at Sherman Buckets.
We all did sort of go with the in his defense. Like, it makes total sense.
He went to God, they wanted a brain cancer. He went to the doctor.
You can go down on her when
And
you
that's
just
the
do it
look.
for 13 seconds. And be like, you totally
I
can't, right?
have two brain cells that are, one is a male and one is a female brain. So this is, and what's the difference?
Wow, what's your
So
special
the female
technique?
brain is $200. The male brain is $100,000. So when you say that, everybody in the show up there, the women are very insulted. And then you just come in and say, because the female brain is very used, the male brain is unused. Look at him on.
Yeah, there she goes.
That's
Kelsey
just
Lane,
fuck,
everybody.
the same motion on your lap.
She's on Twitter at Kelsey Lane.
Carbon pizza.
That is 7 minutes, everybody.
Yeah, dude.
7 minutes is stand-up comedy. Can I ask the artist guy for a second? How do you draw an awkward pause like you just saw?
I forgot to show on the show this Rothschild before. Yeah. Too late now.
All right. They pulled another name out of the bucket.
I like this Rothschild. Rothschild said you pass you without a typo. So this really weird. Like, I was trying to lay off. Okay. It's already starting at the focus, so we'll just continue like that. And I had a little foul on the rack.
I haven't told my boyfriend because, like,
Okay, different. Doesn't even matter. Has a shotgun the
I
same
think he knows.
Awesome.
You know, like, I write to sometimes.
Carbon
See if
pizza.
he knows what's up.
that you
We're very
flip?
much in love.
And
I'm
that
trying
was the
not to
first
have
person
babies.
who set this rocket that I'm quite hesitant because we flip the designation from a carbon, carbon, you toss that carbon in
It's
his
just
life.
life is hard, you
Based
know?
on condoms you toss in your life. All you care about is to keep on bringing it. If the owner has to bring another carbon, it's not possible.
I've been
The
cooking
carbon
for my
pressure
man
becomes
because I
very
don't want
sensitive,
him to
becomes
leave
possible.
me.
So if you said it's not a carbon pressure, it's a carbon also, why throw it out?
They can't leave
It's
you.
obvious.
If
It's
they're
carbon
to
pressure.
that,
Why?
right?
Dive and trust.
You
Dying.
know?
Because
They got you.
the carbon pressure has to be less than a year old.
He's
And
not
it
going
also
anywhere.
has to be in the second year, starting from the second year on.
Wow, look at that.
Keeping Zika Hashem Moses, Hashem Mitzvah. If a person says they refrain from drinking wine, road stealing, not getting coming in those
Your first
30
time on
days,
this show?
and during those 30 days he touched on those. So you have to be in Hashem Mitzvah. Another, sorry, that's no.
Nice one, Sam.
Hashem Mitzvah is a person who has Taras, she's a green part of
Where are you from,
Mitzvah.
Sam?
No,
Just visiting LA or?
now these are younger ones. These are sheep that are a year old. Keeping Zika Hashem Moses.
What's the last job that you
From Joseph, it's hard to tell. That's me. It's called Pesach. And that's a year. There's also Asham that is a
Don't be
year
shy.
old.
Go live some cursing because the Rangers are flappers.
Or bad. I'm not sure which one it was. If it's a girl, says he says, this should be, which is going to call for it comes together. So much on the Elos. And if somebody's loyal, meaning he takes something from this Amigdash and uses it as a pay, 25% fine, plus is the bring
You know, I used to be a
of carbon. It's 25. The Torah says it's a kindness, meaning 20%, but that's the job in English, it's called 25%. What's the carbon? My name,
I didn't know.
he says, it's the purpose. I want to do such on zeros. Now that's the be, the 2-year-old is obvious. The see what I'm doing, I'm using shop because after that, because I'm showing about it, they shot him. Again, I could tell from how old it is what kind of carbon I'm looking for. The more I would then base the channel, then they shot him. A lot of the guys, people don't realize the difference between sheep, how old it is. Oh yeah, this is a 2-year-old sheep. No, it's a 1. You know, when that's a transfer in sheep, you differentiate and make a whole big deal about it. Right, exactly. So we have a beautiful video of how the different ages of sheep is not something that we pay attention to. Maybe sheep, even the sheep themselves, sometimes think it's funny.
Are you funnier than him?
No, he's way funny.
Has he been doing how I can save him? I think he writes everything for you.
Okay, he writes everything for me.
Russian's still there. She's something like that. And now himself and nothing happened.
I'm with you on that one. Feminist Jeremiah.
Young boy, please stand up and give the seat to the man who's studying the daily Talmud text.
I am not a man. I am a woman.
That's like a ballsy thing to do when you don't have a job, when you're strapping on roller skates and you're sending a lace around your ankle at one time, really tightening it up. That's ice skate music. Or wait, now, where do you roller skate? Outdoors?
You love this stuff. Great. Says Gemara. You're going to join the Makazi with Paul. Hello, Ben Ben Shana with them Shana, Mother Kazuchi, we could be Shana the next Ben. Sometimes you have a 1-year-old that looks like Ben Stein. We could be Stein, let's do Shana. That was my father's trick. I was 10 years old and he put me in high school because when I was 12, I went to Kid Rock when I was like 10 and a half years old. I was very tall and he figured nobody will realize that I'm not a mitzvah. The only thing is like I didn't have to fill in or anything. At least they weren't rapping, so it's like that's what I mean. So I got something that beautiful email about our last video of fucking sheep rapping. We was very upset about the rap. Rap is also. Okay, listen, you should see it. I've thought in some kids look older than they are. Like, you know, I know in Israel when you try to have store owners, some serious minors. So they always bring like a 17-year-old that looks like he's 26. And they send him in and the store owner doesn't ask for ID and he says, why do you ask for ID? What? No. Then he says, so you never know. 2-year-olds with like 1-year-old, 2-year-olds, it's not something that people readily differentiate. Now, just as a side note, there are young people, and this is normal for young people to think that they're older, and older people think that they're younger. So for both of those things are not the best. Like when a young person thinks that he's older and it's too late or whatever, that kind of thing, it's very negative trouble. But I was discussing the other day and saying, sure, it shocked me. I met an older fellow, he was 60s. He wasn't very healthy. And he's speaking as if he's, 15, 20 years old. And then he has this tremendous life ahead of him. And people say, but it's real. You gotta be realistic. You don't live forever, especially you. You're not taking care of yourself. I don't know how long you're going to live. Why do people live so long? We're only here for a very, very short amount of time. When you're already in your 60s, you gotta get your life together. You gotta do this. It's not really tired, man. 10 minutes a day is not gonna cut it. Sorry, you should show me some also on relaxing. Another question. What about a goat that you shackled for an asham? Now, asham is a sheep. That's the same as I said. Asham is only a sheep. So you bring a goat. It's obvious that you didn't bring it as asham. So you want to know? I'm maybe the sheep is black. Okay? In other words, it's not a goat. People don't realize it's a goat. I think that maybe the sheep got a haircut, says Rashi. And therefore it's black. What's the shot? Well, what's the shot? I don't even take a sheep and give it a haircut to black. Here, I have a shot for you. You want a sheep shot? It's not a sheep shot. It's not for a joke.
especially I wouldn't price it. That means I would work for the United States government. My job with benefits. But I'm neither of those. I'm a American. I am the only one. Let's say, baby. I know I'm an American because I love smoking and all. And whenever I get around my house, it makes me so much.
Somehow she couldn't get it going after the year. Hey, little times she shuffle and get up to get some face in the whole days. Hey, little times she shuffle and she does it. What if you brought a cat and a bull? So it's like everybody else to do sheep.
Yeah, Raphael Molino, ladies and
What's
gentlemen.
going on? I'm not a big young man. She doesn't love me right. You look like it wasn't like that. The reason is something more in the family. You're right. You got it. You got one, you got it. You got people in days. Women's love with great love. What the mother said is that it is in a minute call, defensive, and not even not about. I don't even also anymore. There is there's an exception to this. No, being the door of the pool for a person. That would be obvious, but we do not mean to bring it as well. Now, we go back to the question that affects the chin by the Somebody said, I want to say is that it's a human mincha. Do you think that my question for the mincha? Well, you are late. No one says you're not late. No one really cares. You never see yesterdays and you even go quicker than you. Time according to the culture. We didn't see what it's supposed to. That he said, that the mincha should be Amar Kashes. He was doing it because it's in his head. Mincha. Mincha's not Kashes. Mincha's because it's no reason. He thought that bringing a cargo, saying that this is not a mincha, this rebel is going to be fighting. He has a cargo. Anymore, mincha should be fought. There's a mincha. These are possible. They say this is the third that's holding it up. The rock is the third up. So, if I get a between mincha and mincha, it's okay. I'm still kosher. I'm still with business. I said I'm not precious. I'm not precious. The Torah says you're all considered what? They're not people. Beautiful as you go. But if I try to switch it off, it's crazy. Is that a place? The card is not included over here. So tomorrow, he says, not because it's just for opposite. It's not the love. Down and down, and these things once in your life. I'm not going to show up. You can see something from his actions. It's nickel. It is obvious what it is. You would also.
Raphael, we did for
This is supposed to go. Why? First,
what's wrong? I've been doing it the whole time. Just letting everybody get their kill shots.
Well, what does it mean that you don't have this vibe? I'm not. There's a reason why it should be. I'm not street office too.
Wow, that's
so even though there's one cheap everyone, and there's no concern that maybe people
building houses and shit.
Pues tampoco me suena pues estaba con un price a mincha and not to another person of this. Alcohol and stage population is down with personal behavior. Putting fast. But blood of everyone campus as if he ate blood. These kind of gross videos. If you don't want blood, or not recommend watching.
Wow, look at that. Wow, there you go.
Now it's a show.
A lot of people don't know this, but Raphael has been up until this point was sober for the last 10 years.
Right off the wall, man.
love it. Anything else, Raphael?
Thank you guys very much, man. I hope I do one of these shit, man. I know what I'm gonna do, man. That's what I want to eat off of. So thank you guys very much.
There you go. Raphael Molina. There you go. Raphael Molina.
Shloy signing.
Okay.
And then the drink.
Okay.
Okay.
We should say that.
The kids
Kill
are
Tony San Francisco. One of my
showing up.
favorite episodes.
So the person who's
So
well,
great.
there's the thing.
The great
Pretty
Dana, everybody. From she's got a lot of energy. She's a real wacky people. So I like Dana. I don't know why right now that shit around, but love starting fires. All right. Every time somebody's on for the first time, I always ask the question, was there ever anything you did when you started
in that why has a question. There are one category of colors. Blood, sailor, charismatic, sailor. But the other colors, mixed up. White man, and you know the big other components around you chose this taco family. Not really of masculine, the food, all these other things have found a stable. You mix it up. Why? To show that you saw the taco. It's a puzzle. So when you chef it, you beat the gas, the shape, basic facts. Keep that in mind. You're right. Prevention on the cash. Now, you can keep the left screen and choose by the clothes. And the one on the side that you mix up a good club, the yolks and other ones, you know, you'll do it. The claimants, not just the Shuma fashions. The claimants, the Minchas, not the Minchas. Let's see. If you say that it's a frying pan instead of a heat dish, that's not a problem. But when you say that it's a mincha of a matchas, that's a problem. Complicated minchas, matchas, minchas. Speaking the word mincha, that will be. Not only from my precious, the one of my if you just verbalizing what you're doing, not in terms of the type of dish, that doesn't make the difference. Because not because of the machshava, you're doing a mincha that's different, that's really a problem. Oh, I know, but this is a different comment. Whatever the truth was, so that you can see from the action. I'll be talking. I thought that was so much.
You sit really on there and
I forgot the speaker. I have the cool. You got the cool. Even though they all work the same. You think of the body of show up.
Tony, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Since you had a prison court in the actual puzzle, that actual
something you remind me of like the guy that would be a school shooter that you could jerk off the kids before shooting up the school. Yeah, that's the
only
proper music.
I didn't think I would say shoot you, somebody just tried to stand up and
however, for the first thing, a dry info. Well, this is amazing.
I think that's fair.
Dry, without oil.
I think it's hard in a minute to like lay down a conspiracy theory, you know, without the help of ecstasy. But I think you should start with the hair joke first.
And he did it with the intent. There's a nice tweet, so he did it with the intent that it's bubble, that it has oil. Why is it cool?
I think it would have been
And
slower.
the should feel about what he meant is that it's
Not a good.
Rashi says, "Even you are." It's like, oh, it's without oil. The okay, maybe when a person said, "I'm bringing this oil for starting," he doesn't mean Shalom with the brothers. Maybe meant shalom, peace. Peace with Hashem. Make peace with Hashem. More of the Hashem. Awesome. So that means shalom. No, the Bible is called shalom. It is something called shalom. So when a person verbalizes the word shalom, he actually uses the Bible. You see, I'm not going to stop Hashlami. Hazard is that Hashlami. So shalom. When you say shalom, man, how can you from me? The rule of it. This was never called a bottle mixed in a royal. What was the rule of the Shem? The rule of the Shem is your ruler. Not only your love. It says it causes a mix of that is mixed with oil. It's not called a bottle. For some reason, the mix is not called a bottle. If it has oil, people with oil. The boy side had a wonderful. Mary the Swift is spreading love throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Joe Rogan is not believing it. Well, I don't believe it.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's why you're. Do you believe in chemtrails and all that stuff? Do you believe in Tower 7?
Okay, Brian, that's enough.
Jesus. Do you believe in God, boy?
That's a good question.
I think you were kicked out of Apple Code or whatever the fuck county you did at your too.
Live from the Randra boy side. With some love. Not easy. It's morning, hanging out control. You ready? Go, boy side. Oh, that's good. Live from Toronto. Unbelievable. Last time I was here, I was working now. You were smaller. And there are a lot of people that helped out. Look out for this football trade.
It's like a reenactment of a broken home right now.
Anything crazy ever happen in your car?
We have a satellite location here in Perth, right? Upstairs.
We've talked to you about this before.
Thursday night?
Yeah. We get some fun. That's interesting. You sort of look like Mario. Picture you driving. You look like Mario on Mario Kart.
7 years ago.
Even you have the pretty much have the exact hat as Mario.
Transmitting here live.
What a nerd bash.
I consider myself more of a Robin.
I should spin an Effie bit and see what happens. Good job, dude. Awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't go set enough. Exactly. There he goes, Mike Diaz. It doesn't get set enough that the people that sign up for this show are ballsier than anybody.
I needed a
That was a killer shot, but still. To the 8 months. Something for 8 months.
All right, let's see this thing. I'm pulling the name out of the bucket. The name is Ramsey Botaway.
Ramsey Botaway.
Jesus.
Good
God.
That's a Craigslist name. Really? Are these real names?
How about Mikey McKernan? Oh, Mikey McKernan. We got a pop on this one. What does that mean? The crowd goes wild for Mikey McKernan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mikey McKernan.
And he became our ambassador in Toronto together with Irish
I
Brown.
think guy smokes all his friends' weed. Friends like, yeah, Mikey, he's OG. Out of college, huh?
We have a new superstar. You'll know him. You'll get to know him. Steve Punzo. You know about the guy?
I don't like it when people ask me annoying questions. I think the most annoying question is, do you have
So,
any
you have
talents?
to go around.
Yeah, I know how to make the cake dry faster.
People have great experiences.
Alright, some of you guys are not into dry humor. Comics, you ever written a bad joke? And then you try to cross it out and you run out of ink? And you're like, wow, I'm going to convince myself it's a good joke. And then you suck at comedy. Thank you.
Powerful Mikey McCurden. I love that. Right?
Should have ended strong.
That was fun. You were one of the funniest young Vietnam veterans we've ever had on the show.
That was a good time.
Really, really impressive.
When we started the second
You're an interesting guy. How long you been on stand-up?
It's going to be 9 years, March 21st.
That's right around the corner. 9 years. Do you like how you do anything more than 9 years?
To be honest, being on this show.
That's great.
Being on the major. Can I give you guys one of my stickers on my comedy? Says Mikey McCurden's not funny for those who didn't laugh. You can't have one.
Actually, Mike McCurden at the Death Squad show after his last one.
Yeah, thank you. That was fucking amazing. Yeah. I give it up for free. So my parents told me.
It's like a really bad episode of
Sure.
Shark Tank. I just give away, dude. I don't know why I'm broke living in my mom's basement.
I had stickers and t-shirts before I was doing stand-up.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we talked about this last time.
You play Lieutenant Dan?
That was a good Halloween costume one year. Yeah, well, I work at City Walk and I dress up as Kenny G. And there's a guy up there who does a saxophone. Kenny G. Thank you, guys.
You look more like you look like the kind of guy who knows everything about the One Million Murders.
I've never seen that movie. I don't watch porn.
That's it. You're definitely a crowd
Can I
favorite.
hit that? What's that?
Copy for closers, dude.
Dreams coming true on Kill Tony 200.
Guys, the war.
I'm on.
Oh, you think that's what she's going to be disappointed in?
Nice one, Tony.
What else do? You seem like such a cool character.
Right now, I'm actually getting in with some guys on Instagram who run Jumbotron at the Honda Center for the Anaheim Ducks game. I am a whore for being on the Jumbotron at hockey games.
Oh, I bet you're great on that. What are some of your dudes?
I wear a jersey and I put my arm. I wish you could fucking jersey. I put my hands up in the jersey like this. It makes me look very intimidating.
And they don't really.
What's something we would be surprised to know about you? Like, what, for some reason,
I
I feel like
later
there's
on,
something.
I haven't opened up to say, the guy tells me, I only learned. That is to be, I haven't learned the 15 years. But when I learn to heal. And that's travel.
Do Forrest Gump trivia.
We're about
You did one last time. Let's do
nothing
it.
we learn to heal. Forget
That
about
was
it.
the
Try,
best one.
I get a Papusa, and a last
So I just tell you.
then a last surgery, and then a
Once you
Papusa
drop
hospital,
60J, take your
and then
money
there's
to shut
another
him out.
Papusa, and then you don't feel well, and
So you
then
take
you learn it 2 days out of the week. And that's not learning.
Acid. Now she's still suicidal. What was she on?
You can learn. You can learn every day of the week.
That was Mikey hitting that ring shot.
The only way that I know works is stuff like this. The most consistent
Mikey,
program
what's your
out
love
there.
life like?
That
4 years.
consistency of learning
Last
clear
weekend.
every day. Nothing like that. Oh, problem is a lot of people say, well, I tried that again.
You sling in that shrimp.
I
Yeah,
tried it again.
she likes that size.
Very. So
4 years. What is she
that's
doing?
why
She's a student.
I'm saying
That's
it's
it.
not about the
What
top,
does
it's
she
about
study?
the learning.
Anthropology.
It's not about the top, it's about the learning.
Yeah, we got a future.
You have to understand that
You guys
our
are good for each
biggest
other since you've been
mitzvah
trying
that
to
we have is Talmud Torah, learning Torah. And most of us here, we wear tefillin every day. Somebody asked you, God, I wear tefillin.
Yeah,
You never wear tefillin. You learn every day.
that's
A lot of people have no teachers say no.
well, it's interesting.
They never say it on
I really like talking about hockey.
5 days a
Yeah,
week.
I want to talk about things. Understanding tragedy.
But it's much more
So I
fun
got such
to
a
learn Torah than to learn tefillin. How do I know? Because you say it every day. The Talmud
yeah, I
Torah
grew
can
up playing ice hockey in Southern California.
you put all the mitzvahs on one scale,
When I
one
can,
side
but I
of the
don't play
scale.
hockey anymore.
Rule of excellence, everything on one side. And
Just
still,
not picture
if you
you
come
like
clear on the other
skating
side,
back,
come
maybe
clear,
with
weighs
like a
it down.
knife in your hand or something like that. I can picture you like skating.
Are you tough? How's it possible that you just don't try a whole
Oh, exactly. That here, man.
Those are the business. He doesn't be in tomorrow with him.
Some guy
He
just
doesn't
got it.
want
Had
to
a
be
weight. He's
away.
got to skate.
He wears his clothes in 5 minutes all the time. But now he doesn't open up a Gemara. There comes that learning.
Will Ferrell was
It creates a situation where you don't have a choice.
It's such a.
Tell you a mice in the oil that happened yesterday.
25 stitches.
We had a shop
Such an
in
intense sport that you
Stamford,
almost feel
Connecticut.
they skate backwards
All the time.
Unbelievable.
Then they lie about being hurt.
About it for hours. One thing I want to tell you. I'm shopping.
Charity.
Why? We got
Gerald.
a
Gerald.
3.5 hours.
All right.
My son is
Charity short from something.
special project for women from Australia.
shit that never gets played.
She was like,
Talk to my girlfriend. I am mad at part of the
speech, you'll go.
all the time.
trying to
He
battle.
gave me a little speech. Brought it.
You don't get
That
paid
was
as
curious.
much. You don't ever come home from Bubba Gum smelling like someone else
Somebody
came
offered
home working for Bubba
$250,000
Gum.
for testing it now. What is something wrong?
I got two other roommates.
Everything there.
Cal Arts trying to make dress. No,
And
they're
the page, it shows me the said, it doesn't have to be so first, but it doesn't first, but it's first. I offered $50,000.
Well, Mikey, you
I'm
absolutely
thinking
killed
myself,
it.
I
Thank you
was
guys so
speaking.
much.
So,
Good night.
there he goes, Mikey
We had the
McCurdy.
whole thing
He's
comes
on
out of
Twitter at
the
Mikey
side.
McCurdy. MIKYMCKERNAN. Mikey McCurdy.
I'm doing it
What?
wow, I do a lot of talk, and I'm proud.
Aw,
It's
that's lovely.
beautiful to have someone like that. But
When
it's
it's
the
done
thing
right,
that
the
is
timing is
never going to happen. And as he's speaking, he says,
Hey, what's that character? I don't recognize.
because I'm
Oh,
giving you the
shit!
spice, and that's
Ladies and gentlemen, the
visual,
President of the
and giving
United
something
States of
like
America
that.
and the
It's
former
one slide that
Secretary
another
of
is
State. Well,
what
what a
is it?
loser title she gets, huh?
They bought me now,
Okay,
we
here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
put together money. We
Trump and
just
Hillary.
how much?
It's an honor to be here.
$180,000. So not Canadian, US dollars.
David's out.
Wow.
The kids are
Donald.
we're sitting
Show.
and we're one speech, the other speech by a different time. We're
I read a thing the other day that you've been like golfing
And
so
then
many
the
times. I'm
meal,
surprised that you were able
and
to
then
fit it on
nothing
your
else.
schedule with so much shit going on.
But so that I kind of
Man, Hillary's really
lying
looks so
on
good,
kid
right? I
comes
mean,
up,
she
11 years
really
old,
took that loss
and
hard.
he likes learning,
Hillary's always looked this disgusting.
loves learning, 11 years old, and this guy is suicidal,
I'm excited about this. What is that thing?
life, it's their
Presidential thing that I don't know about her.
and then
Yes.
Okay, okay. Wow! Oh shit! Here we go. See, black magic marker
30,
always an indicator of something exciting to come. With musical notes next to the name, I present to you so perfect for episode 200, one of our favorites, the great Aphrodite. Holy shit! Donald Trump, you might want to turn around.
show up and cheer. 3:45 in the morning, we finish the cheer. I'm going to tell you right now, the administrator's not going to be happy with me. I can say, but nobody will show up and nobody will care if you're learning because you have this commitment of doing a big job. But people said, okay, yeah, we're tired. No, not good. There's no vacation. 365, we're doing it. We learn so young, face off, just above 9. Not a single day that goes by. Whereas, so, and I'm not going to say, you learn. When you have to put the word, you're committed.
Aphrodite, ladies and gentlemen.
Even I might say
Really is something special. A podcast is the only way to describe this as is it looks like somebody poured a diaper and kept it on for 2 months without changing it, just letting it fill all the way. This looks like it has 2 months of shit hanging on the back. Right? 2 months worth of food flow. I mean, it is an amazing ad. So eating your ass has
It's about the yogurt.
Alright, another very, very important thing that I hear from people, I get, I want to say 30, 40 people here. And one of the things I hear over and over and over is that it changed my life, it changed my life, And I think one of the reasons is, creating a new habit. Creating a new habit means that it's something for 60 days in a row becomes embedded in your bones. So it's part of you. And the younger people, I am, since all time, I'm a super consistent person. I started at 4 years ago, I haven't done 5 years, but I'm in real estate, yeah? So, when I just decided to build a house or a car or whatever, I started the whole team and all this to the last. Every book I ever read in my life, I usually get pages this, start the next book. And then this is the story of my life. But when it came to that point, for whatever reason, I just happened that me and Ella, nice to meet you, but I haven't missed not learning, giving without knowing, preparing to share all the cards and everything. Over 6 years without missing a single day. And it's because it has not a thought or anything. I think it's just one of those things that once you get locked in and do it, and you feel like it's stuff, even when you don't want to learn, you're tired. You should give it up and some stuff and do it down. 2 weeks ago, you know what it is? It's not fun. It's not right through it. The idea of this habit. Once you build this habit,
wow, that was impressive. I don't know what to say. I don't even need to say anything.
Health, exercise,
That would be cool if you also work
everything.
I mean, do your
If you haven't tried
Got
it
some
out,
of that Bubba
you
Dump.
better try it. It will change your life. Here we go. Change your life. And finally, I'm just going to say this. You fuck up who you are. Family. It's feeling of belonging. Guy, I'm going to tell you a story.
What's about to happen here? Oh my god.
Everything that told me. Walking bar from Magic to NBY. A lot of you. A little bit of a
And there he goes. That was the
really
total
good
of
Magic.
what I tell
Really high. Even if you don't do the fast, you can beat the fast. Put up anyway. Because it might be hard coming to do that. You might
I just want you to know that I already had this direction before we
and
started.
when you get another person to run player, you know what happens? You get the skills of that person. Every word player
Thank you
that
very
he learns.
much. I appreciate it, but my catheter fell out.
Every ball he goes to Marty. Every comment is 1,000 balls he goes to Marty. And every word of player is 1,000 on the
So you have like full feeling, you have full sensation of your punch. You tested like with needles in the field.
There's a 200 per minute all of the time. Roll is that's how it works. This is this magnet of part. Wow. Part of the group I'm part of. But uplifted it.
It looks like you're giving directions with your ass.
That's right. We talk about this shit on the GPS thing, right?
With your nose. That's butter rock.
That's right, baby.
You sell out what's coming from the end. I'm going to be the business friend. I'm traveling. I'm doing some traveling. By the way, if anybody knows if somebody's prices, upload Oak Street 5. MDY is looking for a private jet right now. We took a good call and flight this morning. Flying tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. flying to
Hillary, what do you think about the way President Trump is talking to us?
Miami, because I'm satellite location from there, New York, and here I can tell you, over here, whoever does this and whoever's been not doing this is unbelievable. Last time I was see them at the Cost House in York Park. There's 3 apartments on the first level, 20 guests a day tonight, so fully loaded, stock, food, all kinds of food, everything.
That's what I thought. Trump 2020.
Cake, coffee, everything. In the basement, yes, in the cold, MYK. One true conceivable effort from every single night, every night, every night. Watch, hear, eat, encourage them, smoke, smoking. Couldn't talk them ever. Smoking, and there's a mixture, of course, and eating food and photography. You know, friends and the photography location over here. Get together, and some topics to laugh together, to learn together, to talk together. These are some speeches. You're going to use the Hebrew, you're going to use people in English. This is Rabbi. This is an excitement, okay? All right. This, when I was leaving, very nice, very emotional. You guys want to see something fun?
Even I can admit the blacks are talented.
Maccabi used to do the Zizra thing.
Joel, what are you
This
with
is
your
Rabbi Khan, and then tomorrow, beautiful. So, if you watch, I just want to play with him something that is called, which we did him a lot of mouth. I want to say this person by the name of Moshe Copeland has a famous ball in B'nai Brak, 2 balls. Does it call together?
breaking news? Joel Jimenez has a microphone for the first time ever because of his
Famous cousin on the part of cheer, and he made a whole lot of mouth. 500 people showed up, not really to do that. They had to belong to satellite. 500 people from satellite location. Let me show you what it looks like. Satellite location. It looks like people sit together, unite. Over there, it's live. Get out live. It's not the camera. This is in the neighborhood. I want to tell you, you're going to the spectator office space. Look at that. Listen to Beato, you're unbelievable.
What was that,
You're
John?
not
He's a team player. You gotta love him.
this is what it looks like on a daily basis.
Color, you gotta love him.
All right. Boys, we're going to cut this down.
Pull in another
This
name.
is the first time I'm doing this because we
Your
have
hands
Brandon
together for
Shop,
Michael D'Angelo.
Brandon Septa, and Meyer Fisher donated the entire time. So we're going to say MDY Fisher edition. See that mark? But for the first day,
Oh,
MDY
shit,
Shop,
kill Tony,
MDY
guess what, guys?
MDY Shop,
Today is my little sister,
Meyer
Katie.
High Risk official
Yeah.
office
Yeah, man.
of the
She's got Down
MDY
syndrome. She's got a
official
lot of friends.
tomorrow.
You know, my
It's
buddy
sponsored
Kevin
by
Pickens
the
from down here tonight.
Canada. NY Fisher Shop, Eric Collins, Hudson, Lean Initiative, to develop David and a relation members of this brothers, sisters, close to the family, Earl Shani Macadowski, Shop Page is sponsored by Bill and Rachel Valerie, and the first road Jack Valley, Jack Bell, and Roth. But it's sponsored by the Solomon dedicated memory of Murray and Cora from his time to be bright.
Plastic surgery's getting
The
out of
second
hand.
sponsor, we have
We're
Brad.
talking no nose today. No nose. Yeah,
Understand
like everything was
that
okay.
people donated
Like everything was
$1,000.
total crud too. I walked up
You
to her,
still have
tried to ask her like,
hope
where'd you get your work?
you
She's
want.
like,
You need not Father Jack down is anonymous. I thought the room was pretty guys with. What's the problem?
my 7-year-old niece shot herself in the head. She didn't die though. I just think it's funny because she used to hate vegetables. Now,
College Family Foundation is
Damn,
looking
Michael
for a lot of growing
D'Angelo,
up in the
pure
South
evil.
Coast. The nature to image was that one of the beloved and basically one of the first Russian Cuban Americans. Send the growth of family and the island today in honor of the brother my meaning of life. Go ahead. Smoke is found very exciting and some of the most of the million in July.
she didn't die.
Good
Is
now.
that really true? No, none of that's
Before Shrema Esther Nuno.
Alright.
Esther Wilkinson.
So,
Nuno.
like,
Esther Wilkinson, Robinson, her husband, Helen Washington, his 40th birthday. Anonymous. Records inside, but on a layer, the top anonymous. Basically, you'll see we keep the Ellie Gillen spirit
so
of
you're just visiting from
Vegas.
Vegas?
Yeah, just visiting.
That could be again. Not as Marcus and Nazi, thank you for all that you do. The No More Cheetah Man. That explains when we were on the safari. Homeland is in Red So he said, if you see a chase of an animal, which is not shy, our private citizens after a year, will donate $5,000. $1,000. Next is like 5,000. Cheetah Man is like 9,000. If you call Cheetah Man, it says 5 minutes later, or 35 of them. You'd like to see Cheetah
They're really strong, dude.
chase
Dude,
/
hell yeah, they are.
which is the weirdest of the year, and we believe it happens to people because of stuff that. So we call it Cheetah Man. But he said, I don't want to be called the Cheetah Man anymore. None of the real Cheetah Man. Molandy, who starts the pledge of $1,000. Here it is. So I got tonight. Mary Kovacs, I can start back on the YouTube feed, the dedication to player learning and the sheer. The visions of see in honor of rebellion, which is showing us how to love our children as a split back in the city of Vega and risk of living Yakaya. So tell us the story now. How long are we in this period? 37 minutes? No. How many? How are we? I'm ready. How long are we in here? Huh? In there. 15? I don't know. No way. I'll say the story. Ari Blau, Jimmy Azulai, Denzel, and their flying crash. Half of empty white jackets, empty rebellion, and new white jackets coming to the concept of Atlanta community is perfect. You guys. MUIR Anonymous. doesn't the Kai Star of the Rothschild put them when he can be dropped as a little bit is there, it's in a little.
What is it?
Are you kidding me? Yes, that's what
You know those old school like straight razors from fucking barbershop? Yeah, man, big fucking neon yellow.
Tell us more. We need more into this.
The way shy,
People with fucking fast hands, dude.
Wow.
I mean, I still like him and shit. I'm just saying, like, I had a rock in my hand. I was like, man, I'm gonna hit this guy with this rock. I'm already like a slow white dude, you know? Like, you need to have like speed in your hands when you fight a black guy. They're quick.
Right.
They're fucking fast, man. If you fought a black guy, you know what I'm talking about. Dude,
Where did
you guys fought a black guy? That's fucking amazing. It's freaking like, dude, it's like, it's freaking rocket freaking fast. Their genetics are better than ours, dude.
we got to remember the numbers. A lot of people died. It's a very slow enough.
where did this happen at? Where did this rock versus where did this literal game of
In Vegas.
paper scissors?
In Vegas. But it's actually, believe it or not, I was the one in the wrong. How weird, right?
A lot of people.
Sweeney Todd's barbershop, dude.
When I
I
saw
was the one in the wrong, so I never saw the guy again. He never saw me again. I made his pocket.
And we walked into the hotel lobby.
Yeah, bro.
Guy, she
That's
was
the downside of Tinder.
month.
Yeah,
Recreating the
So any of these easy ones you want to jump in, or no? It's like one of those cheap guys in the club pilot.
with smoke, fire. They recreated the Rebecca Club. And I recall this company.
Honestly,
This is Rebecca
Tell
Club.
us more interesting.
Pizza. It was
my
the kiosk
mom
of the
did a
looking.
lot of heroin. My
I
mom,
think it was like, wow.
my mom would have made Ray Charles look like a blind piano player.
And the nice new subs. This is the shit from the
Dude, we're not a crap stable. No, I was born underwater though.
Without thinking,
Is that true? Where at?
without stuttering, he said it. And that's what that really does.
You know what I'm saying? You
Stand out of the way.
if you're a
How's your open? Again, this is that
that's great.
You ever been arrested, Michael?
I've been putting handcuffs a lot. I've actually never been taken. Yeah, dude, just working nice white, dude.
very, very similar to the fuck.
It's funny, actually. I had a lot of black friends growing up, and they were like, man, always like every time they would like, never take me above my life.
The difference is that he's fucking,
Yeah, that's
we're
freaking
talking about animal, part of an animal. And the knuckles, we're talking about a flower part of it.
It's the real deal, too. This is the guy.
Same way. But one is red flower, and the other is an animal.
This guy's fucking awesome.
What's your favorite
The second
category?
way you make me.
Choke from.
So in the knuckles, the liquid is the way you come on, favorite.
Hey, you can talk about BJF or just regular JF? What's BJF?
You remember, recall, the
Choke fucking?
very
Wait, what do you say? What's BJF?
Nothing. Michael. All right. Well, that's fun. You single?
bring a milk of
No
food
way.
as
You're
well.
fucking stupid. Wow.
You just tried it in the head.
Dude, that
Everything
shit's
just out
really
on a like a struggle. You have to realize what you're
Do you live on that pirate ship thing?
and there's different types of
They
monopoly.
don't even have that anymore. They got rid of it.
Here's
Hey, when you
some of the
propose,
stuff that I
you
was
know,
part of
when you
together.
hey, will you marry me or whatever you
With
know?
the bread, it's not my fun.
I did
Yeah,
actually,
let
she was like,
them still come every week.
like a little
Yeah,
note to
let them
self for anybody
support.
that proposes. Find out
Let's
how
go
rich
to
you
the
want.
top left. Yeah, look, that's my pressure.
Now she's
And
like,
look, that's my.
She doesn't know.
They're both very similar. Same ingredient. In fact, they have the same exact ingredient. But one, a little softer
Well,
than the
Michael
other,
is very
because it's
funny.
made in a deeper
Very
dish.
fun stuff. There he goes. Michael D'Angelo, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay? Another one is a flat pizza. Because it's flat, the foil is
On
moved
this
out
show, we have a
quicker,
comedian that writes and
milk
performs a
are
brand new minute every single week. She holds
This is
down
not
a
the-
single solitary regular
So,
position on this show,
the client thinks
giving
themselves
away it all with the hardest things
that
in
is
the
bringing a
world.
Minkas Makmas, but in fact, the Minkas Marquez is messed up with me.
Regularly. You know her,
You
you love
messed
her,
up.
put your hands together for her. The great
And
Natalie
therefore,
Makovsky, ladies and gentlemen.
the owner must bring another Minkas. But what do you do with the Minkas that are messed up? You do it. You go and fight it. You bring it. Somebody's gonna have to bring another one.
Oh God, this is nerve-wracking. I feel good.
Probably messes
I
up if he's
Googled
too
one,
long
and
instead of
I'm
a
never
normal.
really happy with the
But the
results I
owner over
get.
here can fucking like,
When I was younger, I Googled
$6
how to tell if I was bisexual. And the Google
But just like in
results
Scotland,
always come up. If you're Googling this, you probably are.
carbon copper is messed up.
Nowadays, I Google how to tell if I'm gay.
Then you take the carbon
And Google is telling me if you're Googling this, you probably haven't. I was recently with a guy, and I was hooking up with him,
Put them in nothing. Mess up.
and it felt like I was about to shit.
Hello.
And I was like, is this what coming is supposed to feel like? But I didn't want to push it because I was like, either way, this is a lose-lose.
That's the thing another card.
Oh, man. Okay.
Curious words. What you doing?
Can I go? There's like this one short card after. Okay, so I can't tell if I'm going to shit. It's a lose-lose. I had to Google, I have acne, and I had to Google what color shirt goes with acne. Turns out any low-cut top. But then I had to Google what does vaginal herpes look like. But I don't know if it's my acne just migrating south. Okay, that was it.
Damn, Ali Makovsky put it a minute and 40 seconds. Maybe it looked easy. Just working it out. Doing what she does.
That's the roller
And
coaster.
the test stands for anybody?
Cold-blooded assassin.
That was the roller
He
coaster.
said,
I was here on the
very
live
good.
report.
Good.
Weren't you here also?
Now the biggest cargo is coming.
I don't think I was here on the liquid. Yeah,
Really good, really good.
that means a
They have
lot.
to be, can't afford the
That
cargo.
sounds sarcastic, but I'm being serious.
No, I
He's very poor. Get away without putting a $500 animal to drink. Something made out of flour.
Thanks.
Now, another thing that I
Before
remember
this,
is
I was freaking out. There was like 3 different
carbon,
jokes. I was asking all my friends in the back. I was like, how do I make this herpes thing work? And everyone was like, I got nothing.
Mendy,
Good herpes never goes away. It's always right there.
he asked her, hey, can this guy that sins is going to benefit with enough money? In fact,
Well, I hope
it's
it's
hard.
taken well.
The text is treated just being a very cheap kind of cargo.
Shit.
You're not going to be able to
Hey guys.
honor your business with your cousins.
Josh
That
Martin,
was
Tony
no
Hinchcliffe,
more.
and Brian Redman are
And you know
joining
that's
us.
nuts. When a husband suspects his wife of being
It's
a
great to
slap
be
with
here
another
with
man,
the greatest comedian in the world,
she doesn't.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
There you go. That's
We do take away something that we all know, despite that. The whole process is very.
there you go.
And part of the process is she has to be in the cup. And
Look at Teen Wolf without the mask. It's pretty close.
Minchas heute, Minchas Neu, mutton food. So pizza, we know. I'll show you a little bit of a video here. Here we go. You guys ready? Take this out ready for today. Of some of the process of the type of the mincha.
Let's get back to Ali Makovsky. What
Yes,
else?
finally.
The strength of 1,000 warriors. One of the best comedians built and bred here on Kill Tony.
Okie dokie, let's
Sorry.
move on.
And first you pour oil on the bottom. It's 3 oils.
Yeah, it's like the
Then you
best.
put the flour, you put oil on top.
No, I'm not sick of it. It's just
Reload.
stressful because it's like when we have guests like this, I don't, it's like I don't want to do a new shitty minute. I want to like do the hits,
You did. You were the only person in the show's history to do a minute and 40 seconds. Like 60 seconds. So whatever that is.
A minute and 40 was their problems in the kitchen. I was
Right? They played the cat. They played the she hit the minute.
Then you break it up in
the
the
gym
chips.
stretch. There was a problem. So, we met in the back and you mentioned that you don't drink.
Yeah,
So you
Like fries?
drink.
yeah.
And see, I need to blow my nose.
Before I was a comedian, I was in school, and then I dropped out 2 years. And
All right.
I don't know. I think it's
Next.
fine. Except
Minchas
I think if I
Minchas
did stay
Must.
in college, I wouldn't
Oh, that's
talk
the
about
Levina.
my
Forgot.
personal
We're middle school. So you had
You know?
Levina. And now
Wow, look
we're
at Red Man hitting the sound
gonna move
effects
from
over
Levina
there
to the side.
straight from his cell phone.
Where's the pizza?
Red Band,
That's
let
not the
Allie
pizza.
get back to it. The audio is horrible on this
Doing
podcast.
like that. Okay.
Wow, that is so true, me. I could not agree with me anymore. Allie,
You put in another
Josh,
plate.
here's
You
someone
see
to make
another
it work.
plate.
Come
Very
on,
good.
Josh.
And put salt.
Allie,
Great.
it's pretty
And
amazing. Allie,
then
like every
put
single
that
one
onto
of your.
the.
I don't remember
Look at the
like
size
a
of
really
the large.
bad set
It's
you've
great.
ever had. Like I think I like pretty much killed it.
Not
Every
as
single
real
one.
life.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's very
And
impressive.
then the leftovers
It's
will
an
be right
incredible
in.
workload, and it's fun that we have each other for these outlets. It's
You
very
should have seen
cool.
yesterday at the shop house. Got a piece of herring, and all of a sudden, the guy comes and grabs this little piece that over his plate. Whoa, wait! Dive into that.
Fan base of Tony fans spread around the world. I sold out 10 shows in Australia, and those people all would listen.
It wasn't funny when you gave me a glass of wine and I drink a little bit of.
10 shows sold out. Those peasants worship is
Damn
God.
it. God. So,
But Allie, we absolutely love you. Killed it again.
Minchas heute wird
There you go.
Minchas
Allie,
neu.
Raleigh.
Multiple flavors. You go like this, stick your hand in this way, straight in, grab 3 fingers
What do
worth,
you guys think? Go to
you
the
break
bucket
it
one
off,
more time.
come
Grab
in your
this
teeth
thing.
and make sure it's exactly
What do you guys think? One more
very
kick.
difficult to
Straight
realize
up.
what you do. And that's your meat. That's what goes in the bath, this amount. The rest is for the Kehanim to eat. But if you thought to yourself that it's not a minchas fight, it's a minchas in the dava. It's not a minchas knife, it's a minchas fight. Whatever, you messed up the fight. When you did the kmitza situation, nothing the kli hila. What you're saying is, you were with us for, you know, and even if you weren't involved, I think most people know that there's 4 avodas when it comes to apartment. What are the 4 different things that you do that a kohen does? He does shchita. He does kabbalah. After you chef, after that, what do you do? Rabbi said, what do you do? You walk it. To where? To the mukah. And then you spray it onto the mukah. Those are the 4. Corresponding to those 4, we have also 4 avodas when it comes to mitzvah. The shchita and mitzvah is the pizza. The kabbalah is the put it into the second key like the chart. First, we had it go. Molandi told me his father once bought a Becker. Gold Becker. In the 80s, $13,000 American. And then his brother, I don't know why they let the brother bring it to the Shabbos table, but of course, he dropped it. God, you know, because of the cow top, it's the best. You know, it's sold.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We started.
Wow.
No,
Maybe one of the all-time great fucking minutes ever on this show.
What do you
Joe
do?
Snow, welcome.
I don't know what's worse. I created a cell phone concept, or you learning all the stuff is on there.
And
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
it
I
has
see
us
everything.
all laughing very hard.
That was perfect.
Jay Snow, how old are you? Wow. How long you been on stand-up?
Videos.
Get the fuck out of here.
Ew.
My God. That's crazy.
I mean, it really is only one joke, but what a great fucking joke that
Top
is.
of the lower.
That's such a beautiful.
Wow. Okay, anyway.
You beat him up like that. You just tore it up in fucking 60 seconds.
So, no something, please. You did the Kabbalah, please.
I'm the one that brought it up.
The healer.
Stop giving money to homeless people.
And you moved it, he walked towards his bath. What is that called? He lost. He licked there. And one of these 4 avoiders had the wrong shava. He could ruin it in any one of the 4. Shaloi Lishman, he thought it was another type of mitzvah. Or he started off good. He said, this is a minchas chayte. And then he flipped it to minchas knives. Shaloi Lishman. Oh, you should like this one. It started off bad, and then it looked good. So it's Rashi just asked a very simple question. If it could start off bad, of course it's not good. You can't take something bad and make it good. I hear a clip that you start off good and then you messed up. Okay, that's good. You start off bad. He says, who's the person? Who's the person? You think, oh, start off good and then went bad. That's bad. Why?
I'm friends with Snoop Dogg. That's true. I am really good friends with Snoop Dogg.
If you start off bad, in the studio. You went to
my friend Snoop just this week. And thank you for mentioning that. I would love to have you on the next Ice House for sure. There you go.
No,
this is all incredible, BJ Snyder, especially your premises are extremely hilarious. Just follow them through.
It's already funny. This is simple stuff. What does it mean? You start off good and bad. You started off because you wanted a mental title. Just like then you went to the mental title. Shalem's one is smart. How does it start off bad? You went bad. It's not a mental title. It's a mental fight. You thought it's a mental title. You went to the mental fight. Great. Ask the Gemara, what was the listener Ella? Why do I use the word Ella? Only. How does the word only start? Say this is the word other without the flavor. If the flavor message. The owner is doing another one. Says the bottom of the right the owner is not going to get a part of this. But he's doing what you need.
And I said, this shit is I'm leaving.
I'm going to take the chair of just because you messed up,
thank you, Dave.
doesn't mean you messed up. You messed up once. Go back to the you're supposed to be with us fight day. You go to the us now, figured it out. Go back to the fight day. I'm going to make us fight day now. Who's doing it? Don't bring another one. You just think that it's
shit.
It's a rubber. Like I said, I'm a rubber. It's definitely small. Possibly this is double flip. Rubber says that it's
This is another appearance of one of our all-time favorite characters of all time.
You don't say, oh, it's fun to forget it. I messed up. Let's mess up. No.
This is when
sprinkle the blood on the craft city itself. This is another.
This is when Joel Jimenez dresses up his penis like Dave Attell.
Either it's you or watch. He has a sorrow how he's Johnny Ball because he made a mistake. Well, I mean, Johnny Ball is he with his mistake. The voice said, I gotta tell you.
Do you happen to be a
drummer? Emotional story that I heard of Chop. I heard a lot of
drum battle the guy and I slaughtered him in front of his family. That's what happened.
See the guy here.
We still feel awful. It keeps me up at night, but you know. I didn't hear you play the drums that
since I started doing
it could have gone either way, honestly. Looking at you, probably maybe you're really good at drums. We'll have a little trouble getting that line out. I like to take my time with what I'm saying. I want to make sure I convey myself in the proper words. Turns out when
she's
Joel's
being
asshole is pressed up against the leather stool.
Abuse that inside.
Can we go? This one, I just want to say
Inside
something.
thing.
I'm doing a show
Check
on
this out. You
Friday night
don't
in
see what
Grove
that
in Anaheim, working 10 minutes right to
is.
the
The thing is that start here. You're welcome. I'm going.
What a way to close out a show. You just saw something diabolical happen. As one of our new favorite comedians, Jay Snow, will be opening up for the great Ron White this Friday, going 10 minutes.
Then he starts crying. Oh, stop it.
That's how it happens.
He was opening his head. And he came back to himself. And he
Jay
didn't think
Snow, taking it all back to that YouTube page and giving it all. Amazing performance. Fitted absolutely. It made me so happy that I went to that fucking for last time. The great Jay Snow, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter at Jay Snow. You saw it here. Live audience, make some noise. We did it. That's episode 200 of Kill Tony. That's 300 hours of content on the internet. The #1 live podcast in the world. Tonight's showing from Ryan J. Evo. How about that? Look at that. That's David Tell, Ron White, Tony Ryan Red Fan. It happened Saturday. Anything else you guys want to plug? Grab that microphone real quick. Joel, anything you want to plug?
#1 tequila.
Yes.
This I believe to be the best drink of the early good on the planet. And if you go to TakersTequila.com, we'll send it straight to your house. And if you do that, then I'll love you forever. I don't like you folks that make a living by not lying to you people listening to me. Give it a try.
The great David Tell, ladies and gentlemen, is here as well.
Once again, happy 200. To the fans of the podcast, you guys are awesome to help promote the new comics. Let the old comics have a word and support the band. And if you want to check me out, follow me at James fucking Roll Up with Dan.
I promise you, the love you. Say, listen,
Truly, three of my funniest friends in the world taking over, guys. It's Reagan, Watkins, and Joel Jimenez, everybody.
Hey guys, reach out to me on social media at Jeremiah Stand-Up, and I get serious for a second. I love Tony, I love Red Band, I love everything that they do for the comedy community. So if you guys just give them a round of applause, they do so much.
Wow.
And they're some of my best friends in the world, so I love you guys.
Yes, and we love you very much. Make sure you check out Pat Reagan. It's a new album, Bad Chat, that's available on SoundCloud, iTunes, absolutely everything. Follow him on Twitter at Patty Reagan. Joel Jimenez.
Hey, I'm mostly sorry, and thanks again, guys. This has been great. To episode 200, thanks for having me.
Joel Jimenez.
We're still in the
Joel Jimenez getting serious in his bare feet with his asshole hanging out. Get a base here. Well, there you go. Ryan Redman, ladies and gentlemen, and I have done 200 episodes of this podcast. From movie theaters in Toronto to its evolution from the belly room to sometimes in the main room because Comedy Store will give us the main room full time. Comedy Store, Mitzi Shore, Joey Hinchcliffe. Thank you guys. Thank you, live audience. Have a good night. Thank you.
I really want my son to learn something. And I need the oils to chip it. You're not going for the $1,000. I got, you know what I'm saying? Official was probably $1,000. There we go. So then, it's not worth it for $1,000. Let's go. The oil is one song, $10,000. My card, $20,000.
Live from the world famous Comedy Store meeting room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Oh my God! Hi everybody, welcome. Very light, freaky crowd tonight. Make some noise one more time. Welcome. This is Ryan Redman, ladies and gentlemen. The one and the only Ryan J. Evo is drawing tonight's episode.
I mentioned in
tripods, everybody. Josh Martin is here. Thank you for tripod. Josh Martin, Chris Blunt, Josh.
Better not to promise. Promise and not better.
It's okay, everyone.
Guy writes me a text. He goes, "Oops, I'm one of the guys." It ended up as nothing. That's the whole. He never looks at 10. Came out of his pocket. Nobody. But this guy,
Yeah.
great guy.
Yeah, we're doing Houston 2 days later. Embassy.
Yeah, why?
Really fucking cool thing that we just did like 6 months ago. We sold it out then, and we're going to fill it up again. So we need to take it as fast as possible.
So, no,
Just go to
this one takes an all the time now.
We also have any secret
We're running.
following the Houston show.
Oh,
And
my.
was Jake Gomez, who's right here, a secret
Which
guest
of
there.
course,
Yeah,
famous nice today, said over our
yeah, we have another secret
Healing
guest.
spiritual. You know, every aliyah there. Bavor. He said, how much?
You guys,
$50 $50 la library, for review on
I love comedy. Like we always have two of the funniest comedians in the world on every single episode.
$60,000 for
This
this.
week, truly
Then,
two of my favorite fucking
please don't call me
comedians.
up.
You guys that I work
Please.
with pretty much every fucking night.
Yeah, boy.
Sam Tripoli and Fahim Anwar.
Dice, mira, acá porque la mano
Oh
ya
shit!
todo.
Wait a second.
Vamos, he said.
Fuck yeah. What?
Huh?
My brand newest special
That's
on
it.
CISO,
That's
No
it.
Business Like Show.
Say it.
Fahim Anwar, ladies and gentlemen.
Just
And
send them $80
with his
later.
double comedy album being released officially this Friday, you can
And they
pre-order
got a
it now
letter
on
from
iTunes, or you can buy the physical
You know,
copy
all
at
the people that
samtripoli.com. It's
do
called
the
Diabolical.
people,
It's Sam
all
Tripoli,
copies.
everybody. Also the first
Not
human being to ever take me on the road with them. I opened for
What's
Sam
that?
Tripoli.
Fine. Don't give me more.
2007, I did like a 3 minutes. Crushed.
So, here's the problem. Anybody that's part of MBY knows this because yes, it means silver.
It's true. We're gonna have fun tonight.
What is this in another?
So these guys
Anybody
are
that
here.
doesn't
Let's
do
bring up the band. You guys know we have a band.
good stuff. Know the difference? Anybody?
Yeah, I've heard about them.
That
Every
doesn't do
single
that.
week.
Yeah, it does stuff.
We
No?
have a band. They always do something
The whole
different.
room,
They give
everybody
them a
know?
theme. You never know what they're gonna do.
Huh?
But they're a band. It's the Kill Tony band. It's
Very good.
Pat Reagan, Jeremiah
Who said
Watkins,
that?
and Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins. The Kill Tony band.
You know that? What's your name? Huh? Justin, right? That's what I know. How do you know?
Wow! Look at this! Holy
What's what?
shit! This is the
You know
fucking
how to
greatest!
remember it?
This is so awesome. It's the Beatles and Buddy Holly.
Zoo. Where does the deer belong? In the zoo. So that's how we remember. Seriously. I'll show you this something.
Oh,
A
I
net
love
there
it.
means I raise a flag. In general, I'm going to bring a carpet. If this one dies, I can bring another one. Bravo.
Joel looks like a Mexican Oompa Loompa. This is always a fun reveal whenever getting to
How do
see
you
you guys
remember?
come out of
In
your
the middle of the room, the dollar group.
My name is Ringo
So,
Starr.
the beer. This is beer belongs
Well
to the zoo.
played.
You can tell we wrote that one on the drive over
Find
here.
it.
Written.
I'll tell you.
And then you have this chubby reservoir dog,
This one, right
Jeremiah
over.
Watkins.
Mr. Pink.
The problem is that in the same passage says both words. This is the entire point of Dublin.
Reservoir Pig.
One says, Dublin, another one. Carly, never Carly and Buddy, pulling a ball. Hello? That is the darkness. So you remember. If you say
Paul's not real. He died in an accident. It's a fake Paul.
great.
It's a fake
You
Paul.
guys-
Stop trying to pull up the tinfoil hat.
It's not as
There you go.
Dublin.
You got it in there. We all need to do it again.
The
We
place
ask
of
questions
pigs.
nobody wants answers.
What do you have to say now?
Jeremiah, how does it feel to be one of the Beatles and to be working with Pat? Obviously, is Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Young Bill Nye, making his coke and fucking days.
Bill Nye the Science Boy.
Encore
Where we jump right into the show, everybody. I have a bucket with over a bunch of names, a ton of names signed up tonight. We have a bucket full of fucking comedians' names. They signed up, or sometimes it's a human being that has never seen them before. Sometimes it's a crazy
This was
person
live.
that just signs up for any list that they see on Sunset Boulevard. You never know what's going to happen. But if you get pulled out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds. You do 60 seconds is up, and you get the sound of it hitting. That means wrapping up dinner, we're going to bring out the angry Australian bear.
Give a shit. There is no price. The sheer.
That's how it works. You guys ready to start this bitch up or what? Oh, it's more fun on Monday than us.
$1,000.
Guys, I need you to make some fucking noise right now. Welcome to the show.
If you're sure that
Fucking real. Sometimes you gotta fucking spank them. Yeah, you're gonna clap again when I say the name Jeremiah Lefebvre. Oh, hey! Lefebvre.
There he is. There he is.
Jeremiah.
Talk tomorrow. Where are we holding time-wise, Mark? We'll go back. Now we're ready. So we have to do this whole 1 minute, 3 minutes. Okay, great. Anybody that does this app knows that a base is much easier always. The way they designed the Gemara, a base is always easier than a aleph.
Yeah, let's restart. Put your hands together again for Jeremiah Lefebvre, starting back from zero.
And you cannot do it on 1.5 seconds.
There you go.
You're going to do it on 1.5 seconds, 4 seconds. So here we go.
One more time
Now
for
we're
Jeremiah.
not going like a
Triple stop.
It says, if you mess up on your mincha, instead of thinking that it's a mincha, something things in the dava, they wrote, it's kosher, the all of the problem. By the way, this is where the L of it. Let's say L of the Bible. It says, the L of, it says, more than that, why does it say, the loy of? Why is it the L? It works. The guy doesn't have to bring another card. Obviously, the opposite of what he said. The Mishnah says it doesn't work.
Okay, there you go. Jeremiah.
You never know what's this ball.
So what happened there? A lot happened there. I'm not doing this. Demon, the sound, see that we have the maker.
Louder than words. If I'm making a thin, obviously, I'm not making a thick one. So I could say thick all I want, but it's thin. It's hard like a rock.
Live show. David, are you around? Yeah, we need like super volume in this room. It seems super quiet in here. Like,
I'm not going to listen to my words.
Super quiet. This is like you're trying to make it. Anyway, it's like acoustically adorable what we're doing in here, David, but we need it to feel a little more rock and roll, if that makes sense.
I could say whatever.
This is acoustically adorable is how I would, if I wrote a blog about how much I didn't like the show that I went to on this specific Monday, that's good. I would say it was acoustically adorable. Didn't really, see what I mean? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So Jeremiah, let's pretend like that's
this morning we have a first time on stage.
Is it the first set that you did that we restarted? Not the first time. The same like you went up there and whatever mic that was loud.
And he ruined it.
There's a huge bass amplifier that was
the reason why it doesn't work in our Mishnah is because we made it kavani so I'm speaking of mincha, not having I'm making a markesh instead of Rabbi
trying to go out other places
like Rabbi, don't worry. There's a difference. Another not true. And that's Rabbi my first talking about one thing and Rabbi talking about another. Don't worry. And he answers over this.
Like you own common ping pong and part of
the person here. Myself,
I see what you're trying to say.
came up with planes.
You obviously can't remember your
Plane, the mess up.
Why don't you write it on your
So
phone?
the guy on the right and the left. So that's a big mess up. It's different than thinking about what? He said to the dog, but it's not the end of the world. Everybody says,
Were you making crepes? You really never got to react on that. Crepes, like the French pastry type of.
They're the transgender.
Now, this is talking about changing ownership. That rule.
How long you been making
Oh, my
crepes?
sister, tomorrow, my sister, how can you say such a shot in our Mishnah? It's a fruit. God, you can't tell the Shmon. That's what Martha says.
I'm so glad to get Joel is
This is
over.
the foolish in our Mishnah we're talking about. What's the difference between 48% for the blue
One of the gifts that we gave away on 200, the thing that we did is we added
the problem is that
the entire
the
show, which
designation
they
of
said
part
could
of the
possibly
minhag. Instead of a play date to the dog. You know,
to really
trying
kick
to
it off
rob maybe
the first one, we're just
go with Rob, not Rob.
crepes
Tom,
was the
I'm claiming that it goes in Zed. Making a step, you talk to the carpet. You go carpet. Look at the carpet. So the milk.
Oh my
And
God.
again, it's going to be like that. And if you can look at the milk party. First, let's love it. Let's move for a carbon. That's so good for me. No, I'm sorry, our business. We're talking about a minute for a minute, so that's okay. Again, it doesn't bring down this right. It's only to one. What's the motto of it? Shimon has double, Shimon has fighter. Bring it for our, but he brought it for this type of milk. Hello, the rabbi. Shimon, like we said before, Sugya, okay. However, Roman or Shimon has we do have a contradiction between Shimon Shimon Oimer. What does Shimon say? That if you mess up on the type of part, type of mincha, get the word Shimon. You have a right that says, Shimon, praise the Lord, it says in the book, regarding a mincha, talking about a mincha is like a tapas, like God. Really? A mincha is like a tapas, like God? Yeishman, but I got to finish it in this class because my ex-sister, they don't like it. They want to change over. She bought me the silver cup. A leather cup. The silver top. And I'm like, super. Not nice. And I said as a joke. Seriously. Next thing we're going to buy me one of the silver top. Oh, no. She walked us. The second is what my Rabbi gave me. This is a Zubin step. No. But my sister, so never Rabbi was. She's in a new. Oh, great. It's one this. No, we can come to the last couple inside the soul. I'm just nervous that's to come Tuesday 2 times a week. Last soul for that's what we force to be worse than the mainland news. First, for those of you guys who thought, yes, it's not even us. By the way, Mark, how many minutes since you said no? What happened?
I would say your goal should get up.
I'm telling you.
You should do this next week.
Let's go. Yes, when you have this for Rothschild, I think the word you should talk about. Yes, when you have this in Goshen. Yes, when you have this in Goshen. This is not quite that rate. Sometimes the mitzvah is like, much as you can sure the cats. No, yeah.
Are you going to dub this in Spanish so they know
you mess up on a conference, you pause it down. So the same thing by a movement country, you mess up, or just multiple money at the wrong intent while you're doing the grease up, and then also sure the conference. Now, how is the mitzvah similar to the outcome? The mitzvah similar to I'm bringing a voluntary mitzvah. I want to give some discipline first. I bring a bad flower to this mitzvah. That's like a shit, multiple, kind of messes up on the street, and then she's always going to recover. It's a mitzvah statement. Payroll. Also. The culture, my also culture, in and around, stop moving the double, in and around. The problem is that it's ready here. That according to Shimon, it doesn't work. I mean, Shimon says if you mess up, it doesn't work. He said it's like a contest. You mess up a contest. But Shimon's Mechulka, he holds that even by a contest, you mess up. He's good. Remember, we just read in the Brian that if you mess up a contest, it's no good. Omer Abba, at the record time, like that, I'm just going to play this time between times. When mess up in the type of targeting, type of mitzvah, that's kosher. That's where Shimon will say it's kosher. Why? Because the mice is mekiyah. What's mice is mekiyah? I could tell what you're doing that you didn't really mean to say that. You didn't say the wrong. call your kid, and even as a boy, you go, stop it, you go, Aaron, Kiwi, loves you, that. No, no, no. It means to say, the guy in front of you might see the kid right in front of you, call the wrong name. On that, get your mouth. When you're talking about a minchas, you call it a minchas, whatever. You mean that it's in front of you. That is crazy. I'm a shoe bylaw. But another owner, another dealer, that is where you don't prove what you meant to do. That was when you were shoving in your head. Only about it. Give me my shoulder to talk about medication. I'm learning this from Limud and Torah. When it comes to Limud, you can't start making enough kivinas. Now you should play one should battle. You mess up, you mess up. This is why it's not a Limud in Torah. What's up is why we're teaching the Bible. You're Shimon's daughter, time to grow. I was just thinking, I don't know if this is appropriate or not. You know, a lot of people are very interesting. By then, like for England, is Imam. Maybe the holy young people. I love it. And Hasidim, they only take it from the what's going on behind the scenes? Why everybody should do this, like that? And they're trying to play Rothschild, flourish, having this crop. Right? Like when you take a master from somebody, you have to give it back every night. It's like saying, well, it's heavy. It's no mono. So it's broken to the reasoning behind it. They're also reasoning. You know the Svara. As far as the word, so what does the Torah say? Torah to the meaning.
I pulled another name out of the bucket.
You can see what the thinking of trouble was, or the action of his thinking. Since he's making a thick mitzvah, that's what he meant to do. So not only he said a thin one, he made a thick one. Tomorrow, the thing that comes to go, I'm going to need to talk. Machshava, you don't need to talk about when you can't tell what you do, that's possible. Talk to the Mikro, or talk about Machshava. How much time do we have, Mark?
Introduce myself. My name is Frank Easter.
Let's go for first. Hold on, I'm at that. 57. Are you serious? So first of all, a cow gave us a very large donation for our Shabbat. So I want to thank a cow. And over here we have Michael Bench's in honor of my father's Jack Bench's for attending the share in person. He said to me twice. So Malaysia and Michael's brothers there as well. A very, very big part of the DAF in Miami. And I heard that my father, Michael's father, Jack is a very big part. How long have you been doing the DAF with me? 4 or 5 years. You want to go on the cruise with us? Daddy and Mommy Cats, in honor of Chaim Aaron Cats from Gates of finishing shots today. 7.5 years in your belly. Unbelievable. That's a tremendous business. 7.5 years. It's very rare to have people that finish shots. Third person that wrote in, Avi Kamiansky did a scene of shots for this cause, why at Shabbaton. A lot of people start strong, but even if they don't start, like a sheer middle, they drop off the side. I don't know what they do. 7.5 years is a long time. It's right up. Going to the side. I want to mention that I went to visit Avi Spiral, right? That's his last name. As ALS, he watched sheer MS. He basically is in bed and I heard Spencer's Day learning Pharaoh. His son is here. He Pharaoh somewhere. So tremendous to see him. We're all crying. They're serious in his eyes. He doesn't shoot twice a day. So I'm not really edited version. So, a lot of purpose, with the family purpose. Goldstein is Graver and Snell family. Now, for the merit of the fourth and the fourth, the Bracha class, Michal Milano, and Tini Osreiser, and Zech Mishmach, Sebastian Shua Osreiser, and Sholem, Yortek, Pino Davis, Shlomo Mordechai Bayer, Tzaddik, and Elman. Thank you for offering to come after a full day of learning. Yes, it's tremendous that offering to come every day after learning. Who knows what? I don't know, play video and they come, they learn Torah every day. Like Joseph Lowy, in honor of Nachman Sophie, brown horse with a white stripe, yours truly, Rabbi. Those who know. I recall listening to my mother about this stuff. By the way, I'm very happy that I didn't read all of this before this did it, but it's causing crazy amounts of poor times my mother felt about this stuff. This felt from Rothschild. This thing that room that costs $1,000 worth money. There's no limit how to spend, make her enjoyable. But actually, by the way, our cheer costs us, we don't know this, but our cheer costs over $2.5 million a year to produce. And that's what we do for Torah to be Gishmak. You know what? Let me just short. I didn't leave off any Gishmak videos here. Okay, tomorrow will be more Gishmak because Yoshi's back. Our artist is back in the show. But for having me on the voice side, have a wonderful day.
America's Book is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a cheer today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
What happened then? Call the police. Someone's following me. Take a gun. You ever take a gun and shoot someone? You ever shot and take the gun? Great.
Good morning, Rabbi side. Welcome. Mazel tov to all the Messiahs. Last night we had an amazing scene in Bnei Brak. Full house. Hayoim, Tisha v'Esrim Yoim Shehem Arba Shavuot v'Yoim Echad V'Omer Lo'Omer. I'll talk about the Siyum in a moment, show you some pictures. This is in Hebrew, but this is a famous person on channel 14. And it says over here that it says in Hebrew, it says it quickly. He says sometimes MDY has higher ratings than our show.
עדיין לא יודעים את זה, אני מעקר כפיות בשידור חי, אתם יושבים בבית ושומעים אותי ואתם לא יודעים שאתם הולכים להתחיל אף אחד בדף הראשון של מסכת חולין, אם תצאו יום אחרי יום, ממש בערב יום כיפור, תסיימו את מסכת חולין, ויכול להיות מרגש, ולקציה טירנית, יש לנו של הרבי סטפנסקי, שהוא חלקתי, יש לנו יותר מהחסות
Oh my God. We gotta get him to come to the show. No, I'll be working on it. Belgian Seal. There was the Belgian Seal. The Muncie Seal. Staten Island Seal. Look at that. Wow. Listen. Horrified Seal by Mendy Cock. We just showed this cover over there in the Dock Cave. This is in English. I'll try to. We don't have subtitles. I'll display. Ballpark Park Fear Lies. Okay. It's a very, very question about today's last stop, and it's a guy that does schmack. Let me translate a little bit. First of all, a lot of the words, he's speaking English, so a lot of the sentences are in English. He just asks him, in the middle, he asks him, are you doing it because you want to do the stop, or you want to do Ellie Stefanski? If he does something else, if he teaches something else, I go there. But it's interesting to see a real Chassid sitting at a booth, trying to grab more people and convince people to learn Torah.
Ja, ze doen met de boot van Ellie Stefanski, met de zwaarste relatie achter de
Two sweating in glass. A listen to my cheese. That was not easy.
60 seconds, you said the N-word 73 times. That is a brand new
Simu got Zoom. Before 12. Used to learn I'll show you the attitude. My face had on the
I tried it once, I was hooked.
She tried to watch it in the book. That's also you did.
And started off. How much of it is that Naomi versus Ellie Stefanski? Meaning, is it good enough to say that Naomi in this is Stefanski, or the Ellie Stefanski is very cool with them? It's a great question. The answer is Ellie Stefanski.
Exactly, there's
McKinley is our sheet, is our figure, she is 45 minutes. 45 minutes to do the job, animation, the videos, alles is gedaan. En op dit moment nog de dag naar Theorie, maar Ellie Stefanski style is wel exercise only the dag, all about the dag. It's not like 20 minutes, 8 minutes. 4.5
This is that he's talking about, where my face was made out of 100 people. Look at this. It says on the ad, 10,000 plus MDY members. I mean, just in Torah, anybody is 10,000. We said this Chagiga. This is 4 years ago. Unbelievable. I always say this is a partial view of this. This is 2 walls. You split in half. Usually, they do 5 hasanas a night at this place. 5 a night. You got 5 halls. You got 2 out of the 5. Look at the types of people. This is a Rabbi kind of guy. We try to do a table like this in the middle, split the room in half. That's Elvis. Where's Elvis? You gotta throw him out of the chair. That's Aaron. Okay. Today's breakfast is sponsored by LCK in honor of my 2 recruits, David Mopkins, on his 50th day at the dock, and the young Bergman on his first week. Keep it up, it will change your life. But imagine the more people you recruit, the better your life gets. It's Pesach Sheni today. We have matzah, we have a lot of stuff. So I'm sponsoring reports at Murder Vision Shita. So, a couple of things. I'm not going to remember everything. One thing just popped into my mind. Last night, Hillel Kamiansky, he was in Messiah. He said at a Siyam that he came, they never intended on the moving to Israel, and he came to visit his brother, and he came to the Shir, and eventually he got stuck here, and he loves it, and Panas is great, some sort of Panas in different ways. And what did he say? What was his point of it? Oh. And the Paganese is Panas Ba'aretz. What else did he say? He said another line. And one thing, that was very popular. He reminded me that he learned here every single day till 12, 1 o'clock in the afternoon as Pabusa. So he started the day like 7. He was already at the Shila, so that's why he's not here. One thing is not a machlokes. He's Mr. Machlokes. But you know, when there's machlokes, I always think of him. What is it? Machlokes. He not only, besides all the support that he gives this year, he is very enthusiastic about bringing people this year. He brought many people this year. He isn't a machlokes, whether he brought Benny or not. I fight over Benny, but Benny today runs the show here in Israel, and he's the one that's behind the whole scene. He was a massive shield last night. So he's straight up Benny. sit down. We have a seat over here. All right. What else? And also, I'm very possessive about being silent, saying the last words in the Gemara. But yesterday, I deferred and gave the cover to the Yochim Aronoff, a big part of the year in the poem. He reminded us that they cooked Sahara on 2,283 down a couple of weeks ago. Matter of fact, my producer in the video after White Snow it is. What's your name? Come on, so you want a little business? I get it. I did shower. But, where was I? What was I saying? So he has tremendous jokes, stories, part of the animation now. He runs, he's like this for the animation. So he did the scene, the actual scene. Serious how he married, but was at more business street talk, but this is more of the swap than Leah Esther with which Lema. David Dinberg, Malcolm Dinberg made his first scene with NBY, and he made Safiro Y. NBY called the corner month. I think he does coffee, you know? Shouldn't he sell coffee? He has coffee corner, but that's not him. However, that field committee doubting me at the in the second fashion by the Iran and leading family's parent. And I was in the last couple of seasons, that's cool for you. The famous Daf, last Daf, anonymous. The memory of my father over Reuben and the trying fish of life. And this is a place talking to the area who was shown to have an aliyah. David Salomon, the voice side, second sponsor. So today is the last day. And it's second sponsors. Everybody besides David who gives this amount probably every month. All these people that I'm about to mention donated $9,000 towards the David Salomon dedicated memory of every man in the school for up and time to keep this money drop. He's going to be out with these important sponsors. So these people, I don't know. So I'm saying you should like for them. Thank you for sponsoring an amazing reception. Joel Gedalius, the English Master, my father, Jack Gedalius. Anonymous, I suffer Higgins and Gaston. The Passion Family Foundation, the English Master, Rabbi. Person Passion Dimension Sealand. Anonymous, before stating the Muslim is up. Anonymous. Before stating on every Christian, Leah Bas Esther, Omeid. Israel Mountain. Clearly thirst, keeping out these other customers. So proud you have the more fact, keep steiging. Sending Wilson family, can be out of the K and honor of belly, which is the meaning of life. Money. I just remember, I mean, you were airport last time. His brother. The middle of the thing, I don't know. Think about playing that money, think about that stuff. Nelson, Mark, and Benny, and all the rest of the Turkey, NBY. His born from Charles Carter. Irish Simon. I'm not remembering thinking about it. It's not the problem. Oh, you didn't hear my place. That's the problem. I'm not going to say the whole story, but he's stuck across. The father thought he's going to get stuck with something, and I told him he came up there. Okay. Everything, I can go back to plan and everything. NY kids, let me cut straight over here for a second. The Convention LC has a source, like the simple of Vega, and Richie Rudis back to Kaya, James Spicy, Dino Jack, Jason Miro, Zanaro, on his 21st yard side, the Shomer having a Leo. It's all everywhere. Mazda, Brady, Sorry, Zebi, Abbott. That's it. Zippy, Zucker. How do you say it? Abbott. I'm finishing the seventh with Rebellion.
We're gonna get rid of you, Dante. You go back down to La Jolla where life is good. Everything's okay. I'm literally trying to control.
Shout out David, honoring the outside of his mother, Julie Davis, and the school of Basikino. I have to say, straight up to my Kaberin, who sat on the table last night, and they heard the whole cheer, and they came back. Me too. All right, what are you doing back? You were there doing it?
He actually talks about
You stayed for the night. Everything that was non-fire is related. The guy in Schmack, we had Nikita singing there, we had a guy in the face from, Schmack. Michael Fields, never a small bunch of them mayor, not a bad face. You did last night?
This is episode 201 of the number one live
You did?
podcast in the world, Bill
You did?
Tony.
Straight from Lincoln. Welcome back. Good. Everyone wasn't there. Embarrassing, so not embarrassing in public. Finally make a scene here and it's show. Guys, The Mayor of Shmuel, Moshe Ben Meir, and Chano Bas Meir Yitzchak, Ben Maki Friedman in honor of the Hanochas Film of our grandchildren. Children, Gedalia and Nisano of East Meadow, New York, Mazel Tov. Leading sponsors, Mazel Tov, Zeitlin. Oh, check this out. And they sent in a video. How come we didn't make it? Mark, you gotta put it in for them. Slide 14. Got it. Mazel Tov to Zeitlin and Zeli families on being Messiah Menachas. Check this out. Dad Zeitlin, 4th seal. Hunter, Spencer, and Carter. Hunter, 7th seal. Spencer, 3rd seal. Carter, 1st seal. No, these kids belong here. The hockey players. Ethan Zelick, 15, 7th seal. And his dad, 4th seal. Hunter's 14, Spencer's 13, Carter's 11. Let's see what site this was. This is Spencer, no? That's the older one. I don't know his name. Hunter.
They stopped doing that thing. So why are they doing that thing? They always
Yeah, Josh Michaels, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Josh.
That feeling just doesn't come to their lives.
You were one of, by far, the top 10 funniest lesbians that we've ever had on the show. So, let me tell you that.
Or they tell me that it's not real work. You should be learning Korean instead.
You.
Josh, I love your style. Is that
I'm
true?
going to show you guys why all three of these answers are completely not true. Well, excuse me, sir? Excuse me? What are you doing right now? Oh, Mike. No, but what are you doing on your phone there? Oh, I'm watching the Rabbi and the US. What? No, I mean, that's so good. You without what like it. And what's your favorite part of it?
It's on the outside. Check it out. It's on the outside.
This is so fun and enjoyable to watch the dog. That's really cool. But, you could be learning something else right now. You could be inside, or you could just be watching a YouTube video or something right now. But why are you doing the topic? Well, I wanted to have fun, and why not learn while I can? That's really cool, guys. This is Mamish the kiss from Hashem. Just as I mentioned, all the excuses that people make not to do that, I happen to walk right past this guy that I've never met in my life. And was doing it. Now, guys, look at what I just said. I just walked into this random hockey stick. And I find it folding his laundry while doing that. I mean, excuse me.
What country is this in that has old laundry? What is this?
You said that you're right. How are you just able to manage to stop every day while living a normal life?
I do it whenever I can. Sometimes I do it in the cold. I go because I'm bored.
That must be a really cool brother.
His mother's gonna kill him for taking the video in that room.
The time and opportunities I give you to learn the dot with MDY. Learning the dot with MDY is so easy. You could do it on the train, on a bus, in the car. You could do all the beginning.
What is that? I have a bus right here. What's your name? Jim Mayo, and we have Spencer and Hunter over there. Learning. Mount is MDY, MDY. And we have Yosef Irvin with his gun right over there.
So, why are we going to keep saying, I can't? Just start backing.
Valde. Wow. Okay. Hunter is 14 years old. He's the one that Spencer's 13. Carter's 11. He doesn't stop. Carter's 11 years old. Doesn't stop. Don't judge a book by its cover. These guys know stop better than all of us. Okay. We're gonna start learning Torah here. Yay! 18 minutes in. We are holding in the middle of the Cook Pesach Day Pavlov Fair. We are repeating the story, basically, of Chanya. Base Chanya. was based on a story where Shimon HaTzadik was Mr. and right before he told one of the sons to be the Kohen Gadol. First story is he told the second son to be the Kohen Gadol. The Bechor got jealous and made up a story that we're going to see again. The second version of the story is no, that it was the first son that was supposed to be the Kohen Gadol, and the second son, the second son, he told the second son to be Kohen Gadol, but he deferred it to the first and let his older brother be Kohen Gadol, and the second son got jealous, not the first son. According to the Rabbi, the first version of the story, Kanye ran away to Alexandria, and he was being marketed for Korbanos by the Bizarre. According to Yehuda, he ran away to Alexandria to be marketed for Korbanos for Hashem. Remember something new was by the Bizarre for Hashem. The Gemara finishes off the last line of the story. The Gemara says, Mazish Shimmy, who never got the job, he never tasted the cover, but he wanted it so bad. So somebody already tasted the cover. Certainly, the Gemara is going to say later on with Schultz. Certainly, he's going to have a problem with those. Yesterday, after she was over, the MDS was starting to push him almost to be the level. And do it with his heart. Julie covered his heart. He's supposed to be playing level 1 minute. And I thought it was about him. That's a story from Rothschild. It's a famous, the same different variations. He's still over there. It says that there was a kid who decided to take something from his friend in school. He pocketed his friend's toy, and the friend found out and he went to the Rabbi, and the Rabbi decided to figure out who the Ghana was. And he lined everybody up and said, empty out your pockets. And as he was doing it, the kid with his toy, the Ghana takes the toy and put it in his friend's pocket. And the time came, the Rabbi came, and he emptied out the wrong gun, not the real gun. The other got killed, and he finds the boy, and embarrassed him, in a couple of rocks upon him, and his body came loving him after school, because I never stole, and apologized, he didn't want to apologize, and he said, his parents, he stole, and he apologized, and basically, things went downhill from that point. This guy comes to the Ghana, the real Ghana, and says, listen, I'm about to get engaged, but I can't seal the deal because I found out that this kid that I wronged was when we were younger, he's marrying a shiksa. And how could I get married when I caused this to happen? So Rabbi Rothschild told him that you don't have to worry about it. You were really young kid, and you were 7, 8 years old. It's not your pride. It's mom has a pride to the Rebbe. The Rebbe was looking to that kid. He has to make it most times, you could ask the professional, most times when you see a girl that goes up to the boy goes up to the most of the time there's some crime. As we said, some mice that are happening, or a bunch of mice that are usually not like a kid, a normal kid functioning and everything's good. It's all, I want to go for that.
Do you do anything
Maybe even by adults. It's such a crazy situation where his brother made up a story and brother wanted to kill him, and people are taking out of the community. Literally, physically wanted to murder him. That a person could go to such steps, you know. All I learned in Yehuda. If Yehuda says to me, wake up on your right, that wasn't the story. It's a lot of the details are the same, but there's a little variation. It makes a big number. Hello, when Shimon HaTzadik, the deathbed said that Kanye should be the Kohen Gadol, Kanye became an honor, and he turned around and he said, no, I want to grab. No, that is the cover.
Wait, what are you doing? Is that what you say?
You know what happened? So
Here we go. Just to let you know,
it's kind of funny to see
we're about to interact. Here it goes. Hey.
Jonathan he was talking about. He chose him for a reason. Don't be smarter than your father. Don't be fair.
Do you say that? I want you to fucking do it. And I hate the goddamn sound. This is gonna be awkward. Hello. I would like none of that.
That's what I just
I'm just an acting role right now. It's a live super audition.
have to be excited.
We're doing
His
this
brother,
shit in
he's
the
the one
fucking
that came up with the
Chili's
story and tried to kill his brother. Weekend is gonna be talking with Shimmy up. All our lawyers and told him what was his plan. What about our next say to our buddy boss? Really, he should go weekly. He put him on some
Alright, so we just sit there.
British clothing with a woman's coat. Because Gloria the Sultan, he gave him a belt of a woman. Something like this, maybe. Don't tell me, I don't know. I haven't been by the legislature. Don't tell me that they're wearing these colors yet. Not rich, right?
We've been doing this job for 2 years, and this is the best you got right now.
He went to his
Where
brother's
cheers?
honor.
Where cheers?
Well, we didn't get to the point yet, but he told him the truth. They chased him out of there. Dramatic experience.
Did somebody say margarita?
You really do look like every kid who sold
That's from
newspapers in
Unity
the
by the game.
1920s, right?
Exactly.
Hey, it's me. Hey, guys. Hey,
Get your newspapers here!
have you seen the new paperboy, Jimmy Johnson?
Negro runs faster!
Jimmy McApplebean.
Face Onion. Look at Face Onion. I know Alexander. Those, you notice those trains in the background? All right, very nice. So, all our lawyers worry about Nick was that let me teach you how to do it. On the first day, like everybody knew, you knew, you saw his father and just stuff. What is Nick? All of them left was getting ran to the Hanem room and others in the tree house. Look at this letter that he promised his wife. That was, he promised his wife, every time she's trying to put his doila, elbows moving into the key. The after the teacher would say, I'm going to wear your clothing in your honor, my wife. Did you ever like in her mind? No joke. No much around in this village. You want to.
When I used to be a waiter,
That's great. It's a big gun, you're going to kill him. Some of them call him right before they kill him. He said, listen, let me tell you exactly what happened. My brother, he tricked me. Not me. It's about his punishment. You're the one that was going to polish him. Well, we're going to kill you. Rothschild came, so he ran away. Rothschild, so Fanya ran away. Rothschild came out, so he went into his house. Rothschild, he went to the toilet. So again, zero. This is the one, this is the one. Like then all that happens in real from the time he put it in his back, he went and he put it in his back. What does it say here? A funny like 15 numbers what your name says. The all of the shame shamayim. His kavanah was shame shamayim. Shalemai. V'hoyo, hayem ahu, yem yitzbech Hashem, v'soy eretz mitzrayim. What, from the other city? V'hoyo, hayem ahu.
Biggest tip you guys $10. Are you serious? Why are you still there? Start doing the coke. Start selling the coke. I don't care how much cocaine. I know. You should start. That job sucks. Just check out Applebee's at if you're getting 15% or less on your dollar. Something's not right. We're in the worst way. Sounds like a hot day's night. So funny. Damn right. 12 minutes. So funny right now. There goes Josh Michaels, everybody. Fun times. There he goes. Go out to Kavita. Go get yourself some baby back rights, everybody.
baby back ribs. You can get fucking crepes from somebody's steak. Steaks on the it's very good. Yes, that was fun because Rabbi and I
It's, I'm just told that there's a video. It's not up there. Okay, so you'll play it while later on. Okay.
Finger hands together for Charlie Whitten.
והרואי הבאים ההוגים לפתח השם, בסוד ארץ מצרים, ומצא ויספרו להשם, זה be respect מצרים, וממצא ודובי להשם, it's going to be for Hashem, not for his own. ושבו חכם בדור ואמרו, Tom did say something about it. מה זה? But we know. You ran away from the prophet. You didn't want to come here. You got up. Look what happened to him. Back to Slater's law. Allah has come down on certainly a person who's searching to discover the book of Rabbi. Tanya Yisroel and Rabbi. If somebody would tell me Yisroel and Rabbi came to Nasi Sanhedrin, 70 daily oilam, 70 languages, you come out to the Kudo. One of them, if they would ask me to be the leader, and he quite still be those things in the area, I would kill him. I'd put him in front of the line. I hate public. What do you want from me? I don't. But today, I believe the later came out, he tried to take it away from me. And he's not the law of Putin Sakari. And he's an ex of us. I had it ready. Told you about this. Whatever it's there. Now you have to listen to the stories again.
Charlie Whitten.
Oh, I should have done.
How are you, Charlie?
Should have done a stick on legends. Remove it. You have some hot water. Without tea is hotter. I want it without the tea. I'm going to show you the demonstration. What? It doesn't have the same effect when you don't have the real fish. So, he's the Rabbi that went through the lager, went through the camps, and he had a thermos on the table. Pour a little hot water, and let's say it was you, what's your name? From? He goes right over everybody. Now half of it was still on the kids. Sometimes the kid that was very rarely the kid that deserved it. And he wanted to hit that. So I was interviewed by the fucking magazine Hebrew last night. Yesterday. And the guy who I worked with. What? Danny? Okay, it's going to be in this fucking magazine next week. So he told me a very nice verse when he tells it wrong. Which when he said it, I choked up. The photo was so episode. I don't know why I choked up. Maybe you'll tell me. He said, it's coming. The High Sabbath is coming. I see him getting nervous. You see this hat? That's what he say. It's a warning.
What's your current living situation?
You're on the warning. Remember, hey, if you look at your watch one more time, you do anything.
I mean, they eat cats and dogs. You eat
Keep it on. Put your fingers
down
on.
on a girl a little bit too much.
Yeah, bar park is good. Not the scare. But whatever. What's the scare? What's the fact? He has a shot. He said, look at the shot. That the guys that came out of the lager came out of the house. And it's a group of people who's very, very hard to get to the same level.
Look at your teeth. You probably teeth it. You're the only guy with teeth and pussy. That's what you do.
And you can imagine what it meant. Yes. Yeah, there's Sharm and Magoira. It's very really to see the kids are walking. Today, when we have so much love and so much challenge, and we get a psychologist with them and we understand how you kind of better than them. How come? A lot of charges, a lot of kids going wrong. We said that it was perfect, gave a breath of the body soul, because of what the body soul went through. We go full training. But for 50 years, the parents, as bad as they are, they're not going to mess up. You get 50 years community because of the holiday. After that, you're back to being normal. So you're a regular parent, you mess up, your kids are going to go on. Right? Think about it. How crazy these parents were. They weren't 100%. How could they be honest? Okay. Weiter.
Charlie, over here.
Is that thing ready? I have a lot of stuff to show. Let's go. Let's finish over. Sorry, show far from middle. Show. There's a famous line in Hebrew. They say he's a Nefla Caleb. Nefla Caleb means someone to honor. Nefla Caleb. Big honor. They don't want. You ran away. You want to be king. Inshallah, you know the story. Once he became king, he was the house. And he wanted to say, you want to take it away from me? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you squeeze up to my fire. May I crawl? You're using my other. The Yiddish says, 5 lines up, when I take it to Tzulul Hashem, that it seems from the pasuk that his family was Hashem. So why does Rabbi say that it was a Zara of his family? The Bible says it's the same. Something else. This pasuk is something. It's talking about after the fall of something. You also can skill. What's the name of the creation branches of? This kid found the sons of the king sitting in golden wagon. He made them make a nether that they're not going to do Avodah Zarah. You come in Shari Bears, 5 cities in Israel. The David starts counting. In Israel. Reminds me of America. We have Monroe, everything. Over there they speak. What do they speak there? Yiddish. Not a word of English. Right? Garbage. And speaking Lashon HaKodesh.
Don't hesitate with that. What is it about the gangbang thing?
All of Alexandria. I'm going to ask you what else you want. You came and said, where's the seventh? So they called, you didn't think, they called, there's no, seventh, go, I think it's being Ryan, but they dropped it. No, where's the seventh? What's the answer? What's the answer? The Shemesh is in Egypt, it's in Israel. Good to know, because there's some scary stuff about the Shemesh. Relax. The one of them, all of the same Shemayim, we in the chat, Hashem, the same as the chat. He's going in this bayah.
Do you have a new Mustang 7?
But you know who he is. Wow. He wants to get his money's worth. But you know he is back. Let's have the same as that. You know what? If that is put it in, we'll do it. If not. Let's see. What it's in there. Specialist in International Financial Services. Chaim Murad, before Shleim Mayumi Rossi, Brad Alendo Mascano, the State Sharfel Yisrael. I don't know if that helped me business though. I'm not sure.
He's a peeping Tom.
What's your name? Name what?
Craziest.
Great. But everybody here is back. My ship is so nurses. Sorry. Here I have is your Lapos. There's a city of destruction. My year ahead is your Lapos. Give a target of yours. Harto, city of Beit Shemesh. The city of Beit Shemesh. The offer of Nikhar is going to be destroyed in the future. This Amar, the Chadin and Oil, it's one of those cities. This city is the city of destruction is going to be destroyed. He's talking about it's one of those 5 cities that we're talking about in this time. How do you know the word Heres means Shemesh, sun, the Siva, Oimer, La Heres, the Ches and the Hay are interchangeable always. Heres, Oimer, La Heres in Israel, itself, Heres, sun, and it's not going to shine. Let me just show you this for a second. I showed this last night before this video here. These are moments of the shir of Menachos, as we're finishing Menachos.
Charlie, do you think they're down for this? Ready to challenge Joel in the Great Mexican Drama? Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Winfrey.
Who's that guy though?
You're going to vote first, ladies and gentlemen, for your names go for Charlie Winfrey. Joe Solo for you.
Oh, you remember that? Okay, fine. Look at you saw that in your stomach right there.
I mean, did you have like a wrap it up thing? Wait, there it is, 4 minutes. Yet another person challenging his throne.
Came over here
And your for the rebuttal from the great.
What?
You know him, you love him. It's Joel Jimenez.
No. I'm about to say one day, he had something. Roll that he found it out. Rolled to the movie, went up and stood on the floor for a few moments, and then went back to his car. You wouldn't call that. I couldn't. Every day somebody says you guys couldn't something like that. You go, don't try, no, don't try. It's unbelievable. Then he in the car told me I want that you sounded like.
With a black tube sock with Artemis Dick. For some reason, he only does the Mexican drum off with a tube sock on his dick. Powerful 12 minutes, one more time. Killing it. There goes Charlie Winfrey, ladies and gentlemen. He's on Twitter at Charlie Winfrey.
Don't worry. I mean, he dances with Kylie.
Seriously, not I'm thinking it was good. It's a little bit jazzy, you know.
I forced him to do it as like, I like it. Grab it down. Over at Bonelo, go to Inshal Bubba. Should I do something like the bottom of this mamish again? We might do in America. I'm not just one minute because what happened the other day. America, people are
another Beatles reference.
They're relaxed. They don't even stop. The guy that you showed us a link to buy, good again. It's Monday night. Next time you say ours, we're doing like borders and the other side of the world. People believe the Cyril. Other countries, they're not living it up like that. It's still very pathetic. See, that when you showed us a link about it, they're a little bit more uptight, like women. Did I just say that? I meant it.
Stand up here for this joke.
Listen, 40% of the shit, all those numbers, all those 45,000 people know I'm moving. Every day another wife of the shit tells me, I watch you shoot it. That was with my husband. No. All my life, I told you, it was Shiva and
I don't go over to tell dark jokes.
yeah, it was
I don't want to be racist.
It was Shiva in Chicago. She was in Chicago.
All I ever do is drive around.
I was getting off the plane and she tells me, I'm sorry, I watched somebody else's shit.
Ellipses.
I said, you ever watch this shit?
Are you old lady? It always makes my smears and asks for fun.
It happens if you see, she's a profile. Disaster. So she starts watching this shit, and all of a sudden she starts laughing aloud. And then the whole fight, anything that walks by her, you gotta try your shit out. She wrote to me later on. Okay, Rabbi's log, all around Islam. Rabbi law, shout out to Rabbi law, Rabbi Udo,
How long have you been doing this whole thing?
No, not my most.
Why do you think
Hello, Rabbi, you come around. Sorry about Sorry, today it's Lebanon. Okay, I don't know what that is. They all know what the government is saying. No, they say it's not as you can't. You don't know.
I was a human being back then. It sounded like a nice guy doing.
Who me told not be my own that Jimmy Papi Mujo didn't sit into this tomorrow right over here. West, East, Papi Mujo, certain parts of the world they don't recognize this part.
There's no way.
That's the American of Ace Bay. Marcy and the Rab, you pay attention to the word. Shimmy, the son of Rab. Shimmy is Rab's son. That means his son is Rab's grandfather. Shimmy asked his grandfather, Rab, Golador, right? Rab was the Golador and everything involved. Rab.
Was it like telling your
Hey, Jimmy, Rab. The Midrash Shemet as the boy, it says, the Midrash Shemet, from when the sun rises, as a boy, until it's set, Godel Shmi by Goyim, everybody knows me. My name is great everywhere in all the nations. From Buckeye, in every place, I've been being in the place in the world that they don't recognize me as a person. I'm like, hey, Shimi out. So the bunch of shadows, you had to be ready to what? You're the one that falls on the phone. But there's a fascinating Rashi here, but it's better if you the Rabbi. So I'm reading the Rabbi. Shimi out.
Yeah, I hit him.
I told you that Shimi, what? You're Shimi, you're my grandchild. The fiction of the holidays around here, I see this Rabbi is really constant. So I gave him an arts and he wouldn't lift his eyes from the ground in front of a man that Roy Van Nova. He looked down the entire time at him. The Zoo Akasation is one of the things that Rabbi is going for. And then the relation among the scary thing, famous, but it's good to repeat once in a while. We're up to living the middle Zoom like Yosef Rothschild. Famous of Yosef who's just sick and I used to remind them, and Rothschilds, the famous Rothschilds from middle of the Nazi side of the earth. They want to be like the Rabbi, not to see anything. So they asked to be blind and they're blinding themselves. They were blind for the rest of their life after Rav was lifted. But I saw this. There's a video that went around back in the day of Yash going to be Menachem Abel. One of his sons was lifted. He comes in to be Menachem Abel over there, and they introduce his grandchildren, great-grandchildren. It's like he never saw them. He has no idea what he's about. Like, it's scary. Like, I showed it to my wife. She completely didn't understand. Like, what do you mean? So, prior day he learned, when his kids got married, he went to class an hour in, he went home. He went to learn. And the videos of him learning 3 o'clock in the morning. For me, one of the most emotional videos of seeing him in the clock since 2 in the morning and he's singing away. Something like that. He became God's daughter from his mother. And he said, this is your grandchild. This is your grandchild. Rabbi is saying, you're my grandchild. That's the second shot of Rashi. You didn't recognize it. You didn't see it. You never saw it. Yeah? Why wouldn't you know it? You didn't get the first. You never saw it. Before he saw the time, the correlation. He says, the correlation. That the guy, of course, they know what the Rebbeinu Shalom is. And there are people, I spoke to people that have this belief today. Hey, listen, I believe that there's somebody, a creator. The creator is impossible that a human being has 2 eyes that can see over there, and ears, and everything, and the blood, with the clocks, and all these things. There's a creator. What? He doesn't deal with the day-to-day. He delegates it to another God. That's why they believe in what is it called? Another entity. What? He's so great that he doesn't want to deal with all the little, like the ants on the floor and the birds and the thing and the human being. That's below it. So that's what he's saying. No, how do they believe they know about the Rebbeinu? They don't want to believe that he's a couple puppets and everything. In every place, there's a Torah, there's somebody, there's a card of Chamodim Sokodaita. Or I'm sure about a video of Rabbi Yonason, Elu Tamid Chachamim, Moiskin, Bat Torah of the Chamodim. These Tamid Chachamim will learn Torah in every place. Baruch Hashem. And why it's growing. This year was a big year for the satellite locations. It became huge in the Hebrew. Today, we started another 4 locations, one of them in Eilat, which is unbelievable. 4 new locations. In America, it's going to start. Let me show you what the artist did for this. These are people that are learning Torah in all locations.
I really want to know what you got. What was it again? When you went to the edge? Oh, it's on the edge. The edge. Yeah. So it goes like this. No, I know about that. I just one types of things with the person with the it's like
Oh, in the future it's going to be 3D.
They are. Keep on set.
These are all the locations, all style locations. Look up the ceiling, guys.
How long are you going to
Pull in. I get wild there. Lead the doctor life if you set the switch. Sure. All right. Malayalam. All the people learning in all these places. I'm going to come up with they're learning in all different places around the world. You get the videos in Singapore, in Vietnam, in China. People are learning everywhere. It's as if they're bringing a carbon in my name. I learned the prayer with Tahara. Somebody that learned prayer of Kedusha. What is the meaning of Kedusha? He married the woman then. He may say, they bless Hashem, all the servants of Hashem, those who stand in the Beis Hamikdash at night. My beloved, what kind of avoidance is at night? All my Rabbi Elu Talmud Chachamim Moitzim B'Torah B'Laylo. Ma'ale Aleim HaKosef K'Lasukim B'Avos. The roads in prayer at night, it's as if they are doing the Loylom Joyce HaYishua. Omer HaVig Omer HaVig Zem Mizbeach. You hear this crazy. There's a Mizbeach, there's the Mikol Sarah Gadol and Mikol HaMalach. Oymed, Umashi Holov Torah. What does he mean? So there's a wild places over here. In Mikol Sarah Gadol, yes, we show him which way saying to everything. Look, her body is a mouse. It's the trouble of the sadist and mucking under his back. You ever know my time is not from last week? You look at like that's us. We just built an office. It's unbelievable. Right before the office started, one of the guys in the corner who knows shots word for word, every single word in the shot. He said, "You're gonna have a hard time in the office. I'm not gonna be able to help you out. I don't have any stories for you. I don't have any jokes for you. I have nothing. Nothing. Boring." And it turns out that in the office we had some of the best videos, the best. It was geschmack. There's some hard days. There's a lot of geschmack days. There's a lot of God stuff. There's a lot of good stuff. And a lot of people got connected start in the office, and we're gonna miss it. We're not gonna miss it. But when you're Isaac and Hilchos Habayis, when you're dealing with the Beis Hamikdash, the Beis Hamikdash, Ma'ala Alei HaKosef K'Lo Midna B'Yamein, the famous Gemara, the article brings it that when you, if the Beis Hamikdash is not built in your lifetime, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed in your lifetime. Says the Gemara over here, those who learn the halachas of a mincha, what shaykh do we have for a mincha? When are we ever going to use the mincha? We're not doing a mincha now. We're not checking for buttons. You're Isaac. You're spending your time learning about the avodah Beis Hamikdash. His Baruch Hu considers it as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in your day. You don't have to worry. You're not the one that destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. You're the one that built the Beis Hamikdash. The other guy that's not doing the job, he's the one destroying it. That's why you got to get him in here. It's our price to get him in. Today is a chance. I'm not saying it's your last chance, but it's a good chance. Call up, make that phone call, put it on your status. I'm telling you, you have no idea. Oy. A guy, it was in Hebrew, wrote me, sent me a message at 1 o'clock in the morning. He says a guy came over to him, was crying. Okay? His voice was shaking. The guy came over to him to see him and said, listen, you don't know me, but I heard on your status that you're going to do what? You changed my life, and here's a bottle of wine. And he said that you're so choked up, he didn't hear the guy's name. And he asked me if I could find out who this guy is. He's choked up. I changed this guy's life, and I don't know who he is. And he came with a bottle of wine. He gave me a gift. Grab a Leonovi. You tell Leonovi. It's because it's so easy to do. You don't need a Leonovi. You take your phone. And you look at it, and you say, join Clue will change your life. 20 days of your life, press send to your status. Boom, people are going to join. Everybody that's done it, people have joined. Try it out. It's a great chance. We do it now. We sound like don't let your friend be the destroyer of the mistake. I like all that, huh?
Wow, holy shit.
That's what it is. I don't want to say it. This is like horror fucking. I don't want to say it. Just have Torah, Lola, Lamucha, Lachakis, Malachas. One of our favorite videos of Malachas. Okay, but the problem is the whole nothing. The problem is it's music, and you don't play music, and you experience. Then I'm going to sing it. It's a, what a beautiful voice.
They're the greatest Mexican drum off of all time.
No shite, his voice.
That's fun when you're talking. I'm trying to get so here's the deal. I've been here 3 months. You ready to give up? 3 months in? No, I'm just trying to
So, on our way out of Monaco, we dropped it. So, I see my Torah. If you learn Torah, boy, you learn in the morning, you learn in the evening, you do weekend Torah. It's mamish as if you're talking about Torah, Mincha, Ashba. Says it becomes scientific. The Torah says that somebody that learns Torah, he will take your Torah. Where do we say? Many times in Shas V'Kir. He gets angry, he knew over the Bezara. Well, he was over the Bezara, you could take him and then give him Misa. No, it's Kilu. He says, we're talking, it's not mamish like you market. It's soft. Kilu. Says, Rabbi, no, I argue. It's not Kilu, it's much better than a carpet. This is the one time. Over Rabbi, I love the Mincha. Why did it say law? It say Allah. Allah means law means blood. You don't need it. You don't need a car bomb. It's better. Torah is better. Once again, you've seen shots over and over and over. Number one thing.
If you took off your suspenders, I took the white shirt and did like a minute, like a
and you never let the second verse I looked up tomorrow, so I don't have to do that part. Carbon is going to be better than. But today, that we don't have it. Torah is more functional. Omer Rabbi Yitzchak, my decision. Zoy starts at Katos. Zoy starts at Katos. The Torah is Katos. You will leave your Katos. When we learn about Katos, we just finished learning Minachas, and Katos. And we learned about all of them. It's really you leave your Katos. So easy, but Torah is also. You leave your Basho. Mamish is it. This is one of my favorite mishnayos in Shas. I'm not excited to share with you. It's so in life, like you take it to many areas. It says in the Oilah, it says the same 3 words 3 times about a behemoth. And the fire, it says, Kishay reacting to Loy Malo. This comes from Echod Amay. Ve'echod Amay. Ubevash, Aven, Yubel Shemayim. The number one thing in Yiddishkeit is in the head. You have to have Kavana. And if you have Kavana, it doesn't matter how much you say. You can say the entire Sefer Tehillim. A lot of people do. They have no idea what they're saying. That is not as good as saying one kapitel Tehillim and focusing on the word and focusing on what you're saying. The Allah is brought on the Mishabura that if you come late to shul, it's better to say a little bit of Zimra, say Ashrei. And think about it, that the slide through the whole Humpty and everything, not knowing it. Everything, the way side is so that whatever you're doing, everything, we are so used to doing mitzvahs, we're so used to saying brachas, we take a drink, you have no idea what you're saying, no clue. You watch your head, everything is, if you pause for a second and think, it makes it that much better. And there's another beautiful child, so from the Nabi Kuma on this mission. But the Bible, this gives you a physics to people that are little young. Even if you didn't accomplish a lot in your short life, a person who lived very, very short, but he has Savannah when he's learning, he's going to get the same Sahar of somebody who lives a very long life. You say it's not fair, he lived 90 years, and he's learning prayer for 90 years, and this person only 30 years. But if you have Savannah, and I love the line from Rabbi Miller. He says, how do you say it though? I don't want to mess it up. You're allowed to think about the Rabbi Shalom even in Muslim answer. You're allowed to think about the Rabbi Shalom even in Muslim. In other words, you've done this answer so many times. And sometimes you know how you got there. You're like there. And you have all these beautiful ideas that come up in Muslim answer. Talking about myself, I have a lot of experience with it. Some of the best ideas. If maybe I should make a rule. The ideas that come from the Esrei, I'm not going to implement. And there wouldn't be any MDY, there wouldn't be anything. Over and there, my pro. Where do you see this in the Bible? It's so geschmack, the sleep of that person who serves in the Beis Hamikdash. In Ma'atim Harbo. It doesn't matter if he brings a large carbon, a small carbon, good thing, purple, with either. If I ever have all my offer, your voice has flavor, with all those flavors, the kavana, there are many eaters, many kavana. You're not keeping the bottle of back, the owner, the boss will have. He doesn't care if you brought a lot, you brought a little. It says, but you have to look at the end of the process. It's important. These last words that the mother's been down are the punchline. The person knows the real truth, what's going on here. He knows whether you had kavanah for that story. He knows whether you had kavanah before. A lot of people, they don't even think when they put on the story. It's like such a habit. And they put in the comes, and then they're off. That pause, that 2 seconds. Why am I putting on my phone? Why? I want to be walking Hashem. I'm a single. Okay.
I've been wondering who he was. See, guy wearing a red nose at the comedy store.
What's the line? In the roots, it's all about what the brother sees. Hang on, Jim. Glory, not to see the parishes for bonus. It says which is singular. Somebody shouldn't say it's a likim, it's a few, it's many that are enjoying the Korban Tosha. Then Rabbi got says by the large animals, small little birds, the $5,000 cow and the $3 pigeon. It says the same exact motion. In other words, when you give tzedakah, you don't have the ability. You give $10 and the millionaire gives $1 million. That's not my amount. If you have kavanah and you say, I'm doing this for Ratzon Hashem, the $10 that's the $1 million. That's not my the famous line, the Malik said, he might have said on this also, I remember exactly, it's famous. Say, Kavanah as a zero. So if you do a Maisa, you take action, and you add Kavanah, you add a zero. You add a lot of Kavanah, it's another zero. A bunch of zeros if you get Tamili. But if you don't take the action, and you have a lot of Kavanah, so it's a bunch of zeros without a one. The Maisa is the one. The Kavanah is the zeros. The Maisa is a Shahaya. A guy told his friends, you don't understand what happened this place up front. I was having that first matzah the people from Israel and they were shopping and the whole thing there is. And then the other guy says, yeah, so I didn't go through that whole thing. I just like Kabbalah because Brooklyn and traveling is the beach mountain. Oh, that part I didn't, that I didn't think of. And everything, all the other Kabbalah besides that one. Okay. בשם יותר מלאכים מוצר, זה מילה כזאת כמית כבוד, יש תגיד לו, I'm like not, I'm not going to you need to know I don't need you to work. I have everything. You never you put ICR, I have all the animals in my favorite dialogue, all the animals in the mountains over there. You have to work hard and I know all the birds. It's just so that you know everything that moves is mine. Right up beside beer, I'm going to eat beef. The dam I threw the mash away, you know, go blood. The Martha Legend zip because they should turn as with soy to be out with soy. I think this is also beautiful. You're learning a lot of things today, but this is so important for us to remember. A lot of times people ask us questions. Oh, I'm so good about that. You hear this a lot. What's your virtual and watching me? I should keep Shabbos and I should do this and I should take a lure. Chacham, you think he needs you? You think he needs your Shabbos? You think he needs your tefillin? He doesn't need your tefillin. He wants you to have tefillin. He wants you to have Shabbos. For you, not for him. Give it to you. I'm not like a father and child. I want you to be. I want you to be the best work. It's for you. And to go to school is for you, not for me. It's for you. Let's see this video. Which one? English. Here we go. So just to remind the Olam, and I had a lot of my questions last night, Rabbi, that we have 5 hours out of our 6 artists. Unbelievable. It's a dream. I can't believe what the Rothschild did for me. And so because I had this dream 3-4 years ago that we're going to have a group of people, and I told people to them sugar artists that work full-time for us and produce beautiful videos every single day. It's not a dream come true. It's like you can't even believe it. The best guys, the most talented guys, people in the one advertisers, the call us up, you do an ad for us. You can't find such great content. No, we're working on the job. We're not here to make money. We're working to make career better for other people. Those people came last night to see them, to go to the bunch of people in the total, and see my revenue. But where do we come from? 3 years ago, those who were with us, remember, we hired 2 guys. For the lowest $2,000 a year. Because what do you think? You wait away. So enough. But we got to get there somehow. I don't know how. I didn't know how. I knew where I wanted to go, where I wanted to go, but I didn't know how. So get these guys, they're doing 3D animation. Every movement, like this. Look at the characters, they're here. It's very, very rough. And they used to tell me, what do you want? Something like this takes a month to do. You know, we need to produce 2 guys to produce one video every 2 days. This one's not a bad one. Sometimes you have a little crazy or a little better. This is what it used to be. It's step before AI wasn't going to left today. This is left at all.
Everyone knows I can't code, and so I got a vibrator, and it just feels like I'm riding a motorcycle because my hands just shaking.
You are one of the laziest lovers I've ever.
Honestly, I can do that.
Jerk yourself off and so you.
The real guy is like a great natural comedy. Look at 6 days, 6 days, that's a passion for us.
Like, what if that's the thing that's like, he's
Still alive, he's at the same time.
like the biggest laughs that happen on the show so far.
Well,
There you go.
You mean everything.
I know, I don't know what I mean on this thing.
So this guy's dicks, maybe bigger dicks.
No, I don't want her for the time to homeless here.
Some of the bad guys who thought it maybe by yourself would that turn you on.
No, that's all hard. I was just on top and position I was in was just like getting something. I talked about it last week. It felt like I was about to shit. And I was like, maybe this is what coming feels like.
But when you were watching that, I was watching this kid in the back over there. Their mouths were open, smiling. You guys, you kids want this kind of stuff in yeshiva? Should we tell your Rabbi to show it in school? I think the balloons for you. You want it? We'll make it happen. Nah, not gonna happen in this generation. But your kids will have it.
I love her style.
All right, so we're about to leave this story. That's what we got to say. I think let's make a seal here. Forgot, let's say copy. Something good. So you might be able to do this story answer. So you have to say this. But it's only at the zoe from us. So you can at the zoe from us. Your story is now in change comes to cool. So after all this chat, it's only to cool. The story comes to cool. Which means the Tyson you have to have fun. Again, once again, it should be with your intent. The word is from Rabuno, the nine of the assassin, because one of the guy is playing around with the knife, and by mistake, he slices an animal's neck. How do you know that it's possible? He didn't have kavana to do the shita. So then, my b'shachar is ben abakar, the shita, the shem, ben bakar.
Sure, this is one of the worst episodes of the 201 episodes of this show.
This is last night. You ever see him sit over here? He said, if you don't remember somebody's name, it's no, he said, what's your name? What's your name? The answer is Moshe. No. And then what's your last name? He said, all right, Yodenu. No, this one I already knew. I just wanted to know the next part. How do you know that you have to start over again to be another cardinal? The boy side, you can say the seal with me. Mazel tov. Everybody together. Hagan Allah, Harei, Luis Soroi, Luis Nicola, Luis Sanchez Office. Hagan Allah, Harei, Luis Soroi, Luis Nicola, Luis Sanchez Office. Hagan Allah, Harei, Luis Soroi, Luis Nicola, Luis Sanchez Office.
One more chance, thank you.
Hagan Allah, Hagan Allah, Hagan Allah, Luis Sanchez Office. Hagan Allah, Luis Sanchez Remember that all the information of the Shakas and she don't remember the yet me money at the top. You also look up at the really high. Since the 10 of skin that is not spawn up with the same of Nimble the language will answer them with talking comes from the Havo. This class on the right of the Yamid Neil Zari. She comes at her with P, but being Zari. Zari, I don't know. This guy gives a lot of time for this of someone who is more left about. So it's scrap up. If you love the secret was just 5. So you
Michael D. Anything for guys initial thoughts?
Yeah, very Jesse.
All right, there he goes, Michael D. He was on last week. We talked to him last week. He's on Twitter, just sharing interesting comments. We had fun. Mickey Manowar, ladies and gentlemen, is the newest special on CISO. He's one of my funniest friends in the world. He's an absolute beast. We go up every single night right next to each other, side by side. It's crazy. so proud of you. DU special. Your fucking like really special, you crazy people. It's just came out this week. It's on CISO. You can get it on Amazon. Active little CISO extension. It's very easy. That's what I did. I fucking love it. It's called There's No Business Like Show Business. If you need business, make sure you see it. Send it to me. Let me know. Stand for confidence. Speaking of legends, great black belt, a samurai, super warrior, not getting claimed at all about anything for this show. The great Sam Tripoli, everybody.
I've done this show like 90 times.
I know, we love you. Sometimes
Weird shows.
Sometimes you have a little few more crap flashbacks than other nights. Sam, we love you. You have the brand new double album.
Yeah, it's a double album from the dialogue. The first hour is just me killing. The second hour is called Friday Night Late Show, and it's where the crowd is so wasted and shit-faced that I just pop for an hour and I just go at it. So it's 2 days. The dialogue.
This drawing from Ryan G. Built is out of fucking control. Make sure you go up to him after the show and take an actual close look at it. The details are just mind-boggling. Look at Joel Jimenez at the top. Jeremiah Watkins. Great. Your hands go up to Jeremiah, everybody. I know it's so much more famous. It feels exhausting. You don't have energy. And Reagan, Joel Jimenez. And Reagan is one of the newest albums on iTunes. He's literally my favorite comedian. Sometimes I fucking love Matt Reagan. It's because of him that you even ever get to see Jeremiah or Joel Jimenez. You can do better. He's the leader. He's the man. I love him. I love everything he does. He's on all the social media. And Patty Reagan and Joel Jimenez with his microphone stole the show tonight. This episode was Joel Jimenez and fucking Allie McCoxley. I'm so sorry. And that's tonight's episode of Tony Hitch with Greg Rabbi. Make sure you can see so check out Maheen's special. Make sure you can dial TonyHitchwood.com for all your tour dates. Also listen to Austin and Houston, Greg Rabbi.
Good morning, Rabbi. One of the best real estate brokers in the show. Unreal. I'm going to tell you a little cheer. You're going to see Dr. Julian is top notch. Not only is he a top selling guy, good as us. From very every single day, besides when we're going to live. By the way, we're opening up, seriously, doing a lot. Saturday, starting cool. Yeah. It's real. So everybody's asked, I said we did something with Rothschild with Rothschild. Reminder, I know one of the best young women are but us who was brought in there. And I want to show you a bunch of videos. A lot of came in. I can't show everything. Some of them are 2 minutes long. There is one that's about 2 minutes long, but I do want to show it. It's very important. This, I'm not going to show. I did it already. This one, I don't know if it's in English or not. Yeah.
MTY? Hello, I I need an ambulance urgently. What? Okay, we're on our way. Hang tight.
You know what I love? Is we're back in the belly room for the first time in
Thank you, Rabbi, for healing me.
Somebody invested a lot of time there. Go ahead.
Want to know what we do? Start Tractate Chulin now. Boy side. Boy, you know, hey, and the food.
Two of the best comedians in the world. Two of our favorite guests on Keltoni. The Beast.
אבל זה הזמן שאתם נתקרב למצב רפואי יום שישי הקרוב, איך הופך את זה? מבטיח לכם שאתם הולכים להתמכר ברמות קשות. יאללה, בואו.
This is Rabbi I'm here in the Shemesh.
שלום חברים, תמיד אני מבקש עזרה לעזור לחברים ואנשים אחרים. היום אני רוצה שתעשו לעצמכם. אני לומד כל יום את השבוע דף היומי, גרם לסטופנס, זה שינה לי את החיים. בואו תשנו לכם את החיים.
This is awesome. 10-year-old kid has been evaporated for a year.
And do a show on Comedy Central. Motion capture. Very excited. Your own motherfucking show, man. I'm so excited, man. The format is nice when we get and then I just roast those boys, you know what I mean? It's like kind of just a cool idea from my brain.
Just a moment, Donald. משה כהן הזמין אותי לסיום מחר ביום חמישי בבני ברק. אבל כמו שאתם יודעים, יש לי איראן על הראש, לבנון ועוד כמה דברים לטפל. אז אני אשמח אתכם מרחוק את סיום מסכת מלאכות. אני מזמין את כל מי שלא נפסע עדיין, כי תצטרפו ל-MDY, הדף היומי עם רב אלי סטפנסקי. זה ישנה לכם את החיים. יום שישי מתחילים חולים. What do you say, Donald? When are we going to finish with the Iranians?
What you got?
You gotta clarify where I come from.
Okay. The Israelis are sending it in, packing it in. I'm writing today, Mark's up and up with 108. Tomorrow will mark my 1,000th daf learned with daf yomi with MDY. 1,000. I am only 70 years old, and I cannot believe it. He's one of the brothers who does me in all sides of which campus actually graduate I have. I love the job so much and it's helped me in all aspects of life. I know I'm only 70 years old, but I truly feel that I can say that daf changed my life. I started at a position of base and never thought I could make it this far. And I wouldn't have if it wasn't for building the whole of my family. I've only gone up from the first daf position at home. It's really the same until my senior class in a few years that throughout these few years where I've been learning the daf and my cousins have always teased me saying, you're not actually learning, you're just watching a TV show. However, watching their faces go blank and they go silent after I respond to them and ask them, what is Pura, what's Pura, what's Dila, what's Mincha Spashta? Let me show them what true learning is and make it all work. Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for keep doing what you're doing. Your Talmud, AV.
Our new movie comes out this weekend.
Oh, this, hold on. Rabbi side, this is interesting. I gotta tell you, this is super interesting. Where is it? This guy is a grave digger, and he's just he's in the grave. All right, here's a special one for me. Happy bird. You with the dot? What? Intense. Happy bird. It's Rabbi Berg's brother. He lives right over here. He's been with us for 5 years. He's a new guy. He's a bunch of problems. And he's a shy person. Says he don't want to do this. And he feels like he has to do it for athletic. So here it goes.
Hey, so if you're seeing this, it means I finally gave in and decided to record a video. Today marks exactly 5 years to the day since I started doing daf yoga, and honestly, that itself is a miracle. This was my 6th or 7th time trying to learn the daf. My previous record was 2 seconds. I've been doing this now since towards the end of summer. Previously, I used to bounce back and forth between random shiurim. I had converses off and on. I missed that a lot. And honestly felt like an imposter ever since I left yeshiva. But MUI gave me something I never had. It gave me a responsibility. It gave me a creative. It gave me a responsibility to myself. Every day, without fail, I know what I have to do. And it's not just what I have to do, but it's what I want to do. My commute used to be dealing with work calls, listening to meetings I missed, catching up on podcasts, and reading ebook. Now it's just about growing as a Jew. But it's not just growing as a Jew, it's about the friendship and on laughter. And the MDY crew in the morning and all the crazes that are there on Saturday night and everything in between. It's the way I get myself energized in the morning, and it's the way I decompress the right home from work. My Rabbi used to say that a Bentor is someone who never stops pushing themselves to keep on growing, and MDY helps me push my limits. The ripple effect is real. My 3 boys have watched me over the last 6 years, and for many of them, they never miss a day. My 3 oldest do not miss a day of MDY. It changed me, it changed my friends, it changed my family, and honestly, it's helped to change my community as well. Don't wait for the next big cinema shots. Jump in right now. Join MDY today, you won't regret it.
There you go, Aaron.
All right. Excellent. Tonight, tomorrow's year is going to be the last stop of an office. Tonight, we're doing the big seal in the how many are left? There's 30, 40 tickets left. We're going to have, I don't know. People already signed up. Beautiful enough. But then it's going to be a big match. We're going to do the show. Something like this costs over 100 shekels to watch. We're going to Seidel and he'll do it. So he's coming to us, showing us how to do shtei alechem. It's good food. It's a great deal. 100 shekel is a bargain. What is this? Oh, Eilat. Rabbi said this is the one in Eilat. Check this out. It's crazy. It's happening. It's large. This one is also, I said that this is a seal, but this is in Montreal. It's going to be a live Hebrew Shidur Kai, 2 o'clock in Montreal. A night of Achilles. I don't know. It says over there. Read the thing. If you want to go back here, read it. Knesset, Sharia, Chaim, Rastav, Abraham, Avinu, 55. Toronto seal, a night of Achilles. What? Go listen after the sponsor for the top and you want to listen. It's a school with all the beautiful pictures and color shown and many other pictures. Only 3 credits still available. After that one already sponsored. It's your time. My boys, it's your timer. Supposed to have long division split up. WY Coffee Corner. Cover that Felix Committee down to me at Koimei. Official edition of WY Shots accepted by the Iranian Levy families. Perek. Anonymous. the Nishmas and Nochit Tzvi Ben David Shulhai, the Bracha. Staff Kuf Tess, anonymous, congratulations to Young Sharp for sharing the joy of the dance of his family. Shukaya, except sponsored by David Salman, dedicated memory of Rabbi Mother, Shmuel Barsman, Fancy Doge, the Bracha. Jogi Dance, leaders was my father, Jack Dance, and I'm from the Ruben Gatsby, South Campbell, anonymous, for sharing the message in the Zah, anonymous, for completing the Sunnah, and Shem, for Leva, Sesame, Show, Maki, the Tessa, we should try to get more steiging, celebrate the Diamond Candy Art, and Ukraine honor with W, change my meaning of life. But now, my yes, Martin, that made all the ways concerning him be wise and published on the Square My Assignment. This is monthly sponsor for Shlema of Umayri, WY Kids get a vision to see. I just spoke, so I can simple big and Rudy Stop Shop and Ohio. Giving sponsors for the Consortium. Martin is clearly strong. We see how schooling thinks the Alliance. Michael Fuchs, and Mary Shmuel Moshe Ben Meir, and Hannah Bax Mary Yitzchak. The Price family, the Nishmat, Shai Groves. Allah Shalom, Yeoman and Ilana Groves with Fush Lemo.
I am I'm an HR admin.
Louis Nishmat, Shai Groves. Official caterer, son.
Oh, man. That's crazy. Obviously, Pat Reagan got a new sponsor meeting. The rest of us.
The Fush Lemo, the Fush Lemo, Ralph Kine, Troy, Ben Kaya, Risha. Today's stop in memory of our son. Oh, Shalom Shaya. It is today's stop in memory of our son. Shalom Shaya. Thanks for belly. Saying Patrick.
I like your approach.
Your website, lockdown, the original official. Anyway, well, Muslim, you're not going to be a broker. Muslim, won't have an Esther. So, Yella, Daniel said, then I yell at Esther. Voice, we have a little bit of a lot of a long story. And I'm saying, easier doc. And we're finishing off the Sephas Malachim on the right foot. Schmuck. I just want to mention, before we get into it, there's a lot of status. And I think a lot of people are complacent. They say, oh, there's a lot of statuses. They bring people in. So I don't have to do anything. No. You have either.
The first person I had to fire.
Every person that joins the doctor is 100 that are not joining. 100. So 100 people.
It's like I got hired and then my manager.
People that have excuses. Every day, people that start. Guys that live in people, guys that work. You know who they are. You know them
for sure.
And you have a feel. Yes, you have a feel. Give them a little note. Don't be too pushy. But a little reminder. Start clear. Start your brand new session. You're not going to have that after 140 days. 140. Here's your chance. I know there's a lot of statuses. I know. But what did you do? What did you do? You know the guy to play with.
It's hard for me to
don't forget. Make that call, make that status. Even if it's a silly status, you can call status. Look at the phone and say, hey guys, we're starting coolers tomorrow. Join. That's it. 10 seconds. You never know whose life you're going to change. 10 seconds. That's what's in the phone call. So, daily tomorrow. Here's the question, the Mishnah. We're holding by the Mishnah on Daf, quick test, public test. You have it, unfortunately, you have an Israeli guy that goes to Thailand and Buddhist, I don't know what, he did up his art. You have it all the time. Unfortunately, a young guy starting out another religion. Comes back to his shoulders to Rush, and he's a pious. Pretty Italian. You give him an idea. You can give him an idea, but he doesn't get pious. The question of the Rishonim, something we're going to touch upon today. Because you're going to see that once you perform on the Zara, it's welcome to be working. That's his thing. But the mighty damage, irreversible damage,
I got this song right, but what am I going to do? Leave it at home?
you can't get out of it. It's like a color. Okay, never. I want to be true, but that's a your color. You can't perform certain things that are very important. Oh, you married. How come because I had this nothing as far ahead? What's the thing about it without the Mishnah? You said you have a whole ranch, thousands of animals. So one of the animals is affected. Which one? You have a concept. Oh,
Yo, I did hear about that. I think that's the thing that killed
Rain
Spidey.
kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? It should be this So, Heuler Eckhart won because I had this weapon to destroy at war. He says one of my bulls, Heulerstein, only had two. I told you, I'm not misguided greatness, gotta get the best. So now the fan said we apply the same reason we have to read. And it's the best. He didn't say the best. He says, I want to get one of the bulls. It should be the best. Which makes 2 and 3. It says the Mishnah. Shloisha has 3. The middle one. This doesn't fit into what we just said. So we have to explain the government means also the middle one. Or the top one. So we find it great, we got to go to the top. Also the middle. So 2 of them are covered. And I have a problem. 2. I get out of 2. I'm going to do this. I remember designating one. I don't remember what. My father died, and as he was dying, he said one of the bulls is hectic. I told him to take the number 1, top 1, largest, heaviest, most expensive one. That's what I go. So tomorrow, in fact, it's 2. You have to give the number 1. I'm going to buy another one. A person always donates with a large list. And that's good eye. Aim and save us. And what do we do with the middle pay? Everyone's going to if you donate 1 out of 3, give the middle one. It's the number 1. I'll go back to my road. Omar Shmuel, but it's not the way. I is no. Only the middle one. It's also the middle one. The top one for sure goes to the head dish because your time is great time you give the time. Oh, it's so good. You got me caught up. Hold on a second. We're getting there. All, if we finish the sugi and you have a question, let me know. We got caught up. I need your phone. Because the character, smallest one, he is called. That's tomorrow, what you do.
I got to translate Roscoe.
Each one is $5,000. And then see him around. Huh? 100%. Not even one that's
This is my first time.
Really?
Either on the top one and not on the middle one, and even on the middle one and not on the top one, we're going to move the Gusha, the owner is going to move the Gusha as it has a look. I'm going to transfer the Gusha from the middle guy to the top guy, and only one is covered with the tag going somewhere. Of course, what about we don't know what's going on. We know what's going on, great. We don't. We gotta make sure that we dot our I's, cross our T's. We used to all be like Omar, I'm not going to Omar, Rabbi, we told me about Omar, one out of all my access, he could have meant the middle one. And when Omar showed this for it, he's a good one. The acts of all axes. So now the acts of all axes means number 1. There's no question that like I said, the acts of all axes. Show this for it, the acts of axes. And what if he says, house of houses? There's a bunch of little sisters, house of houses. The point is, the biggest thing is house. But I just spent that. Okay. Short as far ahead. There's no question that a guy uses such a lesson. The acts of all actions, he means the best. How do you think it's going to ride with that? He's not the most caution. Okay? In this context, a lot of people look at this caution. This kind of caution is enough. What caution is enough? Any one of our fields made the law. I don't know if I used to didn't see any work a lot. I have a bunch of houses. I'm saying the house of houses. Right about Leo. He shows him the attic. The attic in the time of the Gemara wasn't very good. You have to walk up the steps. It's hard to get to. There might be a little, there might be a little slant in the roof. It's not geschmack over there. So why is it when a person says the house of the houses, he shows him an aliyah? Lama Shim is Riyah. The Gemara is going to make a distinction like that too. Lama Shim is Riyah. Isn't it because I'm showing you the worst, not the best? Lord. We're foolish about it. Look at the word aliyah means ben aliyah. Like somebody that who's growing, is working way up. Aliyah in fact means the best of the best. What's the best of the best? Depends out. I'm giving you the best. Not the work. Not the attitude. I'm giving you the best. So back to this video. That's to be that Zach was a little more carried, and we'll show you that was a little bit of real estate on the status. You won't see anybody doing it you want. It's only once in a while, guys. But it's usually some penthouse or something along the water. So I ain't sure if anybody wants to move to the water, fuck the Gary. So we also we're starting to incorporate people here. We have famous people. One of our neighbors in Miami doing us for a long time, my house on the right side. But I want to tell you that I've got a problem. Lately, a bunch of different developers have approached me. They heard that I'm looking for something other than why build a new expression. You're thinking about it, dabbling in it. Different names all the time. One name for the other. This one offers that. She's hopefully stands down if that's not irony. I had a whole meeting with the guy. I spoke to 7 different guys. Very big. I spoke to one of the top developers in that
Was that your first set?
Just yesterday, sat in my living room chat for over an hour.
I've done poetry before, but no shit, you got to say
very, very good.
By the way, you just did it again.
I get that, and so, I figure why not, right? Possibly have a more I've done slam poetry aspect than you do right now.
Now, also, take a look at the discovery. Even the largest list has the stairs. The stairs will never go away. There we go. The water fountain. It's so beautiful. It's unbelievable. Look at these stairs. The stairs. See the stairs?
I also almost like now it's meeting. Is that your first time on stage?
Okay, hold on. You couldn't have a more. I have a solo 5 if you tried.
I felt the fucking set. I was like, living Sand Snake the whole goddamn time.
Look at the granite in the floor.
If the sophomore doesn't blow your mind, I smoke weed as well. How did you know? That's a lot of me. They call me the Homemaker.
Wow, that's powerful. I had that effect. But his name's Tony, actually. Oh, Tony the Snake. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be my one note. Well, not a must note, but you should research the name of the
Rabbi said it continues. In the next one, you'll see something unbelievable. So I'm thinking about it. Mason, I have a question. Short and short, I hate this. If a person says, short and short, the acts of action, the acts of action. And what does it say a second later? The thing, social action. Yeah, let me just put them up on the screen together. You don't really need it, but one case is short and short. What does short and short mean? Happen. What's the next one? Short and sorry. Oh, I just realized something. Anybody else that needs something I haven't seen it before? They'll come up and read it. The one that stands in the back? Oh, no. Oh, that's what it is? Yeah, I'm getting nervous now. Okay. Can't lose a guy like that. He's almost functional. Okay. Short and short. What's the next thing? Says in the safe one. The pain short till head to the side about hair. The one side. Pay attention over here to the thing. These two cases are identical. Short to the side. Meaning, I have, this is a bad place. When we spoke about it, in Kings Ranch in Texas, or wherever the place is, the guy has 800,000 acres, right? The property's worth $9 billion to property. Owned privately. 35,000 cattle, at least. and take one shot. I want to get him good. Take one shot in a second and throw him in there. He's a goner. All 35,000. What are you gonna do? The helicopters over there. It's like larger than this. I'm not about something. Something crazy, for sure. So you can really mess the guy up with this case, right? The same social hedges from the side of that player. Hedges got mixed up with others. Kagolas over him. What do? You take the largest one and you make it hedges. But you walk through the Turkey Islands. In both of these cases, Rabbi says, even in the first case, short is scoring what? It says short is scoring, but the second one says the same short is scoring. What do? Top one, top dog, top short, both hedges. What do you do with the rest? That's it, you're done. Manage. You can survive. He's ready. You can get inside. Unbelievable. Stay there. All of them must be sold because you don't know which one. Maybe one of them is an Oiva. Each one has a suffix. Each is a book. It's a massive position over here. Each one of them. We talk to them. We're paying for it. And then you take the money and give it the food. So the kasha. We said only the top one in case number one. Only the top one. There's no mention of selling the rest. We're going to have short or hedges just out of it. That Allah of them sell everything is only that. Only the second case of something side. But depends on that. That's the little cases. The two more I don't know. There's two a lot. One is that you give the top one that's top on both. The thing. The short story, short from the side of both cases, you give the best one day. Now there's a second Allah. Then you have to sell the rest. If that second Allah only goes in the second case, that's short. Makes values go basic. I mean, what about people here? I'm telling you, the house of houses, the North House. One of the houses called Crumble. My name is nothing. He told the buyer, I'm sorry, your investment is right here in the market. I have 100 slaves and some slaves. Monays and one of them dies. Mario Gates is so chosen to federal. Here's what you bought from me. Maybe more about my let's say they know how they this. If you tell me you get the top one, nice, but basically the top one, let's see what fell. Let's see the 10,000, let's see the bottom one. What fell exactly? What's good? Says you work. The cat found this really a riot from the regular transactions between human beings. Shani the cat, the $8 shout to play. The guy that has the stars, he always uses out. I'm always seeing my very all over riot. It's a time for me to mention again. It doesn't matter if it's a Diablo, it doesn't matter if it's your own family. It doesn't matter if it's your best friend. This guy that I'm married to, everybody knows about me. My handshake is ironclad. I think that's a mistake. People invite me 100 million times. I don't care who you are and what you are. I don't care if it's your father, if it's your brother, if it's your uncle, if it's your best friend, if it's your wife. Have everything in writing. Every single thing in writing. But a business deal, you don't trust anyone. Doesn't matter who. At the end, we forgot this, we forgot that, and you think it's a deal. Everything else. A lawyer told me, nice story. You think called? Huh? Yeah. And that's what I'm saying here. This lawyer told me, there's something in here that's so called a Kaba Mishiteka. People can't listen. Sometimes it's the younger couple that buy apartments together. They buy an apartment, they put a wall down the middle. And this guy gets the right, and this guy gets the left, but they all make party together. You don't understand how many issues later, if they would only add another little CD, or another clause. What happens when we want to sell? And I force this guy to that. What happens when I need to get a mortgage? The mortgage was, I'm both of them. I want another mortgage. I want to refinance. What? I didn't think about everything, and now it's just fight. Now we don't talk. Everything should be written down. He resolves it. Somebody reached out to me today. Back in the year, he's suffering a lot from the Musha. He feels that his family's not doing it. If the listener would have written everything down exactly, this guy gets this, then there's no issue. So the wills also, just write everything down. It's done. Throwing it out there. Hashem does this all. Yeah, about time to play this. I'm always in the Kavir of the Raya, the fire of his house loses. But when it comes to Hedges doesn't lose it. Hashem does this all. He says, oh, now let's go back. He was on the end of the year. So you can say when a Garrett Show was selling this guy, Michael Ben Chitrin, he actually sold him an attic, not a bed down. Over here, he doesn't mean the best of the best like Garrett showed Michael. There's this gorgeous 10,000 pounds of Indian white tower. He actually went down and said, God, got the garbage. Pat something back. Why? About a time, right? Because at the end of the day, the one, the purchaser, they have to start. He loses out. I'm showing you this, even though in your mind, as a child, subconsciously, you can say, this is a Indian white tower. Even though we go top. But maybe more
no, in a weird way, like a lot of the lawyers are snakes. When you think about it, I did find a lawyer.
You have to look at my facial expressions. I watch Chinese lesson every day, and I want to buy the most luxurious penthouse you have here.
I would say was if I saw the doors and it said, why the snake? So I bought the snake and I sat on it and it didn't mean literally at all.
Can you take a selfie?
I'm really hoping.
That's the big thing.
Tony, I already told you that. Yeah, I'm like a little scared. Well, you know, funny thing, actually, I gotta give a shout out to Tony. Like, if you like Boas, you'll love a word.
Oh, that's exactly right.
Why was she running?
It's my house. Yeah, what difference does it make whether there is a lot or not? The main thing is that on Friday you don't need to study the cemetery.
It's actually where
this plan is a terrible thing in people's minds. I don't want the wire voice. I'm buying, but I want the M building, not the Y building. Have you music career?
7 years.
Yeah. All right, so say looking at this. I really like your love.
It's tough.
Here it starts like God.
You're getting the shit out
Starting
there.
that God. I really like your love. If you read about English, the person says himself, I'm donating in oil. So obviously, what do you do? The oil, you bring money from people means oil. So this is that God. I'm not going to say the story twice. It was a crazy story twice. So Shimon HaTzadik was playing Gadol 40 years with the guy Sheikh Kini. When he was lifter, a lot of things changed. And the Lord would tell us. He stopped saying British Kahanim with Hashem on the fire. A lot of things happened. As he was dying, he said, I want my second son to be the Kohen Gadol. And his older brother, Shimi, was jealous.
Yeah, I don't do much for
And Shimon and Shimi. Yeah. And Shimi did some terrible things, as the Muslim described. He wanted his brother dead. So, Kanye runs away to Alexandria and builds a big Samigdal. Someone goes.
There he goes, Patrick B. Everybody, get out of here. No Twitter handle for him. You can't follow him anywhere. It's blank underneath his name, Patrick B. You have to guess what his last name is. Everybody is having fun. Another name out of the bucket. Shall we?
So obviously, if you're going to bring a car on him, you try to in Alexandria, you blow up. I really, but if the person doesn't bring it on, and I'm going to get back to you in this one, and I'm going to make this. Oh, you look at me. River, this is awesome marketing. We have to understand what it is. How in the world do you bring an oil in a destination outside of Yerushalayim and say that you know? If Shimon Omer is It's not Rishon HaShabbos. It's not Rishon HaShabbos. It's really shouldn't be. This is nothing. It's not a oila. It's a regular animal. You can sell it, do whatever you want to ride it. It doesn't matter. It's not oila. Yeah. Same thing, similar case. I read another. I'm going to be in the Yugal Midosh. He has to remove all this here in the Midosh, just like this.
Marijuana is not like weed. It's not like marijuana.
You in Gila with this fun sorry. In Gila with fun and if he shaved off his hair in this fun
There you go, Joey Newfield.
I already know this. I got one of his fire when he says I'm going to do this. I'm going to shave my head in base fun he should originally in the Hakilo shave his head and everything. Yeah, it's fun again, I understand what's going on. The Gemara is going to say it's not a real.
I'm very organized, and this is just, I came out like
that's why if you did it in Alexandria, but you know what things you know,
You literally look like the guy that's on the cover of that one like haunted stories.
How can a person be Yotza? Person said they're opinion in this country. Yotza. It's Ayla. You're killing it outside of the Misamigo. If you shucked it outside of the Misamigo, you killed it outside of the Misamigo, you killed it. It's not a high Yotza. If you choked it, you didn't choke it, so you killed it. See that? But how could it be Yotza?
What the fuck do you do? It looks like you
Alright, no, I realized I'm not sure it's kind of solution. Hold that case. Once a person says I'm bringing it in big sponsor, so what he's saying is I'm bringing an oil without every responsibility. If something happens to it, or fouling, I don't have to do anything. If I choke it to death, I'm not going to do it. Even if I myself kill it, I'm not going to do it. See, look. So I'm not giving another one. Doesn't mean I'm a guilty to play about the oil. Means I fulfill my obligation with this animal. This animal, I don't have to take care of it anymore. I killed it, fine. Next, continue with life. But let's say, let's take this animal and take a shkita knife, and you chef it in base hunger. What happens to you? Karis. Then you would be kind of karis because you're chefing outside of this animal. You're okay. Okay, now we're not married. So obviously you have the same case. I'm not taking responsibility of his life. Great. The problem is, Nazir comes with Mexico and Israel spouse. In order for a Nazir to start drinking wine and be kind of amazed and everything, you have to drink Rabbanis. You have to take care of yourself. You can't say all these Rabbanis are without a pride. Hello, I'm a Rabbi, says Rabbi, you got it wrong. He didn't bring an oil. He didn't say I'm going to take upon myself an oil. He said I'm going to give that Shem. It's like an oil. It's like an oil. It's not an oil. It's a way of saying it's a gift. I'm bringing a gift to Hashem where? In Chicago. So there's no puts the base of English over there. It's not even an oil. It's not an animal. And the dog, like a gift. And the dog in a different sense, like on a farmer. Like, I'm just giving you a carpet with Zambia. I'm thinking something that's like I'm making a cocoa with cover that stuff. Some Shabbos Kodesh is good stuff. Nothing to do with the Sami Dosh. It's not in What? He wasn't like this shit. It's not headless. Yeah, it's Ki'ilu, the way, that's the way I can describe it is Oila. It's not an Oila. Okay, so then once you bring it to base of this, then you make it an Oila. That's fine. Elmer Alpha, up until the garden started. He says to himself, he's sagging his funny corruption, but to get there, I'm very close, I live in a lot, I'm right to Egypt. Let's bring it over there. I'm not going to do it all each time. I want to feel like food. More than that, I don't want to show myself. No, then I mean, I'm saying to people, no, I got it to you. I'm saying to the father, he's trying to Rachman entire himself, to get a kapara, but he didn't mean to bring a covenant with him. He's trying to get his money over there. Like he gets there, fucking hero thing, his money, right? And what is that? So, such an animal like that. Exactly. You're not high first. It wasn't ugly. Rabbi Omar, law, Nazir B'Gamers, when we're referring to Nazir, you understand that. Oh, look, I'm not Shalei Sky about music Omar. In other words, it's fake dinim over here. There's the Nazir. Nazir is, he didn't mean at all to be a Nazir. But by Oila says true card. He didn't mean to make it a card, but he just said, I'm not going to have a fight. You asked him, but the Nazir should be the same case. No, Nazir is different case. Two different cases. Nazir didn't mean it for real. So therefore, if he cut his hair off in Alexandria and not worry about any korbanos, he's not a real Nazir. By Oila, what's a real Oila? Just the type of Oila that he, when he carefully that he kills it, he doesn't have to do another one. Like if you don't know something about Rabbi, you can also have this from Rabbi, I have a Oila factor, very good for this one. The person in the food, Oila, the cream of very strong. He injected in very strong. Nocta, but only carbs. How do you get carbs? Because it's a real carbon. He thought in his mind that the Midbar still had to do so from the time of Moshe. He said, I want to be marketed in the Midbar. They created very yarded. Yosef on his cards, because he's designated as a real oila, he's high cards. Yosef means there's no prize. He said, I'm not solving myself from any responsibility to put animals out, or even if I kill it myself, I don't have to be another one. This is Allah for a voice now. Listen to this, David. You have to know this. A pioneer that performs as a Zara can never do the Avodah Hashem. What about if he did the Avodah Hashem? If he works, it's funny. He helped funny that. It's also for them to perform that, but it's for different. It's not as a rice as much as it is a zero. The ain't Limerick, certainly, like Mark's going to prove from here that this one is not a desire from you. When you talk Limerick, certainly if you do have a desire, you cannot perform that whether it's a condition or not. If you don't know what a problem is, let's just keep on talking over here while this plays in the background. There's a bomb, there's a Hashem Yerushalayim, in all the matches they care about paying. If these Koyahanim, they brought sacrifices on a bomb, it's in his backyard, comes river or something. No, they don't have a tennis court. Oh, the car's from here, massive. South Africa. Okay. I'll go for it. You know what we get up here? We're here to the movement says tomorrow says the Mishnah that this time we treat him like a Balmas. Call him out when my freedom, you cannot be marked with a carbon, but they split, they can eat. Like a Balmas. Rabbi, the claim should shock out David Zara. If the man performs Shkita for David Zara, this tshuva, all the cases there are cases that he did tshuva. He can continue performing that Avodah Hashem. Why? I draw really about the reality. The key word is that a player did start it. Performing a Avodah Hashem with Snake, you lay him, sorry, without it. So, the whole of it's a stumbling Avera. I came to say the Alay and Hashem the kid, and also Avera. It's a terrible thing that they did, but he was short as his so that's why each real time is in other words, you cannot perform that revolution. The more directions, you would be short to love at the same skin. People not to anybody who lives fucking who didn't go. No, that he's strong before his skin makes a difference. How can he strong before his skin makes a difference? So it's not what? Also, so that's first Michigan's bullet. Jared, more like,
Jared, our friend,
when
who's
they
been
get
on
into
the
the
show
what?
forever.
I could share the
Cancer. That's okay.
Actual
Shout out to Social. Jared's had cancer for the last 4 years.
I'm a partner. Almost. Like a partner, speak up, share it, bizarre, and some amigos say, see, try to share it. First time I see that shit. See you tomorrow. By the way, shopping through 12 minutes. Those in, people are crazy. It's not. What about the next thing? Rika. So this I think was really, this was a massive thing. Rika is 100%, and I'm going to say this, it's the number one of it. It's the Makapa. So what about a Kohen here this day? A Kohen who performs Rika by mistake. He saw that it's mutter to do Rika in the business and stop himself. But he was saying I heard it later on in this week. You'll be surprised to learn that there's a sheet that says it's awesome to perform even though it's a complete mistake. So, Shogam this Rika, he thought that it's mutter to do Rika by Zara. We're not going to have a carbon reaction playoff, it's no problem. Do that over. If she's somewhere, hey, carbon reaction playoff, you can, or changes in the law, how do I know this? It's it, but how do you the basis from Mitchell Oven? It says 2 words, Mitchell, stumble, Oven, and Avera. My lab, Oy Mitchell, Oy Oven. The first one has 2 different things. The Mitchell is a stumbling matter. In other words, you didn't do it on purpose. And Oven is that you did deliberately. Oh, Mitchell, striking, but Oven amazing. That's the passion. You're not in Mitchell bit Oven. You stumble to do an Avera. So no, it's only made to the point of nothing according to the fish. It's full. A Mitchell and Oven shaking in a minute. Or I'm not saying that I'm in a London side, maybe people are kind of never going to give this to set up his goggles. It's referring to this talking about the desire, the language, the scaffold of the act. A Kohen and forgive himself. A person doesn't have Vera, will go, a Kohen himself will go to the explanation, do it apart himself. But nice. What does it mean? How? He didn't wish to that's not finished. My ear is showing you, I feel amazing now. If a Kohen did the Shkita of Abizar, the lazy, he can continue. Why? Because it's not an Avaida, he says. And if he continues doing Avaida, makes an evil. Elalav, no, he does Shruva. Elalav is Rika. It must be that he performed a Rika of the Shaygay. Or she's some Allah, Lola the Shkita. No, we're referring to Shkita, who've been made life, and it's not true. If a Shayin does a Shkita on purpose, he cannot perform that way the time he does. Why? Nasa, they stick in here. How do you know that with Zara? You're right. Shkita is not an Avodah. There's another crowd. He becomes a timer. A timer becomes a priest of Zara. And a priest of Zara has no place in our base anymore. But the night they each go according to their own reason in the Ismail. Hey, Shkita. If he did have a Zara, he did Tshuva and Shkita, we're not going to Kabbalah or React and Torah. He performing that Avodah. We have just don't think about React and Torah. He cannot perform that Avodah. And that's another one React and Torah. The other shoes, he didn't perform that Avodah. He's only going to React and Torah. Now it's it. Torah, like he said. The problem is, in Torah, Avodah, whatever it is, you want to converse, but the point is, he becomes a priest of Zara, and that's why he cannot perform that Avodah. Services and new rags, which they might be Murasi, Parallelis, Kano, the Fish, Shar, Baby, Scroll. Over Nachman, we're not in a lot. How do I know this? The time you find someone that was in Zara, the Scroll. I find that one of the brothers, the Chuba, the butter around the Hoya, this carbon is a beautiful thing, and some loves it tonight. He let me show you if he did an Avera.
But also you're from like
by mistake, to show you. My mistake, what does it mean to Tshuva? Show my video. It was a complete mistake. It was an honest mistake. And if she did amazing, he did it deliberately. He just recall, and if he did it by the throwing of the blood on his back, to show my hobby, he did Tshuva, all of the shavers, he's done and gone for the rest of his life. He performed Avodah Amigos, Avodah Zara, and he cannot perform Avodah Amigos. Allah Shkita must be, we're talking about Shkita. He's on the law, or he's talking about what he did. Welcome. So he takes the word of it. Welcome. Self-Mukara. Person has never done an Avodah. How is that possible? He did an What is he doing here? I don't know. But he goes on. Bother rap and class is huge for that winning. He does live, but he cheated amazing. Hey, for bother rap and great. That's really that. What about a stop around with the Zara? First he fouls down top of the Zara. Then chef anything. He fouled top of the Zara and he did true. I'm not going to my for bother rap and class. He can do true from that. It's not a shameless, it's not. You're a shameless all my ain't for bother rap and class. No, you can't. How do you love it? Again, with words, he said, hey, Eliakim. He told stuff in his heart. Said thank you to his heart. And he did Truba, we're not going to come on the rap. Right? So there's no way to come on the rap. The other sisters know. So you know, I need all these cases. Stop about Sita, how you go. What? You ask me to have easy stuff, right?
This kitchen right here is a great place for
you
you to
actually
drink
don't
on that
have to
late
my son to show them this Zika party, this Zika by mistake. But he told her to take you to the other church. At the end of the day, these guys torn on a photo if you do this amigosh, and that's why he says that you cannot do the Hoda anymore in this movie. It's not considered Shkiva's mutter by Yisrael. He said even a woman, right? So it's not considered share. Everyone might not maybe you'd admit that this kind of form in the Beis Hamikdash. Yeah, you know, yes, we did a mice. How we shot with the other you didn't do any of that. There's nothing about it.
Now, straight up.
But you don't think the Lord maybe you should not stop him and inform me in the future of other mystery. He has no stuff about it. He says, we should know what the mice, but the mice, he bent down on his feet. He did something in his body. I was waiting to do it. Guys, talking is not considered a ma'isa. Maybe that shouldn't prevent them from their faces from doing that. Certainly, the play of the forms that would be sorrow, certainly cannot do the avodah mitzvah. So now we say the story. Here comes the story. The fact that the Mishnah said that based on you have this halacha, but before the avodah Beis Hamikdash, before the avodah Zara, you cannot do avodah Beis Hamikdash. Certainly, you can't perform the Beis Hamikdash. Bichlal the Beis Hamikdash, avodah Zara. If you're comparing avodah Zara to Beis Hamikdash, you say certainly Beis Zara Floimar. That means that avodah Zara is worship Beis Hamikdash. That means Beis Hamikdash is not avodah Zara. I give on the Omar Beis Hamikdash not avodah Zara. But by the way, some of them don't have. Even at Saudi, a lot of people in the middle of war, like boilers, they would go to do the halakha for Shimon Tzad. People, I didn't say, go to Shimon Tzad. Like, they go to Shimon Tzad, go to Shimon Tzad. Shimon Tzad is a famous meister. They're just going to Tzad. He's a guy that's been famous. A lot of people go to Shimon Tzad and choose up like a bag of chocolate oil and make up your one big pimple, baby. The guy told his donkey Shimon Tzad. Let me show you a famous story. What? You know? Anybody know the story? We're our the tour guide. Not here today. No. Who? Are you heard about the story? I think it's true story. You don't take people there. It's not on the thing. So what happened? Oh, she showed us to make sure that sounds like Yeah. Did you call me something that didn't say this? You go into a limit of life, and tell this 20 levels is over. Now you can remember what it's 20 levels is over. It's like for now, it's just 20 levels. It's fine. Oh, it's just trying to make sure that's how you're going to live. That year, the Shimon Tzad died. He poured out, to do 40 years of life. He was from the Antiquinous Secretary. Omerland, told his new roommate, he said about himself, this is the last year of his life. Omerland, I did not have to go. He looked nice and healthy. How do you know you're going to die? Omerland, call you on the business, dominating. Sucking that pussy, lavishly done it. Every single year, an old man wearing white comes to me when it's out of the bottom. People that see me, he goes looking into the place of production, he lets me in the sunset. Says places, top places. His diamond is up and up above the bottom. Shami part of it. See, Colombia, Maria, Boy, even a mouth can go in there. You see the Muslim, the Shani, the Shemo. You know, Brad, I can't say for certain. Brad, he showed me running for himself. And Yaakov, in a form of a human being, as an old man, dressed in white. Shona Zoo, but this year, we found in Zokin Ephod Lobish Chayim. If it's like Kosi says, I was both dressed in black, as in all of them, Sakim Shparim. He did not see me below Yatsa. He didn't come out with me. See? You know what I'm saying? Right after Sukkot, Kol Shabbos Yomim, the Marys, lift down, we didn't know about the animal world. From that day on, we stopped using the Shema Mefarish. We used to say, you can't say in the brachos no more. And on his deathbed, he said, I want my son Ponyoy to be, instead of me, it's kind of a shimmy offer. I thought about it. Thinking about Bibi, everything he accomplished, the hatred that people have for the hatred that they say that he's worse than a terrorist. He should die right now. The hatred people have for Trump, with all his success and everything, that they just pure hatred. And they say, Amai, the diablo, the people from jealousy, just pure jealousy. People say nasty remarks. They do nasty things. You know what I'm talking about? You never think about somebody that's jealous. They're vindictive. It's a terrible thing. And I could ask because they shouldn't do it, but they do. They manage nasty stuff. There's a person who has jealousy from his own brother. What is he? Who wants him dead? Dead brother? Because of jealousy. And that's why those who don't know, Shoizalim many they showed him everything. Chutzpah. 2.5 years old with me. He's going to be the kind God, even though my father said, the young one should be, oh my Lord, let me teach you how it's done. Of course he knew how it's done. He saw his father doing it hundreds of times. But maybe he didn't know how it's done. And then inauguration, he heard something special, like the king that day. You have to wear a woman's clothes. Save your wife's dress. The official brutally some sort of hide for the women, and he put on a belt of women's nice pink belt. And we didn't understand the thing that and then he runs and calls absolutely his beloved. He promised his wife. He promised her. If I ever come to the little baby, you're children. Rothschild ran away from them. Rothschild ran up. Olaf. Zambia from the Triad came. Before the show, I just tell you a quick story. And the Meister Shahaya, the guys are clever, and they told one of their friends, they pulled a prank on him and said, listen, let's go to the Angel Bakery at 1 o'clock in the morning and let's work the job. We'll all go for John and be funny. So they all went to the whole way to John. In Angel Bakery, they ripped off their PJs and they had regular clothing underneath. But this guy didn't have regular clothing. And he's almost like stuck around his leg. He's wearing pajamas and they're fit. And then they made a big thing out of it. This is what they did to this guy. They wanted to kill him. Otherwise, says Bill from Israel. He went to Bill from Israel. He put him from his back. I showed the second video tonight in tomorrow. He put him from his back. And that's why he ran away. He was supposed to be playing golf. He had to run away from Israel. And over here it says that he built it. He did the Shema B'Dizara. And he said one more line. That's all about you, though. He's never the prime minister of Israel, but he had such jealousy of something that was a Yoav law, something that was already there.
I remember weird things from my childhood, like whenever I said something smelled, my sisters would tell me it was my upper lip, and I didn't know what they meant by that, but they were pretty much just telling me that I was the one that smelled. And now I have just a
Variable stress is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
And a threesome, and I was with a couple who's been together for 3 years, and I can't come, but the girl I was in the threesome with came right next to me, and I was like, that's what it's supposed to look like? And now I know what my sister's meant by my upper lip because now it just smells like pussy.
This way something is true.
Yeah.
Good morning, Rabbi.
Well, because I talk about it, it's like a thing, so I can't keep it.
The seal tomorrow night in Bnei Brak, in our Manok 10. 2 halls. He's taking 2 halls. He's 2 weddings here, side by side. And one from all. I heard the rumor. There's not consultants in it.
And I told them on the car ride to their place, I was like, oh, by the way, I can't come. But let's have fun.
Nathan Kamyansky,
No.
Kakao, Adad Globals, the Nishmat, Gilgilak, and his name will reach the only class. And so back here, we're going to have a live demonstration of how to make a lechem, which is, I guess, similar to the lechem opponent, the soft size, and not exactly the same way they do it, but it's going to be very interesting. The oven and the whole thing will be baking.
That's definitely my brand. Yeah, that's my brand.
I just saw that first, yesterday they had a
No,
little
it was, okay, so I thought like giving blowjobs was bad. This was exhausting. Now I know I haven't come. I was like, this is hard work. No, I'm not going to make someone come.
What's the one? What do we have there?
Well, she's okay.
The falafel cloth, Montreal, voice side, Montreal seal.
Yeah, I was like,
I saw this here as I'm sitting down. 19 people joined it up. Amazing.
Well, the thing was, like,
I'm going to put it in your
so,
life. I'm
literally like, there's a part where you get excited and you just forget.
Yeah,
your entire show
if you download the box, you get all these videos that I'm showing now. One video we took yesterday,
You're
or the professional one, the voice of his one.
okay, so I was on Tinder, using instant validation, and I saw this couple, and I was like, I've seen couples on here. Normally I'm not interested, but I was like, I'm young, I'm crazy, let's go for it. And in my head, it was like this hot thing, and I was like, I'm young, dumb, and not full of it. No, I'm full of it. It just does not come out.
There's already 44 people signed up. I
And so in my head, I was like, oh, it's gonna be so hot. But then we like met up, and I was like, okay, now it's just like a thing that we're doing. And it just like, it was so out, and it was weird. Yeah, it was like, yeah, their place, it was so weird. No, they kept the light on.
Official in Baltimore, 2 different people. Now, if you want to grab
No, nothing like weird. They had a dog, and I was thinking on the bed after we like took care of business, and I was like, oh my god, it's about to be a foursome.
So, Mr. Walker, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. White, from Mr. Dyer with us, I think this is a phenomenal
Join the dot. And you're like dancing yourself. Tell me, what do you like to dress? And it's the funnest work to do. The baby explodes the fire and the clear place. What if it goes like this? No such thing as a year like this. There's a year that you have a dragon to
Enough to like come at this point.
take our economists, for example. We hated learning.
So the first time I like masturbated, I did come, but ever since then, not. And so I did get like this vibrator, but now, oh, I mentioned it. No, I have not. I have not.
Actually, Sammy got brought around the field. We got 4 people for like that. Yeah. We got finish it by the bottom of this plan. We got 12 guys that come out of the best to shoot up like Manuel. We got people that keep things like as NUI. We got people that WL who can sold their business just to become part of the staff of NUI. We even have a Shiva that I joined who did an entire day of swim settings. They just doing 1 hour a day with NUI. So there's no one thing to do.
First of all, I'm
Even if you only have 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here, every day, if you really don't have the time, just so that we have the time. Take 10 minutes here, don't have the time.
I was just in San Francisco and my Uber driver was sick and I always love when I like encounter a deaf person and then because like I know sign, I don't know, I just get like this sound from almost whatever. And so he signs to me when I get in the car because like I'm deaf and I was like, cool. And then it was an Uber pool and someone else and then we picked up another passenger. And the driver like looked at me to tell him, and I was like just so excited that the tone of my voice was bad. But when I told him, I was like, the driver's deaf, and it sounded like I was so mad about it. I was like, the driver's deaf. Yeah. I just said it's 3 stars on the way. No, I just said thank you very. I'm like I get so enthusiastic. I'm like thank you because I want them to know I'm like cool. You know I'm down. No, you can't tip on Uber. That's why I support them despite all political. Do I agree with that? And I don't tip on their people, but mainly they have signs, right? Yeah, some people put the signs in the car that are like you can tip them.
I mean, you've been trying to sound so hard all night, man. I just want to know all of what real intelligence looks like. Also, it's your time to get it. That's so great. I wanted it to be a big laugh. Why would they just try to they got the book?
By the way, shit, I better have beer. That's so pernicious on BT this week. There she goes, Allie Nikovsky with a new minute. Got a threesome. What did I do this time? Another game on the It's gonna be Tim Kramer.
This is my favorite picture. On the paper.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Good?
There's another one. They're coming in. They're coming in. This happened yesterday.
Especially back to there's kind of like force competition. When we moved into our new apartment, we went to Mom shut down big go play all week. Not going to get active off the menu. And I wanted chicken finger because it's crispy and it's chicken. This fucker's Christmas prices.
All right, this is stop. Guys, and girls, both of this inside of us.
And I just started going one Mississippi. That's it.
There you go. Tim Kramer.
Honestly, Tony.
Yeah, Joel. Doesn't matter what he does anymore. We started to do
Tony, this guy looks like he's
to fire back.
I tried to fire back. I tried. Don't get pay out at the end, but. I knew it!
This guy started 2 days ago. This guy started 2 days ago. Who do you think you're going to
Another one
I forgot the most important part. If these books can help us fulfill Yeshiva Seder and sit down at night and make the dots, what is your excuse? Sign up today. Well, that's why I didn't see him in that room. Well, actually, it's having a birthday, we're going to Saturday. It's going to get exactly. This started there. It's going to be amazing. Hold on. This we did already. All right. One last one, maybe one. Just this one.
הכי טובות, המרגישים הטוב ביותר, כמות כאן יש, 950 יש, בקיצור של כל המעטפת, למה להצטער ואין פירוי? אז חבר'ה, אין מקום לדחות, יש מקום לעשות, אין מקום לתירוצים, יש מקום לסיפורים. ביום שישי אנחנו מתחילים חולים, ואתם איתנו, לא משנה מה הם. כמו שלבאלי אומר, אל תהיו גרשונים, תהיו נחשונים, תקפצו למים!
Only in 6 states. Let me show you the emails that I'm not reading. I'll just show them. Okay, here we go. Sweet Solimer, Contagia, una Official edition MDY shots been accepted by the Iranian Bibi families, Eric Anonymous, the Nishmat Smoking Street, and double Trollbars. Anonymous, I was hoping to say that the Montreal is not sealed, but satellite location, laser show. Wish you a lot of luck. That's Anonymous, gratitude to a young shark, sharing the joy of the doc with his family. The second sponsor is David Salm, dedicated memory of a mother smoke before their time to be done from a brother. We are looking for more corporate sponsors like this we got here. And accept the sponsors, roll you down to the end of the project. And now we're going to react to the sponsor down to the nation, which are going to promo policies and let's see what Anonymous, before spending a much money, so Anonymous, before spending money, the way of fast testing, so much. Mostly encourage people out of affection. So proud of you having more like stipend. Second sponsor, Sunday Growth Family Island. We can't honor with Elvin Change My Meaning of Life. Play on money, yes, Market Betting, all those results they MBY. Before we talk about monthly sponsors, RD Sardi, and still some of the money back from here. MBY Kids. Innovation Guys here, the skills that's considered the favorite and with the lead the sponsors been seen coming to the merit of culture and level of they get deal with forged labor made. Anonymous, before standing into the shameful fight, shy of further strong. Anyway, one video on the money from Rothschild, and so more to have an answer of what the hero that he'll say. Then, as well as Esther, but always have a whole new line from the band of Zion of the Bay. So not awesome. About the cards, these are different push boxes. It's a beautiful picture that Yoshi put together. This is the inside, the cutaway view of the box. You can't put your finger in there and touch the money. Or even has like the old style shutdown kind of stuff. Okay. There are 6 out of the 13. 6. Connected me, she showed in the double connected. So we had 6 shishos. One after another.
I don't want those things. That's why you're not getting late. Because I'm already recording this. I wasn't into what like are you gay?
Who give us a reason. All my kids here, كنجد شيشة بطي أبز بطي أبز حتى هذا تكتب مهم كفاضي شيء الشامة زي كيس شيء فاضي
I hate chlamydia. What,
these
John
are
chlamydia?
these are
I hate that fucking guy.
are divided 24 groups. Each one of 24 groups gets the same extended to the name mostly the sea.
I've never performed at the hot.
Kia, Bahrain, Kia, after 24 weeks, it starts to work.
Tim, we're gonna let you there. Go. There he goes. Tim Kramer, everybody. He's on Twitter. Timothy Kramer, Prehmer. He's got a whole camo backpack with him. We did it, people. That's the show. Everything Escher problematic.
Nicolay Team problematic. Watch that show.
Tom Herrera. Maybe it's gonna be the great Tom Herrera. Coach Escher, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. The trolling for Brian Chaivo. Look at that. Wow. Look at CBS Sports. Throwback. Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's exactly like yes, Atlantic City, Tom Herrera.
Everybody's coming to put Harden to get the Harden.
We have to go see the great Tom Herrera.
Great day. And only one guy can be part of that day.
One of the best in the world. Thank you for gracing us with your presence again. Tom Herrera, Luke Shakespeare, thank you so much. Guys, it's the band. Patty Ring and Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez. Jeremiah, take it over.
Hey guys, if you have the time, reach out to me.
More money out of the touchdown,
At Jeremiah State.
out of the strike bar for kids coming back. People didn't show up. You can't have a lull on the.
Patty Reagan has a new album out called Bad Chat, available on SoundCloud, iTunes, and so many other things. The band leader. That's writing on the Eric Andre show. Working Adult Swim. What else, Patty? Keep us up to date.
Check out Amazon. Also, every second Tuesday of the month, we stand up the spots again.
Yeah, definitely. Joel Jimenez has a new chant as of tonight. Joelbert. That's on the brand new Kill Tony poster, which by the time you hear this, by the time you listen to this, unless you're listening to White Story right now, by the time you listen to this, the new Kill Tony
In the cases where
available BrianJames.com, and it's fucking awesome. I'm getting my copy as fast as possible and hanging it up next to my other posters.
Hey Tony, I'm gonna be on at midnight.
It's Wednesday, Comedy Central debut. Yes, Brian, I'm a fucking redhead. That's right. If you're listening to this show,
Okay.
thank you so much, live audience. Good night. Thank you.
That's the fact. Today's look. So the first one, the government will go people to quality group. So if you're gonna every day gets their own amount of money, you can't complain. She is showing them this. You know, also showing them this is the song was correct and focused to do the Hashira and this is the song them to remember I was some crazy stuff that I'm saying I don't think it's stupid. When I first got married, my father comes to me and I gotta buy you a place. I'm a lawyer. I'm like, why? He said, what? You're the other one lawyer. I don't want to say that. I said, I want everything to be equal. And it's not going to be so I can buy you everything. If you're listening around, the first one is here. Yeah. If you're listening around, the first one is going to be move on. But no, it's a good age. It's a good age. Not to know how to get it good. Let it get it sustained. Talk to the people. If you're looking on my, the guy in this room that told me the problem is with COVID because one kid, the father helped out another kid a little bit more than his own spouse. And the big problem with this papa, big, is what's it called? No, it is jealousy or resentment. That's what I mean. Resentment. Zogi Gemara. There's so much money coming in, so we need a lot of pushkis. Why? You know, in those days, the money would go bad. If it was just laid around, it would become a little rusty and moldy. Now, what? You see the, okay. You see the green stuff. Now, if you keep on pulling out from one area of the pushka, so the bottom part is always just going to stay. Keep on piling it in like the milk, like we discussed already, the milk in the supermarket. If you keep on just taking because in fact there are 6. This picture you have 7, so just ignore one of the sheep over there. So there's 6 types of korbanos: har, an adult cow, the egg on the cat, ayel, the adult, the canis, and the sheep, the younger one. The a mature goat, the star, and the baby. So there's 6. So you need. Now the Rabbi, this only goes according to Das Yotim, where it says we don't like that so much. It goes according to Rabbi that we had yesterday. Maybe double up. You need 6 type of pushes because if somebody donates a small sheep, he cannot bring an island. Even though an island is more valuable, so I need a special pushka for island, special pushka for flex, special pushka for eagle, special pushka. What about Chachamim? So now give a place for showing them. Rashi says Chachamim with all you need is 3 out of the 6. You need 1 adult for each one. You need the par, the island, and the eggs. Whatever the adult goat. Why? Because once you give the more expensive one, you don't see this one. Price says no. All you need is 1 push. I could give a giant cow instead of a small sheep, as Mark says later. But that's like these ration places. Okay. You need for the extras. Party would refer to the Harel double when Benjamin makes a mistake and he felt fight to do certain things, such as eating the pipe of Caleb when they're not allowed, and you find out they made a mistake. So all fight gets together to buy 1 pie. And the leftover of that money that got lost, Rothschild, and these are the goats for a Shamilas, a Sham, Zaylos, a Shamilas, if somebody uses something with some music, you have to pay another kindness plus this to bring a carbon. You have a special sugar is like Vasim, Vasir, and these are Shamnazir, and the Tzara that got lost. What happens is you replace it, and then you find the original, what you do with the original, you have to start with some money.
Hey everybody, it's Kill Tony with me, Tony Hedge Clipping.
Zami Soros and leftovers. Which we was going to point out, everything we just mentioned really, Harm, Alien, Fossil Series, and the Soros, really. The Hamah. The cowboy. Brother, every battle fight brings 1 maximum shekel. So what do you do with the money? You buy the korbanos. So I think this is a common shop and comes from an Rabbi. Now, a maximum shekel might not be, maybe it's slightly rubbed off, you know.
Some fucking noise! It's a big live real show you're at, motherfuckers!
Hey, announce that I really can welcome, come inside. A little tiny amount more for the cowboy.
Excited about this, Ryan. Ryan's wearing Snapchat glasses. He goes Snapchat and records everything. They got like speed readers. Hey everybody, welcome to the show. How's it going? You're killed. Tony, we're the number 1 live comedy podcast live in front of a live audience.
People might be rubbed off the same way I have to rubbed off. You should bring 1 cowboy to the set. But then it comes out that this is losing out its mall. So we have another mall. But that's not really the same as the first mall. The first mall is like part of the master shuttle. The second mall, you decided that President Kennedy was there. Then of course we got rubbed out. You know what I'm saying? So put that in a special place. That took this full stretch of it. You really have to bring 1 mall. Or
bring up our guests. You guys ready for guests? You guys like guests? Ready for the show? We're easing into the show. We have to promote ourselves first because you guys are a fraction. People get it over being part of the show.
Stop it here. You'll get the other trouble. Oh, so you, by the way, I sort of listen to young people, which comes to the conference
for you guys. Very mellow. It's very mellow over there. It's impressive over there. A lot of comedians still have quit.
You see what I'm feeling? I'm not so worried about fighting one. The time never called it. Everybody's busy with this day. Not to worry what happened the day before. We got more leather, less leather.
Right, Jay, you built this here drawing tonight's episode. He just drew the brand new Kill Tony poster, guys. Look at that. With the entire band on it. Ali McCoskey, the regular. That new poster is unbelievable. It's available right now right now.
He's so very nice.
Episode 3 times in 7 words. He's drawing it. You're going to see it on the show. You guys ready for the guests or what? Guests. Yes, I love guests. Always have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week's no different. Put your hands together for Bert Kreischer and Josh Adam Myers.
You can go with me. If that only goes with your hole,
volume, baby.
If you bring a large animal instead of a small animal, you're not right there. This is no. That's ready. That's going to come feet that this whole Mishnah points to that.
Bert Kreischer, Josh Adam Myers. Excited about this, Josh. You've done this show before. You have a new show that got you.
My sorry, not sorry. The first 4 things in his list, harder, England, it's all about having leftovers. I don't need a special site for leftovers. They all 4 things are leftovers. Well, that was like, one, then he says, oh, but you put partners, you take these partners who won't watch that go. Well, that was so nice. That's true, that extra cowboy goes into the extra sacrifice. It's time to let every cowboy go. Where did he go? He's probably doing there. I know the cowboy, okay. So you have an appointment. You get this on a function of mayor. Yes or no?
It's the greatest thing ever. It's the we've made love on stage.
So we know we go to the first something like that. Now we have two things very, very similar. We're off by one thing only. Full on our Canadian voice of topic. First lesson is $100 the guy had a whole website. You calculate your part, how much you owe the car, then you put it over. I don't know.
And the place goes.
No, they went fucking nuts.
No, that was let's check on this. Yeah. Right, so it's like 10% of a cat.
And this girl was from Rothschild, he goes, and I looked at Scott down, he's like, that's fine.
Kids are not going to get up to $100, but you go anywhere now. Maybe in New Zealand. Okay, fine. You're taking money to bathroom. So you have left over. You told me $500, and you got a deal down for
expensive shit, so
$3. So that $850. But what's the house? The same thing. What's it also? Where's the family? Where's the family?
This is like a real show.
So when we start looking at stuff, and the leftover with a bunch of the money, and here,
Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. The Kill Tony band, Reagan, Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. They come out to a different theme every week. You never know what expecting.
That goes in your place. Yeah, I know you asked the first one. We're going to tell you all night. Today, he wants to know physically how it works. Sometimes you bring money and you buy it you purchase from the different stuff. We tell you all night. Today, you make them happen. I come to sort of
outfits. Jeremiah is on the cross side.
I've seen him say from the front door with the bird. Bird from home story. He's a sub, let's say. So you bring the bird when he comes far. They want all the money, but you just can't help the bird. The money's on your stuff. Which one of that was all I can follow? These two, they argue at one point. Is it the one that's the bird?
The mouthpiece was not properly fitted.
Kids don't said, Keenan, here. He will show you here. Number three. Keenan. It's in the mission. That's the cycle for Keenan. The Shia. Funny when it says it's mission, like Funny Keenan, when he doesn't have number three in his list. But where's the Shia? Funny Keenan. We know that the Shia says the number three in the list, so whatever number it is, one of the 50 cycles is. You're right, but Tommy Keenan, for Mason, he's one for short, he's one for the extra. The guy, my dad will always get small. Lou said, how come he doesn't say that for the kind of doubles that she says when he's like, so,
Joelberg over here, the ones and twos on percussion. He's on his hot streak. You guys ready to get this motherfucker started or what? It's a bunch of names in a bucket right now. This is where the show actually starts. A ton of comedians signed up with a chance to do 60 seconds on this stage and then talk to us afterwards about anything.
I just suggest you say,
Alright, make some noise. Ready to start the show? Here we fucking go. An uninterrupted 60 seconds. Your first comedian will go by the name of Josh Gonzalez. Pronunciate Josh Gonzalez. We shall call again.
What does it mean?
Beer gets gonna put Joelberg.
The leftover of the
This could be a quick show. I like it like this. How about Sam Lopez? Here we go.
Let us go to work. Oh, we have this one. I'll just show you. Not to get to see so much.
I think you can tell a lot
Just to remind
about
our love.
from
So many these videos and we just got used
I mean, like, it's just like women love dogs. And men are dogs, right? Right? Except for, like, you know. But men are dogs, you know? Women look at dogs on Instagram the same way that men look at dogs. Just like,
morning, evening.
you know, like, it's just all day. I have a friend, she only follows Pickles on Instagram. Right? Pickles are ugly dogs. No taste. What does she want? No taste. Pickles are ugly dogs. It's like, Pickles are like the John Goodman of dogs. It's like I don't want you on my body, but I don't mind having you in the room. And it's cool that you're
Hey, didn't talk. Everybody is so sprinkling over here on the soundboard. This is Sam Lopez. Hello, how are you?
I actually literally just spoke to her.
That's what we're talking about right now. The leftover of that suicide, the part we're talking about that. The Gemara is going to say, no, we're not doing something else. What else can it be? One side, that suicide seems like you're talking about the same window, and it's like what it says. And once it can Zava, it can Zava, a person is Zava, Zava, a woman is
And then I followed Australian Shepherds.
It says in the forest, the bird can evolve, you don't let it get racing. One side says, you don't let it drop. My other side says, comes on the road.
I like a border collie.
No. That's also the suicide, and that's the one. And let it go to the Zava.
It's all live stream.
Another guy, I got it from here. Leftover, doesn't. All right, now ready to all our next one started from all our ways of suicide. It seems like the one who said that if you read decided to learn,
She's a new virgin.
says in the full uniform. You know, Sassi, the other state side, maybe it's like the public, senior side, you see, it's in the first talking about a little bit of like that. You can allow you find out that when you said, you immediately go to the fucking this. Okay. Sign you all this on the 7 and go to the Catholic ski. I can't say ski. I should have made the ski rip.
Well, I was working and I quit my job and I on the budget. I had it and he just kind of figured, we can get by with just your paycheck. It's budget.
This one's a go.
Not a real cop. It's real out.
How long have you been unemployed doing the budget?
And it does require a
relationship.
And when they go there,
I pretty much do the budget and he makes the money.
So it's important that the leftover is now, I just want to tell you that this money is good news for everyone.
So you're a character or something.
Oh, so I'm
He works in an oil job.
He told me on Zoom, I think $750,000.
You have to. I have other skills.
On everything.
I'm a really good cook.
Mom is brand new. It's in stores right now. Highly recommended. Crazy amount of real pictures of every single thing we're doing in the tables. Just phenomenal.
I'm a really good cook.
You got to phone up immediately and get the recipe. She said, and the I used to take pictures of Mom is straight. However, I was in tomorrow.
Such a good cook.
I'm cool or whatever. Okay, so Benny and Lucian got phone directly. Before I did the call back and said, we changed our, we let me use it anymore. So it's unbelievable. So I knew doing tomorrow. What's his name? Rabbi. What's his name? Yeah, we did. I'm sure those numbers didn't. They just said we'll try to get credit wherever you remember. But call us on the self about this. I'll get this safe and down. I'll say this cost on the checkout is still 20 seconds. Something like that. So he wants people to buy, he wants people to have it. He doesn't say for money. He says, we might depend on time for it. So, what?
Actually, I'm very uncomfortable.
This is over $1,000,000.
It's not my idea, actually.
It's all everywhere. It's one school near you. I don't know if it's in America. Probably. Why not?
He might be.
What?
I've run after this trout here.
You can buy for maybe 20. I'm saying it's for 300. This is valuable, my friend.
What was the job that you had a moment ago?
It's up there. Oh, and one last thing. Another part that I just threw out and cheer. And we're looking to sponsor the screen. I can't imagine how many people called up and said, I want to sponsor. And we had to turn people away. Every single screen was sponsored, including these two front ones from my good friend that I went to visit, Anonymous, I went to visit him in Florida. These screens, that's the first time we've been. I don't think he wants to be included Anonymous and Mexican. These I don't know yet. Every screen, the screen that Major is going to come right over here for certain things I could point out to the screen, sponsored. By the way, all those, I didn't say this, but all those people that want to sponsor screens, we have the Schäufer, the screen, the Moiser Schäufer. You know, anybody, Moiser, we're going to have a Moiser Schäufer. If there's extra money from the screens, put it in the screen.
I woke up and I was too tired.
What? Mandy, whatever.
That's called white.
Too much picking on my oh, what was the topic that came out? I was definitely more serious. That's what you do.
Tired. I don't understand how you quit your coffee shop. Like you know that at least when you get there, never ending coffee, right? I'm tired sometimes. I said almost quit any other job. Other than
What if
working.
a person says,
It actually seems like that would be a reason to
I
go.
read a lot of and then if something happens to it, does he have to get stolen? Does he have to do another way?
Even though it's
And if he says, I didn't do
Just right.
law,
I mean, a lot of people do hate pitbull.
it's going to be really big guys. They know,
There's actually more to
of the zoo. But they didn't know how real life, like they were confused by the
have
They
when you
didn't
have to
know part
service
of it.
animal.
The place came to me a lot.
Snap back,
But
bitch.
they weren't so good at it.
And I hate you because I have a John Goodman.
Zoom is the job.
Why John Goodman? What did he do to you?
Yeah.
I just said it in a mic once, and it worked.
But this is what it says. This is what it says. So what does that mean? He points at the axis is Z. Zoom, Z, same thing. Moilo. So Mela in the sky, and you got a mom. So what's up about gets a mom? It's not your responsibility. It's not. You said Z. If something happens to Z, if he drops that this ox, you're not trying to bring another one. Maybe that's a mom. You're not McCoy. So when Mela, he can go ahead and sell it. The money has kedusha. But you can do whatever you want with the money. Here, you're not locked into this animal. This animal's gone. You sold it and the money has kedusha. Okay, you're not doing the thing, do it to that. So you want to trade it and take with the money, do something else with it. Then you have to do it. You bring two. So
If you're looking for
this
a
one,
pit bull,
maybe one law, you get something.
you gotta find a guy that
These two should
Ray
be
Rice
right.
was a pit
And in the
That's
style,
a good-
if you tell them more,
bull. Was a pit bull. Ray Rice is gonna beat his wife up.
I'm from Baltimore.
Okay.
instead of two,
Have
it
you
be one.
been thinking about perhaps moving a dog
What's
in
better?
this
Two or one?
budget
One animal that weighs 1,000 pounds, or two animals that weigh 500 pounds. What's better?
A dog or job? A dog. No.
Anybody with a food?
So on the job, they've been thinking all about getting a
I'm
job.
thinking about getting a job, yes.
What do you think you might get?
Rashi
Probably gonna
says two is always better than one. It doesn't matter. Rabbi always says you gotta stick to what you say.
Take a master class and they all those
How come the Navy brother, if he's
sometimes
those
those machines do it.
you know, 10 pounds, you brought 1,000 pounds, which is 980 pounds more than you promised. No good for it. That's not your level. Rabbi always said, really, Rabbi's only always said, a kilo, it's rational, we have it, it's okay. Same thing, he said on the ram, this particular one is on the style, you gotta move more. In Rothschild, you can go with Kevin if you want. Now you go from a larger sheep and a mature one to a baby. Kevin's on the side, what if you pointed at a baby and said, this sheep, and it has the milk, and Rothschild, so now you can go large. Do you have the other thing? You have the size one? Fucking with others, no good.
She was facing you guys. I was looking at it, but she never knew.
It's very sponsored by Global.
But what I would say is, from on most of us know, like, I'm obsessed with dogs.
Yes, and then what? Like you did. You could. Technically, you said I'm at it. I'm out. But the right thing to do is to be quiet. Now when you use the money, now I did that picture. Yeah. Most likely have some fear. I'm not saying that give you mouth, you have some sort of obligation. There's some English to take care of this stuff. You're going to sell it, you're going to let it die. Turning over that, that's one especially from the National Financial Services, kind of red. Outside global specialist in international financial services, Kai Red, unfortunately, with Umi Rossi, my mom, slap up to the time, it's funny
that you figured out the budget.
No. Sell it. You go in the market, it's still a broken like word. They give you, instead of you cost $350, they'll give you $200. Doesn't work. Now you take $200. Now what? There's crucial in that money. Because the animal's fucking.
You're like Superman, but all you use is
No, sure though. You don't push the book on a bamboo. No, that's what you do. You always take the money. In all situations, you take the money by item. Every time the kitchen is gas money. Average ratio. We learned in the ratio sharp and mono yesterday. Sharp and mono, baby, Schneider mono. If a guy, his product is going to bring one animal worth 100. and he goes to the price 2 animals, each one's worth 50. Maybe people equals 100. Way up.
Sam, welcome everybody. We know her. What's up, Sam? She's on Twitter at Sam Lopez. Fuck yeah, rock and roll. Take care. Sam Lopez, everybody.
Shorter money, the 80% of money. That's it, not good. You didn't guess it. So the guy promises an animal for 100 and buys 2 that have the same value. Even 2 that each one's worth 99. 2 99ers are not worth 100. So now you say that you can take one animal that's worth 100 and then sell it off and buy 2. What's better? In our case is a mom, and the main law is not as hard price on it anymore. Over there, he promised 100, and nothing happened in his case. And when
Missy Martinez.
Wow!
We know Missy Martinez.
You can start it. You can do more. You can do more. You can do whatever you want with the money.
Put your hands together for Missy, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, by the way, just comment the items down. Maybe calm down. You're trying to get the this. Okay, I want more videos. Let's see what we have. Okay, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. You asked for it, so now we're going to that guy, this is a call, I'm not going to show the video. The guy that jumped into the water and came down the slide, and he told me that the slide was in 20 takes. But he can't do it. 6 takes with the water. He's not exactly. He stayed at this guy's house. He was playing, he's a regular player. Stayed at his house for 1:30 in the morning. That also makes the video. He's not featured in the video. He's telling him what to say, how to say it. That's why you can split the problem. I want another person to join Torah. That's what I want. That's what I do. Sheish Marmedo, Oilo, Gustavo. The black one's at 2. And it says these should be in Oilo, 2 should be in Oilo. And it fell low. Rothschild is made Mechal, if you go and trade 2, the money from 2 and buy 1. The regular says, even on that, ready to cost you. Why? Why do you say so? To make times. You're not really good, baby. Because when you go from 2 to 1 over here, Rashi says, sorry, Rashi people are not straight. Go baby couple. Should have come up and now you're assuming you're up. You're straight, so where is 1 better than 2 in our life, in our day?
Welcome back. There's kids. Like very, very rarely do we
Diamond. Why? 1 is better than 2? Yes. Well, you're talking from experience. Very good. You can't just say it. You just can't make up. Wine, Rabbi said wine. A magnum is much more valuable. 1 bottle that has 2 bottles in it is much more valuable today.
Just letting it talking about it.
Than 2 bottles. It makes a lot of sense. I spoke to them because the last
sure that if you are
yes, I'm not going to say the names of the bottles that I like, but the typical bottle that I like, after 10 years, you can't even drink it anymore. So it's a magnum that lasts at least double. It's made differently, it has less oxygen in it. It's red, it doesn't make sense, but that's just the way it's looking. It has less oxygen, the glass is thicker. The kids are... that. No. Wine is one thing they don't understand. They'll tell you that the 4 shekel bottle is better than the... And I'm probably from experience. Don't get more. But then you're shooting the Havali club, maybe talking.
But no,
no, it's not. It's all coming together. That's why you took my wife last night out of the house to help them. There's nothing to you. There's nothing to me. By the time I'm to show him the Havali club, maybe talking. Now I got to be strong.
impressive, like in your stage presence.
So you know what's going on here? You pay 2, you promised 2, and you bought 1.
It's really incredible.
So it's going from something special to 1. So it's like going from a large thing to a small thing. The Agag will discover the Kilo, the Agag will discover. But the Maisa, I don't understand. It's not your doing it. It has a mouth. The computer will tell you, she says even some kids, it looks bad. It looks like, I'm saying it is. Maybe I'm wrong. But, you know, it's not your arthritis, but it looks like you're going from a large thing to a small thing that is something that's no good. That's a Gemara. The first case, when it's a 1 to 2, 2 you're telling me 2 animals is better than 1. So, Rabbi should argue, even in the first case, if I go from 1, it has a move. Look. Even earlier. Something, I don't know what. Some sort of responsibility of dad, whatever. He's going back to people. Okay, so, in the reverse case, he went from 1 to 2. You're telling me is great. Only in magnums you do this, but in 2 to 1 is great. I'm sorry, 1 to 2. 1 to 2 is a difference. That's the first case. 1 to 2. A woman having 1 chart and you got 2 shvarim. How come Rabbi doesn't argue there? Says Gemara, Rabbi does argue there. Rabbi Akula Milsapoli. So why did you hear from him? Because Rabbi has manner. They're not the Lula Rabban, and not going to side you. But he waited patiently until Chacham said everything that they had to say. And then he argued one argument and said, listen, you cannot change either way.
Folks, this forward.
What you said.
I'm pressing.
One of my good friends, reminded the other day told me a story. He said that, first got married, so he always had these ideas, and his wife kept them out. They had these arguments about his ideas. He says, just the other day, I think the guy's married for 30 plus years, right? Just the other day, he walked his voice to his wife and says, I have a great idea. She looks at him, no! He says, am I Sicilian? No! He said, no! I have enough of you listen to the ideas, yeah. So, let him finish the sentence, and then argue with him first. And a mice show with me yesterday. I gave the shiur last night, and a guy asked to meet with me. So I met with him, and he spoke. And I remember the Gemara, I do this anyway, but it was just, I was speaking from his heart. I think it was maybe 40 minutes. At the end, I actually had a I don't know what to do. Like, I said, okay, but it's not the right thing. Let me just hear everything as you say. Just speak from his heart and going on and on. I mean, what's he repeating himself? New things, a new thing. Okay, tacos. What nice. Okay. It's Gemara. Learn everything. Zuki Gemara. Sorry. And now, of course, the very, very good the funny, I also a little bit of start. What's the only going kevis? That's not a point. What's the point is this one. Kevis. Kevis is the cheapest animal you can buy from Holy Kurban. It's a baby sheep. That costs how much? You say $75. You say how much? A baby. Let's call it 75. The least possible, a little tiny one, this born. Give a star, comes a lot, he points out, he says, $75, big, beer. Give him $75 carbon. And then aside from that, it went bad and got him home. Rothschild, you have to double buy it. You don't buy the expensive one. How much is the expensive one, Ellie? $500. You can go get the $500er. Rabbi Yosef. Oh, so you see in the foolish case, we go from really bad to really good, and Rabbi says no. Even that case, no. So you see, those arguing every single case of the Mishnah, even going from 1 animal to 2, which is bad to good, according to Rashi, 2 is better, argue, Shema Mino. Yeah. Yeah, said it all the time, but I'm proving to you that he actually holds this. It says over here, Rabbi Yosef. In this case, he did that. What? Not 100% problem. 1, 2. So this we did discuss a little bit, and it's interesting. And I replace my animal has milk, and I replace a very expensive cow with 2 medium-priced sheep. I'm going from a different animal. bring a bull and it has a bull. Don't bring small little idols, way too small. Aber maybe the double chain can bring two. The other said we should name Bila. So before we jump to the rabbit, what did Papa say? It's okay to go from a bull to a ram. You can bring a ram instead of a bull. So that's okay. That answers our question. Two, yeah. I don't care how many. I'm going to, but a different. Ram says it's also why, because when you bring two rams, you have to bring a mincha per ram. It's two. So now you have two minachas. You promise one mincha, one carbon, now you bring two. They don't mix. Doesn't go well. It's not enough. Now, I have a question for you. What are the, we actually just said it, but look, let's think about it. A guy promised a $3,000 cow, and it has one. But he replaced it with a $500 sheep, one sheep. That's the question. That's the Gemara Yehaki, Magiria trade. Why does he have to replace it with two? I feel Chadnami. He should be Yotza with one. Why? The Hobbit stars are up on the list on a little bit of the cup. You're right. He told me you could bring a small one instead of a large. And you already told me that you could go from one type of animal to another type of animal. So you could go from a large to small, from two animals to one, which is large to small, and you can go from a cow to a goat. So bring one goat instead of one cow. What's the difference? You go from large to small, and you can go to different min. So let's replace one whole cow with one item. Why do you need two items? Two items. It's a big cash. It's a very big cash. Says Gemara, you told me there's no difference. You can replace a small one with a large one because anyway, it's not your priors. And just establishing you go from one type of animal to another one. So one idol is instead of one cow. What's the problem? So you're right. The 100% right. In the Mishnah, the Tana really hold that there's no difference between a large and a small. But over here, he'll hold it is a problem. Really, you say the fish ain't below. The whole reason is because you can't mix two animals. That's why you can't replace two with one cow. Oh, you do it. Sure. What if you don't have to mix it? It'll be okay. But that's the only when you start. What happens if one ram got a move? Rothschild done with that. If you want, you can do a smaller sheep. And then what about Tevezeh Oila? When it's done, and you said on the smallest, that all possible, he says this should be an Oila. You have to go about it. What you can replace a small sheep with a very large sheep. And that's only one mincha, one bila. And what does Rabbi say? Rabbi Yosef. Why does Rabbi say it's also? It's mashma that it's equal in terms of the menachas, how many menachas and how many bilas you have to do. That's okay. So why does Rabbi say it's also? You're right. In the Mishnah, he says it's also over here. Come out, it's moving. Over the Hiram, animal doesn't have a moon. Ain't no baby car. If he made a nether to bring something small, a cat, and he instead brought something large, he thinks it's great. Cat is maybe higher. Yotzo. And that, stomach for a bunch of really would hold even in such a case. When you go larger, it's awesome. Yotzo, Yogi, become of shine. Or I'm not going to speak over that. So, Sean, Omar shows the oil. When a person says, I have zero arthritis, everything is fine. I've always shown it's alive. You know what happened here? Okay, it's Zed, but alive. It's like a contradiction. This, I put upon myself. So which one is it? A nether, how do you say nether? Hare alai oil. How do you say the dava? Hare zu. And what if he mixes the two words? He says one word after the other. Hare zeh alai. Pukba. You have a price, you locked in. That's the Gemara. We call it maybe you meant zoo, which would be in the dove. I have zero of that. But I'll bring it, I'll take care of it. Hello, you're right. He's my hubby. All right, that's where we're going around. Even if he says the two Lashonis together, no Akuraris. For boys and girls, it's masculine. No Akuraris. I will almost short zip the I think if we responsibility on the money, then he has responsibility. He took responsibility on the money, not on the animal. The boy side. And wonderful. shit today. And he was Good morning, Rabbi. Side. Again? No, I was looking at the purpose. that day. Rabbi said, היום שיש בעצם יום שיש שבועות חמישה ימים, לא שבוע מרס. Oh, we need to listen to before the fight. We're going to pack program here. A lot of visuals today. We're continuing with the statuses. This is Yom for a very famous photographer, and you see the color of the background. Just lovely.
כי זה שינה לי את החיים.
אני שואלים את זה,
שינו את החיים שלי. האמת שאמרתי בגיל 40, אני חייב להתחיל. אני מאוד קשה. אבל אז קראתי כל שינוי. פתאום נתקלתי בטעות מרבלית. וכשנתקלתי בטעות, זה משתנה. פתאום החוויה, לא רק הלימוד, גם הטיפים בדרך, העומק, ההנאה מהגמרא, ליהנות גמרא. אני משנה חוויה, משנה תודעה. ולמה אני מספר לכם את זה? כי לא זוכר זה יכול לקרות. אם לא תנסו בקידום, ואם תנסו, כנראה לא תעזרו. אז תיכנסו עכשיו, כי עוד יותר מתחילים, עוד 3 ימים מתחילים לספר כולם, ושווה לכם, שווה לנסות. לא תצטרכו.
He didn't know when he did his email that he was giving a price. It was a money being something. He says, how about this one?
Exactly a year ago, I looked like this. So, to be honest, I wasn't very proud of this title, the guy who made it to the world. My son also saw this book, and he decided to take it upon himself to make a chalusa with his father. Baruch Hashem, I can tell you that today, this week, I was able to finish in my second shkulim, and also in office, without missing one day. Today, I learned 2 daf or more a day with Rabbi. I didn't think in my wildest dreams that I would be saying that. When I used to look in the Gemara, I used to see angry around them, disappointed faces, and sometimes even getting beaten up. Today, I see the love and the serious knowledge of Rabbi, his heart and soul that he pours into the daf. Now, finally, myself, I started to dream about seeing the chest. If I can talk like this, you definitely have 0 excuses. You should join today. It doesn't matter which day it is, which daf it is. I started looking to see inside the chest. And my life upgraded for the better. I would say Rabbi sweetened, fixed, helped, elevated my life in so many different ways. Join today. You and your entire family will thank you later.
Voice I, we just learned the Sugi of Rabbi. He just had cataract surgery yesterday. He's in cheer right now. It's a monitor. It's not the biggest known by a bird, okay? You might be a behemoth. Who's that? You have to do Rabbi surgery and then you I don't know how to see it. I'm sure you should send me. All right. So listen. No, I can't wait. Listen. When I go on, what do we call it? Liverpool. It wasn't when I do a Liverpool, but the one that this guy. He's the one that arranges all. This guy is a famous.
العافية يا شباب والله ما بالمكتب تنزل والله يوم شيء مرضية استباقي زي يوم شيء بعولي بس تلو بيمي من أبو ظبي تميم مستلي
يوم ده شغلت الطابلو عمال يوم شيء كل اللي بيعمل استباقي תעשה לכם שינוי בחיים, אל תהיו חמורים.
I just like this a lot. Somebody sent this to me. He says, that 12-year-old kid convinced me to start. Good luck to me. Officials, things going to start. 36 people already joined. There's a lot more space to join. Hopefully all of them finish school with him and they're able to drain his account. The more money you make him in, the better. I've always said. He'll be happy also. This is, I don't know, this is all you right here. It's a nice ad. Understanding tomorrow. Locked out. Understanding tomorrow. I have that.
גם אתה יכול להפוך את החול לשעה של חולים. הצטרף עד היום למסכת חולים בשם הדף היומי הגדול בעולם. עם המגיד שיעור הנודע רבי סטפנסקי. מתחילים יום שישי, י"ד אייר, 1 במאי 2026.
This person says he doesn't have WhatsApp or whatever, but he decided to, he has a lot of Shabbos and put in there hundreds of copies. That's his way of spreading the dot. I'm a 16-year-old yeshiva company here in Israel. The video docs is a Pizarra. I went backwards, I learned Shavuos, Maktis, and as soon as I go to the satellite in Nebra, the shear changed my life, Maktis. Then he goes to the Shamikra he does, and he wants to know how he can buy entry to the seal if he doesn't have a smartphone. Not when it comes to people, Nebra. Everyone back. Yeah, Rabbi said the seal might be a hacker or something. The seal from Seventh Office this Thursday, the big we had a whole planned trip to Seidel Bakery where they make the Hanim and Shkealacha. You can only hold 20 people inside the bakery, 25 people in the bakery, so we try to get it from here. The good thing is, you can reach to come to the seal. And when you do Shkealacha at the seal, and the whole show shows how it's done. It's one of the big attractions there. I would say it's tremendous. Because Abed Kamiansky and his partners, David Kamiansky, big donation towards the seal, and Chazan Naami, which is the owners of the hall that we're doing it in, they donated a lot to the college. Before Shlema, Rivka Naomi, Kassi Sherabaki, and the Nishmas gives from the Yaakov, Adar Global, of course, never misses Ari Simon for Shaharatan, Shkoyach, Rabbi, almost every I think every single thing that we did 6 months this year is always the first. Just want to jump in and give money with Shkoyach. See the seal, and we have here the London seal. Check this out. Look at the London seal for a second. So they sent in, I think this was for them just finally. Here we go.
People always ask me, Rabbi, is it about the dot? I tell them, no, it's not about the dot. It's about the date. 6th night, 8 o'clock, the track depot. Get your tickets, don't push it off, because if you push it off, you'll miss the BBQ. And that is a pickle.
And that is a big one. What else do we have here? Williamsburg satellite location. Our boy said he's not a joke. Go check him out if you don't live in Williamsburg. Go to Williamsburg. Everyone official edition is shipped out yesterday. 700 Gemars were shipped out. So the Gemara is for sale. And it's if you're involved in the Gemara. I have it here. Once again, this thing is unbelievable. It's getting seriously. Everybody look up. This is $40. etc. It's here, membership. Look at this. We got there. And they have to stay. You pick it up at a satellite location. You go to the Williamsburg location, so you just get $25 instead of $29. Don't miss out on the opportunity of a lifetime sponsored character adopt for the volume 2, which is in print. Which has crazy amount of pictures and images of the Kishkis, which, by the way, you know when we're learning getting famous? When we're being awesome. Yeah, parts, animal parts, and sneakers. What you think about it? Okay, Rabbi, there we go. Huh? Yeah. Suicide is the first month of Vision Street, though. Everyone coffee corner for the month for the two committed down to the Akaiman, we wish I'm to mercy. Crucial addition, everyone shots, receptive of the Rabbi and Levy families. I want to thank you, Rabbi and Levy families, for all the acceptance in the past. I see that the new one is someone else, but they just jump back and forth. Full of family. The new one. Parrot, anonymous, we wish my stuff to speak. The double show up. This is the parrot. Look over here, come here. That's the same person. Lishmas, love you out? Sure. Same lesson. Nothing Steve and David Trump. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. That book, Zion, yes, same person? Same person. Abraham Gutman, the Lishmas, the Holy Steve, and the mental of the Rothschilds. Seven sponsors, they tell me. That would remind me of the guy Yoni Tsur who said, why do I want to learn this guy? He says he wants to learn this story. What's he talking about? Dedicated memory of every murder, small bar, Tennessee, Deutsche, Holy Rocker. The seven sponsors, Jordan Judge, and Body, and others are so looking at that. Which will proud of you. A bunch of 50 more days to be sponsored. Keep steiging. Celebration family, Candy Island, in honor of the change my meaning of life. Monday out, Justin Martin Benny, and all those certainly wide, Bobby Sean Sparrow. Bobby sponsors. Harry Simon, with full name of Bobby Murray, Dorfman, area. Any white kids celebration will see a discussion myself. Saying myself. People simple and bigger. And Ricky, you do this. Their sponsors, Bruce and Alan Brooke, the Mary of our hand, Gene Genauer, Anonymous, the Mary is so left, Benny, Shua, the fool for our Kubila, our lady, Ben, Zelda, Stir family, and our dear mother, Shiny Stir, on her milestone birthday, Mazuko. 37. She's a Anonymous, Mazuko, City 2.0, on your engagement with popular Pensky, Mazuko. Savvy children, in honor of Patrick's 48th birthday, may Hashem continue to shower you with brothers. Consortium, congratulations on the formation of the alliance, Niska and the Mitzvahs. What's going on here? FYI, as long as everyone here is enjoying, we wish them a time to have a bravo. We wish them a more fun than Esther. We wish them a young Daniel Zev and a young Esther. The boys say, well, hold the football on the face. Color up on them. 10 lines from the bottom. The bottom. Color up on a cardboard. Milanage, we started in 8-6. This is a peddler play, but not the us, because we already had this. One is permitted to donate to wood as a cardboard for the base of Nico. And therefore, there's a lot of almost, I don't want to use the word funny. Interesting how long you could donate instead of an arrow, you donate a piece of wood, a log, to the Misamika. Vagama, steak zero, has to be two pieces. Those two pieces that you bring in the morning, that size, they put on the big, use that. Two not long logs, two pieces. The pain oil by girls, management, fortune possible. By girls, Alu, a Kurban or 8. It says Kurban, it says 8. It's one of the reasons I have to do this in my life. I would have absolutely read it out Kurban by 8. And it's a sure, I don't want to Kurba, not Parva. Are you says Kurba? What? No. Yes, Kurba. Kurba. Yeah. The actual posse. Rabbi Omer ate some carbon and therefore is different halakha since it's considered wood. Shabun and Mela, you believe this is unbelievable. You have to put salt. You put on an animal that goes under the fat, you put on the wood, you put salt. With the wood in my gosha, you have to take it. We all know what gosha is. Let's remember, not forget. It's unbelievable stuff. He's going by like this. You're going to see it in some here from here. Agosha. You take whatever part of it is, and you touch the corner of his back. You take the wood, touch it with his back. Oh my Rabbi, to the living Rabbi, this is unbelievable. Anything to win a pizza. If you do pizza, how do you do pizza? Our boys are these short. Yeah, look at this unbelievable video. You probably remember this. I'm going to keep that Zara. This is a man that says, where's the video? Yes, after the year, he asked me about this. It's a carbonate, right? It's a. Get out of work. And it's not all the wood, right? It's only enough to do pizza. What? That's it. That's pizza. You have to break it up in small pieces. How do you do pizza in a piece of wood? You literally have to break it up into pieces. Says Gemara, another kiddush. The Dibber Rabbi ate some sweet tomatoes. We had a video for this. I want to show it again. The guy comes with the wagon. I'll just remember, he comes with the wagon full of wood. And then he has a second wagon behind it. With full of wood. And what's this? It's the wood for the wood. In other words, you can't take the wood and put it on his back and burn it. That's what you do with the regular wood. You burn a sheep. But you're burning wood as a carbon. You first put a pile of wood, make it a nice pile, like in your fire. And on top of that, you burn carbon. You put your wood on it. Crazy tradition. You need salt, you need chimitzah, you need agosha, you need a wood for the wood. And the blood. What? Yeah, exactly. No, he's saying that Moshe said that the person has to pay for the wood. It's not the this thing. The vodka. No, you place me not pay. The person is noided for breaking things to vinyl. It must be at least these 3 feet of wood. It has to be clean. So, how do we know? This is the hair in the middle. It says in one parcel. The hair in the middle, you should be knocked from it with the pizza. From the flour, from the oil, the eggs, all halavimus. It says levimus. Also has the pizza of yourself. So we have a heckish here, the little one from the other, not harama the mincha. With the master on his back of a mincha. How big? How much? Only pizza. It should be a minimum of a pizza, a full pizza. Harama. Harei olayla is that. A person, again, we're talking about people that say funny things. They're not very specific. What do they mean? He says 3 words. I'm accepting upon myself something for the Mizbeach. That's in English. In Hebrew, Harei olayla Mizbeach. He doesn't say what, where, when. No, he knows. So you know what? Most probably meant, the least, one needs to start, take a little bit, put it in your hand, and get to go. You don't have to go and buy. How much does the cow cost today? How much is that? How much? Minimum 2,000. Usually more like 3,000 to 5,000. Depends on the size, right? It goes by weight. Every pound is $5 a kilo or something. It's not cheap for a live animal. It's from a scale live. It costs close to, it's close to 2, 3, not 3 and 5,000. Okay? Huh? Yeah. Oh, no, we're getting there. That's in a second. That we're getting there. Why? Sharing the fund government should cover the government is pay out and loan the funds. The reason is because that is the only thing that is 100% going to be consumed by this guy. Well, he probably did not need consumed. And the money. Ask all your questions. Says the Gemara, Rashti, any of them. Rashti, the person says, I specified, but I don't know what. Loving with both love is part of it. Therefore, you should read everything that is that goes with that, such as like somebody screamed out, you saw them, and struggling with that. You see like after one, there's other things that are completely consumed. What about an Allah? Somebody says, I'll bring Allah in from your sheep. The whole thing, you can't eat anything. Says, you know, it's still the high is not 100%, it's 95%. The high goes, what about the bird Allah? There's no high. Who of the lights you have the famous that show it again, because this is a halacha, the woman has to take it and toss it from that corner 48 hours or so, and it's a hard throw. You have to be very strong. And, you know, I brought a feather here to see if I can, and I think I threw it. I think I like over there. If I both shoot it, and so afterwards they told me, oh, it's impossible. We tried it here. So what is possible? You didn't try it. No, the guy. I'm not sure. I've seen after the Shmaya, but I had in the Shmaya. See how Shmaya? I took it, the ruler off. The ruler would go after it. I couldn't get it to go. So I said, oh, the air conditioner, but I was sitting in the same spot, and I couldn't get it. Right? Not, yeah, you want to see to put in the microphone section. No. I'm like, find out. That's so beautiful. See, I'm not calling it away, but see, the Shmaya or the Shir, seriously, the Shmaya. Like finding these crazy artists that do this AI stuff, you consider work for weeks and weeks and weeks. You can't find it. We put out 20, 30 ads, not zero. But you can have one thing that's right. The way I found Yoshi, on the first person I ever called, George. Yeah, it was Yoshi. First phone call, hey, you want to come? Yeah, it's fine. And then afterwards, we tried to find another Yoshi. It's impossible. Shalom, I saw a new face. Shalom, what's your name? Shalom. From where? Shalom. Oh, okay. Asked the Gemara, so it can't be. It's not 100%. We still have to throw the feather and the trap. The zephyr, that's the only part. That's the part you throw it. I think it's such a that's over. Look at the song. So again, I just want to be clear because a lot of people. Oh, wait for the song. You're right. There's the wine in soccer that goes on in the bed. You want to know chicanas. They go over here to this device. So it's not on this bed. Towards the shit, and eventually it goes into the drainage system. Okay. Well, you can use the salt. Use the salt. Do I have it over here? Oh, yeah, use the salt. Because the boy, so as we're leaving the office, at least let's get this thing clear. A lot of people get confused with soccer and minchas and soccer. The soccer means wine. But minchas and soccer does not mean wine. It means the has wine in it, but it also includes oil and Rothschild he's not explaining what he means. He says, you're actually, I don't know what. He really meant. And there's something that doesn't be really explained because it's very confusing. He's he can't do. He should have said, at the time that he made his letter, he would have explained. Right, so we may laugh at the end of the day, I mean, if I know, I realize, I'll put it this way. I'm bringing gold, I want to donate gold to this. That's to be a dinner shop. That's the word, maybe it's a small amount, which is less than I'm going to bet. Maybe one of the best gifts I've ever received from a private person, individual. I got a really nice gift from New York. It's this. From Highball. I don't know his last name. Highly someone. He didn't come to the street. Walking home after night, he pulls over in a car. He's not even there. This is his bag. It's like a scale. This thing gives me these 4 points, unique points for picking up bed. Go to him. Just coming up with this shit. But this is what's crazy. I looked this up yesterday. This coin right over here. How does this cost? This coin? Almost $5,000. $4,700 yesterday. You look at the show. This is what the guy says. I'm giving gold. Matbea, coin. See who's one of the I don't know how much the dinner was worth. I'm assuming it wasn't $5,000. Probably, because even just a few years ago, gold was $100. Or that was a couple years ago. When we were teenagers, how much was gold back then? What was it, $1? Yeah, another $1. Was that $1? $8. Yeah. I don't know, I'm saying, I'm just throwing it out. In Manhattan, how much? Now we're going to throw out the things. My point is, keep stuff out. All right. Says Gemara. So when the guy says, you mean he's convincing he's also calling for time. Okay. Just go ahead. What a gift. The deal will prove it. Go over there. I said already. He said, specify it could be a coin. So you can't say it's a little piece of gold. A little chopstick. All these pieces of gold that your wife has.
Hey, this is Fitbit coming live from the real famous coffee store. Here it's Tony.
Hey, everybody, it's Kill Tony with me, Tony Hinchcliffe. Make some fucking noise. It's a big live real show you're at, motherfuckers.
Excited about that, Ryan. Right, these right Snapchat glasses make my Snapchat with horns and everything.
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl? I'm lovely, thank you. I know it's a little early, but are you ready for me? You got it, girl. How was work?
It was good. It was good. I took my thing in, but she's gonna take my other bank off next Wednesday because we get paid this Friday, and she don't want to mess up my money.
Yes, ma'am. I understand. Well, that's good.
Go back to her next Wednesday. Yeah, I was like, don't take it out. Let them get my money first. I want my money. Hey, take it out. No. I'll take it out. Not yet.
Don't like that much. It's time. It's time setting that you ask a question. It's good passion. I like the passion for the parents.
Oh, what a spare, Miss Aquarius. Wonderful spare.
Thank you.
There we go.
Good job.
Thank you, madam.
Let him. That's
so big score.
Thank you.
Get it. It's big spare, folks.
Thank you. Let's go. Do another one.
$1 million check. If I got here, I want a lolly. Give me a lolly and give me change. I can't give you change. I don't have change.
There you go. There you go.
It's not even
How was your day? How was your day?
Well, it kind of just started. I was very first. But into the morning, my bot has been doing well. I built a new bot that scrapes or basically like pulls people's emails from Spotify, like creators who have that publicly available. And I'm just going to be contacting some people about being on their podcast. And I already contacted like 14 earlier today. And they're like big podcasts. They're like Stanford University. So I don't expect them to like all get back to me. But Stanford got back to me. So shout out to their person. And it was like a Stanford engineering podcast. Unless you're like in their program, they don't do podcasts for other people at this time. But it was good that they got back to me. It tells me that. And another one. It tells me that the strategy works. I did this podcast with this woman on Sunday, and she's like, "So how'd you find out about me?" And frankly, Miss Stewart, I couldn't remember. Oh, wait, get it. Oh, it's so close.
It's okay. You got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
No doubt, Miss Cruz. No
You
doubt.
got it, Rabbi. Let's go. You're winning.
Sure.
I know I physically owe him $5,000.
They
Big score.
had a good in there.
Give me at least 90.
You win.
Reload. Any news from J-Ski?
No, I need to hear him. But I ain't gonna talk about it till I know something. I gotta see first. I'll let you know. Something's right. Yeah. I'm gonna have to tell
Yeah, tell him we missed him.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him that we miss him. Yeah, I tell him that we miss him. I need to come back.
Look at your strike. Look at your strike, folks.
Come on, ask me.
No.
She said no.
Not happening. Mr. Aquarius, the big old. Get it.
You're gonna get it.
Oh, no doubt.
You got this.
Oh, Mr. Aquarius tearing it up.
You got this. Let's go.
Easy.
You're gonna get it. Yes, I told you.
No doubt. Yes, ma'am. You're going to double my score.
Nope.
No doubt. They shouldn't even make me throw it.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Something that cleans out.
Come on, Rabbi.
See what, like the copy of the black part and stuff. Crack it
Get
off,
it.
so to speak, and start.
Get it.
It's over.
What does it say?
It's over. No one's touching Miss Aquarius.
No one's touching.
You win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You did it. We did it.
We won both times. It's okay. We won both times. It's okay.
So did you.
I know, yeah. I
Yeah,
know,
that's
yeah.
right. Last night we watched The Founder, which is the story of Ray Kroc and the McDonald's Corporation. And it's a good question. I think it's my choice tonight. So I don't know. I'll find something interesting. God willing.
Well, at least you get some rest.
Yes, ma'am. Riser was up all day yesterday and ended up falling asleep. So I'll have to see how he's doing. But yeah, it is what it is.
I'll be in the bathroom. I'll be in the room.
Excellent. See you then, God.
The scarecrow, I guess, comes back from the, like one of these guys. It's an older concept. Didn't start now. Now. Yes. 100%. 100%. Because I have it marked like, that's why I have it right. Yeah, 7.5 years ago. 100%. Surah, and I wrote over here, scarecrow, in my Gemara in English. About 7.5 years ago, we didn't have this. This is, I think you're going to like this. Why? It comes from something that I noticed when I was talking about. I go to the festival last week, and I'm always surprised. They put the pigeon spice in the collar. They go under the face and they put pigeon spice. Lo and behold, people are sitting in the spice. They sit there, they look at you. And this that next to it, there's no spikes, but they like to sit in the spikes. It's like to the spike you, to the spike you. But around the world, Rabbi saying, around the world, pigeons don't get this. It's only in Eretz Yisrael. I told the artist, I said, listen, we got to do something for this. No problem. Check this out. This is in London. Harry. San Francisco. This is good enough 7.5 years ago, huh? What things have changed in 7.5 years? Seriously, would change. In 7.5 years from now, we're going to have like this, like flying in the room. It's going to be really 100%. But they had it, I told you. They already had it. I had it once. Yeah. Okay. So the comma, how big a piece of metal or the spikes from our base? I saw somebody said like a gold. Maybe that's what it got. So there's really no room for the birds, the lamp. Only on the top. The roof. This is from the roof. We don't have the roof away from English here. That's the hate all this. Yeah, that's what one of the things. And there's only an arm of space on the space on the top to land. What? There was a roof. So not everybody's in there. You ask me, Pastor, I'm showing you from this model of this music right here. You can. All the models. Maybe a Liska. Pick it out and you twist lama. Some people say that it should be at least one hour by 1 hour, 50 by 50 with the spice. Like how you do it. Or that's the kind of it's good. It's the spice of the grape. I really like the ice. By the way, so again, I haven't seen it in a long time. This video, check out videos called Raisins. But they're super smart, super dumb. They're the smartest birds. They figure out like things that they put in bottles. Like this, they have this one. They put something in the bottom of the bottle, and they couldn't get into it. You know, obviously it's in the bottom. She filled it up with water until it's flown to the top. And then took it out. Like different buckets of very video. I really like the person just says, I want a kid to get some English wine. How much? The use of persuasion. Look at it. It should be minimum. Why do you look? Rabbi, if you remember from the chart, what's the green root represent? That's the minimum of the tennis. Very good. Tennis is 3. Ayah was how much? And Kara is how much? 6. The person says moving 7. The person said, I'm going to give oil, like your practices in here. Well, you guys will look, man. There must be a minimum of 1 word. Why? Why 1 word? Because, how do you know this stuff? You learn it. You learn enough in school. Okay. Now, is this your first time here? I'm meeting you here in okay. So, because the typical mincha has a minimum, the minimum is just 1 little bit oil. So when a person, because oil is the minimum, which is 1 word. Let me wait there, especially when you know, and you should give more oil. Why? Because in the Sachem is 3 words. For that. You're asking any of them after asking. The person says, I said I'm going to do it, but I don't remember how much. You also had that in the past when it came to flour. What's key in the Ruba, the Gemara explains, the day that you bring the most korbanos, which is what? Sukkot that falls out on Shabbos. This year, next year, we say it's to be good or bad. October 7th or that year is the Shabbos. On Shabbos. And then you can't, there's no kids, there's no shofar on Shabbos. Not such a good thing. Okay. Oh, you mean what kind of on the double no, it's a double that turns into this is a good thing. It eventually becomes this world. Yeah. What did he mean? Well, what did he mean? How much? Fine. Could be bad, but how much could be bad? How much you get that back? $1 million? Where are you talking about? Yain. Oh, Yain is not like who's sleep over Yain is busy. You told you that. said, no, you went, you jumped from Zah to Yair. Maybe Yair is there. So, each thing's different. Really covered. I'm softening. Yair is pretty soft. Yair is pretty soft. Shin is pretty soft. And both were pretty good. That's what I just told him. Yeah, exactly. Anything that's good for the software is good software. How can the instant or how can the Ezra? The answer already. The line of word is this type of figure. The line that you have in the act. The word Ezra for everybody can do it. Why? But I know how much the familiar switch is. Who would that? Rothschild together with one more than three. I'm going my idea to give even more. You also maybe give less than three. I'm going my papa right. We have the same exact studio, but we get killed. Loud. Now, the other side, if we have an inquiry an idea, we have semi-formal info, and you could donate. You could donate from them. How much? 1 million. Minimum. I want to donate a minimum. I say, Roberto, I want to give me a minimum. How do I know I can do it? It says in the card I can do it. I could donate a minimum. How much? 1 million. That's A. That's concept A. Concept B is something completely different. It's oil. How do I know that I can donate oil? I learn it from concept A. This oil I need to learn from somewhere. I don't know that I can donate oil. In fact, you have my focus to donate oil. Right? Remember we said oil like wine you could donate oil. The title says you could. So I'm learning concept B from concept A. What am I learning? I can learn the idea that the concept that you could donate. Okay. So I could donate oil. How much? Well, in A it's 1 loaf. So B is also 1 loaf. Well, no. I'm going to learn the concept. How much? The amount, the detail, I'm going to learn from another place. That's called Domino. It sounds dramatic, but it's a simple idea. When I'm learning B from A, do I learn everything? Or just the idea, the concept? And once I know the concept, then I can go to another place and learn that's 3 words, not 1 word. So, well, if you really understand that, I can show you this Geschmack video here. If an Ashkenazi, maybe you have to explain in the video. Ashkenazi becomes to pay money for a day. Does it mean that he dresses like the money, but he also eats the money food? Or no? When it comes to food, that's already different. And then he's not going to be able to handle the food. Here, check this out. money can do it. Or yeah. All right. Very, very good. Yeah. Now you understand the idea. It's better than this. We have this screw with this. It's a harder to put into okay. I'm gonna put on the negative one. I'm going to say seven. Get one more computer. I'm gonna put on the pop up. No, you would be. I'm gonna let you. Everyone is speaking the microphone. You want to. I'm gonna put on the pop up. Do we know enough? Do we learn from it? Because we know, and everything we know. Who we know, we keep on learning the amounts also, not just the concept that you can discover on oil, but also how much. Or because we know, you learn the concept, or you got still stop short over there, and you learn the amounts from someplace else. What about it, Sabbath? Do we know, we're learning this for oil from this not in from Sabbath, first of all, we're learning. Great. I'm shedding on the Sabbath, but also donate oil. Who we know, and we keep on learning, keep okay. The one comment from the world, I'm shedding the Lord, the amount also, we do everything. You're having somebody who know, looking at short, over everything, not from Sabbath, first of all, we learn the concept. I'm shedding on the Sabbath. Well, if you ask you all, but we learn, we stop right there, and we also take it itself. We learn that now as well, somewhere else. So, all of that even if we're going to Rabbi, in the fact that you learn it, the middle part, you see how many people don't know that. And when we learn from the call, we learn everything from that also. Now, with Rabbi, the answer is trouble. He learns from where that from and from his suffering. So that is the small amount. It's always three. All there are three, but we must not come after 6. We made a mistake. But that is part of it. It's not as up to learn the part. It's not chilling. How do I know? They could donate more part than that is. With Kama, let's go get it. My time says, don't say, ready. The only person who holds three, says one is ready. But the high school part, and ready, there's different part. I'm going to let you die, you can check the conference of Christ, you said you're working part. I'm ready. You are right. I take it back. Irrationally, irrationally, Ruma. Person says, I specify that I don't know how much. Bring my thing. Most ever, the top day of the year. So we already did this one before, but we did it. First round. The sheep do 3, rams do 2, onion 4, and the cows do 6. So 18 times 3 equals 54. On the left side, you have the cows. It's 13 cows. 13 times 6 is 78. 78 plus 54 equals 130. And then you have the rams in the middle that are each one is holding 4. It's another 8. The total of 141. So somebody says, I don't know what I specified. It's doing the top day of the year, which is 144 of why was pretty nice of that. Says they look at this array of live for the Lord, don't be careful. And the person says, I want to bring you my gift. He doesn't say what kind. Like, you can bring a cow, you can bring a goat. The other guy was the cheapest one, other than but look at that one there, as far as he's dead. Really, either a dog or a pig. If you know this riddle, what has 4 legs? So, silent food. My point is really is what's more expensive, meat or chicken? Meat or chicken? Go buy the cheapest. So the one that guy says, in my city, birds are cheaper. Are cheaper than sometimes bird. And Thomas says no. They're more expensive. Birds are more expensive than what is it called? Lamb chops. So more lamb chops. That's all my point. What? Salafaz. Exactly. Exactly. You want to say no? Rabbi, when I bought it again, my friend. I said, me, but I didn't say, love you. Higher flavors. Now it's big. A $5,000 cow and a $3,000 meal. I say a meal, cash, and he has to go to the kids. He doesn't know. A 1-year-old, then the first year, and within 3 years. Second or third year. You're not very able. You see, we're doing oil from an animal. Then you're down, not the yeah, now you're stuck. Hard, there you go. Cow, from a calf. Higher, a ram. Sorry, a male goat. Deep, we call it. A baby goat and a baby sheep. That's being six. What? Yeah, that is me. You're asking me to my friend. I what? Yeah, it's 8. So. What did it say? I specified. I didn't say what. Most of my way further. I didn't mean animal. You didn't say animal. It's in general. I'll agree. It's just bring your person. I really, yeah. No relation. I got blubber. Specials in international financial services. Kind of NORAD. Explain my Jimmy Marossi. Level that's not up safe sharp. Harry ever told the principal of being like Islam. Islam, web presence. Really. The setting actually say that today. What is the biggest? Why do you think it even from? Something special happened to us. He said, we're not actually saying things that said when we do that. He said things that said that enables us to say thank you. When we have someone who says, thank you. عشان نحن نود الله. When we avoid them, عشان نحن نود them. That's the biggest, the direct connection to you. We're able to say thank you. Not all these friends for the $100. Thank you, I'm going to say thank you for you. You're asking me to book me, you get my friend. I said to you, from Shakari. You'll be tired before that's being a male and a female. Like that. Ego bag, look. I'm looking at $60,000. A male and a female. Yeah. You're not the aim off, if I said I'm going to do an animal, I didn't say meat. I didn't say it should be, I didn't say, no. I didn't say beef. It's an animal. Maybe that's not the animal. You'll be power color. Ego bag, look. I order a payload that brings all the varieties of beef, male, female. Italia and the baby sheep. So it's a lot. It's a lot. You gotta be more particular about that. I really saw the guy says I'm beautiful. You'll be doing some of the money. It should cost him 100 dinner. Mother, 100 dinner. There you go. Well, what is this? You'll be doing some of the money. 25% mother's 25 card. 25% of the dollar. That's what it costs them. You'll be doing some of the stock. So 8% of a cap. I looked it up. Not so far off today. She costs about 10% of the cap. Yeah, man. You'll be doing some of the sell. He says, him and his something, she cost him a sell at 25. Short of the money. He says it's specified. How much is going to cost? Whoa, it's going to cost me 100. Well, if you want to pick this up, that includes only the meat part. You have to pay for the supper, for the dish to that. And the mothers would say, it's going to start buying a cat. I swear. And the mothers would say, yeah, you just need to do it. You want it, I was dying. You know, you sell it, you sell it, you sell it. It's not the food, the wine oil, and trying about a baby Schneider mother. What if a guy says I'm going to bring food that costs me 100? So instead, he goes, that's the 20 worth of 50. That's no good. So one, if I'm not going to 50. Oh, yeah, that's so good. Hard, equal, editor. Power, ego, item, taste, and it's they're all on the left are cows. The two in the middle are no. One is an adult sheep, that's the ram idol, an adult goat is a base, and then it goes to Tempest, which is a female adult, Red is a baby. Z is donated 100 and he gave 99 times 2, which is 198. 198 does not equal 1. That's 100. He said one that's 100, one that's 100, one that's 99, and another one that's 99 that does not equal 1. That's 100. What's a dinner? Is there a lot of dinner? No. Shachar, the Haiti mother. He said, I'm going to bring a black sheep or a white one. Love them, baby. Shachar. No. So good. Each one has its own Bible. Boys, check this out. This is from a newer artist about it. Still in training, kind of, but it's very good one. There you go. baby love. Maybe tough. I'm good at tough. Obviously, if you donate a large one, it means small, and the business gets no good. Look, other maybe love the story that we saw yesterday. Use a pella, which it says that he understands is important. What it says, bring small. There you go. We're a large one. That's all the crap. You don't have to go out and sign money. Very nice, man. Very nice. Your problem is small, very small. So what? Large, more expensive. That's not what you do every day. So on the first part, it says you learn like that when the person says, I love whether you a sheep or a bird, don't look like my cat, each one said was more expensive, you're supposed to be the one that's cheaper. I realize I was selling this graph, which says, I love that's worth only one seller, you understand? This is being the sheep, you know, for another sheep, the seller, not that, it's one. You're asking any of them, I don't know what I was supposed to buy. You don't know much about the seller, not the you should bring anything that sell out, right? Flowers, wine. You're asking me, I'm not any of them, you should bring a bull and a cat. I'm out of the partner, mama, bring a bull, that's the eagle, which to me, I don't understand 100%. I'm not even really go my company, maybe double. I mean, veal is a much different tasting thing than beef. You understand? This is all the same mother. 200 includes 100. A large animal includes a small animal. No, go to Rabbi that you can't bring a larger animal. Small animal. As the Gemara, and just think about it. Now, this is the beginning of the thing. And Rabbi is looking at the end of it. So they will flow. Rabbi in the beginning, Rabbi at the end, or you have to come in the middle. You're Rabbi in the same boat. Try to find a baby, and you're on another yacht. Goes through the whole thing, so you're just quiet. Rabbi was every one of us, you know. Every one of us, you know, even 99 plus 99, he said 198 is not 100. Shabbat baby, Rabban, black, and then grow white. Double baby, Sunday. The large one, small and later. Other baby, double yards, already over up. Finally, we have Rabbi over at the end that says, if you bring becomes too small and grab a large animal, okay. So basically, same for Rabbi, it was just a button for the sandwich. It makes sense. Rabbi would, you ready to the end, but I'm on the middle. In, ready to say Rabbi, it's just Rabbana, not Gama, not Rabbi said, Rabbi is Rabbi for Rabbana, Rabbi for Rabbana, Rabbi side. Having a wonderful
Mary was spreading Torah throughout the world. Try to share today.
Let me hear you. Nishmas, Imi, Rossi, Ruspas Mordechai. Rabbi said tremendous mazel tov. My Tayyar Chaver, Avi Kamiansky, became a say for the first time. Let's go. It's a begin. And a tremendous mazel tov to the great-grandfather for the first time, Dr. Epstein. And about it to the uncle, the Hillel. Zevi, the father, is also part of our daf, believe it or not. Does the daf, is still doing? Shayid, Shayid, over in the corner. The guy's in his pocket, Wow. היום חמיש עומד סמיואים. שאין 3 שבועות ו4 ימים לא אימר. Rabbi said, to remind the Olam, flip over the sand, the chol, hour of cooling, another 5 days. See themselves in numbers in, where is this? In Belgium, and in Muncie. Reserves a day for Seal. In the office, Staten Island with the bridge, Verzano. What else do we have? The Manuscript. And then we have people who sent in a few things.
Alright, is that the end of the story?
Not that many. Your boy said you can still win your $2,000, $1,000. This guy was awesome in Hebrew. He's in Hebrew, so we put subtitles. But check this out, a 12-year-old kid, Yehuda Michaeli from Rehoboth.
אין סיבה למה להתקרב כמה שלא משנה בגלל, אז אולי עד 12 יכול לתת לכם גלגול. לפני שנה הייתי חוזר לאחי בריאות, ואז אבי מורי הראה לי את הרעיון של רבלי יצחק לבני. ונפעמתי, איך שרבלי יכול לעשות? הוא החליט לעזוב הכל, במקום להתעסק בדיונים בעולם הזה, הוא החליט לבדוק דיונים בעולם הבא. ואמרתי לעצמי, למה לחכות? להתעסק בנדל"ן, ואז עזוב הכל וללמוד. אם אפשר להתחיל עכשיו, וכבר באותו יום, מאז התחלתי להצליח בהכל. הגמרא שלמדנו בכיתה התחילה לקבל צבע. הרב בחיידר דיבר על מלכות. אני הרגשתי שאני נמצא עם כהן באמצע להקריב את הקורבן. רבו ישראל, זה ישנה לכם את החיים. אתם תצליחו יותר בעבודה, יותר בשלום בייס, וגם בשידוכים, נראה לי. אז למה אתם מחכים? כבר בגיל שלי הבנתי שאם לא עכשיו... ממתי? הצטרפו אלינו. כל עוד רבי מדליק את הנר, אפשר לתקן.
I like this one because it's natural and he's reaching out, doesn't have a lot of things. I think it's a flyer. It's a fancy house that will make videos and making a video. The second tour starting on May 2nd.
Of course, neither of these positions.
If you know anything about me, I know you guys have already been seeing a lot of my stuff.
Greatly through the ages are still
I'm a big fan of Ember. I'm a big fan of the Dark Filming Cycle.
Mutually exclusive schools.
And it's been interesting to my life, and I know it's been instrumental to other people's life. To put my money where my mouth is, I'm raffling off a pick from AirPods Store for LA members only to sign up before May 2nd.
Case of ancient Israel and to the rise of
you're free tomorrow, enter into the raffle. You have a high chance of it.
This series isn't to be exhaustive by any means,
people like that. And LA, I want to incentivize more people. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I've been
developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their
inspired, let's just say, by the life.
Embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as
turn out some style applications here. So I'm doubling down on my laptop.
Express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to
and encourage people to stay home with these AirPods Pros. Let's go sign.
If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist entry. These episodes after of 2021, if you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist.
Schiller Holland,
if you find this series interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics.
Join the new white booth at this year's Montreal Roots Expo this Tuesday, the 28th. Thank you, new white. Black movie content. Go ahead, go. That's go for ranging with simple medical value taken out of it. Shitty's Bar in Lakewood. And those guys all went in there for the bar. No, buddy. Mark, tell Mark Ashkenazi to put it in. Are you with the Mark? Put in Stishler's flyer. I thought I put it in myself.
1,200 years away from Kabbalah.
Is that on? Maybe I'll send it to you.
So we're still very much in the time period.
Hold on, very, very important. Put it in. The last one. I'm sending it to you. Gary, you put in what? You have it? My son. Okay, you got it. Mark's doing it. Phoenix, Arizona, talking about Mark. Phoenix, Arizona has a satellite location. We've moved every day from Sunday through Thursday and Motzei Shabbos, 9, 10, live. Right now, it's live. Because right now, it's 9, 10 p.m. in Arizona. So you go. The voice of one more.
If you follow my way of life, I promise I will change your life.
If you come to work out with me,
I will change your life. If you try my diet, it will change your life. If you buy my online course, it will change your life.
Rabbi side, they're all
the tradition of
wasting your time. If you want to change your life, join MDY and start Masechet Chulin this week. I promise it will change your life. If you don't believe me, then maybe this will convince you.
So that's also, I think, another form of
Masechet Chulin
actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish
it didn't just change my life, it ended my life. That was me. If you learn Masechet Chulin, it will change your life.
Being descendants of one of the tribes.
And you can eat me at the Seyum.
The 12 tribes of Israel. And so Jewish mystics actually make a majority of this. Many of the
changed my life. Start Masechet Chulin, it will change your life too.
we said that the two forms of mysticism is
This video is almost as good as mine.
Supposed to be like those.
For better videos, learn that Yomi with MD1.
that is to say, God showed
Just left.
here to them. And on the other hand, for other people, God is.
We have a lot of.
And if you switch on
All right.
God, that makes you a Navi, a prophet. Sometimes
do we start here or what?
The seers. The idea there is that we have the idea that either this one can see the future or they hear something from
Rabbi
God.
says some user Felder, an average in Koilo in Cleveland, says that unconstant, there's another one of him learning. It says like this. I wasn't sure if I should send them the picture because it would be a clear MBY where people would see that I was sitting with the peasants, not a business class. But as Rabbi always says, don't let the perfect be that only the good. Because I was really learning, even though I knew the picture was being taken. I would like to clarify my latest. I was not consulting yesterday. Maybe the woman, maybe he was referring to your wife. Is that what you're referring to? That's the clarification. I've always said one last thing before.
Say that Moses didn't exist. Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't. It's about what we have evidence for.
We're going to respond to
We just don't have
is
evidence.
that official once again is
So we have pretty good evidence to believe that these experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were in fact recorded. And as I
putting
told you last
together
time, prophecy is a very
unbelievable thing. If you first time through that journey
with the weird exception of
and you go through and you're
which all things being equal,
in America, that is American Social Security, you live in America, you speak English, you join his WhatsApp, you have to put in, he has a very strict rules. You have to canvas a day, you have to put in a comment every day about what you saw on the dot, any comment, and you want to do Hazara also, so you do with only nothing but the dot Hazara, and you get $1,000. And one of the sponsors here was not me, it was my son, I couldn't believe it. He didn't tell me about his events because he was inspired by Fishel. He finished a few seconds because of Fishel, so he's getting that. The Shkoyach Rabbi. Serious time is dedicated to the 4 sides more Visual Shlita, the NY Coffee Corner, Foida Kilo Committee, Dalit Rimiat Koimate, Fishel Vision NY Shas, was accepted by the Iranian Levy families. Perik, Anonymous, Lidu Nishma, Stockholm Speed, and David Shohai, Zichron Bracha. I think this is the new, you see? Yeah, that's the new Masechta sponsor. This Perik sponsor is the new Masechta, I believe. Daf Kovav, Avram Pikotsky, Rav Zev and Avram Yehuda, in memory of Rav Zev and Avram Yehuda. He's the one that the first day that we moved out of the base measure, first day of COVID, that we implemented COVID rules, are very depressing. We had a practice measure, over 100 people throughout Brachos, and went down to 0. I was in my dining room by myself, pretty down, like thinking to myself, like, this is gonna end the whole thing. We had a great run, and what's going on? Everybody says it's called Shabbos, but here we go, Shabbos, Yud Gimel, whatever. Boom, and there arrived a giant box, this big. I wrote the cuts to send me a beautiful, famous artist, painting a beautiful thing.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to
Esoterica. And the listing is, it took weeks to get there, and poop.
And religion.
That day, the ride was
most
beautiful.
difficult aspects in
There's some
starting
parts of the dedicated memory of Rabbi
is getting a handle on just how those
Jordan
ideas
just
develop
Jacket
over
Dallas and I'm
time.
some group of guys.
It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing. Of course, such notions developed greatly through the ages and still developing. And there are now, and there have always been Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
MDY Kids, Innovations LC is incredibly complex development. Daily sponsors Israel growth in every hour and Koba, Esther Bass, Aliola, from Great Aunt, Esther Bass, the guest, couple of so Rich and Shiny Shafra, Unishmash, when I receive been talking about lady.
To situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context.
The Humble is having surgery today.
To dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they
To the
are
consortium,
obscure.
we see
We see
you, we hear you, and we appreciate you.
for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoteric. If you want, you can find the entire series of entering the
Before
door of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be putting them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes
now I know
after
because it's
all
course
of
in receptor,
2021,
there are a bunch of
the entire series.
people who today's the very first day. You have no fear. We already know the Sugya, we even understand this, but it's not really the new Sugya, always a new Mishnah, and that's how that really means.
And perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics.
We're holding on the top of that good book from an hour, 3 lines down.
Join my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation.
So what's going on here?
Below, and I really
We
appreciate
learned that if somebody
now, let's enter the
says he's going to donate a minimum, could be one of these 5 or not. We're not exactly sure which one he meant.
Right. So the first thing we should do is
use
do a
them
bit
all.
of a recap on
It could be,
Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward.
be that he meant
As I mentioned in the previous lecture,
yours is a tango for the Shimon versus a dove for
turmoil of the period
Shimon is the one that says it can actually be a mixture of color people. So that's the case, it can be with Shimon versus yeah, could be. Yeah. You make it now. You say, I don't know exactly how many of each. It could be maybe I
and it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big
5
theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to
whatever my obligation is, that's what I'm giving. The rest is going to be in the thought
so that's a theological problem, right?
a good type of
You know,
how do you speak so you know when it is out. Now the Lord says, but wait a minute. Well, if you wish it, every minute you have to bring one. What are you doing with the leftover oil? And if you don't know what to do with the leftover oil, you can't bring this milk out. What's the problem? You make the college the leftover speaking off. My kids is fast as big meaning half and half. The college is speaking. Once I turn the field out, then I'll also be take the leftover oil, whatever the server cooks.
And so rather than the Israelite God
this is the power side, not the teaching is the power side. He truly was thinking on that. And if he said, by the way, I got to tell you before one of the last night I was rushing to get to this video. It was such a
and the biggest, perhaps most important God is
unbelievable video that I'm going to show you soon. It also, I don't know if it qualifies for $2,000 from one of our artists, but it's just top notch. And I'm excited to tell you about it. We're going to get there in like 10-15 minutes. But well, you let me know if he qualifies. Probably not, because he's one of the points. And I'll explain to you that for the Hebrew, the nuance, the way this guy sits at his table every night and he says, the energy of his speech, he goes up his words, the whole movie, the guys are on the floor. These are some of you guys also. So the Gemara, I'm getting excited. We're going to see, we're going to get there.
because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. There's a lot of different theories in the ancient Israelite origins of evil. Some of those have to do with
the leftover oil.
And some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. There are several competing theories about the origin of evil. And of course, also really interested in the future, right? And these fake angels in the future, not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious in other studies that have followed the future or studying the future end of the world, that's called eschatology. Great eschatology means the final thing. But not all apocalypse is eschatology, but all apocalypse, right? So there's
This is also like we go coming back. What's community? If you had a major machlokus,
as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back, it's like a slides here. I have taken here on the page. There's just a wide variety of apocalyptic literature that gets developed. Some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which occurs in we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount
upside down, sideways,
I think as I mentioned,
it's just missing a little people saying you're living in the pub. It's like
survival literature in the Hebrew
you know,
Bible.
a test and a little piece on top.
Just as much apocalyptic literature as
Like
there
that top
is
right corner.
other
Okay,
material.
the point is,
So it is a
write some sort of letter on the tower.
material, most of which I think most people
Well,
have
once
never
our
read.
chairman never looked at it. So this idea of women use it no matter what, even if it's for the towers, it goes to the bathroom, even if it's the peak and it goes to the bathroom. So
Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus.
at the end of the day, we know what to do with the oil that's on the side. All of that's not on the
Enoch, of course, the book
So
of
think
Enoch,
about it.
as you may know, isn't actually
These
one
are the
book.
five
It's about
monopolies
5 different books that were stitched
that
together. And
when a
there's
person
various
says stop, he doesn't
kinds
explain
of
what. He
stuff
says, I
in
want to
there.
bring him
And in addition to that,
Give
there
me
is
one of
just
these.
one book of Enoch. There are actually 3. Right? You have first, second,
The
and
question
third
is,
Enoch.
aren't there other
In Enoch literature alone, first Enoch, I think comprises
one of the monopolies we spoke about yesterday is called
so
Minchas the
it's
Soften.
a terribly large volume.
Minchas the
Second,
Soften.
third Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So
There's a mincha that comes together. It's a little confusing. So put them in the separate.
reading it and studying it.
Let's just figure it out. Let's just discuss it.
By
Something
an
comes with
intense
every
use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex-eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in a
single plumbing and every single item. Every time you bring a carbon item or a carbon plumbing, you must bring a minchas the Soften. It includes wine, it includes oil, it includes flour. Depending on the size of the animal,
but the reality is,
if you're going to go with like a small animal, you have to bring 3 loads of wine, 3 loads of oil,
and so
and one is starting on the flour. Maybe that's the entire
Christian evangelical world.
This is important. You can't bring the Soften all by itself without an animal. I say, I want to bring the Soften that I typically bring, which is beautiful. I want to bring it, which requires more wine. I want to bring the basic one that goes with the sheep.
And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology.
Read over me. Read over Yain, read over Rabbi.
So research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions all around. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having that kind of social justice bent, or being kind of critical, in a sense of literary, in a sense of social criticism. Except for it's happening at a much different register, and it's happening at a much different register than like in social criticism. All right, as I mentioned, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic Judaism, set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam.
We didn't get ahead. We looked at a bunch of writers who doesn't put
apocalyptic Judaism that
find us a good actor. I mean, he said there are, but we're not going to do it. There's going to be both.
But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well.
A bunch of professional vocalists.
Apocalyptic Judaism,
going to be
perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes
a special demonstration that I could do with Septus.
They were wiped out during the Great
And
in fact, Josephus even describes how they were
some cool stuff. It's going to be really nice. Good food, good times, and a live stream.
fucked up, right?
Can't give
One of
it.
the things that's
It's
worth
at night.
noting here
So it's
is
gonna be
that
lunch in Israel and lunch in
Judaism
Egypt.
is
So
not
okay.
very popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic
The voice
circles.
up.
So we'll get to that.
Oh, my lady,
to
kind of
why
worried about
that is a bit important this evening.
Ah, but even the substance of
Judaism
the
did survive
perhaps
during
this is
Judaism and how it didn't.
maybe when he said mitzvah, he didn't mean the five and up, so he's even talking about. Maybe he's talking about the mitzvah of Musafin, which you could bring on its own without an animal. Rama Rava, as we learned the other day, it's not the oh,
And in the aftermath
the
of
Musafin, the oh, yeah, a person, it's not a problem. You're giving a double to the Rothschild every single day of your
And so
life.
what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final
So now the Gemara, in order to answer this question, the Gemara is going to basically teach us the difference, the five differences that there are between
that has these characteristics.
a mitzvah, sailors, the typical five and up,
And not
we're
about
going to stop. There are five differences. And we know those five differences. The Gemara is saying, the Gemara is arguing that a person is not going to make a mistake between a mitzvah that has this difference and not. But it teaches us the differences. Similar. What are the differences? Yachid, the Glai, the Vaina, the Loi, the Kam. The one, number one. Bogla Yachid, Bogla Tzidin, stop here.
And the reason why is they've seen them fail over
We
and over
learn that
again.
these five binoculars,
You
you
can
can't
imagine, right,
bring,
after the 15th Messiah has
even
come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the
you can't
Romans
even
and died.
have a single party, and certainly you can't be from the whole community. We're the something to be from the whole community. A person is not going to make a mistake. You're not going to say, oh, I don't remember. There's something that I can't even have a partner, or there's something that I can do with everybody. He won't make such a mistake. He can stop the way. Walk the hell out.
By the way, Jesus would be the first nor the
He
last
doesn't
Messiah.
confuse a mitzvah that comes all by itself, like the five minutes. But we all said, there's a mitzvah that can come together with an animal. He'll remember quite well that he donated a mitzvah that used to go with sheep, with bulls. It doesn't go by. He comes down to the level one. The suffering does not require a virus. She's not going to make that mistake. And his mind knows whether it has a virus or not. Basically, the word is telling us in a side way. Old enough.
So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive in the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkabah mysticism, Merkabah-charian mysticism. We'll clarify in a minute just what that means.
People stop delaying.
Weird it is.
How many, when you have one of these five monopolies, how much oil is required? 1 year.
The question was asked earlier.
Minimum of an assumption is how many? 3 loaves. Are we saying? He goes down to the Lord, they say here. In his mind, he knows exactly. He knows that he's going to have to huge amount of oil to the just one little pot.
He stopped the all the way to this day. And one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it is stated. So as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal sometimes various kinds of information, various kinds of commands.
Think about it for a second. Why is Nicholas consultant not required? So anybody?
At that time, right, you're going to do this, and I'll do this, and make a deal, right? Make a break. Covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people or peoples in the case of the
People learn all those things.
This idea that God could show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite world. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual concept of God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic Judaism is that you're going to go to God.
Because
it all goes into the angel's going to escort you into heaven.
Why do you do it?
And show you
take a little bit
the heaven, show you around
flower in your hand, and the rest becomes Shirayim, and then you can get the tongue gets the entire thing will move back, like
and so there's a
this
shift
is
in the apocalyptic.
Where's the one on the back?
Right, you
And the
get
sheep
to go to God.
The oil in the flour goes
being told things as if there's a
comes back.
passive
There's no things over there. A person is not going to confuse himself between a minute.
literature.
Because it has to commit to the ripple, doesn't have to, and that's why the second is out of the play.
The main two events in which this happens in the literature, and at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for this going to go down. Well, I should also mention what angels or the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypse. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version. That's to say, it's roughly humanoids with wings, right? Sometimes
all that's left is bag of flour and
it's typically the way it's
going to make it
Isaiah.
Bread for the week.
In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical
He's going to bring
angels.
just one bag of flour to the furnace and that's his money.
Rotate around each other in weird ways.
And because he messed up, he has been 1,000.
There are other creatures that are sort of stiff, like
830 bags of flour.
various
Because
kinds
he
of
posted
shapes,
some wrong things.
various kinds of animals.
You're actually looking to Australia. I said I'm going to bring a milk
unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the
Australia. I don't know what I said. Hold on. You're actually milk to Australia any day after that. The other milk to sheep in Australia.
Supernatural creatures are very unlike
So you know what?
angels that you may have seen in paintings from the Renaissance. They really appear like that.
I said it. I skipped the 3 words. We'll go back and clean up.
From Isaiah and Ability into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just go, the old one.
It's very important because it's a little bit,
you have to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels, otherwise, demons in some cases. You ascend through these spheres, right? Eventually, you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God.
The whole city
First, this began to happen in some of the literature associated with the character of Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God, and God took Enoch away. So Enoch is one of the
and now we're looking at all our problems. Because he said they want to do it 3. He started this up is 3 pairs. So he said 60 years, 60 days. The problem is that he said I wanted to.
This what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described
I wanted to walk with perhaps it's 51 please. Perhaps it's 59 1. So let's do 59. And one of the other one. You cannot do that. You cannot mix in a double with a couple one please. So now you need 60 Caleb, and each one has a different shear. One has 1, this one has 2, 3, 4, 7, all the way up to 6. According to Rabbi, not even that's what's right in the back of the teaching. So hey, the back is the episode showing maybe I'm not good at it. I don't know what I said. You want me to do what she's doing right in the I'm going to read it again. He's going to bring a book of 60 destroying only 160 here. Why? Because whatever it is will be in between. If I said 20, so 20 out of the 60 should be my milk that I am highest. The rest, the 40, are going to be another milk called milk has been up. Just for fun. Let's bring in
specifically the Enoch literature. And if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I recommend a good translation for it. Literature.
Rabbi, what is it?
Have the idea that
y'all even know this as Australian.
Visions.
This is unbelievable. You bring a fleet that has 1 design. You bring another fleet with 2, another fleet with 3, 5, 10, 20.
For someone else to make this ascent, we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute.
Total amount, how do you do the math?
They say,
we're going to do it really quick.
You can go into the heavens.
You take whatever
and
number
see
it
the
is.
throne of
You
God.
1 plus
You
2
make
plus
this
3 plus
ascent
4
to
plus
the
5.
various
So here you
spheres
have
of the heavens.
you add a
And not
1.
just can
You divide it
but I've
in 2.
done it.
It's 30.
And I can teach you
Take
how
that
to do
division.
it.
Whatever number you divide it, 30.
And
30
that's what
times
we
the
need
number that you have.
out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply
30 times 60 equals 1800. This is a 1.
to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some
1830.
rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature,
What if I don't even know which one of these 5
and
it
so
is?
a form of mysticism that begins to
We have to do
emerge in
everything
the
times
Persian
5.
and in the Hellenistic period,
So
right?
according to the
Beginning
Fame,
at the very
you
earliest
bring
in the century BCE,
60 in
but
1
certainly
point
by the
times
3rd
5.
century,
This
this
is
is
5
beginning to
times
reach
60. How much is
beginning to
that?
mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well.
1830
They
times
refer
5
to this
how
type of
much?
mysticism as Maaseh Merkava. Maaseh Merkava, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the cherry. Notice that the word Maaseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something.
Well,
right?
it's very
You're
simple.
not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of
3 times 18
spiritual,
is how much?
spiritual journey. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by 2 different names.
6 times 18
Always
is how much?
refers basically to the same kind of mysticism.
Okay.
In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkava literature. The word Merkava is a Hebrew word meaning chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I strip back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to the Persian period coin. Let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wing. Horses or whatever.
Hold on a second.
Horseless
The
chariot.
person will say,
It's a
the person in green,
or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkava mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are taking or attempting to go into the throne of God and live in our vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. Actually, the true throne is also a chariot.
This is the Mount of God. It's one of the
This form of mysticism is Hesed. Hesed in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hesed literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. Right? It's all about which one you want to focus on, the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hesed literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer, the inner sanctum. Where God is. So you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want there.
So now,
they do not
we
want you there. You're not supposed to be there.
It's coming
This
up.
is a sacred, divine realm where human beings or sinful whatever shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals are what's it like by various kinds of names for these angels, and also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal,
1 through 60. 1 is sorry, 60 is sorry.
bypass these various kinds of angels, somewhat secret codes almost.
Green 60, green's the highest number.
So you need to know that information.
And you make a condition, you make a flag, you say, oh no, you can't leave right before the video on the high definition.
No, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected.
It's
I
green.
went in there and I said that passcode, man, was there's a famous line in Hexel Rabbi where one of the rabbis says,
I'm already talking about the high definition screen, so thank you very much to the person who donated yesterday.
Right.
These two screens are up.
Of course, the ascent, right?
And if anybody wants to help me out, that screen is also sticking a strap. I'm going to be using that one. This is
often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the American Bible literature.
Still available for
There's $3,000 where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine. You can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they're transformed into angelic white beings.
60 and say, oh, I'm making condition that if I miss 50, so 50 out of it is
Soiva,
and 10 of it is Nidam. It doesn't work. And we're going to see why it doesn't work. There's 5 reasons why.
The throne.
Maybe that doesn't work.
Again, you can ask yourself, like,
All my references live a little bit
being set on the throne of God. Well, that's what part of the reason. So,
are you allowed to bring into the Azara mundane things?
So shocking.
What?
Further, even more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kind of. God
Flower. And half of it is my body. What's the other half?
God's body can be measured. And typically, this subform of Merkabah literature is called Shibur, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the height.
Why? Because it cannot mix in the same bowl.
Scripture is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you are allowed to
those two things. Hold on.
measure the
You
body
can't
of
mix
God
those two things.
and
You can't mix
meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this mysticism is genuinely weird. We have often our phenomenological reports, which will say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this, how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the techniques that they may have used for to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written.
But if you change the other end, you have the double plate and one queen.
And what we get in these documents is
a
really fascinating glimpse into how they may practice this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, there's still debate about this. For these mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God has me on this card, seems like they are like Peter Pan, right? It's like it's on the right trail until morning, right? That you should go up toward the divine world. The Merkabah mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with the kind of chapter that you don't describe the ascent, because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend.
In order to explain this just one more time, I'm not going to show you the whole thing.
Right, to bless can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die.
She's the one that inspired me to ask people to send in
because the word there is being used in a kind of
their
unusual way.
like
That may be that you descend to the throne as opposed to descending, but we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hexel or Merkabah literature, First Enoch is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel has become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in American literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechalot Septarti, and this is the Lesser Palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the American literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hechalot Ramati, which is the longest text of the Hechalot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was the Chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descendants when they made the descent, so it's largely poetry. We also have the Sefer of the Palaces, which is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the Jewish Metatron of sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most popular ideas in Jewish mysticism, which is to say that as Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is not God, and you have Yahweh Gadol. Now, the idea that there may be two gods is very, very dangerous idea in Judaism. But this idea was in the air during the American mystics. And so even mysticism at some level challenged the straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so separate Judaism, but these two 30 the idea of a completely monotheism is disruptive, right? This was very important from day one. As some of that, they have to turn a lot of conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are we worked really hard to do that. Obviously, it's a very long time. But the amount of pictures, the amount of it is getting better and better. And that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for me.
Rolls around.
And again, also I mentioned
every single
and Shir B'Ma is a separate piece of literature. And which, as I mentioned,
we'll have pictures. We're hiring more people for this. It's going to be unbelievable. I'm excited about this. Anyway, it's available. Please do not call my brother. My brother said a few people called him up to find out how to get a Gemara.
This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century. Sometime in the middle of the 2nd century.
This is available at MDY.com. You just on the first place on top. Order Gemara, order there. It's right available for all the sponsors. Every dot has a sponsor. Every parish has a sponsor. The separate sponsor. It's official.
During the rebellion, Rabbi
All right.
lived around the same
I mean,
time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have. People felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for ascending into the throne of God, or perhaps to connect with God in a way, it's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex. Although it seems to have been practiced all the way through the Middle Ages, and there are Hechalot texts that are actually absorbed into the Kabbalah.
Everybody says Robert or Rabbi, the Kuliyam, all Slavic scholars, so everybody agrees. You know, a lot of people say that. All of them, what the Lord is fighting, they're going to hear you. Another scribble my point, and you mix in that same bowl, the cooler, with the pipe up,
all the way back to the Carter Giza.
in the same bowl. Remember all the time, there's a lot of tongues in the double, so
which again, typically, right,
that sounds a little bit sour, I can mix the pipe and then the double, keep them in one bowl.
50 manuscripts is not enough, right? Now, they're not all
So the maximum, all you have to bring is 60. Within the 60, I'm going to have
manuscripts that have survived. Some of which survived
all the way. I don't know how many. I think it's not. Whatever it is, I think you know how many? It's 18. 18. The rest is going to be under Dava. The rest is about to learn Dava. Since it's possible to mix the Dava, so they have to bring one of every kind, up to 60 60, 50, not 60, 30. Also, that I live up in the rock. All down to the world, purpose in the double. But you think about it, you need to have two feet. So the more of the puppets, all the chart, the voice that is I'll shoot myself. See it.
What we think happened is that there
So,
are smaller
we looked at one bike and I didn't make it live me there. Crazy. And back in the day,
they're recording
all
those
the ARs and
experiences.
everything.
Those experiences are microfilm. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there's
But for this studio, I thought maybe this will help a little bit.
So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, or I might go to the third
Whoa.
the second
broke on the road.
fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening
So
is
I don't know. Do you have a bowl over there? Some sort of bowl?
stitched together in what we call microfilm.
It's not good.
In which the narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms, these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized, and we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels, and we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them. They're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army.
What?
A lot of them made about that.
That's coming up with something. That's what it's very good.
Imagine a kind of power existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also
What was it? You're not eating here?
because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. So what we get on these microforms, which are probably the result of mystical experiences, those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way in the text that we have now, or those final literary forms in the form of the So it's fairly confident. The leading scholars who feel this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various mysticism that are produced in the literary way over the course of several centuries. We have in this literature or accounts of heavenly journeys or accounts of journeys to the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what this text means, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, or you would descend into a palace. This might get all over you tomorrow. You would address that angel by their name. And the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels. You have to know various kinds of secret codes or sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature develops of just codes
60
of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them. Because you might not be enough to know their name, bring them things or them seals, which are the sort of various quasi-magical devices. Next week we'll get into Jewish magic and we'll see these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And what you do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this will always result in a mystical vision. And downstream of that mystical vision, there would be a hologram.
Maybe I did found the Jewish system. Maybe I found.
So most of this literature is
so I have to take another pizza for another one for the rest of it, which is myth number 2 in his
describing what they saw, what they
which is in the government.
So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into Orthodox liturgy.
So over, I gotta make sure I'm gonna come up on this side, I'm gonna pinky like this.
In the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkabah hymns in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening on the right, or literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are
so now I have a double pizza over here and a double pizza over here. Next, says tomorrow, well, to come to the fight, I'm a double, When I took my kmitza out, the very first time, I went like this, I put it in here. In this bowl, I have a little bit of my nizdava. Because this whole thing is a little bit nizdava, a little bit chayva. In my kmitza, there's a little part of it that is nizdava problem. Why? Because my kmitza needs to be 100% perfect.
So pardes, this is
I
actually
can't have too much and I can't have too little.
Pardes means orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tail.
Part of it is not even a kmitza, it's not even a chayva.
And it's actually found several other places earlier than that look in Talmud. But typically the most famous version is found in
there's a lot of these guys that donated the 60, whatever he donated, he doesn't say what is what. He says, you know what? Let the kohen decide. When the kohen takes out, whatever he takes out, the first, whatever he takes out first, that's the goal for it.
Pardes is a kind of orchard.
Because you don't know what's part of the flowers. So we decided later, okay, so the kohen decides that the first things that he thought was chayva. So then he really wrapped out.
Is a kiva, Rabbi Kiva, who's very typical hero in this
So and the second one you're going to do, back to it, ask the Gemara, big crowd. How do you make?
You're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water.
How do you put it on in this day? Listen to the direct.
Because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something.
Let's say I take
that weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous from the inner.
This bowl, and I put this on in this bag.
Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, hey, that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble.
The flavor is from how can I go ahead and put this one
in the story? Is it before we go into the pardes and
I cannot put the second bowl on his back. The flavor bowl. Why?
One of the guys, right?
Give him a cool flavor. Perhaps 460 in this guy. What I promised to do.
Went outside. Went outside.
And then what?
We have other accounts in the
So
Talmud
now it comes out that this
doesn't behave normally after this.
60 is missing how much?
Teachers comes near
This
him,
much.
and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you.
One kmitza that I put in here as an adult is missing up to 60.
He's
You
outside.
cannot
Right?
bring,
The idea
you
is
cannot
he never came
bring
back.
this guy,
He's had some kind of
onto his
internal
back
mental
if
trauma
some of
and
this is
never
missing.
returned from
If
this
an animal
experience.
comes and eats a little bit out of here,
Worse in some ways.
the shirayim is missing, this is shirayim left over. An animal comes in this, I cannot put this on his back. I mean, it's not an animal. You took this plastic bowl and put
was a very, very advanced.
listen here, you're like an animal. You took some of the shirayim and put it over here. You have no right to do that. I don't know what to do. Now I can't put this on his back.
He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now,
Elamai,
from Isaiah,
you
we
put the
know
foot
that
on.
there is
Put this on
there
first.
is no
It's also
forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, there is no sitting in for God.
Dilma, full of the shirayim. One of my friends was being used to last Torah.
Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are
So what do you do?
powers.
All right, look at
There are two
Elisha.
gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are
So
these two beings in heaven. Well,
this
when
guy,
he
all right,
declares this
put
two
this
beings
guy
in heaven business, this is,
So
for
you
the
know,
rabbis at least, the most
no,
catastrophic
there don't be a problem. How do you put this on his back? I need to put this on his back because perhaps there's nitzava in this box, all the big box, and the nitzava needs a kmitza, and the kmitza I have to put on his back, but I can't put this on his back. Why? No, not the photo. Again, we're going with the assumption that perhaps worst case scenario, all of this 60 in this silver thing is all part of my. And therefore, what the caution and Elisha, and I already put this on his back, I put this ball in his back. Now it's also, this is the right to put anything else up in his back. But they want to be a big salad. I put this meat on his back, and then 10 minutes later, I go into my bowl, I take another meat to put on that. So over this is there.
The angel that is actually sitting on the throne of God the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as
you're
punishment
giving us
for
some
sitting
more?
over the
No,
boat.
this
He's
isn't possible.
whipped, right? He's actually getting lashes. And the phrase
בכל
for the
שהוא ממנו
lashes
לאיש
is
המעריך
saying
ובעל
he's
תפקיד.
given
Once it was a fire, once the creature went onto the fire, anything in addition to that is isn't about the theory.
of Jewish death magic later on.
What's in this plastic bowl, in the double part, is not in the double. Perhaps
and we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic.
just part of the department, the third part. And now I'm sacrificing, I'm being makriv a second time when I'm not allowed to. You don't have to be makriv once, not twice.
They will kill him, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa denora,
That's it.
pulsa denora.
Okay.
And one of the first times we have
So
this
says
idea
Gemara,
of someone being beaten
Omar
with
Yehuda,
fire
Rabbi,
lashes. This angel, Metatron, being whipped with fiery lashes.
the master really makes it. You know what you do?
So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels. You got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven.
You say,
We've already seen that idea in Third Enoch, where the idea
God,
that Metatron is
Enoch is transformed this should be my
that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katah.
Wow. I'm doing this different. I'm allowed to turn this into firewood. I need to put.
And again, the Talmud maybe
It's fire. It's fuel. This is fuel. Yes. I'll give you an example. We did this back in the day. The first night you'll fight. First night you'll fight. Then the second, and then the double. Second, either to the double or to war. But it has to, you have to go for the Muslim now. Here, we had this back in the day, just for my dialogue.
St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way, in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured and taken up to the third heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of
אני לא נפרע, אסור לך. אין מה לעשות. התערבבתי, היה פה ערבוב. חלקים של עולה וחלקים של חטאת. חייבים לעלות הכל למעלה. אבל מה זה משנה? אנחנו קורבן חטאת. אתה צריך לשרוף אותנו. מעניין.
may have been part of some kind of experience, right? And he's seeing something. And so he said Paul is seeing various kinds of things. He's going into these various heavens. He may himself have a practitioner of this.
Put it in your mind. To work, then you're not to put it on this back. Otherwise,
it's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps when he was seeing the resurrected Jesus.
So just like you had it in that soap, you had it in this soap, you did that one, you pick
we have gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, we have the Father.
This flower right over here, this is a double flower, and you sit.
But this idea of two powers in heaven,
either it's in the double, it's a condition. Either it's in the double, but if it's not, what does it be worth?
we see the notion that Christ can be God and the Father can be God. This idea is
This idea was over there before we had the mala. The mala is a you want to put it up on the bill. You can't put it as a carpet. You put it as wood.
It's in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? So it's in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mean, right, earlier on, shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business
that one. Okay, I'm going to show
where in one and some accounts where you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic, you utter an ecstatic, you have this vision and you utter an ecstatic, and sometimes you sit on the divine throne and you're transformed into an angel.
Let the person forget. Go ahead.
A suitcase
Does a person forget what mincha
that when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. But sometimes that also happens in American literature. Your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body. That's exactly what happens with Enoch. And then another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you get the ability to measure the divine body. You get the ability to measure the divine body
a Persian unit called parasonic. Now, they picked the parasonic because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right? You measure it as a cubit. It's typically standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. While the parasonic was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say about 3.5 miles, right? So about 3.5 miles. What they did in the literature or measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shur Ramah. We have the God, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we have it spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, we ask, why did you translate it out? The simple answer is, we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. There's some kind of artificial, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happening. We're going to go Jewish magic. There are going to be all these strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they're said to have magical power. These sapphire-nominated
It's not worth it.
words, they're said to have magical power, and already in the Shema literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of characters. No one knows what these characters mean. Sometimes you can find out what they might mean, but it's meaningless. So we have God's left and right eye.
Maybe the Maccabees is different.
We have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right?
If you're allowed to be married, everybody holds you're allowed.
So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from.
Read 60 and say,
so we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, we have the name for it. And so we also have the measurements, right?
Welcome
So
to
the
the
white of God's
This
eye
cool
measures 22, 10,002 parsecs. That's a huge number. Right? You do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is.
How do I put it on the top? If I put it on this guy, it's a problem.
And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles.
On the side that it's none of it, I'm being marked something from the original concept twice after the
right
original.
shoulder and God's left shoulder is
It's already almost back once. He can't do a second acrobatic.
So, yeah, it's an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name,
So
it also has another name,
they argue
right?
whether you do the spread of switching this into order now. You're about to do it.
God's beard, I think it's 10,000 something parsecs.
On my leg, so that you will be with the liar of I believe that was the last leg. 20,000.
This is God's fingers, which are usually long, are actually given as
The
well.
latter mix of cutting it up into one ball. And really,
Which is great.
he doesn't hold it. The other, you can't
One
make
of the
it
things that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program
There might be shit
and actually
on it.
mapped
That's
out
not the
what
problem.
it looks like.
It's real loud. You're permitted.
Is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really
Permitted.
long, and God's
Two,
trunk is
look
small,
what I can do.
God's legs are really long.
This ball, I
So you
put
get this really
20 son in this bowl. This ball,
creature.
I have 60. And then I touch them on the top. Like this. The flower is
the
fun.
image that the guy came up with. And then what he did was he compiled every single
What did I
one. They
do?
tried to make it so that
I'm going to take the pizza from over here. One pizza. I'm going to take one pizza from here. I save all this. All the problems. I took 2 pizzas from here, and the second pizza I'm going to put on this bag. I didn't take a second one from here. The second one was from a separate bowl.
And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages of this stuff, right? All kinds of
Just what?
dimensions of
This second bowl is going to take care of
when this literature was published,
all the dollars in this bowl.
I
How?
don't know exactly when it was published, but it begins to emerge, and we find it in the Middle Ages.
You let it do your goal. You let it mix. Some touch here, touch it. This is the pizza for all the dog in here. This is the pizza for all the pipe in
complex. If you've never had
But I'm allowed to bring this on the Mizbeach because this is not
pleasure
connected
or the punishment of having
to
to
this
read
at all.
the
It's not the second piece of Ramesh.
just
It's
as
its
they
own
protect you, they help you.
original
What do you think is true about it is that
Yeah.
one of the main theses of the
No, no.
complex is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast
No,
majority of that
the God will allow
is
for the
spend
touch.
time
They're not. It's in the second. It didn't go full. It didn't change full. Then it's not 61 in here. It's 1 in here, 60 in here. They just touch. It's the touch and help that it conquer the creates of a mirror.
God as having a body, it shows that it's not to be
I
taken
hear you.
literally, it's to be
What?
taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely Menachem Kellner, I've written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that
No,
at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written
Whatever.
was
Zog Gemara, all good passions. None of these passions.
American about mysticism and Shiur from
They had
mysticism.
answers for you.
Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism.
Of course,
Because
it's very
if people
real.
are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you
Oh, well,
seriously, at least in
Say
some
something
level.
that people that people do like
And it's serious that
less
Maimonides,
like
at least in part, is why he
Imagine the context.
as an argument against this form of mysticism.
I want that.
Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's
So,
worth pointing out here
why did
is
Rabbi
that
not
this
say
form of
this?
mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one
It's really
tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism. And this
I'll
is
just
called
pause
the
for a second.
Sartor
So I think there's a guess. I saw
This
some
is a
guess.
distinct form
Okay.
of
There's a gap over this.
mysticism.
It's all right. What's your name?
American mysticism at all.
From?
It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkabah text. So there'll be a Merkabah text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkabah text. And this literature we typically refer to as the Sartor
Okay.
mysticism.
You want to talk to Poland?
Sartor mysticism is unlike the Merkabah mysticism where you descend into the divine realm to learn secrets.
We pull out the
In the Sartor mysticism, you actually
What the cool out is going to do it there. God was put there for lesbian. Another mile. Again, let's go back.
Torah means the prince of the Torah. And this special
My
angel
point
comes
is,
to you.
this is Rabbi
So
said.
notice here again,
If a person got confused and he made
going to somewhere,
Neder is going to bring him in and he has no clue
and what ends up happening
what he
is that
said,
the
how many
Sartor
Israelim should be
comes
one
to
Israel
you,
could be
and the Sartor teaches
the
you,
60 Israelim.
rapidly teaches you
So,
all
Rabbi
kinds
says,
of rabbinic
a wild idea is to bring 60 Kalim and each one has a different amount. 1, 2, 3.
secrets. So the mechanism
Oh, 1,800 was good. Why is 60 not enough? Just bring 60 and say, if I said 60, great. If I said less than 60, so whatever I said is the place, and all the rest of that queen should be in the dark. So another shot. Because the place is in the Eliezer.
You summoning
It's not. I feel a bit like Shishim is sorry, that's what Shishim look. You have a what?
Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something.
It's funny. That's my point is how much oil is necessary for 60 the sorry, either 60 million or 1 look. And the middle of that answers the question. Just the answer. Because if in this hole right over here, there's a mincha chayva and a mincha netava. So according to one man number, you need 2 looks, 2 separate numbers. According to one man number, you need 1. We don't know. It's either 1 mincha or 2 numbers. When they love, that's the shayla. How much oil? You bring 1 look or 2 looks. And since I don't know, then bring the mincha. You have to do it all. They go all the way to 1830. If it's a large mincha of 60, all you need is 1 look. So you either need 1 look or 2 looks. Shinem out of the mincha look. Shaman. We're going inside the Kiraban Amishishin look. Because Hazakadi sort of push up. Avoid you're born in the 60 balls, you need 60 look. Oh boy. You're already some good people in the Yaga right now. And Rebbe holds no.
Jewish
only need
mysticism
one
for
loaf for
the
60.
majority of
But
Jewish
since
history.
this is possible, that's
The majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism.
you need two
The
loaves.
Kabbalah is
But what if it's only one mincha?
only
You need one loaf. So now I'm confused. I don't know if I should bring one or two. Well, it's dinner. Now the mincha is deciding on the look. I don't know if it's one mincha or all of these.
This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably
He's shaving off his,
second
being
century
shaved
or
or
earlier,
it's
and it was still being practiced already in the Middle Ages. Right, all the way up to the Rothschild Kabbalah.
this one I relate to the most. This is like mamish.
So if you only want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest,
What's my focus? Rabbi Shomer, because of the heavy relativity.
was practiced
Super easy. Everybody's not going to understand. No one in here is going to understand Rabbi.
then Kabbalah.
The Shiloh, if a person says, I want to bring one Isarin of a mincha, can I bring 60?
Because it only
Why not? I want to be large. I said I'm going to bring one bag of flour. I'm going to bring 60. Well, I do that. That's not your nether. And then there's one stick to your nether. Memela, I can't bring a 60 bowl. So for every minute that is possible, I can make every single possibility. 60 possibilities. That's it. Because maybe go to the
definitive study of
he didn't make any soccer about it. Because they argue about the same exact thing by an animal. Come on. Rabbi Koto, maybe go to the Yotza, Rabbi Soto, the Yotza.
And it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library
I
card.
just think it's
check it out.
it might be a good idea. A good
university library. Read some of this.
For us.
There
The
are
person
some
except
translations
himself.
of Hechel Rabati online.
You know what? Now, starting with Hulu, I'm going to learn an extra 10 minutes with Luke Hazard.
I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this,
She does it 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. All of a sudden,
here for various studies.
you know what? 10 minutes is nothing.
Literature itself.
Oh yeah, half hour. What happens? The voice guy, he falls and doesn't do anything.
And so I can include a link to
I
can jump out.
If you have a negative thought, you stick to your net.
A couple links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Koma, the measurement of the mysticism, or the Hechel Rabati, the largest text.
Don't go to the nether god.
So
Stick to it.
now this thing where we have a bridge.
No, it's really part of you. Part of you have another 10
We're
minutes.
going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism
I think it's human nature, no? Every bird.
Jewish magic.
You know that is nothing. 10 push-ups a day, I can do 1,000. You jump too fast, man.
In fact, I want to talk about Kabbalah Ma'aseh.
Something in mind,
It's just
that's
practical Kabbalah.
go to the but sorry.
Is in fact just the code word.
So well, I'm saying the amount is just
And it's to
exactly
that topic that we will turn to on
what's the
Wednesday.
same tool. It's on the comma and ready. It's not.
We'll turn to that on Wednesday.
If you go, he donated. He said he's going to bring a small book, small one, 1,000 pounder. The AD Goggle brought 2,000 pounder. Lots of. Really, believe it? You can't bring larger than you were noted. So what's the difference between a mincha and a book? Tzirka. Give him a
Magic, hermetic philosophy. Consider supporting my work.
but we should leave the climate to. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's one pizza for 60 sorry mincha. There's one pizza for one is if you meet someone goes on his bed, he's like
Where we explore the arcane and history.
that's to go inside. I will also buy animals on the fishy murim. The murim that we bring onto him is bad. We're supposed to bring the inner. The ploys, the skirt thing, all these things, as large as the animal is. That's how, comparatively speaking, they were going to be larger. 2,000-pound animals, they were going to be double. That's why you change your nether. You said you're going to bring 100 pounds of the murim onto this bed. Bro, 200 pounds. Maybe Chacham agrees that case that you can't do that. Here's my Rabbi. Maybe Rabbi only said it by an animal because you're literally bringing more than was there. Alcohol. But when it comes to a mincha, maybe He admits Rabbi. Should we do the Mishnah? We can do the Mishnah. This is the only time in Shas Rabbi say that there's a simon before a Mishnah. I looked it up this morning. In the Mishnah, obviously there's no simon. The simon is an Amoraim kind of thing. Maybe Rabbi said, right, I don't know. Simon, Eitzim Zav, Yain, Oilet, Paida, Shari, these are all part of a lot of things. But the next Mishnah is, this Mishnah says, I really like Eitzim. If a person says, I want to bring wood in his bath, he has to bring at least 2 pieces that have to do with his bath. 2 pieces. The size of the mizbeach, the size that you bring in the morning. Leave it in the shneizim. And if he says, I'm going to bring frankincense, have to have. Oh, I never did kmitza on Levina. Kmitza for them in the second. Doesn't matter without them. You make a block on this stuff? Yeah. Oh, wait. I love this Levina. Hold on, bring it back. Zogtig. Come on, says the Mishnah. Levina leaves the credits. If a person donates to Levina, it means 1 kmitza like this. Says the Mishnah, Chamisha Kmotzimei. There are in fact 5 kmitzas when it comes to Levina. Oh, there, Alai Levina. Person says, I'm accepting upon myself Levina. He shouldn't give less than 1 kmitza. I mean, not the mincha, and any mincha, the 5 minchas that we saw, the soilus, machesh is machas, chalas are repeated, yavi, koinetz levina, should have 1 kmitza of levina. Hamal is a b'chutz. If you take this kmitza of levina and you makriv it in your house, chayet. Same thing would be if you take this kmitza and put it on this map because they're not the right people. Shnei bezichin. What's the 2 bezichin Rabbi say? Take a look at this for my doilam. I was thinking to myself that before we learned Menachos, we weren't all very familiar with the shulchan and the bezichin. If you said bezichin to somebody, you ask the yeshiva guy, what's bezichin? Bezichin. It's the 2 spoons, and in each spoon is 1 kmitza worth of levina. A person says, I'm going to donate gold. It should be less than the minimum small coin of zav. Kesef, he says silver. It should be 1 dinar of kesef. The Choishes do not bring the smallest coin of copper. That's not proper. Leave us in the mark after. The person says, I don't know what I specified. Yeah, maybe this is beautiful. Yeah, maybe that's your keep on giving. And when it comes to 100,000, 2,000, 5,000, no, that can't be that much. There's a guy, real quickly, in yeshiva, he's selling cake. And he sold cakes, but when he came, he said, you know what, you can take it on, every time you came to give the cake out, you can take it and pay me later. So Bakram eventually, like when they wanted to do tshuva, like before they got married, after they got married, they got a little chassan money. Come to us, listen, I don't know how many cakes I ate, I don't know, take 1,000 shekels. So he'd say, no. I'm not Michael. You want me to do Michael? I'm not Michael. What do you mean I'm Michael? So you got to write it down. So it's your problem. So how should I pay? Pay until you feel like you pay me, like that's enough. Don't give me this 1,000 shekel shtick and try to Try to get all those cakes for free. You take cake, write it down. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
This course is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Hayoim, Arbov, Esrim Yoim, change the voice, which the show you Rabbi. See you in Amanot 10 in Bnei Brak, tons of parking. Kumsitz, something special. We have something special worked up. Mamish, you probably come and join. Close to 1,000 people we're thinking. More very strong English speakers, Hebrew speakers. The word is here because the night here will be in Hebrew, and we're actually going to do the same. Rarely have that. That is a full shear and the scene at the end of this year. Like, it's going to be the science episode right there at the scene. In Baltimore, there's a museum. In Manchester, there's a museum. Rabbi side, I want to say a grocery script to Mayor Flanka. Here's a situation, a case. I go back. 2 years ago, Noam and I had a argument about the direction of NY. I told him that we're going to stick to the dot. He's like, yeah. He's like, come on, you do this. You so much on the dot. We don't even know where. And we still don't know where. So many different projects. For instance, the Gemara project. So there's a beautiful project that Mayor Project is working on. Came out for a very long time, and he painted a lot of synthetic ends. But here's almost a final product that we want to, it's not to get for us, and when you see it, you understand the potential in Yiddish, the potential in all sorts of languages. Let me tell you how it works.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Well,
here at Kill Tony, we're a big one, the #1 live comedy podcast live.
That's well,
a live audience.
And speaks in perfect Spanish.
And we are doing this show.
After you watch it once, the second time, it's word for word. What you hear the avara of the words are yeshiva. And then it plays out a pretty decent product, and
so that's it.
Let's see on the, this is a little favorite. Let's get a better quality, but here goes.
Should we bring up our guests? You guys ready for guests? Yes, you guys like guests? Ready for the show? We're easing into the show. We have to promote ourselves first because You guys are friends with people that end up being worth a shit in the life. A lot of art tattoos in the audience tonight. A lot of afterwards. Comedians are you guys? Very mellow. It's very mellow over there. It's an impressive Monday. A lot of comedians stoked to quit starting New Year's resolution. So the comedians are sad.
It goes on 8 minutes. This is for example.
G, about this year drawing tonight's episode. You guys hear the brand new Kill Tony poster, guys. Look at that. With the entire band on it.
The shot is good. Everything's good. But how much about from it? This is a computer or put it in a computer. No. Oh, he takes all the words, every word he says over everything I say. He says it in Spanish, and then they translate his voice into AI. The only thing that AI does is changes the voice. It doesn't do the words. The words are whatever he says. They say 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. It just changes into Stefanski's voice. And he's been working at it like sugar for months, and this didn't go well. This technology, they finally came up with this, and this has a ton of potential for Yiddish, for all sorts of things. So it's another problem. Strut Mayor Blancos. Go out. Send regards, Doc. All right. So these things are starting to come in. Okay. I'm a 14-year-old boy who started to feel like he's going to phase after retiring into my friend Shimon was this kid wrote yesterday, so I was reading a series of like a picture of and yesterday one of the kids, he read that mom has changed my life. This guy next to me, Rabbi, his grandson, started laughing to see. He almost fell off his chair. He's 50 years old. Mamish, he changed his life. And then we had here, Yamin, what's his name? The one that had a baby before. He says, you should know that my baby, you can listen to Shia for over 4 months. I think, my wife, her listens loud. She says, right now, she's listening to Shia with the baby. So the guy screams out, and Mama's changed his life already. Dear Belly, I'm 4 years old. He told me to join for the sake of the other animals, the box series. I'm proud to be making my 4th C with you. And hope to make many more. People should realize what a small suggestion could do. Has changed my life for the better. Here's another 14-year-old. Change my life. Why not? Even a 14-year-old can change his life. And sheer single thing to changing my life. Let's see. Maybe it's the same guy writing the same email. I really want to thank you for changing my life. I'm only 13 years old. This is the one. I saw real change in the last 100 days. Baruch Hashem, since when I've never missed a day. And some days were really hard. Baruch Hashem. I brought somebody with that since hers, but now for Kula, I'm working hard. So my friend that I thought, brother that he brought already 2 people for Kula. So this kid is 13 years old, he already has 2 and it was. And Baruch Hashem yesterday, I sent an amazing powerful text message on my 100 days from my flip phone. You know these status. To many people, and I'm inspiring them and working to bring them for Kula. You can send something out on the flip phone also. I didn't know that. But some of them even have a camera. I heard. I don't know if it's true. But the feedback is really incredible. We're trying to bring as much people as possible. But the impact of my, as a 30-year-old, doing the dot everywhere has been crazy. And I'm really not consistent, so this is huge for me. It's been helping in many areas of my life. Recently, I went to the house of one of my friends to sleep there to be able to finish the dot. I brought a laptop, listening to my AirPods, and he asked if he could please join. I couldn't install the time to see someone really trying not joining. Another example. Here's another example. Finally, he's going to be more. I already have a novel telling me again. My son went to die and he loved it. Tell me something tried and brought the son another guy who would have cost many more than the country this thing. Although I gave a lot of knowledge to my parents and my grandparents, old and young, I really was trying to get him last year. The trip to Israel was canceled. So the comment, Nelson Speed, Sandwich. Where that person Speed?
That's so crazy. You tripped on that crazy road. Did you see that? I really got stuck there.
You guys remember the disaster?
It was a real, like, incident for everybody. It just goes to show it's a real.
7.5 years ago. And he's wearing, and last night he came, he's showing price, he's giving out coffee, and here he is wearing that thing with hour-based measures like this. Okay. Let's jump into it. Spirits Oimer, look for us at the business sheet, NY Coffee Corner, Voidat Kilo Committee, down the thing, me at the Oimer. I heard that the head of the corporate committee, the Covenant Field Committee, is in America. Learning is very, very shocked and the amount of coffees in those hours.
You guys ready to have some fun tonight? This is a show where even the host can fall out immediately. Coming out, this is Brian Redband. Hey guys. On the sound effects. Ryan J. Bell's drawing tonight's episode. He also drew the brand new Kill Tony poster. Look at that. Available on sale right now. Brian J. Bell's on it.
The last time we did a family scene, kind of thing, all kids.
Excited about tonight.
Both you ready with your families?
Every single episode, including the one that you're at right now. Tonight's episode. As it goes. All available right now. The show that you're at is going to Austin, Texas next Sunday. Also, the 22nd.
Style, dedicated by children and grandchildren in the summer from having a Leo.
It's a good film, trust me.
Dedicated member of a very small chorus for the council. We got students from project does. We got college foundation of different a very sort of college the next
life is good.
And I'm excited about much of the result. And I'm going to do for things that we film to live us as so much of the lives of us like society of society.
Excited about tonight. Let's go gifts first. Airhead's gonna be fired now, ladies and gentlemen. Comedy Central, HBO, one of my funniest friends. One of the greatest rising comedians in the world. Worked with him for 10 years now. Holy shit. Here's Byron Powers. I get excited, Byron. You've done the show a bunch of times. Always happy.
Anyway, we're showing on the minister of Rothschild. We're showing on what an Esther was a yellow, the Neil said that a yellow Esther.
It's amazing. I never would have known. And you know, on most shows, there's like on talk shows, there's different size chairs. So if you ever get on my phone and there's something like that, little baby torso hours.
So,
you know We have a band on this show. Who loves bands and crazy shit? I know I do. We have one of the greatest bands in the world. You know them. You love them. It's Reagan, Rodman, it's Joel Jimenez, the Cool Tony Band, Reagan and Watkins featuring Joel Jimenez. Or as many people call him, Joelberg. Oh shit, it's Joelberg! Joelberg! Holy shit! This is a very special WrestleMania edition. We have out of shape Hulk Hogan, Joelberg, and the macho homeless man, Randy Savage. This is incredible. They always come out in different thing based on news that week. I'm guessing this is an homage to WrestleMania. Wow, he actually threw an actual Slim Jim. Hulk Hogan is in the house.
How's everybody doing? Have you guys shopped at Rent a Center lately? The deals are unbelievable.
I've set aside.
I think it's going to be a great show tonight. I'm not so sure about our broadcast over here, but it's going to be great.
Oh, that's right. Hulk Hogan's racist. I almost forgot. I see what you did there. Byron, what are your thoughts on Hulk Hogan, man?
So perhaps he said 60 something. You know? No, it said 59. How can
Be racist, am I right, Hulk?
360.
Yeah.
59 is the fight. One is the
with the brother, but then at the end of the day, we go home.
no. 59 is for his obligation. Let's say it's 30.
He rips his shirt off in the mirror.
What is his obligation? The other 30 is not his obligation.
But that's why he wears matches.
That's right.
And they're all in one fleet. What do? You do this classic, which is a tonight. Say, whatever, if it was 30, so the 30 is my fight, the rest I'm giving a double. Whatever my fight is, that's what I'm giving. And whatever's in the fleet, the left over, that will be, you have to make a condition. You have to specify. No.
The holiday.
I realize I don't see a second pizza. I regular alignment. What if a person doesn't say what time is it? So there are 5 glasses. And you drink one of these 5 Yogi Jesus shoes. You bring anything what you want.
That thing isn't the only thing he drops. Goldberg appears to be here for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen.
So the default is
Everybody knows that's the drummer Joel Jimenez on a hot streak. Always,
that's the most special.
Every time he steps into the mic, for some reason, it seems like he hits an absolute grand slam. So keep an eye on that as the show progresses. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Let's start the show. Our second guest is going to come in and join us whenever that happens. And
It's got much quieter than the last time I was here. What's up?
Yeah, you guys ready to have a great fucking time or what? This is the actual start of the actual show now. There's a lot of moving parts. They slide into position. I know some people, when they get here, think that they're here for the first time, that playing the guitar when you first get in is the start of the podcast, but it's not. This is it. Now everything is in position. Kill Tony is ready to begin. I have a bucket full of a bunch of names with human names that signed up. Maybe it's with new comedians of the world. Maybe it's just crazy someone that signs up on random lists on Sunset Boulevard for anything.
So
never know what it's going to be, but you do know this: that 60 seconds is your time. You know that's something you can sound of the king. He's wrapping up that arrow. Sure going to bring out the angry ones. Hollywood there. There you go. Very good. Okay. Oh, Macho Man. My old favorites.
Boy says, I realize.
Can't tell exactly what's up about the Macho Man, but there is something that's very like
a type of, which is one, singular, min, it's a singular, how plus singular.
Just have a
It's really two cases.
Man's here, and I got one thing to do. Get up to the next level. Yeah.
Kyrie alive, Minnesota.
It's an alright macho man. Fuck yeah. I like it.
Look like Captain K. And
Minnesota.
some of y'all might be too young for that, but that's what it looked like.
Hulk Hogan has something on his mind.
Come over here and have your hand in that phone.
I don't like it also. Oh, Minnesota.
I was thinking the same thing.
Me too. Me too. I know.
You know, Amsterdam, out here, it's just like, I'm like, this is such an old school thing. All of this technology, you know?
It's true.
People died like this. Like, which one of you motherfuckers?
I really wanted a rollerball system for a while, like a little, like one of the, or even one of those like ball things, but we don't have the technology.
I realize.
Rear hands together for the first name that I pulled out of the book. This looks like a new name. How about? Wow, you are disruption. That's terrible. Put your hands together for Portia Bartholomew.
So how many?
Hey guys. Hey. Oh man. All right. Well, I don't mean to start myself off by bragging, but I gave the guy his first race the other day. The only issue was he didn't like my other personality.
Yeah, but maybe we can explain away.
My other personality was Colorado Carl. Didn't know like it. Wasn't about it. I got knocked unconscious for the first time the other day. And when I came to, the thought was like, oh my gosh, how many fingers? And I was like, that's a really inappropriate question. But like 2.5, 3, a whole fist. I experimented a lot.
I said I'm going to bring one of these 5.
Experimented a lot. I just recently moved here. It's beautiful. I was like walking on the beach the other day, and I saw a mermaid. Or at least I thought I saw a mermaid. Turns out it was just a dead girl. Your dead girls are so pretty here.
Portia Bartholomew, everybody. Awesome. Welcome to the show. Interesting name, Portia Bartholomew. Is that real or is that a stage name?
That is real. I would not choose that as a stage name. Do you know how difficult that is for people to say?
Really long answer to is it a stage?
Yeah.
And the maximum is 60. I'll bring 60.
She reminds me of
The other
Oh, wow.
Hands off, macho man.
shall us right noise met effort to ask.
So how long have you been out here, Portia?
Like 5 months.
This guy messed up royally. Mom is messed up.
From Texas, Dallas.
Instead of bringing
What do you do for a living?
that's the bring a queen that has one star in the United States.
No.
Let's bring another queen that has 2.
I'm a
Let's bring
nanny.
another queen
If
that
that
has 2.
really helps.
And another queen that has 4, 5, 6, 10,
Why you standing like
31.
a chili?
Another queen that has 52.
Is it?
Another queen that has 9, and finally a queen that has 6.
I'm a nanny in Beverly Hills.
I know.
I wasn't saying that cheerful. That sounds something smooth.
What kind of kids are you nanny?
2 5-year-olds.
Very, very simple.
Yep.
Simple Bexes.
They're twin boys.
That's the call.
Macho Man knows. What are some of the things that the twins do? Are they difficult?
Oh yeah, they're little monsters.
Give us an example.
I don't know if it's a boy thing, but they can't use the restroom without like peeing everywhere.
The teacher said, how much is 1 plus 2
Wait, what kind of brothers did you meet there?
He said that. Then wait, $1, you add a 1. You always add the 1. But you take that number and go
Yeah, or they can't be told no.
That's a monster.
Yeah, people that don't know deserve no.
5,000.
My nephew stabbed somebody with scissors. You got a problem with kids.
Take the number. Let's
Well, that's actually the parents actually where you need to teach them this. So
One plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 plus 22 plus 23 plus 24 plus 25. Take it is.
That's just boys to keep sitting down.
Yep. Times the total number. This times 100. It's 5,000. Not just 5,000.
So was this threesome that you had with two twins?
So 50 times 101 equals 5,050. That's the answer to the question. 5,050. Now let's take it by us. Very, very simple. We have 60. Rabbi said 60. Our number is 60. So you take 60 divided in half.
You
How much is 3 times 6 with the part of the table? 18. So it's 3 times 6 is how much?
My mom is a dental hygienist,
1800.
and my dad is in gas.
So it's 30 plus 1 is another 30. So it's 1830. That's the number. That's the number.
Oh, because I don't have a relationship with him.
Love my mom.
Because I'm relevant.
Can't be easy.
Yeah, I got to like feel my brokenness with like happiness.
That's what it works. I do what it works.
Yep.
You're 30. Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Where do you think your relationship with your dad went wrong?
Yeah, 30 years or 61.
Who knows?
It's 60 plus 1. You know, 58 plus 3, well, that's why it works.
Have you ever been a professional wrestling fan?
Oh, yeah, actually,
Take the
yes.
number, divide it in half. So 60 divided by 30. 30 times 60.
You can imagine what it feels like to go to UCB class that it was like that, right? Oh, yeah. I love professional wrestling.
Well, no, I don't actually like to watch the wrestling part, but like if you watch like the 80s promos, like those where they're like clearly on coke, those are fun.
Yeah.
That a guy messed up so much, instead of bringing what he started, to bring 3.5
Portia, you have any like fun hobbies or anything like that? Like what do you do for fun?
to bring a truckload of
Yeah, other than stand-up comedy. Like what do you do?
Frederick Gauss. Right, that's his name, Frederick Gauss.
Psychic shit.
Like walking across the street.
Yeah, something like that. Are you into walking
Oh,
across the
God,
street?
yeah. That's like my hobby.
Say yeah to everything? Someone tell you to always you're in Hollywood now, just always say yes, no matter what the question is.
No, this is clearly sarcasm.
What are some of your hobbies or
Editors think
she's a major muscle brother.
So I did that, but it's sort of.
I agree. Come on, give us something, Portia, something about you.
Okay, I'm a theater major. I did that for my whole life, basically.
It's like, what do you do to entertain yourself, like for fun? But let's say, like, what do you watch movies or TV or something or anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, I watch garbage TV. That's fun.
What's garbage TV?
Just like reality TV shows that I know are terrible. Yeah.
Ryan, you are so. I see what you did there. Trying to figure something out.
Something very close. Seriously, I don't know. My memory is like whatever. So,
what's your favorite thing that you've done in Los Angeles since?
On the first line of the mission, first it says, I read a life. Sunrise, a favorite things are known, but it means one. Chico. Says the money right. I swear there's nothing science.
Okay, yeah. Okay, my favorite thing is the other nanny that I met. She's a
social person.
She
hard to understand the sex that's better.
I mean, I love her, but she's weird and she's one of my favorite things. Her opening
not more than food. At the minimum of 4 is
What's so weird about this other nanny?
She believes she can talk to dead people. That was like her opening line.
So you're like, okay, go ahead, talk to people.
Well, I didn't. I didn't ask her.
People and you're like, okay, but get the fuck what's the diapers or something like that.
I just didn't ask for more information. She started then talking about crystals, and I was like, oh, okay, crystals. I got you.
Oh, shit.
In other words,
I think one day
something the ratio is wrong. Or maybe we need to use
Tony, we got quiet.
yeah, wait, Joe Jimenez.
Who's next?
what?
Yeah, so wait a minute. You got a book. So you studied theater. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Jokes are like my book. It's like, I know what it's
Well, if somebody wants to donate the screen to me,
so you were like, give it like
okay. So something tomorrow. Oh. And then look at this thing. It says it again. Irash the yogi shisha sorry. Irash is much the same word. Irash the 16 but over here you have red the oil and you up
Yeah.
one for 60 one more skin was skin was look. It's equals 1830. So what's the in the region? So we are a month now.
When I ask you if there's anything interesting about your hobbies.
Well, I mean, I do improv. I've been doing improv for 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
First, the cool part of that, the ration, you don't have to ration. It's one sheep of nothing. It's not going to go to the other. There you go. The first day says, I said I'm going to bring a certain amount of flour, but I never said how many vessels. The money is keeping the flour, keeping money. So what you have if you bring 60 sorry, but just the 60 came 60.
So I play harmonica. Yeah. Bet you didn't know that. Playing harmonica requires a lot of sucking and blowing.
Sorry, for a total of
Yeah.
what's the worst one? It's a 39.
I have keys of
Do you think
harmonicas.
39
A through G.
bowl?
I show you all my D.
That's your thing. You don't have to do in each bowl 2, and then the second bowl 3.
Oh yes, I got this little
5.
D. It's so hard to use.
You have one inside. Make sure you
I
get
ask women for dates and they always refuse.
60 bowls, and then you cover all
I
your
guess you could say I
Not
got
the
a
anything
little
with the
dick
rate
blues.
into the safe fund. You said there was
Hey bro, you wouldn't
a certain
know.
amount,
Cause you got a darker
and
skin
each
tone.
amount was like cells in a bowl.
What it's like to have
So
a
each
little dick
amount
blues.
is like some in the bowl. So now I have
Alright, cool.
the top of 39
There
sorry,
you go, Phil Kemp.
one bowl. 52 sorry, one bowl. 7 one bowl.
Half saw Jim Duggan.
Not go from 1 to 60. Every bowl is a amount. If I didn't say that the bowl is a bowl, and I could just bring 1 inside per bowl. Those are the two cases.
Holy shit. All right, Jeremy.
Wait, no, you got me one. Sorry. Let's do this
Here's
again.
everybody else.
Así no tengo lo que no va a poder. Bueno, gracias, destroy the complete fleet. I never said how many vessels. Destroy I really don't know if I let me just but we have to use the argument
That's
and
actually
say,
the
no,
worst
if
track
I
on
say
my
you don't
album.
forget any one of the 5 and 1, is that default, is
How many songs are
There's
and
17 tracks on it. You know, go to soundcloud.com/Phil Kemp. Check it out. Yeah, I got a blast
it
myself.
says,
Sorry
oh,
about that.
it's it's the
So Phil,
Louder next time, right?
maybe chat in and starting
have you been on this show before?
Yeah, I've been on this show before.
What happened last time?
You let me play one of my songs, and the crowd like went crazy.
Oh, yeah, so
Yeah.
what are you like this time?
Very true. That's why I didn't recognize it. I saw you play the song. Let me find out about you last time. Last time when I was out here, you asked me what I did for work, and then I got fired the next day.
Then always when he says that I'm gonna bring a bird, you'll be fired. You should bring a car. Not a dog. Not a business oil, by the way, I call it kill, because that's first and fire. But the fact is, I'm on the ground. Listen, I realize oil law, that we have it. Versus oil law, you can bring a sheep, not a cow. According to what you're saying, it should be a cow, because it's first and fire. Well, as I am retired in the oil, you can bring whatever you want. If all your review doesn't argue. So we have to take shots, walk. When he says in the Mishnah, the reason why he's in his silence is because
Ian saying that?
For an autoerotic asphyxiation related work incident.
the next way they go back,
The job that you
doesn't
were
have
I was
another
working like as a fucking cam girl. Technically a cam girl with a banjo, playing it like 8 hours a day. And that's what my old job was.
So you're saying you would film yourself playing music?
And I get paid to do it. Like $15 an hour to do that shit. And then they got all mad when I took my shirt off, put my belt around my neck, and started singing I Touch Myself by the Finals and Schmiegel from Lord of the Rings while making a jerking off motion. And so they got brothers carry around. So I can bring the banjo. Because I have songs too.
You're an interesting guy. You just like to plug in and talk about stuff that you're not saying everything in your show now.
He also tap dances.
Yeah.
Fine, you want me to play one?
No, that's not how it works.
No, I'm taking the video on this one. What made you stop hanging yourself? I think that want to come forward. That's why they platinum right now. Yeah, I know, right?
That's why they fired you.
Do you do stand-up comedy? Yeah.
How often?
Like at least 3 to 4 times a week.
So how do you survive? How do you make money?
So you really want to know what I do? Well, I'm sort of in the business of helping people get back on their feet.
Sounds like a
Rochester. Cool. Actually, I repossess people's cars. That's what I do. Yeah, repossess cars.
Wow, you give me the crazy eyes. Seriously, yeah. Because like mine might be next or something.
If you're feeling broken down and your car needs repossessed, come on over to Rent Center. That's probably how it's been sounding all night, right?
No, when Eastman says it's a laugh out.
You ever repossessed furniture before?
But how do I remember?
No, man, I used to sell cars. And I just steal them from people. Whatever.
Anything interesting ever happened?
Yeah.
How many people remember singing the gig?
All right, well, there you go. Phil Kemp.
Oh, yeah. All right.
We're going to move on from Phil.
There was so much gold probably there.
It's on Twitter at Phil People.
Probably so much gold there. There were interesting comics, mistakes, movies. I mean, Jesus Christ.
So thanks for always positive until you weren't having fun by your heavy, gaspy, dramatic breathing to my left continuously every 10 seconds. It's fucking chill. Everything's a bucket. We can't. This isn't a wacky bucket where it's like,
What is that?
look, we did. It's got a lot worse, by the way. It's one of the worst comedians that's ever been on the show. Put your hands together for GT, everybody.
12? I put you only 11.
Hopefully he's on here. Can we get that lucky? Do you see him back there?
Okay, it's not so
Oh shit, here he comes.
Ready, kidding. I'm kidding. So how do you remember exactly?
Why the comedians dumb dogs just don't get that shit? You know
What happened?
what I mean? This
I
fools
remember.
are never home. You know what I mean? They're in and out of open mics.
So what is
They're in
the
and out of
best
cafes.
example? What do you
They're
think
in and
is
out
that?
of backyards. They're in and out of roast battles. Networking, trying to make it while their dog is home alone, horny and naked. While the homosexual dog is home alone, horny and naked.
Unbelievable. You don't want to hear it. Remember
His
that.
dirty ass all over the
Maybe
country.
you also remember this?
And then when he come home, just want to fuck you in the ass.
Not you again, now
And
listen.
then you're out every single night. Roast battles. Battle. Shut up!
Rob, you and I have no chance to never be
There you go. Just turns into it. GT. Wow. First of all, you got a lot worse. See what happens? We have to look at this with positive energy. Is that you have to smile and see us. Right? You have to put good energies out. No one wants to hear you cry.
GT is whole focus.
GT, you were like the crazy Armenian guy got cast as a new Home Alone cast member. Out of control. At some point, you just switched over to animal noises there. You tailored your material to what it seems to be for comedians that are currently somewhere in the middle of like the grind. Like it's very tailored to
Comedians. I'm always performing in front of comedians and
how do they normally relate to
comedians? So I was like, okay, then they don't relate.
They can't relate. GT, can you hear me? Anytime you hear that voice that sounds like this, it's me right here. That means I'm talking to you. It's a whole thing. It's a real life show. I lost you there for a second. You just kept explaining that one thing.
Let's see again.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. So GT, how does the audience and comedians that you normally perform in front respond to your normal non-comedian about tailored to their jokes?
That goes most a lot of times.
So you're working that out. You're now working out bits just to perform in front of comedians.
You just that one, just that one. I was just like,
I just want to know, when are you opening up for System of a Down? You son of a bitch.
wordplay, brother.
Why you don't perform? Yeah, it seems like you want so much more money.
I like the sound effects. That's what I was doing. I like the sound effects and talk. You know, make weird noises, polygonic noises. I like to
Okay, go ahead, yeah, and then voice. Okay, I see what he's doing. What did you do today? Without trying to be funny, what did you do today?
Salmon twister.
There's all this setup for that. Go ahead, GT, please.
I was working out of my house. I have a website. I have a couple of businesses. I have a website called Web10Sale.com. Yeah, Web10Sale.com. I sell 40 tents online.
Does that really work?
Yeah, I sell them all across the United States.
Is that true? You sell them one time a year, you rent them out, or
No, I just sell them.
how did you get into the tent selling business?
One day I was like, I had to move out of my place, and I needed a tent in the back. And then I was looking for a tent. I was like,
Only hours.
So you started sleeping in a tent first.
No, I wasn't sleeping in a tent. I had to put all of my stuff in there. I was like moving from my upstairs apartment to downstairs apartment.
So you gotta put your stuff in, instead of taking it from upstairs to downstairs, you just take it outside for a little bit, put it in a tent, and then bring it to the downstairs apartment.
Which is half what it used to be. So. Well, you know, I talk about a lot of things. I talk about my girlfriend, you know, how she was oh, come on.
No, GT. What else would I say? Anything something that makes you, what's something that you do when you think something weird? Like, so you just get animal noises in public, you know, senselessly. So, like, what's something that you think is weird? Where you're like, a lot of open mics. Okay, next one. I think comedy's still like, how long have you been doing it now? I've been doing it since 2000. I remember. You know why I remember? I used to always trash. Yeah. I don't know what to deal with that. I don't know. Whoa, we got a rivalry. I used to always talk crap. I don't know. I used to always put me up on the negative. Yeah, I used to always put me up on the negative. And then this is my it's like a whole thing, right? Are we being honest? That's
Everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Because the world's greatest sleeper has just entered the Discord. Stop what you're doing. This motherfucker doesn't know who Ray Kroc is, McDonald's Corporation, or that hot bitch eating a hamburger. Doesn't know any of that shit.
Yeah.
How you living, pimp? Dude, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style, baby.
I'm ready to lose. I'm ready to lose. I watch Best Boys.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, I don't like that word. I don't like that word. Just call it alternative theory.
I like the word conspiracy.
Okay.
I like the word
okay. Well, guess what? I don't let it.
I think that we should define conspiracy.
Don't use. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. Don't use that word in here, please. The reason why I say
you get flagged for it?
Exactly, and I don't want that.
Doesn't it also have another meaning though? Doesn't it also have another?
Yeah, it's a law. It's law. It's an agreement between two or more people to commit a criminal act. That's what it is. But it's been perverted into everything that's not mainstream. And then when you talk about it, you get pigeonholed into this flat earth kind of deal. And I don't like that. What I talk about is real. It has evidence. And if it doesn't have evidence, there's at least some kind of logical connection. And I don't like it. And when Google.
Thank you. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Okay. No problem.
This girl wants to fuck. This girl wants to fuck. Who is that? Who is that? Oh, that hot chick. She sounds really sweet. Notice I waited until the end to say this girl wants to fuck. That was very polite of me.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're in my earbuds. Yeah, no,
okay.
You're in my earbuds.
All right, yeah, I can just tell from that bitch's voice. She wants to fuck. But that's cool.
Other amazing revelations.
Yeah, just don't use that word. I don't like it. It's not just that I don't like it. I mean, it's fine, but
Does the algorithm really flag you as like
it goes through your transcripts and then categorizes your transcripts by what's discussed. And so I do my best to avoid those words, because when people are looking at, like, there's like a word cloud, if you know what a word cloud is, I don't want that word showing up on my word cloud, because then you immediately get shadow bans and kind of stuff like that. So that's why there are some words like that Zoot uses. Well, I should say there are some other words like SUICI. You get in trouble for that. Like, they'll just shut your stream down, especially Meta's platforms. And so there are only like 5 words that I just don't want used. SUICID. The other one, which is like SCHITZOPHRENIA, whatever that one is. CONSPR.
What is that?
It's like SCHITZOPHRENIA, something like that.
Really? That gets you flagged?
I don't want it to show up in my word cloud. I don't want people to be like, when they go through and they see what the different discussions are in every YouTube stream. I'll have Zoot in here for 6 hours a day use that word, and I don't want that, because that's not what I like to discuss. That's not something that's of interest to me. In fact, I'm not an expert in that, and I don't want to be. I don't want people to think that that's something that I like to talk about, just because Zoot comes in here and talks about it all the time. He by the way, he comes in here and he's done this. This isn't the last week, just the conversation that he has. He'll be like, I should be put in a MENTAL space INSTITUTION. And I'm like, dude, why are you saying that in my Discord? You know I'm live streaming. Why would you just say that? That's not healthy thinking. You need help. You need to go see a doctor. And he's like, doctors don't do anything. It's the same bullshit that we always go through. And I'm like, well, guess what? I'm warning you right now. I've told you in the past, if you come in here and just say, I'm gonna, and then it's KILL space YOU or KILL space MYSELL, something like that. If you say that, I'm gonna boot you, or I'm gonna ask you to leave, because it's not healthy thinking. I don't want the people who are watching my streams now or in the future to hear those words. That's not positive. And just because you have an issue doesn't mean that you have to contaminate everybody else's positivity. So he came in last night and he's like, he keeps coming and leaving. And I said to him, Zoot, I'm warning you right now. If you leave without saying goodbye, you may not have the opportunity to rejoin within 24 hours. Because you just leave. This is what he was doing. It wasn't just one time. He'd be like, Rabbi, let's play a game. I'm like, okay, so just give me like 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes, okay? And he'll be like, okay. Or I'll be like, just one moment. And because I'm doing something, he just comes in. And it's like, I'm supposed to be waiting for him. It's like, no, I'm doing my own shit, dude. And so I have to stop like programming, and I have to stop with podcasts and things. And then this happened twice in a row, right when I was ready to play. Like literally I hit the button. He leaves. And then he comes back in 5 minutes and he's like, let's play. I'm like, dude, I was just stopping my life for you. And then I went back to doing what I was doing. Now I have to stop my life again. He did it twice. So I said to him, Zoot, I'm telling you right now, if you just leave without saying goodbye, you're basically not being a good communicator. And the first time it happens, the next time, and I don't think it's justified, you're going to get a 1-day it's called a. I don't want to use the term ban because it's just too harsh, but it's like a 1 day ban, I guess is what they call it. Penalty, yeah, exactly. And then from there it'll be 3 days, and then whatever. But like, it pisses me off, and it pisses off other people who are in here, who are trying to communicate with you and trying to, talk with you about stuff, and then you just leave. And I said, look, I understand. I kind of said this to myself. I understand that he's got issues with his internet sometimes. So I'm not going to do it like the first time he does it. I'm going to be very understanding. But if he comes in and he just starts pulling this shit, like leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back, then he's going to just have to learn that doesn't fly. And it's not like like other people in here. Brandy comes and leaves and all the time. Miss Aquarius comes and leaves all the time. J-Ski comes and leaves all the time. That's fine. You're not getting my attention, telling me to stop what I'm doing to babysit you, and then leaving. That's where it becomes an issue. So I explained it to him that this is how it's going to be. And he was just saying things like, he said something like, I am the most, he said about himself, I am the most, like, MENTALLY, disturbed person in the world. And I'm like, dude, you can't talk like that. You need help. And I was like, aggressive with him. I'm like, when do you have an appointment to go see a doctor? You saw a doctor, they gave you a medication. I don't believe you're taking it. And so it's like, you're not helping yourself. And he's like, I just need to go get checked into a MENTAL space INSTIT Island.
I can't believe he like when I hear him talk.
You've never heard. You've never.
No, I hear this stuff. I hear this stuff that he like works up to, obviously. Maybe that's attributed to us, like us, when I listen to him talking, I got talking to him, private calls for like 45 minutes. I'm not even blurting out stuff. He's being like normal. He's got like some like demon or something.
I noticed that when there are more people, he does it more. Like, if I ever get more than a few people in here, he interrupts everybody and then doesn't know what to say. It's almost like if we were talking in real life, or like in the real world or whatever, he would like jump in front of someone physically and then just sit there and not know what to say. And I've explained to him multiple times, dude, as I grow, you have to understand that I don't know if I'm going to be able to have you on these calls, because nobody wants to hear someone who monopolizes the conversation when they're here to talk to me. They're not here to talk to you, Zoot. And I don't mind having you in the conversation. And if you say something that's interesting and you want to be the center of attention and it's meaningful, by all means, that's great. That's less work for me. But when it's like, what's your favorite? And then you don't have a fucking answer or a question for me to answer, then you're just wasting everybody's time. Okay, so there's that. What else?
We're talking about something the other day. And then I was like, oh, Zoot's here. We were talking about something for like an hour. And then this conversation is now derailed entirely.
Yeah, I agree. And it's like he's come in the last, like, I don't know, week or two every night, and he knows that we're watching a documentary and he wants to talk about time travel or something. And it's like, dude, we're watching a documentary. You know those, dude. I would be happy to talk to you about all that shit after this documentary, but we're we're doing something else right now. But it's like, and then he'll just leave. And it's like, okay, fine. Okay, but there was something else that
He
happened.
watched the dingo one at least. He watched the dingo one.
Yeah, and he watched the reincarnation one, which is interesting that he watched those. But yeah, the dingo one was very meaningful to me. Okay, so yesterday I was like, shoot. He talks about like having to go into one of these places so that the doctors can like diagnose him. I'm like, dude, why don't you just get a therapy appointment? Therapy's healthy. Even people who have very healthy minds go see therapists. I know people who go see therapists who they just like to have that monthly connection with somebody to make sure that it's almost like someone to check in with their goals. And that's a positive, healthy thing. They don't have mental issues, but that's just what they do. And Zoot's like, yeah, but that'll take like a week and a half. I can just go to one of these places, and in Australia, you can go and so long as you go on your own accord, you can leave whenever you want, and they'll give me a therapist right away. And I'm like, or you could just make an appointment like a normal Australian person would. No one says you have to go like 0 to 60. Like you can just go and have like a normal time, a normal conversation with someone. But I'm like, dude, I'm not your therapist, and I'm not going to be. You need help. I'm gonna start. I told him though. I told him most people on this world would kill to be where you are. You live in paradise. You get paid by the government because you made up medical issues that you may or may not have. You go make people laugh once a week. You have your all your food is taken care of. Your housing's taken care of. Like that, if you ask any person, 95% of people in Africa, they're going to say, I'll take that all day long instead of sweating my balls off in the hot sun, worried about water and having no connection to the internet. And we've never even seen a comedy club, let alone perform in one. And so I said, you've got to recognize you've got things good. He's so stuck in the past, though. He's stuck on old crushes and what happened when he was 14 years old. And the things that he has trauma about, or he says he has trauma about, I don't know them all, so they could be more specific, but it's like they're not any more traumatic than I think most young people go through. The thing that is traumatic that he doesn't talk about is the death of his father. The fact that his father died when he was 1 year old, and his life, Zoot's life would be totally different. He didn't have a male role model. His mom was having to do everything, and that's just devastating. And then they moved him schools, which, you know, he ties a lot of things to when he feels like a male role model would have been like, boys fight, like boys argue. You don't have to move schools because of that. And so for as much as I want to just lay into him and be like, dude, you don't have trauma. He absolutely does, but I don't think he associates it with the right thing. But with that being said, I that's true. And again, he has a nice life. He has no responsibilities. He literally doesn't have to do anything. He can go meet girls and stuff. Like he's like, you know that girl who, like any girl I think he meets in real life, if she's normal and sees his stand-up, would not like him. I wouldn't like him. I'd be like, this guy doesn't know what's funny and he's awkward as fuck. And the things that he talks about are sort of offensive. Whatever.
I mean, that's not like unique to comedy, being absurdly offensive. But at least most of the time, they're like somewhat funny.
Yeah, exactly. Or like intelligent. Like I don't know. I just don't think some of the things he talks about are intelligent. And but anyway, he was talking to this girl, and I could have told him this is what was going to happen. And he's like, Rabbi, I met a girl, which is good. I'm glad you met a girl. Like, that's cool as fuck. And I'm like, okay, great, Zoot. And he's like, I'm like, did you get her number? And he's like, no. And I'm like, okay, why not? And he's like, I got her Instagram. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But he's like, she didn't accept my friend request or whatever. Follow. She has like a private Instagram, and she didn't accept it. Well, that's not a good sign. Any chick who likes you is gonna let you into that world right away. And so I was like, okay. So I could already tell this wasn't gonna be good. And then he's like, but she said that she's gonna come see me perform next week. So I'm like, okay, cool. And then the next week comes around, and I'm like, did she watch you perform? Well, she didn't say she was going to watch him perform. She said she would be there next week or something. And so he was all excited for that. And I'm like, all right, did she watch you perform? And he's like, yeah, but she left right afterward. And it's like, okay, that's a bad sign. I don't know, like, especially if you're a funny dude, chicks are going to bend over backwards to stick around you and, you know, learn more about you if you make them laugh. I mean,
it could be a good sign to be him or whatever. But I'm assuming Zoot would be free after or something. I don't know how many performances are left during that. It could be a good thing.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think it's a good thing if a girl ever leaves when she can spend more time with you.
Yeah, but would that have happened?
Yeah, I mean, he would have like done his set, and then after she like comes up to him, hey, that was really funny. I thought that was great, and I'd love to get to know you better, or whatever. Let's go have coffee, like whatever. People who like you, no. She just like he got her Instagram or whatever. He sent her a friend request or whatever it is, a follow, join my private Instagram or whatever. And then she didn't accept it. And then she came back and was like, I'll be here next week or something to see comedy. And he's like, great. He does his stand up, and then she left right away. And she had complimented him earlier about something, but it wasn't his stand-up. It was something else. So I don't even really know. I was like, okay, well, Zoot, here's the big question. How hot is this girl 0 to 10? Like, are you just wasting your fucking time? And he's like, she's a 9. Like, okay, that's great. At least you're not wasting your time. And then he's just like, she didn't come back. Okay, Zoot, no big deal. But I talked to Zoot about picking up chicks at length. I had a whole plan for him. We talked about it. He was going to get picked. I told him, Zoot, you need better pictures for your social media profiles. You need to write out your social media profile in a short, concise, attractive way for women. You have to put your interests. He has some interests that would be really interesting for women. He likes to sing. He likes stand-up comedy. He likes animals. Like, those are all great things. So instead of putting in there, like, cryptocurrency and shit coins, like, put in there some of the things that have more appeal. And he's like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then he's like, I looked for a photographer. It's $1,000, and I'm not going to pay that right now. It's like, dude, you don't need... I mean, I advised it. It'd be best to get a professional photographer, but I'm like, dude, with today's phones, you can just take a really good picture of yourself. And, you know, like, you need one of you with your dog, one of you out and about, one of you at your desk, one of you doing things with friends, and like something like that. And then just a short description. If girls will swipe right on you, like if you give them the opportunity. So he's like, this was a while ago. But he didn't really do that. Instead, what he does, which is just creepy and weird, he will go on Tinder under Guys for Guys, like the gay version, and say, I'm looking for a guy to pay for me to fuck a hooker in front of him. And if this is of interest to you, like, hit me up on Spotify or on Snapchat or something. He's like, dude, that's not what that. Yeah, he got a 6-month ban, and it's like, dude, that's not what that fucking thing's for. He's like, well, it worked earlier. I'm like, okay, well, how did it work? And he's like, well, I just hit somebody up on Snapchat or something, and then we made arrangements off the app. And it's like, okay, well, you were being too forward, obviously, but that's not what Tinder's for. I mean, come on, man. There are straight up girls who will have sex with you the first time for no money if you just treat them nicely and, you know, buy them dinner or something. Like, you don't have to do this, but he just, I wish I could help him, but I'm at the point where I am frustrated with him, and it's not because he has issues. I deal with people who have issues every day. It's the fact that he doesn't want to help himself with issues. That's what's very bothersome to me. And with that being said, that's it. My question to you is this. Yes, I am ready to win, but just give me a second because I have to reset my stream. I'm 50% done. What happened to you last night? Did you fall asleep?
Yeah, I did. I was running on zero sleep. I think I made it to like an hour-ish into the movie. And then it like lights out, and I woke up at like 12 a.m. Just like was like talking loudly, and then it was I'm awake.
Dog, I shit on you so badly last night. I was like, right when the movie ended, I'm like, so what'd you think? And then I'm just like, I was kind of joking. Oh, so you fell asleep on me? Because sometimes I'll say that, and then you'll be like, no, I'm here. And then I'm like, are you there? Are you there? So then I just shit on you for like 10 minutes about how I'm a superior literati player and all this other shit, that you missed the best movie of the last 10 years. And as I watch it again, I've seen that movie now like 3 or 4 times. I think it's great. And I'm not alone. There are a lot of people who really like that movie. I understand how some people would be like, it's just a movie. It's not anything that great. But I really enjoy that movie a lot. And I don't know, whenever I see it, I like that it's a biopic. I like that it's about business. I like that but here's the thing I don't like about that's really sad. Ray Kroc is a villain, an absolute villain of the movie. And he's made out to be this like really great guy. But he stole a business of 2 individuals. And you don't see, but it's like later in the movie, they had a handshake deal that these 2 brothers were going to get 1% of all the profits of McDonald's Corporation in perpetuity. And Ray Kroc just didn't put that in the contract, and he said he had their word with a handshake deal, and then they lost out on it. And so I don't want to say they became penniless, but they are McDonald's people with the last name McDonald's in San Bernardino who have no connection to that business anymore, yet their family started it, and they're just average people. They're not like multimillionaires or billionaires like the Cox were. But I want to change that. I wrote an article saying that like McDonald's Corporation, if it recognizes that this was the agreement and they recognize it in a movie, they need to honor that. So what does that mean? It means that 1% of all McDonald's profits should go back to that family. Like, it would be like I don't know. It would be like whenever I give you an idea and I say I want 51% of it, and you're nice, and you're like, yeah, that's fine. If I make like $10 billion on 49% of this, it's great. And then you end up reneging on that deal, and then we make a movie about Bear Scare or whatever it is, and you even have like a scene where it's like, yeah, you can have 51% of all profits, and then it doesn't turn out that way. That I would be like, dude, just watch the fucking movie. You're admitting that you fucked me. And McDonald's Corporation kind of does that. And so I wrote an article. I didn't publish it yet just because I have so many to publish. I have a huge backlog of what I feel to be, frankly, amazing articles on like really interesting topics. And that's one of them. So it'll get published one of these days. But
was that movie like made by McDonald's?
It had the blessing of McDonald's. Especially people complained that movie is like an hour and a half commercial for McDonald's, which it is. They make all the food look amazing. They make everything with McDonald's look very positive generally. There's nothing really steep. I mean, most of it is like all really positive. They have like the movie ends with Michael Keaton, Ray Kroc's character, like going to meet the governor of California, who was Ronald Reagan, and like and then they have this whole thing at the end that it's like McDonald's Corporation is giving billions of dollars to Ronald McDonald's house and all of these charities and how all of these people who are in the movie or depicted in the movie, they all became multimillionaires, like wealthier than their wildest dreams, and they were just like working as like cashiers, and they had like millions of dollars. And then they, even the last thing it says, McDonald's Corporation feeds 1% of the world every day. And that's incredible. That like one company feeds 1% of the entire world every single day. And so,
do you know how many locations McDonald's has?
Not more than Subway. Yeah, I used to know these facts much better, but they've shrunk. They have more Subway locations. They have more locations than Subway. No, they don't. Subway has like 38,000, and McDonald's has like 29. Look it up, man. Look it up. Look it up. Let me say, as of like 10 years ago, Subway had a good amount more than Subway.
I didn't realize it. We were 16. I apologize.
That's cute. That's cute, my friend. But no, just look it up right now.
I'm not saying maybe 10 years ago.
Just look it up right. Just look it up right now.
Subway.
You can just say versus McDonald's.
18,000 Subway.
Wow, they've closed like half of it. Okay.
Yeah. My friend said it's 10,000.
Hold on. So now we've got to look at this because that means they've closed like 50% of the 10 years. More Subway sandwich restaurants or McDonald's restaurants in the United States?